Introduction. After defeating the 9 Li's demon refining cauldron and completing their life as a couple, Nezha returned to the heavenly court. Following 3,800 years of dedicated pursuit of their respective careers, they found themselves in the futuristic year of 2220, entering a new era of advanced technology and information. In this modern metropolis, Nezha, in disguise as an ordinary person, battles demons and spirits. The Dragon Clan, once powerful, had long been extinguished, while the Dragon Princess, now reincarnated as a beautiful professor at the Dysenius Academy, is set to meet the new student Li Nezha. What sparks will ignite between them? Mischievous student Li Nezha instantly recognizes his little dried fish. What? You don't remember me? With his sharp tongue, Nezha sets out to charm the alluring teacher, owling, as they join forces to eliminate the hidden evils lurking in the city, unveiling the mysterious 8 great families who are in fact the concealed gods of the city. Owling exclaims, "Hey, that student with the surname Li, frequently skipping class. Long G, come up with a plan. If he doesn't return to make up his lessons, he will lose his eligibility for the exams this semester." Chapter 1. The Peculiar Murder Case. In the year 2220, a young boy yawned and opened his eyes to a beam of sunlight streaming in. "Li Nezha, get up for breakfast. The sun is already shining on your backside. Do you wish to experience a father's love like a landslide?" Nezha, feeling irritable, kicked his legs on the bed, exasperated. Why must he rise so early when there was nothing to do? Reluctantly, Nezha got out of bed, and suddenly a wicked grin spread across his face. Approaching the foot of his bed, he raised his hands, and the scattered clothes around him levitated into the air. With a flick of his fingers, the garments adorned themselves upon him as he lounged like a king, waiting for his attire to be arranged. At that moment, Yao Chunshun burst into Nezha's room, her eyes wide in astonishment at his magical display. "Nezha, can you put on your clothes without using magic? What if someone sees you from across the building? It would be a disaster for our family." Yao Chunshun pointed her spatula at him and exclaimed, "You really must refrain from using your powers so carelessly. What if someone discovers your abilities? Do you behave this way outside too?" Nezha chuckled, "Mom, no one will find out. I never use magic outside, so you can rest easy. By the way, what delicious food did you prepare today?" Nezha promptly dashed out of his room into the living room, leaping onto the sofa with arms outstretched, eagerly awaiting his meal. As he gazed out the window, he noticed the occasional storm of thunder and lightning. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of Li Jing, "Dad, why are there so many thunderstorms outside? Is something amiss?" Li Jing, assisting Yao Chunshun with breakfast, shot Nezha a disapproving look. "All you do is play. What do you know? Have you seen the news? There's been a murder case in a city, and the police are likely chasing after the culprit." Nezha observed the police riding the storms and murmured, "Oh," as he tapped twice on the white marble table before him. Suddenly, the pristine wall before him burst into color as the television turned on, broadcasting the latest news from city. Yao Chunshun called out, "Dear, it will be ready soon." Li Jing grumbled, "He only learns when he's hungry. It's already 9 a.m., and he refuses to get up. You've spoiled him too much even after thousands of years. You still treat him like a child." Yao Chunshun retorted, "Even if it were a million years, he will always be my son." Nezha paid no attention to his parents' conversation, his gaze fixed on the news report detailing the bizarre fatal injuries of the victim. Frowning, he swiftly tapped the table again, turning off the television. Grabbing his backpack from a nearby sofa, he executed a somersault over the couch, declaring, "Mom, Dad, I'm not eating. I'm heading out." Li Jing widened his eyes, pointing at Nezha. "Can't you walk properly?" Yao Chunshun exclaimed, "Nezha, what's the rush? The meal is ready. Eat before you go." Nezha waved his hand, using magic to summon a box of milk from in front of Yao Chunshun, saying, "This is enough. I need to leave." Nezha hurriedly made his way to the door to put on his shoes. Li Jing shouted, "You little rascal. I placed your enrollment notice in your backpack. Be sure to check it." Nezha waved dismissively, putting on a cap to cover his messy hair, and exited. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the basement, arriving at the parking lot. Nezha exclaimed in awe at the rows of luxury vehicles behind glass walls. Each time he passed by, he yearned to sneak in and touch one. But while these cars were visually stunning, none could compare to his windfire wheels in terms of utility. Nezha pouted, walking to the last narrow stall, where he retrieved a small, exquisite wheel. Sighing, he gazed at it, lamenting, "Ah, wind howl song, alas, I cannot bring you home. You are a mode of transportation, and once numbered, you must remain here." Seeing no one around, he tossed the wind-fire wheel into the air, shouting, Wind Fire Wheel, Cyber Swiftwalker Mode. The Wind Fire Wheel instantly spun rapidly, enlarging into the latest trendy mode of transportation, the Cyber Swiftwalker. In this era, students commonly used such vehicles. Nezha could not fly on his Wind Fire Wheel daily in this age of information transparency, or he would be swiftly apprehended by the Non-Natural Safety Bureau. With a whoosh, Nezha mounted his Cyber Swiftwalker, donning transparent tech glasses, and stylishly exited the parking lot. Later that night, Nezha arrived at the scene of the incident in a residential building. Ascending the stairs, he touched his temple and discreetly cast a spell to unveil his enlightened vision, surveying the surroundings. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he spotted an elderly woman seated in the stairwell. Though he noticed her, he pretended not to, continuing his ascent. As he passed behind the old woman, he suddenly turned, extending his arm to unleash the binding silk, quickly ensnaring her in a flurry of red light. The elderly woman floated in midair, howling in agony. Nezha smirked. "Little ghost, why linger here to harm others instead of seeking your reincarnation? Encountering me must be your unfortunate fate." The elderly woman widened her eyes, exclaiming, "You can see me?" Nezha rolled his eyes, saying, "Isn't that an obvious question? I've captured you. Do you think I can't see you?" The elderly woman pleaded, "Child, I beg you, I meant no harm. Please save my grandson. I am not refusing to reincarnate. I am here to protect him from someone who intends to harm him. He's my only grandson, and I cannot bear for him to be in danger. I've been lingering here for several days, and no one has heard or seen me." Nezha chuckled softly. "You are a ghost, of course. No one can see you. Let me take a closer look. You appear to be the victim from the news. You mentioned someone wants to harm your grandson. What is the story?" The elderly woman replied, "Child, could you let me down? This binding is quite uncomfortable." Nezha stood with arms crossed. "Of course. The binding silk is specifically designed for creatures like you. You little spirit cannot escape my grasp." With that, Nezha retracted the binding silk. The elderly woman approached Nezha, explaining, "One day, I took my grandson out to buy groceries, and we passed by an unfinished building. Perhaps I disturbed something. That night, I felt an intense pain in my heart, as if someone had grasped it, and then I died. After my death, I saw an evil spirit hovering over my grandson, who kept shivering in the cold. I rushed to confront the spirit, but I was no match for it. The spirit warned that it would return to torment my grandson in 3 days. I was frantic. Only after I died did I realize I could see that malevolent spirit." Nezha contemplated, stroking his chin. At that moment, a woman descended to dispose of her trash, casting a bewildered glance at Nezha. Nezha returned her gaze with a dismissive look as she walked away, muttering, "This child must be suffering from schizophrenia, talking to thin air." Nezha continued, "Tell me, are you referring to the entity that collided with the abandoned building?" The elderly lady nodded and replied, "That malevolent spirit claimed as much. It was utterly terrifying." Nezha chuckled, "Your appearance isn't particularly appealing either. How about this? I shall send you to the cycle of reincarnation, while I deal with the malevolent spirit." The old woman immediately shook her head, saying, "No, I cannot leave until I see my grandson safe." Nezha sighed and said, "All right then, the spirit mentioned it would return in 3 days, correct?" The elderly woman, filled with anxiety, replied, "Today is indeed the 3rd day. It will surely come tonight." Nezha nodded, understood. "I shall become invisible and accompany you home to await the spirit's arrival. We will vanquish it." Nezha raised his chin and extended a finger. Chapter 2. Master Who? The elderly lady, taken aback, waved her hands in alarm. "Child, that malevolent spirit is formidable. Do not underestimate it, or you may lose your life." Nezha retorted, "How could that be? You have no idea of my prowess." The old woman, still skeptical, insisted, "I know of an old noodle shop nearby owned by Master Who, a genuine spirit medium who specializes in talisman for exorcism. I have heard they are quite effective. You should purchase a couple for protection." Nezha scoffed, "Another charlatan, preying on the ignorance of people like you." The elderly lady quickly defended, "Do not speak ill of Master Who. It would be unwise to offend him. Child, you do not understand." Nezha licked his lips and nodded. "Very well, it is still early. I shall go and see what this Master Who is all about." Exiting the building, Nezha arrived at the location described by the old woman. It was a modest alley, and indeed he found the old noodle shop. Nezha smirked, In the year 2020, this place still exists? Quite a sight indeed. TSK. Can it even meet hygiene standards? Do people really come here to eat?" With skepticism, Nezha entered the shop. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline lounged at a table, one foot wedged in a slipper while he picked at his toes. Upon noticing Nezha's entrance, he hastily ceased his activity and approached with a toothy grin. "Ah, what a handsome young man. What would you like to eat?" Nezha awkwardly chuckled. "Naturally, I would like some noodles, the house specialty, I presume." He glanced at the tattered promotional poster on the wall, featuring the signature fish noodles. The man nodded eagerly. "Coming right up?" Nezha called after the man as he hurried to prepare the noodles. "Remember to wash your hands." With a look of disdain. A few minutes later, the man returned with a bowl of noodles. Just as he turned to leave, Nezha exclaimed, "Wait a moment." The man turned, puzzled. Nezha said, "Sit down first." The man complied and took a seat opposite Nezha. Observing the emptiness of the shop, Nezha directly inquired, "Are you the owner of this establishment? Master who?" The man's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly covered Nezha's mouth with his hand. "Shh, don't reveal my identity." Nezha recoiled in disgust. "That stinks. Haven't you washed your hands?" The man chuckled sheepishly and withdrew his hand. Nezha whispered, "I find myself in a bit of trouble, you see, concerning some unclean matters. I heard you possess considerable abilities, so I came to seek your assistance." The man, who a moment ago was grinning, suddenly straightened up, flicking his sparse hair. "Ah, I have made every effort to conceal my identity. Who would have thought my excellence would be uncovered? But do not disclose this to anyone. I prefer to remain low-key despite my talents." Nezha looked at him with a disdainful expression and suppressed his disgust. "Just tell me if you can help. I am in urgent need of assistance." The man stood tall and said, "Come with me. Little one, this is not a suitable place for discussion." He strode toward the kitchen with an air of mystery. Nezha followed him into the kitchen and was astounded. The kitchen was in such disarray that it could not merely be described as dirty, it was chaotic and cluttered. The man opened a door to the adjacent hardware store, saying, "Young man, please wait a moment, I have a customer." Nezha nodded, watching the man complete his transaction. He returned holding a faucet. "Here, a brand new stainless steel faucet, 200 will sell it to you." Nezha's eyes widened. "Are you out of your mind? 200 for a faucet? Do you think I'm a fool? Besides, why would I need a faucet?" The man sighed dramatically. "Didn't you say you were in trouble? For 250, you can buy this faucet, and it'll throw in a protective talisman." Nezha shouted, "What? Are you bundling sales now? It was 200, and now you've raised it to 250? This is outrageous." The man grinned triumphantly. "You can choose not to buy, but this talisman was personally requested from the Supreme Lord. Don't underestimate it. I'm not pressuring you, however. If something happens to you, don't blame me for not helping, as you were unwilling to part with your money." Nezha thought to himself that this man was clearly a fraud. He was curious to see if the talisman was genuine. Sighing, Nezha pulled out a silver pen. The man, noticing the pen, exclaimed, 300. Nezha widened his eyes, understanding that if he spoke, the old fraud would immediately raise the price to 350. Having lived for millennia, Nezha was well aware of such tricks. Nezha flicked the silver pen, and a holographic interface appeared. He pointed, "Let me scan you." Seeing that Nezha possessed the latest holographic pen, the man thought, a wealthy second-generation heir. "I should have charged more." He quickly retrieved his worn-out holographic pen and scanned his QR code. Nezha's pen emitted a beam of light, and after a few taps, he transferred 300 to the man, asking, "Where's the talisman?" The man, satisfied, tucked away his holographic device and rummaged through the cluttered kitchen and storage area, scratching his balding head. "Where is it?" Nezha sighed deeply. After a lengthy search, the man finally produced a crumpled yellow paper from a rusty metal box. With a beaming smile, he smoothed it out, saying, "Here you go." Nezha took the wrinkled yellow paper, examined it, and burst into laughter, thinking, "This is what you claim to have been requested from the Supreme Lord? It's just a simple thunder talisman, hastily drawn and incorrectly executed." Shaking his head, he asked, "How many people have you deceived with this?" The man's demeanor shifted instantly. "Kid, deceive? I assure you, I am an honest merchant. I would never cheat anyone. Do not speak carelessly. This thunder talisman is absolutely genuine." Nezha skeptically raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the talisman again. "Really? Is it effective? What if it doesn't work?" The man replied, "If it doesn't work, feel free to come find me." Nezha grinned. "All right, I will come find you eventually." He tucked the crumpled yellow paper, which cost him 300, into his pocket. Just as he prepared to leave, a girl of around 16, appearing to be of similar age to Nezha, entered the shop, exclaiming, "Dad, I'm back." The girl was lively and charming, with a fair complexion and a pleasing figure. Upon entering, she noticed Nezha holding the faucet and frowned. "The man, Dad, have you scammed someone again into buying your faucet?" Nezha gazed at the girl and remarked, "Your father claims that this 300 yuan faucet is fair to all." The girl widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, 300? Are you out of your mind? You would actually buy it for that price? Mediterranean, immediately pulling the girl aside, said, "Oh, come now, dear, your father is merely acting out of love for you. This matter does not concern you. Return to the house and prepare for the start of the school year tomorrow." Unable to resist Mediterranean's insistence, the girl was dragged back to the kitchen, which also served as a storage room. Nezha shook his head with a smile and departed. As night fell, Nezha concealed his form and arrived at the old woman's home, quietly floating within the wardrobe, awaiting the so-called malevolent spirit. Nearly dozing off, Nezha entertained himself with a holographic phone, only to suddenly check the time nearly midnight. He stowed the device and quietly peered through the wardrobe's crack, observing the outside. Moments later, a chilling breeze swept through, and Nezha's sharp gaze fixed on the window. Indeed, it had arrived. A ghost floated in, and what a ghastly sight it was. Clearly a victim of a tragic accident, its intestines dangled grotesquely, and one side of its face was crushed. However, Nezha, having endured countless battles over millennia, found the horror within manageable limits. He watched as the malevolent spirit approached the bed of a young boy, reaching out towards the child's neck. In an instant, the old woman emerged from beneath the bed, declaring, "Evil spirit, do not harm my grandson. I shall fight you." The repugnant specter replied in a terrifying voice, "You possess no power. How can you contend with me? I shall devour you first, old hag, and then your grandson." Ha ha ha. With a sigh, Nezha closed his eyes momentarily, then, with a swift gesture of two fingers, unleashed a pair of magical beams that pinned the ghastly spirit against the wall. Stepping forth from the wardrobe, he revealed himself, saying, "I expected a formidable foe, yet here you are, merely a wretched spirit who died a mere decade ago. In my view, you are no different from this old woman." Bound by Nezha's incantations, the specter found itself unable to move. Typically, spirits could effortlessly traverse walls, but this young lad's effortless display of power rendered it immobile, certainly not an ordinary youth. It immediately begged for mercy. "Immortal, please spare me from annihilation. I am but a pawn in this game." Nezha, hands on his hips, chuckled another excuse. "I shall not listen. You are a harbinger of harm, and with such actions, you must face the consequences." Just as he prepared to act, the ghastly spirit pleaded, "The ghost of the unfinished building sent me. He died by jumping from a height, a suicide ghost." This old woman and her grandson passed by the sight of his demise, and the boy disrespected him by urinating towards his spirit. "He commanded me to take their lives, and should I defy him, my soul would be consumed. Please, revered one, my years of cultivation have not been easy." Nezha nodded, grasping the situation, and replied, "I shall grant you and the old woman a chance at reincarnation. Do not create further havoc. This world is unsuitable for your kind." With that, he aligned his fingers over his chest and recited a few incantations, directly guiding the two spirits towards reincarnation. Nezha's form vanished as he descended to the lower levels, late at night, riding the cyber swiftwalker through the vibrant cityscape, heading towards the unfinished building. Chapter 3. The admission notice. Nezha alighted from the vehicle, proclaiming, "Wind and fire wheels, return." The cyber swiftwalker immediately transformed into fiery wheels, re-entering Nezha's essence. Alone in the deep of night, he approached a dilapidated building shrouded in darkness. Activating his keen sight, he indeed beheld a ghost descending the stairs only to leap down repeatedly, trapped in an endless loop of despair. Nezha understood this behavior. After all, it is common for restless spirits to linger near the site of their demise. Nonchalantly, he chose to ignore the ghost's antics, gazing instead at the crude structure of the building, its concrete framework devoid of railings. With ease, he made his way to the 6th floor, arriving beside the ghost, whistling casually as he feigned admiration for the view. The ghost, rising once more, floated to Nezha's side, preparing to jump. It paused, scrutinizing Nezha's countenance up close, wondering if this young man was merely passing by or if he could indeed perceive its presence. Unfazed, Nezha continued to whistle, when suddenly, his fingers brushed against a piece of yellow paper in his pocket. An idea sparked. Why not give it a try? However, he dismissed it as mere ordinary paper. Yet, what if it was indeed the newly published talisman by the old lord? It had been nearly a millennium since he last encountered the old lord. Discovering any trace of him would certainly be advantageous. Seeing Nezha's lack of reaction, the ghost assumed he was merely a passerby and began to drift away. poised to leap once more. But then, Nezha yawned, retrieving the yellow talisman and stretching his arms lazily. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly slapped the talisman against the back of the ghost's head. In an instant, regret washed over him. The talisman passed right through the ghost, causing Nezha to almost stumble forward. Regaining his balance, he watched as the talisman floated to the ground, exclaiming, "What a waste of time, truly a worthless object." The ghost slowly turned to face Nezha, their eyes locking. Nezha, caught in an awkward moment, chuckled, "What a coincidence. Why not continue your jumps? Best of luck." The ghost, with a menacing glare, retorted, "You can see me. I will kill you." Nezha, unfazed, flicked his head dismissively and replied, "I was just joking. Must you be so fierce?" The ghost, grimacing, raised its hand, intent on dragging Nezha down with it. Remaining calm, Nezha produced a small Qianquan circle from his pocket. Blowing on it to enlarge it instantly, he leapt forward, brandishing the circle, and struck the ghost's head with a resounding thud, mimicking Bruce Lee's famous catchphrase, "I strike." With a theatrical flourish, he then pretended to wipe his nose with his thumb. The ghost recoiled, clutching its now deformed head, on the verge of tears, lamenting, "That was far too brutal. It hurts." Nezha retorted, "You initiated the confrontation. Can you blame me?" The ghost, in agony, squeezed out tears, pleading, "Deity, deity, spare me, and I shall reveal vital information." As the scene shifts, Nezha returns home to find his parents already asleep. He quietly flies back to his room to avoid waking them, closing the door gently behind him. Glancing at his wristband, he discovers it is already 3 o'clock. As he rummages through his backpack, preparing for bed, he unexpectedly comes across an exquisitely crafted letter. With a smirk, he remarks, in this day and age, there are still letters? Aren't emails the norm now? Yet, this is quite exquisite." Upon opening the letter, he reads, "Admission notice to Dysenius Academy." Nezha furrows his brow as he contemplates the coincidence. How fortuitous. Just as I plan to attend Dysenius, this admission notice arrives. Examining the letter's details, he learns that it is an elite institution, presided over by a foreign principal, Mr. Kyle, and the start date is tomorrow? How swiftly time flies. It has been millennia since he last attended school. What preparations are necessary for this? Feeling fatigued, Nezha decides to put off such thoughts and succumbs to slumber, intending to address it in the morning. After all, he hasn't studied for centuries. Since leaving Kunlun Academy, he has been exorcising demons and vanquishing evil. For the past 300 years, following the disintegration of the heavenly court, Nezha and his family have concealed themselves within the city, adapting to the ever-evolving times without formal education. Every 80 years, they orchestrate accidental deaths to assume new identities. A perpetual cycle. Nezha possesses extraordinary learning abilities and has mastered the advanced technologies of the contemporary era, ingeniously upgrading his magical artifacts, the fire-tipped spear, the 9-dragon fire shield, the universe ring, the merging heaven silk, and the wind and fire wheels, all enhanced to keep pace with modern advancements. The ancient ways have become obsolete in this high-tech age. As dawn breaks, a loud knocking reverberates on Nezha's door. It is Li Jing, hurrying off to work and rousing Nezha from his slumber. It's the first day of school. Don't be late. Nezha awakens, groggy and bleary-eyed, as he brushes his teeth and washes his face. How many hours did I even sleep? Checking his wristband again, he exclaims, "Goodness, it's only 6 o'clock. I barely slept for 3 hours." By 7, after hastily eating breakfast, Nezha slings his backpack over his shoulder and exclaims, "Mom, I'm running late. I'm off now." Yao Chun-chun, his mother, reaches out with a cautionary hand. "Take your time, watch your path, and don't let anyone bump into you." She is aware that her son, with his indestructible lotus form, is impervious to harm, yet she worries that his impetuous nature, unchanged over the millennia, may lead to trouble. Li Jing, embracing the spirit of modernization, dons his suit and affectionately pecks Yao Chun-chun on the cheek. "Dear, I'm off to work." After seeing her husband and son off, Yao Chun-chun begins tidying up their spacious home. The conveniences of this high-tech era are undeniable, yet their expansive residence in the luxurious Tangchi No. 1 building demands considerable upkeep. Yao Chun-chun prefers to clean herself rather than rely on robots, believing that nothing can match the cleanliness achieved by her own hands. Moreover, she fears that if she becomes entirely reliant on machines, she may eventually become ineffectual. Nezha arrived at the gates of Dysenius Academy, having first secured his Qianquan circle and cyber voyager in the garage. As he approached the grand entrance, he was greeted by a magnificent sign displaying the Academy's name in both Chinese and English. A wave of excitement washed over him as he observed students entering the institution one after another, a refreshing sight indeed. At that moment, a striking white Lamborghini. The latest model glided to a halt at the entrance. Its stunning design was undeniably captivating, especially since it was a limited edition. Nezha found himself stealing glances at the exquisite vehicle, which boasted an absence of a traditional steering wheel, replaced instead by a spherical control mechanism. The entire car was automated, navigating to a parking space as its owner disembarked. Whoever owned such a lavish automobile must possess considerable wealth. And Nezha was intrigued to discover which student could afford such luxury. As the car door slid upwards, a stunning woman emerged, dressed in a form-fitting white, sleeveless professional dress, draped with a chic white blazer. Her allure was undeniable, yet her attire seemed modest at a glance. With her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, she gracefully stepped out and ran her fingers through her locks, pushing her bangs back to reveal a delicate visage. The morning sun illuminated her features, and Nezha, momentarily taken aback, closed his eyes in astonishment before slowly breaking into a warm smile. Before him stood the woman he had sought for nearly a millennium, the little dragon maiden. 1,000 years ago, the dragon clan had met its demise, vanishing without a trace, after Nezha had emerged from his meditative retreat to vanquish demons. He learned of the dragon clan's extinction and had not seen the little dragon maiden since. Having chosen to remain in the mortal realm rather than accompany the deities back to the heavenly courts, he had dedicated himself to searching for her. After all these years, she had not perished, she had returned. With a heart racing with excitement and trembling hands, Nezha found himself inexplicably drawn towards her. Chapter 4. Encountering the little dragon maiden. As he approached the woman, he called out, "Little dragon maiden, you're back. You're alive. I've searched for you for so long, don't you know?" The woman furrowed her brow, her expression serious as she regarded the youth before her. "Classmate, are you reciting lines from a play? Come now, hurry inside. It's the first day of school, don't be late." Nezha stood frozen, bewildered. "Little dragon maiden. It's me, Nezha. Don't you remember me? It's me, Nezha." The woman sighed, seemingly disinterested, and brushed past him. As she walked, older students greeted her with nods, saying, "Good morning, Teacher AO," to which she responded with a slight nod, exuding an air of grace as she entered Dysenius Academy. Nezha noticed that the gaze she had cast upon him was devoid of recognition, akin to that of a stranger. A wave of confusion washed over him. What had transpired 1,000 years ago? Had the little dragon maiden lost her memory, or had she been reincarnated? As he followed her, he subtly cast a spell to unveil her true form. To his astonishment, he beheld a silver dragon entwined around her. Nezha's eyes widened in realization. It truly was the little dragon maiden. Without hesitation, he trailed her into the academy, pondering, "Teacher AO? She hasn't changed her surname. It cannot be reincarnation. But how could she have lost her memory? Never mind. I must follow her and discover the truth." After the freshman orientation at Dysenius Academy, Nezha arrived at the classroom designated as Class 3 of the first year, feeling weary from listening to the principal, teachers, and student council deliver their opening speeches, which nearly lulled him to sleep. Having had a restless night before, he chose a seat at the back of the classroom, laid down, and succumbed to slumber. It must be noted that this school radiated a sense of opulence, imbued with cutting-edge technology. Students were not burdened with textbooks. For their desks were holographic computers containing all their courses, eliminating the need to carry books to school. As Nezha dozed at his desk, his classmates were preoccupied with their own holographic devices, ignoring one another. After all, those attending Dysenius Academy hailed from affluent backgrounds, with numerous privileged offspring of wealthy families and officials, all exhibiting an air of arrogance. The new students naturally held a dismissive attitude towards each other, which suited Nezha just fine, allowing him to enjoy his peace and quiet. Half an hour later, a female teacher entered Class 3 of the first year. Upon her arrival, the classroom erupted in astonished murmurs. The teacher's figure, beauty, and fashion were nothing short of extraordinary. The male students were captivated, and many found themselves infatuated. As they were merely 16, at an age where emotions run high, it was difficult for them to restrain their feelings upon encountering such a young and alluring teacher. Nezha, however, remained oblivious to the commotion, having slipped into a deep slumber, undisturbed even by the ruckus. The female teacher surveyed the class and activated the high-tech computer on the podium. A massive white screen behind her illuminated with rows of blue text and images. The students gazed at the display, which read, "Teacher, A.O. Lin, 21 years old, a doctoral candidate at Harvard University, serving as the homeroom teacher for Dysenius Academy's Class 3 of the first year." Below were accolades that highlighted her exceptional achievements, accompanied by a photograph of her. A.O. Lin scanned the classroom before speaking through her holographic tablet. "Students, this is my information, and I trust you have taken note. Rest assured, I possess both the competence and confidence to be your homeroom teacher. You can entrust your academic futures to me without hesitation. Furthermore, I have reviewed your backgrounds. You come from various cities, and since your parents have gone to great lengths to bring you here, they undoubtedly wish for you to receive a superior education. I hope you will cherish the tuition your parents have paid. Under my guidance, there will be no tolerance for students who engage in idleness or sleep during class. As she pronounced these words, her piercing gaze fell upon Nezha, still asleep in the last row. While perusing Nezha's records, she continued, I understand that you might think I am young and inexperienced, believing I can be easily deceived. However, over the next 3 years, you will come to know me well, and I will ensure you remember me for a lifetime. I will conclude my remarks here. Those wishing to withdraw or reconsider their decision still have the opportunity. Having concluded his remarks, Ao Lin reviewed all the information regarding Nezha. He then raised his gaze to the entire class, where an enthusiastic male student raised his hand and exclaimed, Teacher, you are so beautiful. We eagerly anticipate your classes every day. How could we possibly think of dropping out? As Ao Lin descended from the podium and approached the boy, he flashed a charming smile and replied, Is that so? Have you not heard that the most exquisite roses come with thorns, just as the most venomous hearts belong to women? The student swallowed hard and promptly took his seat, for although the teacher was breathtaking, her formidable presence intimidated him into silence. Ao Lin cast a glance at Nezha, who remained asleep, and sighed as she approached him. A few male classmates snickered derisively at Nezha, who had seemingly been in a deep slumber since entering the classroom. However, they were curious to see how the young and lovely homeroom teacher would address her drowsy student. Ao Lin, without hesitation, retrieved her holographic phone, activated the game Honor of Kings, switched to loudspeaker mode, and placed it near Nezha's ear, blaring Timmy's voice. Nezha immediately opened his eyes wide, straightened up, and pulled out his holographic phone, exclaiming, Take me with you. I'm incredibly swift. The entire class stared at Nezha as if he were a fool, which soon erupted into uproarious laughter. Even Ao Lin found herself stifling a laugh at the student's reaction. Realizing the commotion, Nezha rolled his eyes and retracted his holographic phone, saying, What are you laughing at? Even the great sage is quite adept at this. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he then noticed the information on the desk. Ao Lin, homeroom teacher? Nezha looked up in disbelief at the teacher and asked, Are you really my homeroom teacher? Ao Lin closed her eyes and nodded. Is there a problem, Mr. Li? If you are too fatigued, you may go home and rest. Nezha thought to himself that since the little dragon girl no longer recognized him, it would be awkward to admit it. It was best to take it slow. Being tired, he welcomed the idea of returning home to sleep. Nezha uttered a soft "oh," stood up, and prepared to leave. Ao Lin glanced at her nails and remarked, Once you leave, you won't be returning, and tuition is non-refundable. Nezha turned around and shouted, What? Tuition is non-refundable? He then rolled his eyes and added, What does that have to do with me? It's not like I wanted to come. Ao Lin lightly perched on Nezha's desk and gently stated, Tuition is 800,000 per quarter, not including food and accommodation, uniforms, parking fees, or various entertainment and interest activities. Nezha promptly returned to his seat, smiling, and declared, I love studying. Education enriches me. Ao Lin rose with a sultry demeanor and said, Now that's more like it. Let us begin class. Since evasion was not an option, he might as well listen attentively, watching the little dragon girl teach. Every frown and smile was a sight to behold. Nezha had been thinking of her for a millennium. He never imagined that the little dragon girl would arrive in the 23rd century and still look so stunning without her ancient attire. No, she was destined to be his woman. Even with her memory lost, she belonged to him. He was determined to win her heart. As Nezha pondered these thoughts, he found himself utterly absorbed in the beauty of the little dragon girl, failing to pay heed to the lessons. It had been a millennium since their last encounter, and she appeared even more radiant. Ao Lin, having noticed Li's gaze several times, furrowed her brow slightly, but chose to remain silent, continuing her lecture. The information regarding this student was scant and unclear. It was puzzling how he had enrolled, given his father's occupation as a driver and their average living conditions. His peculiar behavior warranted further investigation during the upcoming home visits. Throughout the day, Nezha remained awake only during the little dragon girl's class, dozing off in the others, which sparked considerable discontent among the instructors of the 3 subjects. Even on the very first day of school, Ao Lin received complaints about Nezha from 3 teachers. Seated at her desk, Ao Lin remarked, All right, I understand. I am well aware of this student. The day is nearly over. I shall pay a visit to the classroom. In a flurry, Ao Lin approached the classroom door, wrapped her fingers lightly upon it, and then made her way to the podium. Upon the arrival of their attractive homeroom teacher, All the students promptly returned to their seats. Nezha, too, feigned compliance, placing his hands neatly on the desk and pretending to be a diligent student, beaming with enthusiasm as he gazed at Ao Lin on the podium. He mused that if he wished to win over the little dried fish, he must first cultivate a favorable impression. Ao Lin cast a glance at Nezha's demeanor, finding it amusing. He was merely pretending to be a model student, yet complaints about him were already rampant on the very first day. With a seductive posture at the edge of the podium, she tapped her holographic phone a few times and announced, "I have successfully locked onto the communication details you provided. You have all been added to the group for Class 3 of Year 1. The group has just posted the location for collecting your school uniforms after class. Each of you will receive 2 sets for summer, autumn, and winter. Upon entering Dysenius Academy, it is imperative to wear the school uniform, display the emblem, and possess the ID badge. This badge contains a holographic computer with each student's identity verification code and genetic identification, serving as proof of your status as students of Dysenius Academy. It is crucial. Possessing this badge grants special privileges while commuting to school, and can even save your lives in critical situations, such as in the event of disappearance. The details are included within the badge, and you may review them at home. Well, students, you have all worked hard today. See you tomorrow." Afterward, Ao Lin approached Nezha's desk, at which point he straightened up, feigning innocence as he gazed at the approaching little dragon girl. Ao Lin tapped on Nezha's desk and instructed, "Come to my office after school. Chapter 5, Call me Teacher Ao." Nezha grinned and nodded, following Ao Lin to her office. Seated in her chair, Ao Lin reclined with one leg crossed over the other, her white miniskirt revealing her long, slender thighs. Nezha's gaze inadvertently lingered upon her, feeling his heart race as the familiar rush of excitement returned. Reminiscent of his past life with the little dragon girl, Ao Lin, noticing Nezha's stare, slightly furrowed her brow and shifted her crossed legs. Ao Lin began, "Li, I have reviewed your information. Your father is a driver, your mother a homemaker, and throughout your education, you have attended rather ordinary schools. I understand that your parents have made considerable sacrifices to enroll you in Disney College. Thus it is imperative that you cherish what you possess now. You must not squander your time and youth by dozing off in class. Do you realize how invaluable the lessons taught by our instructors, many of whom hold esteemed degrees, are?" Nezha pouted, feeling a familiar sense of reprimand reminiscent of the little dragon girl's past admonishments. Instinctively, he listened to her, yet it felt different this time. While the little dragon girl's previous scoldings were imbued with love and affection, now her demeanor was stark and tinged with disappointment. Nezha felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His beloved did not recognize him, although they had only shared one lifetime as a couple. Their bond had remained sweet and joyful for millennia. Now, however, it felt utterly exasperating. Nezha nonchalantly pulled a chair closer, crossed his legs, and raised an eyebrow. "What do you want from me? Their classes may be costly, but I have paid for them." Ao Lin sighed. "What is this attitude? Are you resigning yourself to despair?" Nezha contemplated and replied, "I never said I was resigning." Ao Lin nodded. "That's good. But what is troubling you today? Is it the pressures of life? Or have you been working late into the night? Your studies must take precedence." Nezha mused, wondering if hunting demons at night qualified as overtime. He nodded yes. "I suppose that counts as overtime." Ao Lin's gaze sharpened as she observed, "Nezha, your phone, the latest model of the holographic pen, a variant similar to mine, retails for 69,000. Is this what your late-night work is for? Furthermore, your wristband, a global limited edition, is nearly impossible to acquire even with wealth. Where did you procure it?" Nezha clapped his hands in admiration. "Teacher Ao, you have an eye for detail. I borrowed it." From her drawer, Ao Lin retrieved a wristband. "When traveling, a wristband is essential. I know this well. Return this one and use mine. It is an old one of mine. Do not indulge in vanity. Remain true to yourself, excel in your studies, and you will not be looked down upon." Nezha gaped, pointing at himself. "You think I am vain? Me?" He rubbed his forehead in exasperation, realizing he had dug his own grave. He nodded. "You can keep it for yourself. I no longer need it. Do you have any other matters to attend to? The other students have already left." Ao Lin placed the wristband on the table. "I do not blame you for ignoring my advice. I trust that one day you will understand that I only wish what is best for you. I recorded today's lesson on Lu, and I will send it to your phone shortly. Listen to it carefully when you return." Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, that's not necessary. I'll take my leave now." Ao Lin gestured, shaking her head. "Go on." Nezha, feeling aggrieved, cast a glance at the little dragon girl as he exited the office, pouting. Nezha gazed at his extravagant shoes and bracelet, letting out a sigh. His father, it seemed, had little understanding of choosing a more lucrative profession. After all, How much could a mere chauffeur and bodyguard to a small executive earn? Consequently, his son was left with prestigious brands he dared not utilize. With a flick of his hand, Nezha dismissed the holographic screen of his phone to review his assets, thousands of years of wealth, over 20 black cards, and an unfathomable amount of money. He shook his head in exasperation, pondering how he could possibly spend it all. Venturing to the commercial street, he purchased a heap of inexpensive items costing mere hundreds, then made his way to a bracelet shop to acquire a budget-friendly accessory. He decided these would suffice for school to avoid any awkward explanations. Ding! Nezha's holographic phone chimed, revealing a message from Teacher AO. Remember to complete today's lessons and rest well. Sleeping in class will no longer be tolerated. Nezha responded with a cheeky emoji, resembling a pile of excrement. Teacher AO frowned as he glanced at his phone. Upon returning home, Nezha lay on his bed, oblivious to the conversations of Li Jing and his wife. His mind wandered to the enchanting little dragon girl he had encountered that day, an exquisite figure from the 23rd century. Flipping onto his side, he thought of AO Lin's every smile and frown, blushing at the memories. He had long harbored feelings for her. What was he to do? He felt an overwhelming desire to see her again. Nezha recalled the words of the ghost he had encountered, pondering whether there truly were malevolent practitioners setting traps within Dysenius Academy. With the school day over and darkness enveloping the sky, he resolved to investigate. With determination, he donned his sleek, narrow black holographic glasses and changed into a new outfit, transforming into a modern, youthful night wanderer, exuding charm. As he stepped out of his room, Li Jing, wide-eyed, inquired, "What are you doing? Are you going out again? What time will you return this time?" Nezha replied, 9 o'clock. Li Jing glanced at the clock, noting it was just past 7 in the evening. Nodding, he said, "You have over an hour. Make sure to return quickly." Nezha opened the door, clarifying, "I meant 9 in the morning." Li Jing immediately sprang up and tossed a cushion from the sofa, exclaiming, "You little rascal." Nezha bounced into the parking lot, retrieving his Firewheel badge Cyber Swiftwalker and swiftly heading towards the academy. At Dysenius Academy, AO Lin stretched her neck, watching the teachers gradually depart for the day. She hastened to prepare her lessons, as this was her first time teaching at Dysenius. Thanks to a recommendation, she had been appointed as the homeroom teacher. Despite her thorough preparations, she felt a twinge of anxiety, acutely aware that the fates of these students rested in her hands. It was imperative that she finalize her lesson plans before leaving. Nezha arrived at the academy, tapping his modified bracelet to store his Firewheel badge Cyber Swiftwalker, and entered the school. He walked briskly, scanning his surroundings through his black holographic glasses. The lights in the classrooms and offices still glowed, prompting him to furrow his brow. These teachers are truly dedicated. Nezha jogged to an open area on the playground, releasing his magical energy to sense the vastness of Dysenius Academy. 2 minutes later, he retracted his energy, scoffing, "Humph. The essence-absorbing formation is child's play for me." Nezha exuded formidable magical prowess, conjuring a barrier as he gracefully ascended into the air, his black holographic glasses glimmering with golden light emanating from his eyes. The fiery red mark on his forehead became apparent as he swiftly discerned the focal point of the formation. With sharp eyes, he surveyed the distant array of nodes around Dysenius Academy. Subsequently, he brought his fingers together, casting 2 spells, then inverted his fingers skyward, rapidly pivoting to target 2 additional nodes. In that moment, Nezha perceived a colossal formation radiating a violet glow, which was instantaneously shattered. At that instant, a tempest arose within Dysenius Academy, stirred by the disruption of the formation as fierce winds howled around him. Nezha gently descended to the ground, decisively retracting his outstretched arms, withdrawing the cloaking barrier that enveloped him. With a stoic demeanor, Nezha strode away from the playground. Upon reaching the academic building, he spotted the dragon girl standing at the staircase's entrance, shielding herself from the raging winds. The tempest tousled her hair, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Suddenly, the wind lifted the small shawl draped over her shoulders. Seizing the moment when her eyes were squinted shut, Nezha leaped forward with remarkable speed, retrieving the shawl and casting a spell to quell the fierce winds. The dragon girl felt the abrupt cessation of the wind, a curious sensation, followed by the realization that someone had placed the shawl back upon her shoulders. As she opened her eyes, she found none other than Li Nezha standing before her, his black holographic glasses reflecting the night light, his fair complexion and austere visage emanating an air of elegance. Despite his youthful appearance, in that moment he exuded a sense of maturity that enveloped her in an inexplicable sense of safety and familiarity, prompting her to gaze at him a moment longer. Furrowing her brow, the dragon girl inquired, "Li Nezha, did you not reside on campus? What brings you here at this hour?" Nezha replied in a low voice. I came to retrieve something. It's getting late. Teacher Ao, why are you still here? She responded. You all need to complete your assignments, and I still have lesson preparations to attend to. Nezha glanced at his wristband. It was nearly 11 o'clock. It is quite late. Allow me to escort you, he offered. The dragon girl chuckled softly. Let us have the teacher take you home instead, suddenly recalling her arrival in a luxurious car. Nezha smirked, thinking to himself that his humble vehicle could never compare to her Lamborghini Phantom. Nevertheless, he relished the opportunity to spend more time with her. With a slight nod and a faint smile, he expressed, thank you. The dragon girl replied as they walked, you should call me Teacher Ao. It's rather impolite otherwise. Chapter 6. The accident. Nezha entered the dragon girl's lavish automobile and inquired, Teacher Ao, what does your family do? This car is splendid. With a confident smile, she responded, my father is a director of a publicly traded company. We're somewhat affluent. So, you must study diligently. In the future, you too shall possess such luxuries. Provided you are willing to strive for it. I believe in you. Nezha rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, always with the brainwashing. I'm impressed. The dragon girl turned to him and asked, what did you say? He shook his head and replied, it's nothing. Just take me home. Is your place far? She merely smiled without answering. Nezha quietly exuded his magical power, sensing that the dragon girl truly lacked any trace of magical energy, which confirmed her amnesia. What could have transpired? I must uncover the truth. Suddenly, Nezha furrowed his brows and glanced back. The dragon girl, looking into the rearview mirror, inquired, what are you looking at? Nezha, still frowning, replied, nothing. Such an expensive car. It must cost no less than 30,000. The dragon girl sighed. Your bracelet alone is 69,000. Are you jesting about my 200 million sports car costing 30,000? Half an hour later, they arrived at Nezha's residence. The dragon girl, somewhat incredulous, asked, do you really live here? Nezha nonchalantly responded, yes, what of it? She muttered, Tangchi number 1. Any house here must be worth at least 100 million. This young man's background is truly inscrutable. Nezha occasionally turned his head to glance back, remaining in the car. The dragon girl frowned and said, Li Nezha, we have arrived at your home. Nezha murmured in acknowledgement, still gazing behind him. As the dragon girl unfastened her seatbelt, Nezha finally took notice of her actions. Next, the dragon girl gracefully exited the vehicle, approaching Nezha, and said, classmate Li, please. Nezha then understood that she was inviting him to alight. He pouted and stepped out, just as the dragon girl was about to turn away when he called out, Teacher Ao. The dragon girl turned back, perplexed by Nezha's words. Nezha removed his glasses, revealing bright eyes that shone with a peculiar light as he gazed at her, saying, Teacher Ao, I don't know why, but I felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first seeing you. He advanced slowly towards her. The dragon girl smiled, crossing her arms and tilting her head at him. Classmate Li, you are still quite young. Your thoughts should be focused on your studies. Oh, by the way, is this how children today flirt with girls? How amusing. Nezha stood tall before her, suddenly wrapping his arms around her waist. The dragon girl felt his immense strength, causing a flutter of anxiety within her. Yet, as a teacher, she had to maintain her composure and said, such a young lad, quite audacious. You dare to entertain such thoughts about your teacher? Release me at once. Nezha's strength was formidable, leaving the dragon girl feeling unable to resist. Ultimately, she chose not to fight back, reasoning that as a teacher, a mischievous child would likely not harm her. Gazing at the enchanting figure of the dragon girl illuminated by the street lamp, Nezha felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. After all, they had once been a loving couple in a past life, and after thousands of years of longing and a millennium of separation, he yearned to hold her tightly. Nezha leaned closer to the dragon girl's cheek, closing his eyes and trembling lips as he took a deep breath. He realized that she had lost her memories from millennia past, and he feared that his actions might frighten her. The dragon girl furrowed her brow, observing Li Nezha. What was the matter with this child? Why did his gaze suddenly appear so profound? Why did looking into his eyes evoke such a familiar ache within her? What was she thinking? He was merely her student, and it was their first day? What madness was this? The audacious boy still would not let go of her. His strength was truly remarkable. I shall assign him a few sets of papers to let him truly appreciate a teacher's care. Nezha, after a moment's hesitation, released the little dragon maiden and draped his coat over her shoulders with a commanding air, stating, It is rather chilly tonight. You should wear this to keep warm. The little dragon maiden tilted her head, a playful glint in her eyes, as she remarked, Well, that shows a bit of conscience. I must take my leave now. Nezha, surprisingly nervous, averted his gaze from hers, scratching his head as he urged, Let us be off then. Seated in the car, the little dragon maiden cast a glance at Nezha before driving away. As she departed, Nezha's expression turned somber. Once the car rounded the corner, he called out, "Wind fire wheels, return." He soared through the skies atop his wind fire wheels, stealthily following the little dragon maiden's vehicle, only to observe a black, aggressive car ominously tailing her. Who could this be, targeting the little dragon maiden? He had sensed something amiss and had pursued them the entire way. In the dead of night, with few vehicles on the road, they approached a complex underpass that fell within Nezha's blind spot, forcing him to rely on the trajectory of the little dragon maiden's car to navigate. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from beneath the massive overpass. Alarmed, Nezha sped towards the sound, channeling his formidable magical prowess to shield the area from surveillance cameras. In an instant, he arrived beneath the bridge, only to find the little dragon maiden's car under siege. The road, desolate at such an hour, bore witness to the black car ramming into hers, forcefully ejecting her from the vehicle. Shards of glass and debris scattered across the ground. "Cursed be this wretch," Nezha muttered under his breath as he caught the little dragon maiden midair, who, despite her injuries, gazed at him in disbelief. With gritted teeth, he swept towards her, embracing her fragile form, her delicate body marred by numerous wounds, her eyes filled with a weary vulnerability. Nezha's gaze sharpened as he surveyed their surroundings, locking eyes with the black car. His penetrating vision, aglow with golden light, discerned a man inside wearing a black cap, a smug grin on his face as he reveled in the chaos he had wrought upon the little dragon maiden. Nezha etched the man's visage into his memory. Gently lowering the little dragon maiden to the ground, Nezha murmured, "I am sorry, little dragon maiden. I ought to have arrived more swiftly." She could only stare at him, too pained to utter a word, a shard of glass embedded in her abdomen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. With no means to treat her amidst the throng of onlookers, Nezha unleashed his formidable magic, casting a spell to immobilize the crowd and obscure the surveillance footage. In mere moments, he vanished from sight, cradling the little dragon maiden in his arms. As Nezha gazed upon the suffering of the little dragon girl, his heart ached profoundly. This unsettling feeling was all too familiar, as if he had been transported back 3,800 years to the myriad experiences shared with her. From the first assassination attempt by the sinister lord of the underworld, which left the little dragon girl grievously wounded, to the tragic miscarriage of their first child. Her various injuries had lingered in Nezha's memory throughout the centuries, etched deeply in his mind. Overwhelmed by this long-lost sense of anguish, Nezha reproached himself, saying, "Little dragon girl, I am so sorry. Even with me by your side, you have suffered. I am utterly useless." Nezha then made his way to the dilapidated building where the jumping ghost had previously leaped. Here, there were no surveillance cameras and no passers-by. Startled by Nezha's sudden descent, the jumping ghost exclaimed, "Goodness! Who are you? How do you manage to ride a flaming wheel? You must be Nezha from the mythological tales, right?" Ignoring the jumping ghost, who was taken aback, Nezha carefully placed the little dragon girl on a wooden board and furrowed his brow, ordering, "Keep watch outside. I must save her." The jumping ghost replied, "Rest assured, there's rarely anyone around here, especially at night. Has this girl been in an accident? She is severely injured." Impatiently, Nezha shouted, "If I tell you to keep watch, then do it. Spare me your unnecessary chatter." The jumping ghost floated away, muttering, "Fine, I'll keep watch." What a fierce one. With one arm embracing the little dragon girl, Nezha wielded his magical powers to mend her wounds. Glass shards fell away from her injuries one by one. The little dragon girl awoke in pain, beads of sweat on her brow, gazing at Nezha. "Endure, it will be over soon," Nezha urged. He immediately intensified his magical energy, carefully accelerating the healing process. The little dragon girl felt a tingling sensation at her wounds, incredulously widening her eyes as she watched her injuries visibly mend. In less than 20 minutes, all her wounds healed completely, a miraculous occurrence, and her clothes remained unscathed. The bloodstains had vanished. What an extraordinary feat. The little dragon girl stared at Nezha in astonishment. Nezha, exhaling nervously, retracted his powers, finally noticing the fearful expression in her eyes. Chapter 7. A paradigm shift. As Nezha's mind raced to find a way to explain the situation to her. Was it merely an illusion? No. Was it some kind of magic trick? Perhaps advanced technology? No, that wasn't he right. Suddenly, a scream echoed from downstairs, belonging to the jumping ghost. Nezha turned swiftly, releasing his hold on the little dragon girl, and stood to observe below. With his fingers aligned and placed between his brows, he activated his divine sight, revealing the fiery mark on his forehead. Through this perspective, he discerned a man in a cap ascending the stairs. A yellow talisman shot towards the jumping ghost, rendering him immobile, as the man dragged him upward step by step. Nezha gradually lowered his hand, the golden light in his eyes fading as he clenched his teeth, muttering, "This is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out." The man in the cap reached Nezha's floor, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Nezha, then casually tossed the jumping ghost aside as if he were a rag doll. The jumping ghost remained unable to move. Nezha glanced at him and demanded, "Who are you? Why did you attempt to harm her?" The man in the baseball cap cast a glance at the little dragon lady and remarked in a low voice, "You possess some skills. Surely you are aware of her true nature. The array I established at Dysenius Academy was intended to siphon her essence. Yet you dare to disrupt my formation. Since I am unable to absorb her, I shall end her life and then take what I seek." Nezha, with piercing eyes, gazed intently at the man and declared, "You are a wolf demon. There are myriad paths to cultivation. Employing such extreme measures is a transgression against the natural order." The man in the baseball cap raised his head defiantly and retorted, "Natural order? How many deities remain in this age? Do not jest. The spiritual energy of this world pales in comparison to thousands of years ago. We, the younger generation of demons, must resort to the fastest means for our cultivation. I advise you to mind your own business. You are merely a capable mortal, and I sense no cultivation within you. Were it otherwise, I would ensure your demise would be a painful one." Nezha scoffed, "To lay your hands upon her is to court death. Furthermore, the reason you cannot sense my cultivation is that you lack the qualification. You are too weak to perceive my power." The man in the baseball cap exclaimed, "Nonsense. You are simply unaware of your own peril." Just as he prepared to launch an attack on Nezha, the little dragon lady suddenly screamed, "Ah!" startling the wolf demon. Nezha immediately turned and rushed to her side, saying, "Do not fear, little AO, I am here." This scene utterly shattered the little dragon lady's worldview. What was this madness? A television drama? Yet, what of the injuries upon my body? She uttered, "I cannot. I feel dizzy. Am I dreaming?" Nezha, filled with concern, replied, "Is there still an unhealed wound? Wait for me. Once I deal with the wolf demon, I shall tend to your injuries." Thus, Nezha approached the wolf demon, dispensing with pleasantries, and summoned his modified crimson gold armor, exclaiming, "Return, my treasured artifact." In that moment, Nezha donned the striking crimson gold armor, resplendent and formidable, with the long, flowing mystic tether trailing behind him. He brandished the dazzling fire spear, leaping into the air, his legs straddling the blazing wind-fire wheels. His visage obscured by a holographic visor, an image of undeniable charm that left the wolf demon momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, the already bewildered little dragon lady thought to herself, "How splendid. Is he also a demon? Yet, how can such a handsome demon exist? I am not afraid of demons. I fear only the ugly ones." Nezha, raising his spear and pointing it at the wolf demon, declared, "Let us end this swiftly." The wolf demon, taken aback, muttered, "All flash and no substance." Suddenly, its arms morphed into thick, powerful wolf claws, lunging towards Nezha. However, Nezha, gracefully maneuvering upon the wind-fire wheels, effortlessly evaded the wolf demon's assault with a series of agile spins and flips. In less than a minute, he had left the wolf demon battered and bruised. Nezha found the situation rather amusing. He split his fiery spear in two, striking the wolf demon's head with incredible speed, delivering a rapid succession of blows. The wolf demon was utterly oblivious to the formidable opponent it faced, the illustrious general of heaven, coupled with the might of the three altars of the sea. The third prince, Li Nezha. In the world, there were no rivals left, especially not this insignificant wolf demon. As Nezha playfully tapped the demon's head, he remarked, "I thought your bravado signified some real skill, but it seems I have overestimated you. Today's demons are indeed a pale shadow of their predecessors." With that, Nezha executed a swift somersault, delivering a powerful kick that sent the wolf demon crashing against the wall. Following closely, he landed, plunging his fiery spear into the demon's shoulder. The third prince had vanquished thousands of demons. His resolve was unwavering. Such a malevolent creature must be eradicated. The wolf demon instantly felt a searing heat in its shoulder, soon engulfing its entire being in flames. Indeed, its instincts were correct. How could a mere demon withstand the might of the third prince's fiery spear? The spear's true flame reduced the wolf demon to mere ashes, obliterating even its soul. Nezha, exuding confidence and flamboyance, descended upon the small dragon maiden, landing gracefully as his magical artifacts dispersed around him. The small dragon maiden, both fascinated and fearful, gazed at Nezha and inquired, "Are you a demon?" Nezha shook his head, responding, "Of course not." "Then are you a deity?" she pressed. Nezha nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am a deity." Under ordinary circumstances, such a response might seem delusional, but now, with reality laid bare before them, Nezha added. If you find this hard to accept, I can erase this segment of your memory. It once he heard, come here. He extended his hand. The small dragon maiden immediately exclaimed, stop. If you dare erase my memories, I shall punish you with 10 sets of test papers tomorrow. Her words tumbled out in a rapid stream. Nezha, rolling his eyes in disbelief, replied, then I shall erase that remark too. And you once he remembered to assign me 10 sets of papers. Don't move. I feel as if I've just experienced a live-action movie today. No. It's more like a real-life adventure. This is incredible. What kind of deity are you? Ah, I see. Your name is not just a whimsical choice. Judging by your earlier display, you truly are Li Nezha. Nezha nodded again, affirming, yes, I am indeed Li Nezha. The small dragon maiden, despite the late hour, found herself wide awake, continuing to inquire, so the world truly has deities. But why would you go to school? Do deities need an education too? And Nezha promptly interrupted, Teacher Ao, it's quite late. You shouldn't have so many questions. Your vehicle is wrecked, so let me take you home. Also, if you wish to retain your memories, this matter must not be divulged to anyone. Should a third party learn of it, I will immediately erase your memory, leaving you with the intellect of a 3-year-old. Nezha raised an eyebrow, attempting to intimidate the small dragon maiden. She pursed her lips and nodded, bewildered. To have such a student, one can only wonder what I have experienced tonight. My 9 years of compulsory education, my values, the scientific principles I hold dear, have all been subjected to the utmost humiliation. Nezha approached the little dragon girl and said, well then, I am going to embrace you. The little dragon girl replied, can you still fly? Nezha shot her a glance and said, no, the wind fire wheels are for swimming. The little dragon girl realized her question was rather pointless. Oh. The usually calm and rational teacher found herself utterly flustered in this situation. She needed to compose herself. Nezha felt a surge of satisfaction as he lifted the little dragon girl into his arms. The wind fire wheels appeared beneath his feet, and with a whoosh, they soared into the sky. High above, the little dragon girl gazed at the dazzling city below and screamed, ah. Nezha winced at the volume, exclaiming, stop screaming. This is already my slowest speed. If you keep yelling, I might go deaf. The little dragon girl replied, this is exhilarating. Aren't these the moments in dramas where people scream? You have no idea. This is my first time experiencing something like this. When we return, I must reevaluate our teacher-student relationship. Should I suggest to the principal that you be expelled? What if you lose your temper or dislike me, and something terrible happens? Nezha was at a loss for words, realizing it was a mistake to let her know about such troublesome possibilities. He reassured her, oh, that won't happen, trust me. I'm certainly not one to harm the innocent. I am a legitimate deity, you know? The little dragon girl nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Nezha, who was flying with her on the wind fire wheels. Strangely, while most ordinary people would feel fear, she felt nothing but exhilaration and an overwhelming sense of safety, devoid of any dread. A few minutes later, Nezha inquired, is this the place? The little dragon girl nodded in affirmation. What floor? He asked. It's inconvenient to land. There are too many cameras, she replied. The 11th floor, she stated. Nezha glanced around, confirmed the 11th floor, and landed gracefully on the balcony while holding the little dragon girl. They exchanged glances for a moment before Nezha said, Teacher Ao, we have arrived. The little dragon girl immediately reacted, stepping away from Nezha and saying, thank you. It's quite late. You should head back. Fly slowly. Nezha nodded and replied, no worries. I can return alone. I'll transform the wind fire wheels into a cyber speedster to get back. The little dragon girl nodded while clasping her hands behind her back. As Nezha turned to leave, he suddenly looked back and said, it's chilly outside. You should go back. Good night, Teacher Ao. With that, Nezha flashed a sweet smile, vanished, and soared away on the wind fire wheels. Chapter 9. Captured in the Mediterranean, Yao Chunchuan's eyes widened as she witnessed this scene. Her mother's son was truly remarkable. She then rolled her eyes, grabbed a spatula, and pretended to be oblivious as she closed the door, saying, I seem to have forgotten to turn off the stove. Nezha glanced back at the door in surprise. Ao Lin bit her lip, pushed Nezha's face away with a slap, and straightened her clothes as she said, you little brat. If you ever disrespect me again, I won't hold back. Nezha grinned and replied, I am already 3,900 years old. Ao Lin covered her mouth and exclaimed, goodness, you've become a spirit. Approaching 4,000 years and still looking like a child. What brand of skincare do you use? Nezha, stroking his chin, remarked, you know, I've recently discovered an excellent facial mask. I shall send you the link. Ao Lin replied, is that so? Hurry, send the link. With that, the two of them produced their holographic phones, eagerly tapping away. As the scene shifted, Li Jing returned, and the four gathered around the table for a meal. Li Jing inquired, "Teacher Ao, how does Nezha behave in school? Has he caused any trouble for the teachers?" Yao Chunchun chimed in, "Indeed, Nezha can be quite mischievous. If he misbehaves, please inform us, and we shall have a word with him." Ao Lin, setting down his chopsticks, smiled and replied, "Well, Li Nezha is indeed quite intelligent. If he were to focus more on his studies, I believe he would become an exceptional student. However, it seems he often stays up late, which adversely affects his learning." Li Jing admonished, "You little rascal, I told you to rest earlier. You keep running around. Do you not understand why I enrolled you in this academy? It is precisely because I wish for you to be more disciplined and composed." Nezha, visibly displeased, retorted, "What have I done? Everyone keeps criticizing me." Yao Chunchun added, "Nezha's parents only want what is best for you. Now, be good and eat your meal. Teacher Ao, please do not take offense. Nezha is still learning." Ao Lin understood her meaning, recalling the scene he witnessed earlier. Nevertheless, he remained composed, nodding as he said, "It is quite all right. They are my students, and I shall certainly guide them well." The four of them chatted pleasantly about Nezha, while he alone finished his meal with a frown. After dining, Nezha glanced at the time, realizing it was still early. He intended to venture out to find that Daxian who sold him fake talismans, mentioning he would look for him. "Teacher Ao, let us postpone the lessons until tomorrow. I have something to attend to." Li Jing questioned, "Where are you off to this time?" Yao Chunchun interjected, "Yes, Nezha, Teacher Ao has come to give you extra lessons. You should not go out today." With a sigh, Nezha acquiesced, "Fine then." At that moment, Ao Lin's phone rang. After checking, he said, "Li Nezha, let us postpone the lessons until tomorrow. I have matters to attend to now. Do remember to review today's class notes." Nezha, suppressing his excitement, replied, "Understood, please take your time, teacher." Ao Lin shot him a glance before grabbing his bag and departing, while Nezha packed his belongings and exited. Upon stepping out of Tangchi No. 1, Ao Lin opened the car door to return a phone call. "Hello, where are you?" A female voice responded, "Teacher Ao, you are truly busy. You forgot today is Qingqing's birthday. I'm impressed." Ao Lin chuckled softly as he drove. "Ah, this isn't my first time as a homeroom teacher. You have no idea how challenging today's students are. I just finished a home visit for a troublesome student. You cannot escape this, you are already late. When you arrive, you will face a self-imposed penalty, haha, cheers." Ao Lin furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion on the other end. "Why is it so noisy over there? Don't you usually celebrate birthdays at a hotel? This year, we decided against the hotel. It's too mundane. We are at the Blue Demon Bar, so hurry up, you're the last one we're waiting for." Ao Lin inquired, "A bar?" "Indeed. Do not blame me for not reminding you. Soon, King Gigi shall return. It may become quite challenging for you to visit the bar. This evening, let us unwind thoroughly." "Oh, how delightful." Aline pondered for a moment, then smiled and declared, "All right, I understand. Tonight we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated." Aline accelerated, passing by a cake shop to procure a cake, and drove to the Blue Bell Deep Sea Theme Bar. This street is renowned for its nightlife, and the Blue Bell is a particularly famous establishment, characterized by a higher standard of consumption. Most patrons are white-collar workers or affluent second-generation individuals, either seeking relaxation and stress relief or hoping to encounter charming company, as those who frequent such establishments typically possess considerable means. From a distance, Aline spotted her exuberant group of friends and approached with the cake, exclaiming, "Qingqing, happy birthday. I'm late, and I bring this cake as an apology." Shun Jingjing shouted back, "Lin, if I hadn't called, would you have come at all? Regardless, you're late. Let's drink from this bottle as a penance." Qingdi chimed in. "All right, Lin, don't heed their words, just have a few sips." Aline smiled gently at Qingdi and lifted the bottle to drink heartily. Nearby, several young men applauded and cheered. "Sister Lin has a great capacity for alcohol. Come, let us toast to Sister Lin." The revelry commenced, and Aline settled into a booth, watching her friends dance and enjoy themselves. Nezha, astride a cybernetic steed, adjusted his Bluetooth earpiece, his expression inscrutable as he observed the diverse crowd through his holographic visor. Occasionally, he noticed hidden beings, transformed into ordinary humans, but he paid them no mind, for not all were malevolent. Some merely wished to coexist peacefully. As long as they posed no threat, Nezha treated them as he would any other individual. Half an hour later, Nezha arrived at Old Hu's noodle shop, only to find it in disarray, utterly devastated. Curiosity compelled him to peer inside, where he spotted the girl he had previously referred to as Mediterranean Father. She was tearfully cleaning the chaotic mess left by the destruction. Nezha furrowed his brow and stepped inside. The girl glanced at him and, through her sobs, said, "We're not open today. Please, go to another noodle shop." Nezha surveyed the wreckage and inquired, "What happened here? Isn't the Mediterranean your father?" The girl looked at him and, while sweeping, replied, "My father was taken away by bad people, and they wrecked the shop. They claimed my father offended their leader and threatened to harm him. They said if I reported it, they would kill him." Nezha set a fallen stool upright and said, "Perhaps your father got into trouble selling counterfeit charms. Stop crying for now. Do you know how to contact the people who took your father? I shall rescue him." The girl gazed at the young man with uncertainty and said, "Classmate, those people seem to be from the mafia. Can you truly handle them?" Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "Just tell me if you know how to reach them." After a moment's thought, the girl replied, "I heard them mention they are from the Black Hawk Society." Nezha turned and departed, saying, "Understood." Once outside, he tapped his wristband and commanded, "Information on the Black Hawk Society." Nezha glanced at the wristband displaying information about the Black Hawk Society and several factories in the city, and promptly drove off in search of them. Soon, he arrived at an entertainment club, bursting into the bar and declaring, "I demand to see your boss." A young man in a black suit, raising an eyebrow with a haughty demeanor, replied, "See our boss? What business do you have?" Nezha turned to the young man, asserting, "I have heard that your boss oversees this establishment and is currently entangled in some troublesome matters. I possess a means to resolve them. So take me to him at once." The young man scrutinized Nezha, who appeared merely to be a high school student, a mere child, and retorted, "Little student, do you even know who our boss is? Don't stir up trouble. Previously, a charlatan who tried to play tricks was captured by our boss and was about to have his hands severed. I advise you to leave at once." Nezha, with a cold gaze directed at the manager's office, dismissed further conversation and pushed past the young man, making a beeline for the office. The young man shouted, "Where did this little punk come from?" and immediately pursued him, followed by several onlookers. Upon entering the manager's office, a middle-aged man, adorned with tattoos and exuding the aura of a gangster, looked at Nezha and inquired of the young man, "What is going on?" The young man hastily explained, "Boss, this person claims he wants to see you, and we couldn't stop him in time." The tattooed man irritably ran a hand over his buzz cut and said, "Useless fools." He then stepped closer to Nezha, questioning, "Youngster, have you finished your homework? What do you want from me?" Nezha held his head high and asked, "Has your Black Hawk Society captured someone named who, a Mediterranean?" The tattooed man sneered at Nezha and laughed. "Oh, is he a relative of yours?" Realizing that this man was likely responsible for the capture, Nezha insisted, "Release him. If it's a matter you cannot resolve, I shall handle it for you." Chapter 10. Nightclub Intoxication. The tattooed man found this amusing and pointed a finger at Nezha, saying, "You'll resolve it for him? Little student, do you understand what he has done? You think you can solve his problems? Hurry back and finish your homework. Don't waste my time." Disgusted, Nezha swiftly seized the tattooed man's outstretched finger, pulling it back sharply, then raised his leg to kick away the approaching young man in the black suit. Gripping the tattooed man's finger fiercely, he declared, "Don't come any closer, or I assure you his arm will no longer belong to him." The tattooed man cried out in pain, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Young student, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for such force." Nezha surveyed the thugs who had rushed in and commanded, "Have them leave. I wish to speak with you privately." The tattooed man quickly nodded, instructing, "You lot, get out now. I need to talk to this young student alone." The group of thugs exchanged glances, and Nezha tightened his grip on the tattooed man's finger once more. The tattooed man shouted in agony, "Get out." The thugs promptly vacated the room. Nezha effortlessly released the tattooed man's fingers, lifting him with a swift, graceful motion and tossing him onto the sofa. The speed and ease of the action instilled a sense of dread in the tattooed man, who pondered the youth's formidable presence. With a stern expression, Nezha inquired, "Speak, what transpired? And where has the Mediterranean, surnamed who, been taken?" The tattooed man replied, "Our Black Hawk Society shareholder, my uncle Zhou Yongzhen, purchased a villa a few years ago. However, despite the passage of time, it has remained uninhabitable. Whenever Brother Zheng and his family stay there, they are haunted by the terrifying wails of a female ghost at night, rendering sleep impossible. Initially, they endured it for a few days, but soon noticed that Brother Zheng's wife began to feel cold every day, and her mental health deteriorated. The ghostly cries grew increasingly frequent, and ultimately, the family had no choice but to vacate. Strangely, upon their departure, Brother Zheng's wife's condition improved. Yet, the villa remains unlivable. Numerous brothers have attempted to stay there, all to the same harrowing conclusion. It is truly frightening, and selling it is not an option. Brother Zheng, in desperation, heard that Hu Daxian from the old Hu Noodle House specializes in such matters. He treated Hu Daxian to a meal and spent 80,000 on his talisman, but it proved utterly ineffective. Enraged, Brother Zheng captured that swindler, intending to sever his hand. Nezha nodded, saying, I comprehend the situation. I shall assist in resolving this matter for Brother Zhang. Release the Mediterranean. The tattooed man hesitated, saying, My friend, I cannot make that decision. How about this? Tomorrow, I will take you to meet Brother Zhang, and you can discuss it with him. Nezha replied, Very well, I shall seek you out tomorrow. Do not harm the Mediterranean, as I have promised to alleviate your troubles, and I shall fulfill that promise. Understanding that the tattooed man might still harbor doubts, Nezha aligned his fingers and cast a spell towards the distant liquor cabinet in the office. To the astonishment of the tattooed man, a bottle of wine levitated and filled a glass, which then floated towards him. As the tattooed man widened his eyes in disbelief and trembled while reaching for the glass, Nezha withdrew his hand, raising an eyebrow with a charismatic flare, causing the glass to shatter explosively. Startled, the tattooed man stood frozen as Nezha, without uttering another word, elegantly placed his hands in his pockets and tilted his head slightly as he departed the office, leaving the tattooed man in a state of shock. Descending the stairs, Nezha contemplated the necessity of addressing the Mediterranean issue the following day and decided to request a leave of absence. He produced his holographic phone, flicked it, and dialed Aline's number. Aline, having just downed a bottle of alcohol, felt his holographic phone vibrate incessantly. Frowning, he retrieved the device and activated the holographic panel, saying, Hello, who is this? Upon answering, Nezha glanced at the screen and realized it was Aline's call, noticing the raucous environment on the other end. Aline, I wish to request a day off tomorrow. Aline, slightly inebriated, immediately responded, No way. You can't keep asking for leave. You missed class today, and now you want to skip tomorrow too. It's only been 3 days since school started, and you've already taken 2 days off. This one do, don't ruin my mood. Cheers. Nezha stumbled slightly, rolling his eyes at the absurdity of a teacher reveling in a nightclub. How could you be drinking, and to the point of inebriation? Where are you? I'll come find you. A male voice echoed through the phone. Li Nezha. Who is it? Hurry up and hang up. Let us go drink. Li Nezha, let us go dancing. With that, the call abruptly ended. Nezha furrowed his brow at the disconnected call, murmuring as he started the car, What a troublesome situation. Bade, assist me in tracing the call's origin. Bade. The holographic smart system responded, Understood, tracing now. Target located. Bar Street, Blue Enchantress Deep Sea Theme Bar. At the Blue Enchantress Bar, Aline was whisked onto the stage by a group of friends, dancing and swaying. In her drunken state, she tore off the tight dress that hindered her movement and joined her friends in a euphoric dance. After more than half an hour, Nezha navigated through the vibrant, neon-lit streets, arriving at the entrance of the Blue Enchantress Deep Sea Theme Bar, leaning against his cyber speedster, quietly waiting. Glancing at his wristband, he noted it was nearly midnight. Yet little dragon girl had yet to emerge. He continued to wait, the minutes slipping by, 1:30, 2 o'clock. Growing increasingly impatient, he exited the vehicle, ready to storm inside. When he suddenly spotted the little dragon girl exiting the bar, her arms slung around a few drunken companions. Furrowing his brow, Nezha strode over. Aline, noticing him, exclaimed, Huh? Pakman, what are you doing here? Shen Jingjing, gazing at Nezha, drunkenly inquired, Who is this? Haven't you ever dated? Is it a case of sibling love? Aline, inebriated, shoved Shen Jingjing aside, declaring, Go away, he is my student. She then turned to Nezha, scolding, Li Nezha, at your young age, what are you doing in a bar? Have you finished listening to the classroom recordings? Nezha glanced at the torn dress of little dragon girl, first removing his jacket and wrapping it around her waist to cover her. He then gently took her hand away from another man's shoulder, supporting her as he said, Teacher Ao, you've had too much to drink. I'll take you home. The drunken man protested, Hey, who are you? Li Nezha, Li Nezha. Aline waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, he is my student. Xiaobei, let us drink some more. Nezha, steadying the tipsy little dragon girl, saw her attempt to return to the bar and decided to simply lift her into his arms, placing her in the back seat of his cyber speedster. He took the front seat, started the vehicle, and swiftly drove away, disappearing into the bar street. Shen Jingjing murmured, This student, a little wolf dog, overflowing with boyfriend energy. And he is quite handsome. I'll have to ask Lin Lin for his contact information later. I'm hungry. Nezha drove through the bustling streets of the city, with little dragon girl, inebriated, hugging his waist and dozing against his shoulder. Nezha gently turned his head, Don't sleep, it's cold outside. Let us get you home so you don't fall ill. Aline furrowed her brow, switching sides to continue sleeping. Nezha increased his speed and soon arrived at her residence. Recalling that her place was on the 11th floor, he pressed the button for the 11th floor and, upon reaching her door, announced, We've arrived. Aline removed her hand from Nezha's shoulder, gazing drunkenly at her front door. She pressed the button, and a fingerprint and gene verification panel popped up, granting access as the door swung open. With a mischievous grin, she looked at Nezha and said, "Hee hee, it's open." Suddenly, she collapsed. Nezha, stroking his forehead, gazed at the opulent mansion of the dragon girl, marveling at the unique design that truly reflected her current demeanor. He swiftly lifted the inebriated dragon girl, exclaiming, "I have lived for millennia, and this is the first time I've seen you intoxicated, requiring me to attend to you. Please, do not vomit all over me." No sooner had he spoken than Lin immediately retched, nearly causing Nezha to drop her. As the scene shifted, Nezha gently placed the dragon girl on the bed, removing her high-heeled shoes before fetching a damp towel. Leaning over with tenderness, he wiped her face, admonishing, "What compelled you to drink so excessively? Are you not aware that you are a teacher? You constantly preach to me while failing to lead by example. The chaos of nightclubs poses significant risks. Should anything happen, what am I to do?" Hearing Nezha's chiding, Lin slightly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy as she beheld the handsome and gentle figure before her. A peculiar sensation stirred within her heart, as if an undeniable desire for intimacy had awakened. It felt as though they were intimately connected. With the boldness of inebriation, she draped her slender arms around Nezha's neck, her alluring lips drifting near his face. Nezha, ensnared by her embrace, found it difficult to rise. Gazing at her seductive lips, he swallowed hard and cautioned, "Teacher Ao, I advise against this. My resistance to you is nearly non-existent." Chapter 11. The irresponsible dragon girl. Nezha's heart raced, torn between affection and anger as he observed the dragon girl in such a state. He was infuriated by her choice to indulge in the nightlife. While it was not uncommon, it was certainly unbecoming for his beloved. He pondered whether she had often engaged in such behavior, drunkenly clinging to men. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and he gently removed her arms, stating, "You should remain by yourself, humph." Lin, lacking the energy to comprehend her companion's sudden ire, dismissed it and decided to rest for a moment. Nezha, still fuming, exited the room, glancing at the time, 3 o'clock, and then at the drunken dragon girl. He reclined on the large sofa in her living room, eager to sleep, as he had grown accustomed to a routine of slumber after centuries of adapting to mortal life. As Nezha succumbed to a deep sleep, half an hour later, the dragon girl, feeling the effects of her indulgence, sought the restroom. After her business was concluded, she noticed a figure sprawled on her sofa. With a furrowed brow, she approached Nezha, her bare feet padding softly on the floor. Observing Nezha's fair and striking features, her gaze drifted downwards, recalling his dashing transformation that day. An overwhelming desire surged within her, ignited by 2 decades of solitude. Leaning closer, she inhaled the enticing scent that clung to him, her heart racing as she mused. What delightful flavor might this divine being possess? In that moment, she entirely forgot her role as a teacher, fixated instead on the student who had so fervently stirred her passions. Regardless of the era we inhabit, one must seize the moment. In a state of intoxication, the enchanting dragon maiden leaned closer to Nezha, her lips gradually approaching his, feeling the steadiness of his breath and gazing at his adorably proportioned lips, which stirred an increasing sense of discomfort within her. Nezha, slightly furrowing his brow, opened his eyes to the sight of the dragon maiden. Sensing her intentions that seemed to border on mischief, faced with his beloved, his wife, he possessed no means of resistance, softly questioning, "Teacher Ao, what do you intend to do?" Lin placed a finger on Nezha's lips, whispering, "Shoo, today I shall teach you something different." With that, Lin kissed Nezha, who closed his eyes in response, finding it impossible to resist the allure of the dragon maiden. He lay still as she kissed his lips and neck, her hands exploring his body as she deftly unfastened his garments. Nezha's heart raced, overwhelmed by the wonder of this high-tech era. He had never been with a modern woman. It had been a millennium since his last encounter with the dragon maiden, and his body felt an insatiable yearning for her, seemingly devoid of any attraction to other women. It was as if he were wholly dependent on her, for with his looks and stature, how could he lack female companionship? Anxiously gripping the sofa, Nezha watched as Lin bent down to remove his clothing. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the dragon maiden's advances. In this charged atmosphere, she was wholly proactive, and under the influence of alcohol, she seemed oblivious to any pain, engaging in intimacy with Nezha, who fervently expressed 1,000 years of longing. Time slipped away, and soon they both succumbed to a deep slumber. As dawn broke, Nezha awoke to find himself covered with a blanket, the dragon maiden already up, busily preparing herself. He called out, "Hey you." She poked her head out from behind the door, adorning herself with earrings, and replied, "Get up." We have class. Don't be late. Nezha furrowed his brow as he dressed, saying, last night, we were together. What now? The dragon maiden emerged from her room, walking to the opulent wardrobe filled with clothes, designer bags, and jewelry. She selected a bracelet and suddenly coughed, her throat paining her. Forget about last night. I drank too much, she asserted. Nezha's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Forget? With a stoic expression, she replied, what else do you expect? From now on, you are my student, and I am still your teacher. Stop overthinking it. Nezha felt as though lightning had struck him, stammering. What do you mean? We were intimate. How can you expect me to forget? Surely, it was because you have feelings for me? She chuckled lightly. Nezha, it is the 23rd century. You must have heard of one-night stands, right? We are divine beings. Nezha's heart sank, a pang of anguish coursing through him as he exclaimed. But I have never experienced a one-night stand. How can you treat it so lightly? I am sincere. With an emotionless tone, she replied. Isn't that precisely what we just did? I can only be your teacher, and you can only be my student. As I mentioned, I indulged a little too much last night. In this day and age, fleeting encounters have become all too commonplace. After last night, shall we simply forget everything? Perhaps you should take a day off. I shall grant you permission. As she spoke, the enchanting maiden donned her high heels and, just before stepping out, turned back with a frosty tone, saying, by the way, make sure to close the door behind you. With that, she departed, leaving Nezha standing alone, lost in thought. The maiden had never treated him this way before. The joy of the previous night now weighed heavily upon him, and he realized that the charming girl did not harbor any romantic feelings for him. Their encounter was not born of love. Yet, he could distinctly sense that she was still a virgin, and his excitement had been palpable at the time. Why, then, did she seem to distance herself? All things considered, the first experience had been his. He could only pursue her slowly, believing that one day she would come to love him. The maiden descended the elevator and hurried to the pharmacy downstairs to purchase throat lozenges and contraceptives before driving hastily to the academy. Nezha, having collected his thoughts, tidied up the maiden's home before he too departed. Upon arriving at the academy office, the maiden reflected on the events of the previous night, her heart racing. She recalled her morning demeanor towards Nezha and her words. Had she been too harsh? He had stated that he had never experienced a one-night stand, that he was earnest in his intentions towards her. But how could that be? His astonishing identity and the fact that he was her student, younger than her, rendered him wholly unsuitable. What madness had possessed her last night? Why had she not maintained her composure? Oh heavens, my first time. Coughing. She winced at the pain in her throat, a consequence of her fervent efforts the previous night. The maiden placed the throat lozenge in her mouth and poured herself a glass of water to take the contraceptive. Meanwhile, Nezha arrived at the entertainment venue from the previous night, where a few people were engaged in billiards and games. He made his way directly to the manager's office, and upon seeing Nezha, the tattooed man rushed over with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Ah, the Great One has arrived. I have already informed Brother Zhen. Let me take you to meet him. Nezha nodded and followed the tattooed man to a private hospital room. There, he observed a middle-aged man lying on the bed and noticed the battered Mediterranean man beside him. So, you are Brother Zhen? Nezha inquired. The middle-aged man nodded, responding, You must be the Great One that Qingzi spoke of? Nezha nodded again, gesturing towards the Mediterranean man on the ground. How did you come to harm him like this? The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at the bruised figure, saying, Humph, who told him to deceive me? The money matters little, but I trusted his charms. Stayed at a villa for a night, and ended up in the hospital. Those charms were utterly useless. I even saw a female ghost who pushed me down the stairs. Thankfully, I survived. I am a person of some repute in this area. He has made a fool of me. Who can I turn to for help? Nezha thought to himself, how audacious of this gangster to consider himself formidable. He seized the Mediterranean man, declaring, He is not a fraud. He is my assistant in resolving your troubles. Release him. The Mediterranean man, with his swollen head, gazed at Nezha with wide, excited eyes. A middle-aged man looked at Nezha with puzzlement and said, No problem. That villa has been a thorn in my side. If you can resolve it. In addition to giving him the 80,000, I will add another 50,000. Nezha replied, Consider the money as medical expenses for him. I have no need for it. Ensure he receives treatment and returns home safely. He has a daughter waiting for him. First, take me to see your villa. The middle-aged man nodded and instructed Qingzi to escort Nezha to his villa. The tattooed man nodded and bowed, saying, Yes, Brother Zhen. Chapter 12. The haunted house. Qingzi led Nezha to Brother Zhen's villa, and upon seeing it, Nezha furrowed his brows. After stepping out of the car, he entered the villa directly, with Qingzi and his companions following closely behind. Nezha ascended to the second floor, surveying the surroundings, and then glanced down at the backyard where a patch of chrysanthemums flourished. He pointed to the flowers and inquired, "You did not plant these, did you?" Qingzi scratched his head and replied, "It seems they were not planted by Brother Zhen. They grew over the past 2 years." Nezha chuckled and remarked, "Such a splendid patch of chrysanthemums in the yard, and no one tends to them?" Qingzi said, "No one dares come here. How could anyone manage it?" Nezha nodded and proceeded downstairs to inspect further. Upon discovering a storage room, he declared, "All right, I understand the issue now. I shall stay here tonight. Please bring the Mediterranean over." Qingzi's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Master, you will be here alone? Should I leave a few brothers to accompany you? It feels rather eerie." "And you intend to sleep here tonight?" Nezha, growing impatient, replied, "It's just a minor ghost. It's not that terrifying. You may leave." Qingzi nodded, yet left 2 brothers at the villa entrance before taking the others back. As dusk approached, Qingzi's men returned with the Mediterranean. Upon entering the villa, the Mediterranean was startled to find Nezha reclining on the square table, tapping his leg. The Mediterranean said, "Why aren't you turning on the lights? It's too dark and foreboding here." Nezha teased, "Aren't you a master of exorcism? Why so timid?" The Mediterranean forced a smile and said, "Young student, haven't you seen through it all? I merely want to earn some money to send my daughter to school." Nezha glanced at the Mediterranean and sighed. "You must fulfill your commitments, even if it means gritting your teeth. Do not deceive in the future. Tonight, you will assist me in capturing ghosts." The Mediterranean gaped. "What? Aren't you capable of handling it all by yourself? Why do you need me?" Nezha sat up, supporting himself on his legs, and said, "Do you still want your money? It was you who accepted it, right? Once you take the money, you must fulfill your duty. Do you understand this principle?" The Mediterranean pouted, "I simply lack the capability." Nezha continued, "If you are unwilling, then return the money. 80,000. The Mediterranean instantly replied, "I have nothing left. I spent it all." Nezha exclaimed, "What? You used it all up so quickly?" The Mediterranean thought to himself, "Once the money is in the pocket, there is no reason to return it." Nezha looked at the Mediterranean and pointed at him, saying, "You deserve to be beaten. You will stay here, whether you like it or not." Although the Mediterranean was filled with trepidation, he found himself without options. The vicinity of the villa was rife with the watchful eyes of gangsters. The only one capable of offering salvation now was this young brother. The Mediterranean inquired, "What is your name?" Nezha reclined on the table, gazing at the ceiling, and replied, "Li Nezha. And you?" The Mediterranean responded, "Li Jing." Nezha summoned his fiery spear, which emitted the mechanical sounds of transformation, gradually shrinking into a compact form resembling a miniature cannon, aimed at the Mediterranean as he remarked, "Joking around can be perilous." Stunned by the luminous spear, the Mediterranean stammered, "I thought you were jesting. Are you truly Li Nezha?" Nezha lazily closed his eyes and affirmed, "Indeed, I am Li Nezha." Promptly, the Mediterranean exclaimed, "Who Idong?" Nezha chuckled, "What a ridiculous name. I prefer to see she." He then added, "Enough of this. Find a place to rest." As midnight approached, Nezha opened his divine eye and, upon doing so, was confronted by a pale female ghost staring at him from a mere inch away, her black eyes fixated upon his. The ghost hovered ominously in the air, locking eyes with Nezha. Good heavens, someone with a fragile psyche would surely be terrified beyond measure. Nezha smirked and remarked, "When was the last time you washed your hair? It's positively greasy." The ghost unleashed a piercing wail. Nezha swatted at her, exclaiming, "Enough of the noise." The ghost was knocked to the ground by Nezha's strike, incredulously questioning, "You can see me, and even touch me?" Nezha rose languidly and replied, "What do you think?" Sensing that this youth was formidable, the ghost drifted towards the Mediterranean, who had been roused by Nezha's voice. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld himself levitating and was filled with fright, tremblingly exclaiming, "Nezha, Nezha, I'm floating. Save me." Nezha jumped down from the table, hands on his hips, and approached, declaring, "With me here, it cannot harm you." The Mediterranean, wide-eyed with fear, queried it. "What do you mean by it?" Nezha grinned mischievously, suddenly channeling his powers to shoot a beam of golden light at the Mediterranean, awakening his divine eye. As soon as the Mediterranean's eye was opened, he beheld the ghost twisting his neck, her malevolent visage looming near his profile. Overcome with terror, he forgot even how to scream, and liquid trickled down his pant leg. He was utterly frightened. Nezha shook his head. "What a disappointment. Aren't you fond of pretending to be a ghostbuster? Let me show you a real ghost." With that, Nezha vanished, reappearing in midair, delivering a powerful blow that sent the ghost flying, before reclaiming the Mediterranean and tossing him onto the sofa. With piercing eyes, he confronted the ghost, stating, "You are no match for me. Cease your futile efforts. Why do you occupy this residence?" The ghost shrieked, "I am not occupying this residence. It is this dwelling that confines me." Nezha furrowed his brow and demanded, Clarify your words. The female spirit recounted her tale. Once, I fell in love with the master of this mansion, the head of a corporation, who brought me to this villa, promising to marry me. However, I later discovered he was already wed. Unable to accept this truth, I demanded he divorce his wife to be with me, but he refused to part ways, nor would he let me leave. During a heated argument, I uncovered his dark secret. He was a malevolent sorcerer who took my life and imprisoned my spirit within a vessel. My existence is now confined to this mansion, while my body lies beneath the chrysanthemums in the garden, nourishing them with my remains. Oh, how I long to escape this place, yet I find myself powerless. My hatred for him grew, and eventually, he sold the villa, leaving the vessel that binds me in the storage room, rendering me eternally trapped. I harbor animosity towards all who inhabit this space, yearning to drive them away. Yet, I only seek to expel them, not to harm their lives. Nezha nodded, acknowledging. I am aware of the vessel that seals you within the storage room. Indeed, it is a malevolent sorcerer at play. What is his intent in cultivating evil spirits? The female spirit, recognizing Nezha's formidable abilities, implored, I beseech you, release me, and my body as well. I can no longer bear to remain here. Please, Nezha replied. You are on the verge of becoming a malevolent spirit. I cannot allow your soul to linger. I shall guide you towards reincarnation. As for your remains, I will ensure they are unearthed and given a proper burial. Do you have any objections? The spirit, dejected, shook her head and replied, Thank you, benefactor. I ask for nothing but to leave this place. Without further ado, Nezha began to swirl his hands, channeling his magical energy as he recited the incantation of rebirth, guiding the female spirit toward reincarnation. Once this was accomplished, he entered the storage room, retrieved the sealed vessel, and carefully examined the symbols inscribed upon it. It reminded him of the talismans used during his previous encounter with the wolf demon. Could it be that such a malevolent sorcerer indeed exists? Yet, the Dysenius Academy had not sensed any presence of evil. It must have departed. What could be his ulterior motives? Pondering these questions, Nezha secured the talisman and shattered the vessel before exiting the storage room, only to find the Mediterranean had fainted from fear. Nezha rolled his eyes and shook his head. Such a coward, yet so deceitful. I hope this incident serves as a lesson for him. The following day, Nezha instructed Qingzi to gather a group with shovels to excavate the area of chrysanthemums. After hours of digging, they unearthed a pair of skeletal remains, buried more than a meter deep. Qingzi and his companions exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, there lay a corpse, and they could not help but admire Nezha's intuition. Nezha announced, This matter is resolved, and we shall take our leave. You must find a proper resting place for these remains. Qingzi nodded, Understood, great deity. By the way, our brother Jin wishes to see you. Nezha frowned, What does he want with me? I have already taken care of the matter. Qingzi chuckled, Great deity. It is to present the promised 50,000 to you. Moreover, he wishes to express his gratitude by treating you to a meal. Chapter 13. New classmates Nezha and the Mediterranean followed Qingzi to a restaurant. Upon entering the private room, Brother Jun immediately poured drinks for Nezha and the Mediterranean, exclaiming, Ah, the great deity has arrived. Please, take a seat. Nezha, with a casual demeanor, pulled out a chair and settled down, declaring, I have taken care of everything. There is no need for such formality. Exorcising demons and subduing malevolent spirits is my duty. Mediterranean, however, with eyes alight with excitement, seized the wine cup and exclaimed, Ah, my young brother is truly remarkable and a dear friend of mine. I told you I wouldn't deceive you, yet you refused to believe. Brother Jun immediately nodded with a beaming smile, saying, Indeed, indeed. Previously, I was in the wrong, unable to recognize a true talent. Please do not hold it against me. I am merely here to make amends. With that, Brother Jin downed his drink in one gulp and instructed the robotic waiter to refill his cup. Nezha was left speechless, glaring at Mediterranean, who promptly toned down his exuberance and took a seat. Nezha spoke in a serious tone, Speak plainly. Are there any other troubles? Brother Jun, with a cheerful gaze fixed on Nezha, replied, My young brother, you need not worry. I, Brother Jun, possess a certain reputation in this area, and I value talent immensely. I have heard of your skills, and I propose that if you join me, I guarantee you will never want for food or clothing, with a monthly salary to boot. What do you say? Nezha regarded the 5 fingers extended by Brother Jun and inquired, 5,000? Brother Jun shook his head, No, 50,000. Mediterranean's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Deal? Nezha, incredulous, retorted, What? That is impossible. It was his offer, not mine. I still have my studies to attend to. You should approach him. Mediterranean leaned in, whispering, 50,000 a month. Wouldn't it be foolish to pass up such wealth? Nezha laughed lightly, saying, I am not in need of that money. You can pursue him if you wish. Truth be told, I do not accept any employment. You can abandon that idea. Mediterranean felt a pang of regret, wishing he could be Nezha, possessing the capability to earn such riches. Brother Jin sighed and took a seat. Nezha turned to him and asked, "May I inquire about something? Who sold you that villa? I wish to know the original owner." Brother Jin pondered for a moment and replied, "I only know who the previous owner was. But it seems they have moved away and cannot be found. If I could locate them, I would have dealt with them already. As for the original owner, I am unaware. There have been 4 owners of that villa. I am the 4th. It appeared quite new and was reasonably priced, so I purchased it." Unaware of the circumstances, Nezha furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. "I see. That makes it difficult to investigate. There was no way to trace back the origins. It could be that the wolf demon that harmed the little dragon maiden was indeed directed by that sinister practitioner. It remained uncertain if the malevolent spirit haunting the villa was connected to the same individual." Nezha sighed. "The villa is no longer a concern. You may reside there without worry. Once this meal concludes, we shall part ways." Brother Jin sighed, wishing to retain Nezha, yet recognizing that one such as him, with extraordinary abilities, should never be offended. Having navigated the complexities of the underworld for many years, Brother Jin understood that to provoke such a powerful individual would be akin to inviting one's own demise, as the act of killing could be executed with ease and without a trace. Jinga nodded and said, "It's nothing. I truly appreciate your assistance. I will transfer the money to you shortly." After their meal, Nezha once more admonished the Mediterranean to refrain from deceit in the future, stating that he would only save him once. Upon returning home, Nezha lay on his bed, exhausted after a day and night of turmoil, and soon succumbed to slumber. At the Dysenius Academy, Ao Lin was delivering a lecture, occasionally glancing toward Nezha's empty seat. Indeed, it had only been 4 days since the start of the semester. Yet Nezha had been absent for 3 of them. If he failed to appear the following day, the weekend would arrive, and that simply would not do. After class, Ao Lin retreated to his office and picked up his holographic phone to send a message to Nezha. Awakened by the notification, Nezha grabbed his phone and, upon seeing a message from the little dragon girl, recalled her words from the previous day, stirring a sense of anger within him. He silenced his phone and cast it aside, returning to sleep. Despite Ao Lin's multiple messages throughout the day, Nezha did not respond. Finally, Ao Lin sent another message. "If you do not attend class tomorrow, consider yourself expelled." Nezha slept soundly until the following day, which was Friday. He glanced at his phone, finding a multitude of messages from the little dragon girl. Realizing it was already Friday, and he had only attended 1 day of class, he felt compelled to go to the academy today, especially since he had no pressing matters to attend to. After freshening up, he retrieved his school uniform from the wardrobe. Dressed in a tailored white suit adorned with the school emblem, a stylish cape draped over his shoulders, and a meticulously patterned tie, Nezha looked exceedingly dapper. After tidying his hair, transforming his dreadlocks into a chic short style, he gazed into the mirror, proudly declaring, "I look stunning. This uniform is truly expensive." Having finished his morning routine, Nezha left his room, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and made his way to school. After parking his vehicle, he strolled towards the teaching building with his hands in his pockets, drawing the attention of numerous female students along the way. With a confident smile, he thought to himself, "I've grown accustomed to this attention. It's inevitable." Upon entering the classroom and taking his seat, Nezha noticed the peculiar gazes of his classmates. Assuming that they were captivated by his striking appearance, he pretended to adjust his suit sleeves and struck a few charming poses. However, a few boys in the class regarded him with bemusement, sneering, "Since the beginning of term, he has only attended 1 day of class. We thought he would drop out automatically. Who would have imagined he'd show up again today? Look at him. Thinking he is exceptionally handsome. Doesn't he realize he is infamous?" He was publicly reprimanded by the entire school, and his photo is displayed on the board of the worst students. Hearing his classmates' conversation, Nezha nearly stumbled in shock. This was the reason they were staring at him. How embarrassing. Just then, Ao Lin burst into the classroom with his holographic tablet, exclaiming, "All right, everyone, let us begin class." The room fell silent immediately. Ao Lin scanned the students and, upon noticing Nezha, frowned slightly before continuing, "Today, we welcome a new student to our class." At that moment, a girl entered through the door, and Nezha cast a quick glance her way, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. Was that not the daughter of the Mediterranean? What a coincidence that she too had enrolled at Dysenius Academy. Nezha seems to have grasped the reason behind the Mediterranean's relentless pursuit of wealth. The tuition at the Dysenius Academy amounts to a staggering 800,000 per quarter. As the introductions commenced, a girl named Hu Yueshin stood up and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Hu Yueshin. My appearance reflects my vibrant and cheerful spirit. I hope to become good friends with all of you. Thank you. The classmates erupted into applause, welcoming another beautiful addition to the class. It must be said, she was indeed fair and charming, causing the boys in the class to cheer with uncontainable excitement. A.O. Lin smiled and nodded, instructing, Hu Yueshin, please find a seat. With that, the lesson began. As document number 26758 was opened, Hu Yueshin moved closer to Nezha, flashing him a delightful smile before taking a seat right in front of him. The boys in the class, noticing several empty spots behind, felt a twinge of annoyance that the lovely girl chose to sit directly in front of Nezha. It was difficult for Nezha to focus on the lesson as he discreetly swiped at his holographic mobile interface. While A.O. Lin was lecturing, he suddenly felt his mobile pen vibrate. He walked over to the podium, opened the message, frowned, and shot a disapproving glance at Nezha. Nezha stifled a laugh, as his screen displayed a message from A.O. Lin. Are you free after work tonight? Let me treat you to dinner and drinks. Chapter 14. Trouble with Nezha during class. Hu Yueshin took out a piece of paper and a pen, scribbling a note that she stealthily placed on Nezha's desk after turning her back. Nezha, still engrossed in his holographic device, was taken aback when he noticed the note. Curiously, he picked it up to read. What a coincidence. We are classmates. Also, thank you for saving my father. After reading, Nezha realized he had no pen on him. Spotting a boy at the next desk sketching A.O. Lin, Nezha glanced over, thinking the drawing was rather poor. Seizing the opportunity while A.O. Lin was distracted, he swiftly snatched the boy's pen, muttering, I'll borrow this for a moment. The boy was startled and glared at Nezha as he began to write on the paper. Nezha wrote back, No need to thank me, tapped Hu Yueshin on the back, returned the note, and resumed fiddling with his mobile. A.O. Lin, growing increasingly irritated by the frequent notifications on his phone, finally silenced it and chose to ignore the distractions. Suddenly, the boy from the next desk shouted, Teacher, Li Nezha stole my pen. All eyes turned to the boy. A.O. Lin replied sternly, Lin Shuakai, sit down. Then directed his attention to Nezha. Li Nezha, return the pen to Lin. Lin Shuakai continued indignantly, Teacher, I also saw him passing notes with Hu Yueshin. Sighing, A.O. Lin approached Hu Yueshin's desk and tapped it lightly. She lowered her head and handed the note to him. A.O. Lin, with a stern expression, glanced at Nezha, opened the note, and remarked, It is currently class time. I hope everyone can value this precious time. Such personal matters should be discussed after class. Li Nezha, return the pen to Lin. Nezha raised an eyebrow at Lin Shuakai, retorting, Teacher, he was drawing during class. Lin Shuakai hastily concealed the sketch on his desk behind his back, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Nezha stifled a chuckle at the sight. A.O. Lin extended her hand toward Lin Shuakai and commanded, Reveal it. After a moment's hesitation, his cheeks flushed, and he lowered his gaze, reluctantly handing the drawing to A.O. Lin. One must concede that A.O. Lin, as the homeroom teacher, exuded an undeniable aura of authority, leaving her students both enamored and apprehensive. Examining the artwork with a frown, she remarked, Though it lacks beauty, one can still discern that it portrays me. If you enjoy drawing, I encourage you to join the art club. However, it is best not to engage in activities unrelated to the lesson during class. With that, A.O. Lin resumed her lecture. Nezha made a face at Lin Shuakai and threw a pin in his direction, prompting an irate glare from Lin Shuakai, who inwardly cursed. You think you can get away with this, Li Nezha? Just wait until school is out. I shall have my big brother deal with you. Nezha drifted through the remainder of the day in a haze, relieved that the weekend was just around the corner, promising 2 days of respite. Upon returning to her office, A.O. Lin noticed several messages from Nezha on her holographic phone, each inviting her out and inquiring about the events of that evening. Unsure of how to respond, she considered that since he was so invested, it might be best to invite him for a meal. After all, his earlier remarks had indeed crossed a line. It was essential to clarify matters and perhaps offer him some solace. With this thought in mind, A.O. Lin prepared to reply to Nezha's messages. Suddenly, a call came through, and she answered promptly, Hello, Dad. On the other end, her father exclaimed, Lin, it's almost my birthday. When will you be back? I miss you. A.O. Lin beamed with delight, replying, Dad, I remember. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I'll come home to see you, all right? Besides, it's not too far. If you miss me, you can always come to visit. I had to move closer to the school for work, you know. Her father responded, Oh, you know how busy I am at the company. I planned the birthday celebration knowing you'd be free this weekend. By the way, Meng is back too. He is eager to see you. A.O. Lin's excitement bubbled forth. Really? Meng is back? It's been a year since I last saw him. I'll definitely come home to see you both. Her father teased. Hee, you little rascal. Are you coming home to see me or your brother Meng? And about what I mentioned earlier, you should consider it. Meng has been waiting for you. A.O. Lin's smile gradually faded as she replied, Dad, what are you talking about? I'm still young. I just miss you. Her father reassured her. All right, I understand. Meng is indeed exceptional, and we all have high hopes for you too. A.O. Lin interjected. Oh, Dad, please stop. I get it. We can talk more when I return. I need to get back to work now. Bye for now. A.O.'s father. All right. You go ahead with your tasks. I shall await your return. A.O. Lin hung up after murmuring a few affirmations, lost in thought. Moong, the son of my family's third uncle, has been my companion since we first met at the tender age of 16. He has always been a wonderful older brother, caring and considerate, particularly during my studies abroad, where he provided unwavering support. It would be impossible to claim indifference towards such an exemplary and warm-hearted individual. Nonetheless, there exists an inexplicable dissonance when it comes to him. I perceive Moong more as a brother. Our family has long regarded us as a pair, even if we have never formally acknowledged that bond. Subconsciously, I have come to believe that Moong is the one destined to accompany me through life. Thus, at the age of 21, I remain unengaged, as all suitors have been overshadowed by Moong. I cannot shake the notion that I ought not to accept anyone else. Confronted with my father's earlier suggestion, I refrained from outright rejection, feeling it inappropriate to dismiss it, yet an overwhelming urge to evade the matter loomed over me. Despite Moong's admirable qualities, there seems to be something amiss, a lack of romantic fervor, the essence of love itself. I recalled the passionate encounter with Nezha from the night prior, where I, almost inexplicably, had assisted him in a rather intimate manner. The thought alone made my cheeks flush and heart race. I must not dwell on it. The idea of pursuing him is utterly unattainable and exasperating. Knowing he is simply my student makes it all the more frustrating. With that in mind, I decided to ignore Nezha's messages, opting instead to take soothing lozenges and return to my work. Nezha stared blankly at the holographic screen of his phone, noting that she had not replied to a single message. It appeared she had completely dismissed the events of that night. The discomfort in his heart was indescribable. I must confront her and clarify things. I cannot tolerate this ambiguity regarding my feelings. As soon as school was dismissed, Nezha hurried out of the classroom, determined to wait for the little dragon girl at the school gates to address the situation directly. Upon arriving, he spotted several classmates, each impeccably groomed in pristine white uniforms, gazing at him with condescension. Among them was Lin Shuekai, the one who had reported him earlier. Nezha shot him a disdainful glance, instantly recognizing that Lin had summoned others to provoke him. The group approached Nezha, and the leading boy looked down at him with disdain, saying, Oh, isn't this the infamous Li Nezha, the worst student in the school? You look somewhat better in person than in your photos, don't you? Another chimed in. Isn't this the so-called decorative pillow that looks appealing but is utterly useless? The others stifled their laughter. Nezha took a deep breath, stating, I have no time for your nonsense today. Step aside. I am waiting for someone. The leader blocked his path, retorting, Hey, don't leave yet. You may fancy yourself a young master, but you lack the pedigree to claim such a title. Your father is merely a cab driver, yet you dare to call yourself a young master? Do you even deserve it? Another student quickly added, Exactly. We are the true young masters here, especially Lu and Xiao. Do you understand? Nezha frowned and asked, What do you want? The leader, while pushing Nezha slightly, continued, Don't think we are oblivious to your intentions. You have a crush on Teacher Ao, don't you? You should abandon such thoughts. Teacher Ao is indeed the jewel of our school, a treasure of ours. I warn you, do not provoke our group again. Today, after you snatched Kai's pen, you slapped yourself twice. I shall consider this matter settled. Do not compel me to take action myself. The leader said, giving Nezha a push, causing him to step back repeatedly. Nezha, observing the throng at the gate as school was letting out, did not wish to engage, especially since they were mere mortals. If he could endure, he would. However, the notion of slapping himself was utterly absurd. Nezha retorted, Are you out of your mind? With that rat-like appearance, stop pretending before me and get lost, or you shall all regret it. Wanyu was taken aback by Nezha's audacity. He had never encountered anyone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner. Several classmates, incensed, were ready to confront Nezha. Wanyu raised his fist, declaring, I see you deserve a beating. Nezha, with a piercing gaze, fixated on Wanyu, when suddenly a female voice called out, Stop. What are you doing? The group turned towards the source of the voice, and there was Hu Yueshin, jogging over to Nezha, pushing Wanyu aside. What are you doing bullying a fellow student? This is an academy. Wanyu glanced at Hu Yueshin and scoffed. Where did this little freshman come from? Mind your own business. I'm here to teach him a lesson. Nezha interjected, pulling Hu Yueshin aside. This is none of your concern. You should head home. Hu Yueshin, fiercely determined, replied, No. The academy is a place for learning, not for fighting. It is unacceptable for so many of you to bully Li. If this continues, I will report you to the teachers. Luan Yu sneered. Oh, reporting to the teachers? Go ahead. I am not someone you can easily provoke. Before he could finish, Nezha swiftly landed a punch on Luan Yu's face, causing his nose to bleed. He had restrained his strength, for had he unleashed his full power, a single blow could have sent a mere mortal flying. Nezha muttered, fighting should not be so cumbersome. With remarkable speed, Nezha unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, knocking 6 classmates to the ground. Luan Yu, clutching his nose, seethed, damn it, I will destroy you. Everyone, get up and fight. With a cold chuckle, Nezha leaped onto Luan Yu, striking him relentlessly, while the 6 classmates quickly rose to surround Nezha. Hu Yuexin gasped, covering her mouth, as the scene spiraled out of control. She looked around desperately, intent on seeking help from a teacher. At that moment, Ao Lin was approaching the school gate, spotting her like a beacon of hope. Hu Yuexin cried out, Teacher Ao. Hearing her call, Nezha paused mid-punch, contemplating the implications of his actions should the little dragon girl witness him in such a state. He could not afford to tarnish his image in her eyes. It was crucial to cultivate goodwill. No longer the reckless youth. He had to prioritize charming her. Nezha ceased his resistance, allowing Luan Yu to throw a punch, which he deftly redirected back towards his own cheek, while Luan Yu's 6 companions rushed in to strike Nezha. Through the chaos, he caught a glimpse of the little dragon girl rushing over, filling him with a sense of triumph. A scheme of feigned defeat. How delightful. Nezha immediately contorted his expression, wailing in agony. Luan Yu, observing Nezha's lack of resistance, was filled with exhilaration and relentlessly struck him. A number of students gathered around to witness the spectacle, prompting Ao Lin to shout, Stop! What on earth are you doing? Upon hearing Ao Lin's voice, Luan Yu instantly ceased his assault, and the 6 companions following him also halted, wiping the blood from his nose and adjusting his white suit with an air of nonchalance. He approached Ao Lin and greeted, Hello, Teacher Ao. Nezha glanced at the little dragon girl, grimacing and clutching his body, cried out, Ouch! Ouch! You've nearly killed me. It hurts so much. My nose is bleeding. I'm so unfortunate. Ao Lin furrowed his brow and said, This is an academy. What do you think this place is? Publicly brawling at the entrance? I know you, Luan Yu, right? Your father is one of the shareholders on the board. With a confident raise of his eyebrows, Luan Yu replied, Oh, it's nothing to worry about, Teacher Ao. This is merely a misunderstanding, just a trivial conflict. Hey, wisely lying on the ground. Get up, quickly. As he spoke, Luan Yu gestured for the other 6 students to assist Nezha. Nezha, writhing on the ground and kicking, protested, Go away. I want to let you help. Ao Lin sighed and rolled her eyes, finding Nezha's comical antics amusing yet endearing. She approached and helped him to his feet, noticing the bruises marring his face, and turned back to Luan Yu with a frown, saying, Luan Yu, don't go too far in the academy. Write a reflection later. Now disperse. As a teacher, and given Luan Yu's father's considerable influence, owning a company and being a shareholder at the academy, Luan Yu acted with impunity, rendering any punishment ineffective. They could only downplay the situation, illustrating the power of connections. Luan Yu playfully raised 2 fingers to his forehead and remarked, No problem. Teacher Ao. I heard that your car was totaled. My Pagani is available. Ao Lin, somewhat impatient, interjected, No need for that. I've changed cars. Li Nezha, I'll give you a ride home. Nezha, feeling quite aggrieved, nodded in agreement, saying, Okay, Teacher Ao. As they departed, he turned to Luan Yu, casting him a disdainful glance and raising an eyebrow. Hu Yuexin waved at Nezha, saying, Li, take care and rest well. Nezha nodded back at Hu Yuexin. Ao Lin approached her new car and sighed as she looked at Nezha. Upon seeing Ao Lin's latest Ferrari, Nezha's eyes widened, exclaiming, Wow! The latest model of the 23rd century, a limited edition DreamTech Ferrari. Teacher Ao, you are so wealthy. Let us get in quickly. With a roll of her eyes, Ao Lin activated her wristband, causing the car door to slide open. As she took a seat, she remarked, Li Nezha, aren't you a deity? How is it that you can still be beaten? Buckling his seatbelt, Nezha replied, Oh, I've said it before, I'm a legitimate deity. I vanquish demons and monsters. How could I strike at ordinary people? If I were to retaliate, what if I accidentally caused a fatality? Alas, as a benevolent deity, I am compelled to care for the world's populace, being both handsome and kind. Ao Lin raised an eyebrow at Nezha, her lips twitching as she drove, saying, You do possess some understanding of this principle. However, you must also defend yourself appropriately. Can you handle injuries to yourself? Nezha pondered for a moment and said, I cannot endure being beaten in front of so many witnesses. If I were to recover immediately, it would raise suspicions. Very well, let it be. Ao Lin sighed and replied, you are indeed cautious. Allow me to escort you home. Nezha protested, that won't do. If I return in this state, my parents will bombard me with questions. Their worry will be unbearable. After reflecting on the words Ao Lin had spoken to him that morning, he decided against it. Ao Lin promptly redirected the vehicle. Nezha, observing Ao Lin's change of course, inquired, where are you taking me? Ao Lin replied, to my home. You cannot heal on your own. It must be addressed. He gently grasped Nezha's chin, inspecting his injuries, and remarked, your delicate face is marred. A flicker of joy danced in Nezha's heart. Did the little fish care for him? Splendid. Perhaps he would let you give him another beating another day. He chuckled inwardly. 20 minutes later, Ao Lin brought Nezha back to his residence. Upon entering, Nezha sank onto the sofa while Ao Lin retrieved a first aid kit. Nezha waved his hand dismissively, saying, just a casual treatment will suffice. Ao Lin produced a white adhesive bandage and applied it to several wounds on Nezha's face, saying, this will provide some relief. Its disinfecting and healing properties are excellent. Do you have any other injuries? Recalling Ao Lin's words from that fateful evening, Nezha felt a pang of discomfort and shook his head, replying, no, I don't. Teacher Ao, why didn't you respond to my messages today? Ao Lin frowned and replied, what should I have responded to? I thought I clarified everything with you that morning. Nezha looked at Ao Lin and said, but I believe your demeanor that evening was not casual. Is there a reason you cannot be with me? Or do you perhaps have a boyfriend? This was a question Nezha dreaded to voice, but he felt compelled. What other reason could there be? He found it hard to believe that in this modern age of the 23rd century, she would reject him simply because he was her student. Ao Lin appeared to have his thoughts pierced, yet he truly had no boyfriend. Suddenly recalling his father's words from earlier that day, Ao Lin quickly asserted, stop overthinking. That is not the case. I merely feel we are not suited for each other. Nezha abruptly stood and demanded, in what way are we unsuitable? What makes us incompatible? Ao Lin, now irritated, rose as well, and said, when I say we are incompatible, that is my final word. It is impossible for us. Is this amusing to you? I admit I was intoxicated that day, and I apologize. Will that suffice? As Ao Lin's voice rose in agitation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. Nezha, concerned, gazed at him and asked, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Allow me to treat you. Ao Lin brushed aside Nezha's hand and replied, no need. The injuries have been attended to. Let us go. Nezha regarded Ao Lin with a complex expression, feeling utterly powerless against him. After a moment, he nodded solemnly and said, very well, I shall take my leave. However, do you have time tomorrow? Ao Lin, recalling he was to return home for his father's birthday, replied bluntly, I have no time. Nezha nodded dejectedly, I understand. With that, he departed, casting a glance at the little dragon girl as he closed the door. Ao Lin immediately averted his gaze from Nezha. Nezha sighed as he closed the door, his heart heavy with agitation. Chapter 16. The appearance of the malicious cultivator upon returning home. Nezha found himself devoid of appetite, offering his parents only perfunctory words before retreating to his room. He collapsed onto his bed, eyes shut, the words of the little dragon girl piercing his heart like daggers, prompting another deep sigh from him. Ao Lin sat on the sofa, lost in thought. She had intended to offer him comfort, yet her words had come out with resolute finality. After all, he had saved her life. How could she have reciprocated by hurting his feelings? The turmoil within her was maddening. Yet, with regards to Brother Moong, upon returning home, her father would surely seek to solidify business ties with her Uncle San, inevitably leading to an engagement with Brother Moong. In the absence of Nezha, she might have reluctantly acquiesced to this arrangement, given Moong's unwavering kindness towards her. But now, the thought of evasion consumed her, leaving her increasingly bewildered about her own emotions. Was her affection for Moong genuine love, or did it lie with Nezha? Yet, she had never yearned for Moong as she did for Nezha. The mere absence of Moong from school unsettled her, ever since that night. Thoughts of him plagued her mind. It had been far too long since she'd seen Moong, and she should long for him. Yet why had she nearly entertained the idea of not returning home for him this weekend? The confusion was unbearable, and where was Long Ji? Time for a drink. Ao Lin, internally conflicted, sought a place to drown her sorrows in alcohol. She found herself at the Blue Rose deep sea-themed bar, desiring solitude to indulge in drunkenness. Seeking to silence her thoughts. As she drank, a man, seated at a distance, observed her with a sinister smile, perceiving her solitude as an opportune moment to strike. After consuming a fair amount of alcohol, Ao Lin found herself somewhat intoxicated when the man approached her, offering support as she swayed. Beautiful lady, you've had too much to drink, he declared. Ao Lin scrutinized him. He appeared to be in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding the aura of a successful man. He was not unpleasant to behold, yet an icy demeanor surrounded him. She waved him off, asserting, "I am not drunk," and shifted to a different spot to continue her drinking. As she turned away, the man cast a furtive, malevolent grin. Time passed, and Nezha, utterly fatigued, drifted into a troubled sleep, only to awaken again with irritation. Sitting up, he reminisced about the last time the little dragon girl had been intoxicated at the bar, muttering, "Here I am, after 300 years in the new century, having never set foot in a bar, steadfastly preserving my virtue, slaying demons, and seeking you. While you frolic in such places, getting drunk and embracing men, I shall go as well. I must see for myself if the allure of the bar is truly as potent as they say." As Nezha snapped his fingers, a suit of clothing floated out from the cabinet, a simple black shirt adorned with golden edges, each button a tiny diamond. Though it appeared unassuming, once donned, it accentuated his physique and exuded an air of nobility. Nezha swept back his textured bangs, instantly transforming into a figure of sophistication. He selected a slender gold chain tie from the glass cabinet and secured it to his collar, enhancing his elegant demeanor further. After dressing, he slipped into a pair of leather shoes, a departure from his usual attire, yet fitting for his inaugural visit to a nightclub where such a style was customary. Upon exiting, Nezha borrowed Li Jing's car and drove towards the Blue Enchantress deep-sea-themed bar. Suddenly, his holographic phone chimed. Pressing a button on his transparent visor, he answered. "Hello? Ah, Nezha, save me." Alwyn's voice was frantic, but before he could finish, the call abruptly ended. Frowning, Nezha noted the caller ID displayed as Little Dried Fish. A sense of unease gripped him, and he activated the spherical propulsion, accelerating his vehicle. With a swift rush, Nezha arrived near the bar, finding an isolated spot before closing his eyes to extend his senses in search of the whereabouts of the little dragon girl. In less than a minute, a vision formed in his mind. She was on the rooftop of the Blue Enchantress bar, over 100 stories high, cornered by a middle-aged man who was forcing her to retreat step by step, perilously close to the edge. Over 100 stories. The little dragon girl is merely mortal, Nezha exclaimed, his eyes widening. Wind-fire wheels. He stepped onto the wind-fire wheels, instantly reaching the rooftop. "Teacher AO!" Alwyn cried out, spotting him as if he were a savior. "Nezha, he wants to kill me. He says he wants to absorb my essence." Alwyn's voice trembled with fear. Nezha grasped her arm reassuringly. "Do not fear, I am here." He turned sharply to confront the man. "Are you the malevolent cultivator?" The man smirked, his well-tailored suit emphasizing his confident demeanor as he swayed slightly. "Indeed, I am aware of who you are and your abilities. I am not your match, however. My plans have been thwarted time and again by you. You know what she is, don't you? How many demons and monsters yearn to absorb her essence? I am no exception. After so long in planning, you have ruined everything." Nezha clenched his teeth. "I will not allow you to succeed. As long as I am here, no one shall harm her." Alwyn, trembling, clutched Nezha's arm. The man had ambushed her as she exited the restroom of the bar, seizing her shoulder in a secluded corner and transporting her to the rooftop, threatening to drain her essence. Realizing he was no ordinary man, likely another monster akin to the last, she had hastily activated her holographic phone to call for Nezha's aid. Yet, as she spoke, the device had been snatched from her grasp, crushed effortlessly in the man's hand. Nezha turned to Alwyn, gently patting her hand and whispering, "Do not be afraid, trust me." The man grinned maliciously. "Do you see what this is?" Nezha and the little dragon girl followed his gaze to a camera, accompanied by a drone capturing the scene. With piercing eyes, Nezha glared at the man. "Do you think I am incapable of dealing with your petty tricks?" The man nodded, pouting slightly, and said, "I am aware of your capabilities. However, this is a live broadcast. Can you guess how many cameras I have set up? Go ahead, make a move. The moment you do, my team will connect to a global live stream. Your concealed identity, which you have safeguarded for so long, will be exposed." Nezha glanced around and noticed 3 drones hovering above, along with 2 cameras positioned on the rooftop. These were manageable obstacles. But the key issue lay in the hidden camera attached to the button of the man's suit. Although discreet, it was impossible to evade Nezha's keen perception. This particular camera posed a significant challenge, and the possibility of accomplices operating it loomed as well. Nezha took a deep breath. The wind on the rooftop was fierce and chilly. Turning to the dragon girl, who wore a dress far too scant for the cold, he gently inquired, "Are you cold? I will take you away immediately." The man sneered coldly. "Leave? You can either act, or I will drain her essence. The choice is yours." Nezha revealed a wicked smile and replied, "I have another option." With that, Nezha extended his hand and unceremoniously pushed the dragon girl off the building. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Nezha, who had just pushed her down. The man was taken aback. What was happening? Nezha grinned mischievously, stepping back 2 paces before leaping off himself. The man quickly realized that Nezha was evading the camera on his collar, as long as he could avoid it. The other issues could be resolved through magic. As Nezha descended, he turned to look at the dragon girl, who, in surprise, extended her hand towards him. Nezha crossed his arms and accelerated to catch up with her, simultaneously freezing everyone around them and disabling all nearby cameras in an instant. He grasped the dragon girl, pulling her safely in front of him, encircling her with one arm. Her hair was tousled by the wind as she gazed at Nezha's miraculous maneuver. They landed safely. And in that moment, the dragon girl felt all her fear and anxiety dissipate the instant he held her. She simply stared at him, her hand unknowingly resting upon his chest. Her heart raced, and even after they touched down, they remained in that position for a while. Chapter 17. Homeward bound Nezha released the dragon girl, saying, "Wait for me." With that, he vanished, reappearing on the rooftop, only to find that the man had already fled. Nezha stomped his foot in frustration. Damn it. He escaped. I must resolve this. The dragon girl is still in danger. Alone below, the dragon girl awaited his return. Nezha dared not linger, swiftly disappearing and reappearing before her, declaring, "He has fled. Let me escort you home." The dragon girl gazed at him with sparkling eyes, thinking to herself, does he even realize how handsome he was just now? He is strikingly attractive, and today he looks exceptionally dapper. That moment was utterly breathtaking. Nezha furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you still dazed about? Have you been stunned?" The dragon girl lowered her head, stifling a smile as she replied, "It's nothing. Let us go." On their way, the dragon girl said, "Thank you. You saved me again." Nezha offered a gentle smile before donning a serious expression, replying, "It was nothing. You're welcome." Xiaolongnü sensed a chill in his words, as if he were still upset. The two fell into a silence for a moment before Nezha broke the stillness, saying, "That evil cultivator has fled. He may still come after you." Xiaolongnü nodded while driving, replying, "MHM." Nezha frowned and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Xiaolongnü replied, "Aren't you coming to save me? What do I have to fear?" Nezha shot her a sidelong glance, feeling emboldened by his affection for her. After all, protecting his beloved had become an instinctual response. Ao Lin, noticing Nezha's speechlessness, chimed in, "I won't be free this weekend because my father's birthday is coming up, so I must return home." Nezha glanced at Xiaolongnü and nodded, saying, "I see, understood." Ao Lin smiled and suddenly said, "Wait for my return." Nezha furrowed his brow and turned to Xiaolongnü, asking, "What do you mean, wait for your return?" Ao Lin flashed a charming smile and teased, "Guess." Ao Lin drove Nezha to Tangchi No. 1, where Nezha got out and turned to look at Xiaolongnü in the car, feeling a pang of reluctance. Ao Lin tilted her head, sensing it was time to disembark. She unfastened her seatbelt, stepped out, and walked over to Nezha with her hands clasped behind her back. The two felt a bit awkward, looking down, uncertain of what to say. In unison, they suddenly exclaimed, You go first. Then I will go first." Their synchronized exchange elicited a smile, and Nezha said, "I cannot always be by your side to protect you. I worry that danger may lurk at any moment." He then conjured 2 small conch shell rings, handing one to Xiaolongnü, saying, "This is for you. It's a communication ring. Wear it on your pinky finger. In times of peril, simply call out to me through the ring. It is swifter than any machine. Regardless of where you are, I shall rush to your side at the first sign of trouble. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Xiaolongnü gazed at the conch ring, feeling a sense of familiarity. She twirled it in her hand and said, "I understand, Nezha. About what I said earlier, please don't be upset. I just need a little time to think. Will you wait for me?" Nezha nodded and replied, "Of course, I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. I will wait only for you." Xiaolongnü smiled shyly, leaning in to kiss Nezha's cheek before looking at him with a bashful grin. Nezha felt elated, his face flushing with delight. He thought to himself, "This is so sweet. I could burst." Afterward, Xiaolongnü turned and returned to her car, her face unable to conceal her radiant smile as she drove away. Nezha watched her vehicle disappear into the distance, and in a burst of exuberance, he leaped into the air, shaking his fist and exclaiming, "Yes." He then mimicked Xiaolongnü's earlier words, shyly saying, "Nezha, about what I said before, please don't be upset. I just need a little time to think. Will you wait for me?" Nezha immediately responded in the same manner as before, "Of course, I will wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I will wait only for you." With that, Nezha clasped his hands together and enthusiastically nodded at the air, exclaiming, "I will wait for you. I will wait for you. I will wait for you." Suddenly, a nearby scavenger stared at Nezha as if he were a fool. Nezha turned with a silly grin, noticing the scavenger staring at him in astonishment. He tugged at his collar, feigning composure as he entered the building, saying, "The lines in this play are quite challenging. I shall practice no further today." Once inside, he kicked off and dashed away, feeling utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, the dragon girl returned home, her spirits high as she tossed her bag aside and collapsed onto her bed, reflecting on the moments Nezha had just saved her. Suddenly, she covered her face, exclaiming, "Ah, he is so handsome. What should I do?" Clenching her fist, she pounded the duvet. Abruptly, she sat up, her hair a chaotic mess, resembling a ghost. "No, I must maintain my dignity. I am the aloof teacher. I must remain calm." Deep breaths, deep breaths. Perhaps I should send him a message to ask if he has gone to sleep yet? In a flurry, she searched for her phone pen, finding nothing. Then remembered it was in her bag. Yes. In a panic, she rummaged through her bag, retrieving the pen and typing a brief message. "Nezha, have you gone to sleep?" After a moment's reflection, she deleted it and typed anew. "Li, have you gone to sleep?" and hit send. Just then, Nezha, freshly bathed, heard his phone ping. Upon seeing the dragon girl's message, he tossed aside his towel and leaped onto his bed to reply, "Just finished showering, haven't slept yet. Are you home?" She replied, "Yes, you missed 3 days of class. I'll help you catch up." Nezha responded with a playful emoji. "Okay," she added. "Then get some rest early." Nezha replied, "You too," accompanied by a cute sticker. The dragon girl bashfully pressed her phone to her forehead, stomping her feet in excitement. What to do? Her heart raced, and she felt like rushing over to his house. Singing in the shower, she held the shower head and crooned, "It's him, it's him, it's him, our friend little Nezha. It's him, the young hero, little Nezha, higher than the heavens, greater than the seas." Lost in her exuberance, she turned and slipped, falling in the shower with a thud, her joy turning to dismay. Rubbing her backside, she muttered, "Ouch, my poor behind." As dawn broke, the dragon girl rose to tidy herself, preparing to return home. After driving for over an hour, she arrived at a villa, where the guard promptly opened the gate. Ong, dressed in a sharp suit, stood by the window watching her approach, his face lighting up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Lin is back." He quickly exited the villa and waited by the entrance. The dragon girl ran towards him, arms wide open, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Ong." He reciprocated the embrace. "Brother Ong, wow, you've gotten even more handsome in the years since we last met," she remarked. Ong, beaming, replied, "Not at all. It is you who has become even more beautiful. So, how does it feel to be a teacher?" The dragon girl pondered for a moment before answering, "It's quite good, though it can be quite worrying. You have no idea how mischievous that group of students can be. They're either skipping class or getting into fights. I'm so frazzled." Ong laughed heartily. "No worries. If they misbehave, you can discipline them. You are the teacher, after all. Also, I have decided not to go abroad anymore. I will stay here to accompany you." The little dragon maiden's smile appeared somewhat stiff as she inquired, "Is that so? Really? That's wonderful. Let us hurry inside." Ong gently patted her head and replied, "All right." Upon entering, the little dragon maiden observed many uncles, elder relatives, and guests gathered. Spotting Aosi, she immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Father!" Aosi promptly ceased his socializing, set down his wine glass, and opened his arms, calling out, "Lin." The little dragon maiden rushed over, embracing Aosi and playfully declaring, "Father, I've missed you so much." After which, she straightened up, retrieved a gift box from her bag, and said, "Happy birthday, Father. May you enjoy this day year after year." Aosi beamed with joy, unable to contain his smile, exclaiming, "You know just how to make your father happy. Come. This is your third uncle and third aunt." The little dragon maiden politely nodded and greeted, "Third uncle, third aunt." The third uncle nodded in response, remarking, Lin, you truly have transformed with time, becoming more beautiful. You and our Ong are indeed a match made in heaven." The little dragon maiden smiled awkwardly. Ong, with a cheerful demeanor, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, as if they were a couple, and said, "Uncle, parents, Lin has not returned in ages. I would like to have a word with her." The crowd expressed their understanding, encouraging, Go on, let these two children chat." The pair ascended to the lounge on the second floor, where Ong gazed at the increasingly mature and alluring little dragon maiden, and within his heart, he could not help but sigh. After a millennium of waiting, little dragon maiden, in this lifetime, I finally have my chance. Without him, you and I have an opportunity. I shall cherish you dearly. Sitting beside her, Ong asked, Lin, how have you been this past year?" The little dragon maiden nodded, responding, "Quite well, though it has been a bit lonely by myself. By the way, Long Ji is returning in a few days. How wonderful." I have missed her, at last. I shall not be living alone. Emoang frowned awkwardly, saying, Is that so? That's great. Having someone to keep you company is wonderful. He pondered the fact that Long Ji seemed rather unfriendly towards him, had it not been for her. Perhaps his relationship with the little dragon maiden would have progressed more smoothly. Now, with her return, he felt a sense of urgency to solidify his bond with the little dragon maiden. The little dragon maiden pulled out her phone and began tapping on the holographic panel. Emoang remarked, By the way, little dragon maiden, I know you reside in the Ute area. I have also secured a place there. I will be moving in a few days, and then we can live in the same vicinity. The little dragon maiden merely giggled to herself at her phone and replied, Oh, I see. Emoang smiled and asked, What are you playing? It seems so fun. You finally return, and yet do not wish to converse with your brother Emoang? The little dragon maiden instantly looked up, exclaiming, What? Did you just say we would be living in the same area? Emoang, with a tender expression, affirmed, Indeed, I have secured a house in Ute. Soon we shall be neighbors. Suddenly, Emoang took her hand earnestly, saying, Then I will be able to take better care of you, Lin Lin. The little dragon maiden, feeling a bit uneasy, withdrew her hand, inexplicably resisting the moment. It was not like her to feel this way. Her smile faded completely. Emoang, puzzled, glanced at her and asked, What's wrong, Lin Lin? Are you not happy? The little dragon maiden shook her head and said, No, it's nothing. Chapter 18. An unexpected guest. The little dragon maiden and Emoang descended the stairs, where Ao Sihai approached the gathering and declared, Ahem. I am truly delighted that everyone could attend my birthday celebration today. There is another matter I wish to announce. The Ao family lineage is extensive, as you are all aware. However, I have but one son and one daughter. My eldest son is abroad with our branch company, leaving me with my sole daughter, who currently teaches at Dysenius Academy. Although she is still young, she has always been my pride. Additionally, my youngest nephew, Emoang, is a remarkable young talent in our generation, holding positions in numerous multinational companies abroad. He and my daughter are a match made in heaven. On this joyous occasion, both have returned, and I would like to make this announcement. Emoang listened eagerly as his uncle spoke. The little dragon maiden, burdened with her thoughts, suddenly exclaimed, Father. Ao Sihai was about to continue his announcement, but was interrupted. Father, today is your birthday. Let us not discuss other matters. I merely wish to return and spend quality time with you. We can address other things later. Ao Sihai smiled awkwardly at the guests and replied, Then you two carry on. He then turned back to the little dragon maiden and whispered, Lin Lin, what troubles you today? Previously you did not express any opposition. The little dragon maiden replied, Indeed, I did not object, but I did not agree either. I need to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Ao Sihai countered, But I have already assured your uncles. If we do not announce your engagement to Emoang today, it would be rather abrupt to retract it. Emoang looked at the little dragon maiden with a hint of disappointment and confusion, yet he respected her feelings. He stepped in to ease the tension, saying, Uncle, it is of no concern. Girls often have many thoughts. I have just returned and have many matters to attend to. There is no rush. The little dragon maiden gratefully nodded at Emoang, who forced a smile in return. At that moment, a man in his 30s, flanked by 2 bodyguards, suddenly entered the villa where the birthday celebration was taking place. He surveyed the room with a commanding presence. Upon his arrival, Ao Sihai immediately halted his drink, frowning and casting a sharp gaze at the newcomer, who exuded a sinister aura. Emoang and the others exchanged glances, while the little dragon maiden was taken aback. Recognizing him as the nefarious cultivator, the man smiled broadly and approached, saying, Chairman Ao, I have long admired your reputation. So, the conglomerate belongs to the Ao family. It has been quite a challenge to locate you. The little dragon maiden felt a surge of anxiety as she grasped Ao Sihai's arm. Ao Sihai looked at her and then at the man, inquiring, Who are you? The man confidently took a glass and stepped closer to Ao Sihai, saying, You do not remember me? Ao Sihai scrutinized the man before suddenly dropping his glass, stepping back 2 paces, and pointing, You are Lin Outyin. The little dragon maiden gazed at Ao Sihai, bewildered by his expression, and softly uttered, Father? Emoang and several uncles immediately widened their eyes, stepping forward with expressions of rage directed at the man. Ao Guang found himself lost in reminiscence. A millennium ago, he had set sail as usual after the rain. But the sea was tumultuous. A fishing couple, caught in the downpour, tragically perished at sea. The villagers later retrieved their bodies. At that time, the couple had an 8-year-old son who, filled with rage, gazed out at the ocean, vowing to annihilate all dragons to avenge his parents. This boy later took on the name Lin Ao Tian, apprenticed to numerous masters, and honed his dragon-slaying skills. He devoted his life to studying the dragon lineage and, through relentless effort, became renowned for his prowess in dragon hunting, captivating the realms. During that period, the once pure bloodline of dragons had already dwindled, and Lin Aotian's actions further diminished their numbers. His formidable abilities were specifically designed to target dragons, and his dragon-slaying divine blade dealt fatal blows to them. The young dragon princess, the ruler of the Water Clan, challenged Lin Aotian to battle alongside the remaining dragon kings. Tragically, many of her kin, including Qin Yao, fell in battle, with Qin Yao's head severed by the divine blade, her dragon soul unable to escape the fate. Ao Guang made every effort to protect the dragon princess's soul and aided the remaining dragons in their escape. However, Lin Aotian did not relent. He trained a powerful dragon-slaying army and executed a comprehensive campaign against the dragon clan. With the Water Clan leader deceased, the beleaguered dragons found themselves with no refuge. For millennia, they concealed their identities, surviving until today. After several hundred years, Lin Aotian vanished, allowing the remaining dragons to finally catch their breath and adapt to living amongst humans, establishing their family enterprises and creating groups. In the wake of peace, Ao Guang changed his name, expending the vast cultivation of the sea dragon kings to artificially nurture a dragon egg. After several centuries, this effort yielded the extraordinary Ao Lin. The Water Clan leader was resurrected, but in this rebirth, she lost all memories of the past. Ao Guang wished only for her happiness and safety, choosing to shield her from the truth of her lineage and allowing her to live as an ordinary person, erasing all traces of the dragon clan. For 1,000 years, Nezha had not appeared, and Ao Sihai gradually accepted this reality. Mo Ong continuously contributed to the dragon clan, caring for the dragon princess since her birth, becoming the family's most vital pillar. With Nezha's absence now a certainty, and the dragon princess's memories faded, Mo Ong felt content to fulfill their destinies. Ao Sihai pointed at Lin Aotian, exclaiming, "I never imagined you would find this place." Though Lin Aotian possessed unparalleled dragon-slaying skills, he ultimately succumbed to his fate. Centuries ago, he died and was reincarnated, yet through secret arts, he retained his memories while his powers vanished. In his quest for strength, he reluctantly embraced dark practices. Though greatly diminished, he established the Lin family and inadvertently discovered the dragon princess, tracing her whereabouts until he uncovered the remnants of the dragon clan. Thus, his mission was far from over. Lin Aotian chuckled heartily. "My Lin Group is a renowned multinational corporation. I hear today marks Chairman Ao's birthday celebration, and I have come to pay my respects." With numerous guests present, neither party dared to reveal their true intentions. Ao Sihai gritted his teeth and forced a smile, saying, "Is that so? Your presence is appreciated. However, I suspect Chairman Lin's visit holds more significance, doesn't it?" Lin Aotian raised his head and said, Chairman Ao indeed possesses remarkable insight. Indeed, I, Lin Aotian, have a younger brother named Lin Fan, who is also an exceptionally talented young man. Moreover, he holds great admiration for your daughter, Ao Lin. I have come specifically to secure an opportunity for him." Ao Sihai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Unfortunately, I have already selected a candidate for my future son-in-law. Your brother should seek alternatives." Suddenly, Lin Aotian's expression darkened as he replied, "Oh, there is no rush. I am well aware that aside from the enigmatic 8 great families of the Jianghu, your Ao family possesses the most formidable influence." He then leaned closer to Ao Sihai and whispered, "Moreover, among the younger generation, there are many talented individuals. It just so happens that my brother is one of them. Since you are selecting a suitor for your daughter, it is only fitting to choose the best. Thus, if there are any among your descendants who can rival my brother, we shall take our leave immediately. If not, then my brother shall forge a joyful union with your Ao family." Ao Sihai narrowed his eyes and suddenly announced loudly to all the guests, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but I have some family matters to attend to. This banquet will conclude here." The guests exchanged glances, and as the host, Chairman Ao, had spoken, everyone began to depart, leaving only a few members of the Ao family behind. Now, Ao Sihai could speak freely. Mo Ong remarked, "Do not be too overbearing. Lin cannot possibly marry into your family." Lin Aotian glanced at Mo Ong and said, "You seem to be the most distinguished among this group of young individuals." Mo Ong held his head high and replied, "Indeed, what do you want?" Lin Aotian declared, "Very well, let my brother compete with you in a duel. Whoever triumphs shall become the future son-in-law of Chairman Ao." The little dragon girl was left speechless, wondering what kind of situation this was. This person clearly harbored ill intentions. What did it have to do with her? Chapter 19. The 8 great families Ao Sihai summoned the little dragon girl, Moong, and 3 uncles into his study. The little dragon girl asked, "Father, what on earth is happening?" After pondering for a moment, Ao Sihai finally spoke, Lin, this world is exceedingly complex. More than you can imagine. Our grand families, along with our conglomerates, wealth, and influence, are not as they appear on the surface. The forces behind them are deeply intertwined. Aside from the mysterious 8 great families that manipulate the world, of which no one knows the details, our branch families wield such power thanks to our own influence. Thus, we send our young successors to learn extraordinary abilities, skills, and arts that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Have you heard of spells? Having witnessed Neza's prowess, the little dragon girl nodded. I am somewhat familiar. Ao Sihai continued. With the existence of these outstanding successors, the stronger they become, the more powerful our influence grows. Within these branch families, our standing becomes more prominent. The Ao family has always maintained a low profile, belonging to the hidden families, refraining from engaging in the disputes of the 16 families beneath the 8 great families. However, our strength is formidable, well concealed. It is unexpected that we have still been approached. In this realm, one must have a strong fist to stand firm. The prominent families have united, engaging in a web of intrigue and rivalry. A single misstep could lead to their complete annihilation, leaving not even the remnants of their bones. Thus, they continually send their younger generations to acquire knowledge and hone their skills, nurturing talent to bolster the family's strength. Only with power can one deter others from making a move. To provoke you would spell disaster for the entire clan. This is the essence of the matter. The little dragon girl, having gained insight, remarked, "Then why doesn't father cultivate my abilities? Now I find myself utterly unskilled and unable to contribute." Maoong approached with a smile and said, Lian, we do not wish for you to be embroiled in these conflicts. We only desire for you to live joyfully. Like an ordinary person, the forces behind this strife are excessively dark and complex, alas. The little dragon girl, unconvinced, retorted, "Do not assume I am oblivious to it all. Even if you wish to keep me out of it, look at today, they have already involved me." Ao Sihai frowned and said, "That Lin Outyin is no ordinary character. Did you notice the young man behind him?" Ao Run quickly interjected, "He is a celestial being. I suspect he belongs to one of the 8 great families." Ao Sihai nodded gravely. "I fear the 8 great families might intervene. That young man indeed possesses extraordinary prowess. It seems they have set their sights on us. But why would they assist the Lin family?" A profound silence enveloped the group. The little dragon girl was quite taken aback today. She had previously only known that her father had nurtured many talented individuals with commendable martial skills, and she had given it little thought, believing that such violence did not concern her. Today, however, she truly grasped the existence of numerous celestial beings in this world. She wondered whether Neza was among the exceptional ones, yet she felt assured that the malevolent practitioner could not possibly rival Neza. Ao Sihai turned to Maoong and asked, "I fear if we do not engage in combat, they will not relent. In their embarrassment and fury, one cannot predict their actions. How confident are you in facing that young man?" Maoong, reflecting on his own considerable skills and self-assured, responded, 90%. Ao Sihai nodded appreciatively, "Excellent. Truly, you are the most outstanding talent of our Ao family." The little dragon girl pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Maoong never reveals such abilities to me." She then inquired, "So you can perform sorcery as well?" Maoong, with a confident smile, replied, "Your brother Maoong possesses many talents. Do not underestimate me." The little dragon girl's eyes widened as she asked, "Is that true? Can one learn sorcery?" Maoong nodded affirmatively, "Of course. Otherwise, how would I have acquired it?" The little dragon girl pressed further, "Then can you fly?" Maoong said, "Yes, certainly. It's the most fundamental skill." The little dragon girl playfully patted Maoong on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You, Maoong, have so many secrets and fail to share them with me. And you all. It's simply too much. Why don't you tell me anything?" She reflected on the past few days, feeling as if her understanding had been completely overturned. Not only Neza, but her own family as well. It felt as though she had been living in ignorance. She was unsure who was more formidable, Neza or her brother Maoong. After a deliberation among the group, they made their way to the hall. Lin Outyin promptly turned to Ao Sihai and inquired, "Chairman Ao, what have you decided?" Ao Sihai coldly snorted and replied, "Tomorrow, I shall set up an arena in the square behind the villa. There we shall compete." Lin Outyin immediately exclaimed, "Excellent. It's settled then, Lin Fan, we shall depart. Tomorrow, we shall return to assist you in vying for your bride." Lin Fan nodded slightly. his expression stoic and aloof as he cast a glance at the little dragon maiden before turning to follow Lin Outyin out. AOC instructed the security personnel to commence preparations. Back in her room, the little dragon maiden pondered. Father mentioned that Lin Fan is also a celestial being. I have only witnessed Brother Emoang's prowess in martial arts, yet I have not seen him employ any form of sorcery. This leaves me feeling somewhat uncertain. The individuals dispatched by the 8 great families are indeed celestial beings, which means those 8 great families are celestial lineages as well. No wonder they remain so enigmatic. Alas, if Brother Emoang were to lose tomorrow, I would unwittingly be betrothed to a stranger, especially one who seeks to harm me. In that moment, the little dragon maiden could only think of Nezha. She activated her holographic panel and spent over an hour on the phone with him, recounting all the day's events. Though she omitted the part about nearly being engaged to Emoang, Nezha contemplated for a moment, realizing he finally had a lead on celestial beings. And he couldn't allow anyone to vie for his bride. I must go tomorrow, he declared into the phone. Teacher AO, I will be there. Rest assured. Since you have confided in me about your lifelong commitment, I shall ensure you do not end up wed to a stranger without cause. The little dragon maiden expressed her delight, though she feigned calmness, saying, Very well, studently, do ensure you rest early tonight and come by tomorrow. Nezha replied, Understood, teacher. After ending the call, Nezha reflected, Lin Outyin. Tomorrow, I shall confront this Lin Outyin, Lin Fan, and the Lin family. On Sunday, the expansive square behind the AO residence was bustling with activity, adorned with numerous tables, while several mechanical butlers busily attended to the arrangements. The little dragon maiden, accompanied by AOC, arrived at the square and took a seat. Lin Outyin, accompanied by a dozen individuals, also arrived and sat down with Lin Fan and a member of another family, while the remaining individuals stood behind them. The little dragon maiden, tapping on her holographic phone, sent a message to Nezha, wondering why he had not yet arrived as the event was about to commence. Meanwhile, Nezha was preparing meticulously, contemplating that it had been a millennium since he last saw his father-in-law, the chairman of the AO family, who was exceedingly wealthy. He could not afford to present himself poorly. After speaking with the little dragon maiden the previous day, he had arranged for a state-of-the-art Maybach intelligent sports car to make a dazzling entrance. Rising early to select his attire, he donned a suit complemented by a black and silver chain, instantly transforming into the image of a shrewd young CEO. Nezha drove toward his father-in-law's residence. At the AO family estate, AOC glanced at Lin Outyin and stated, As for the competition's rules, each family shall send forth their young heirs to participate. Anyone who wishes to compete may do so. Lin Outyin and AOC shared a common intention, eager to gauge the strength of the opposing family. They decided to first send forth the most talented members of their respective families to test the waters, ultimately reserving Lin Fan for last. AOC, thinking along similar lines, considered it prudent to assess the capabilities of the rival family. After a brief discussion, AOC and Lin Outyin agreed on their representatives. Lin Outyin dispatched a remarkably slender man, who leapt gracefully over the enclosure, exclaiming, I shall take my turn first. Who wouldn't wish to try their luck at marrying a stunning beauty? Ha. The little dragon maiden cast him a disdainful glance and curled her lip, her thoughts betraying her disapproval. At that moment, a young disciple from AOC faction stepped forward, declaring, I shall defend the platform for my cousin. If you wish to wed my sister, let us see if you possess the requisite skill. These junior practitioners, with their limited spells and modest talents, primarily relied on martial prowess. After exchanging respectful gestures, the two combatants commenced their bout. AOC had long since employed advanced technology combined with magic to establish a protective barrier. He produced wristbands provided by the 8 great families, which were meticulously inspected and deemed mandatory for the duelists to wear. In the 23rd century, the destruction caused by powerful magical contests was unacceptable. These wristbands could suppress 90% of a deity's magical prowess, permitting only the use of simple, minimal spells. With the high-tech barrier in place, they could engage in combat without causing any damage. Chapter 20, Nezha returns. The two contenders, though possessing only average martial skills, exchanged blows with palpable intensity. After several rounds, one of them produced a small baton and pressed a button, summoning a technological lightsaber. The other quickly followed suit, brandishing a light dagger. As the battle ensued, they intermittently unleashed lasers, blending martial arts with technology. The slender man consistently demonstrated superior skill, ultimately besting AOC representative. Lin Outyin bore a faint smile as the slender man prepared to take on the next opponent. The lasers, confined within the barrier, allowed for unrestrained combat. Subsequently, The slender man found himself overpowered, leading to a stalemate after several exchanges. At last, only Mo Ong and Lin Fan remained. Lin Fan's expression was notably cold and devoid of emotion. Once all others had stepped aside, he donned the wristband and strode confidently onto the platform. Observing Lin Fan's ascent, Mo Ong promptly adorned himself with the wristband and joined him. Lin Fan, with an icy demeanor, stated, "I seek to learn from you." Mo Ong nodded in agreement. "Let us begin." As they engaged, it became apparent to Mo Ong that Lin Fan possessed extraordinary strength, his skills inscrutable. Each strike was executed with remarkable steadiness and decisiveness. Particularly his leg techniques, which frequently swept low and unleashed magical assaults. Mo Ong countered with his trident, launching spell-based attacks in retaliation. The little dragon maiden, witnessing Mo Ang's combat style for the first time, felt compelled to cheer him on, believing it preferable to support him than to marry an unknown villain. Mo Ong, give it your all, she urged, her brow furrowed. Lin Fan flashed a sly grin, taunting, "Is this truly all you can muster?" Mo Ang's straightforward nature mirrored his fighting style. He lacked Lin Fan's agility. In a swift maneuver, Lin Fan pressed his fingers together to unleash a magical strike, then executed a roll, revealing a mechanical iron fist which he directed toward Mo Ong. Following the punch, the mech vanished, and Lin Fan emerged from the ground, wielding a laser sword in a thrusting attack. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air, igniting flames beneath his feet as he delivered a powerful kick. Mo Ong, besieged by this rapid onslaught, could do little but defend himself. Despite his commendable agility, he lacked Lin Fan's overwhelming confidence and ferocity. Lin Fan was undeniably a formidable opponent. Even with the wristband suppressing 90% of his magic, his strikes were exceptionally potent, causing Mo Ang's trident to reverberate painfully in his grip. For millennia, Mo Ong has prided himself on his formidable prowess, yet he has never truly delved into mastering any extraordinary techniques. The suppression of this bracelet spell proves fatal, relying solely on genuine skill, and Mo Ong finds himself increasingly beleaguered. In stark contrast stands Lin Fan, a member of the enigmatic 8 great families, once a celestial being, whose cultivation is not only robust, but has been honed through countless perilous missions executed for his illustrious lineage. His extensive experience in battles leaves him unyielding, rendering Mo Ong no match for him. Moreover, as the fight progresses, Lin Fan's speed escalates, seemingly immune to the constraints of the bracelet, adapting with each strike, while Mo Ang's sudden vulnerability under the bracelet's influence becomes more pronounced. Ultimately, under Lin Fan's rapid onslaught, Mo Ong is propelled out of the ring. Clutching his chest after being kicked away, Mo Ong steadies himself in midair, seething with indignation as he attempts to re-enter the fray, only to be halted by Lin Ao, who declares, "Once you are thrown from the ring, it counts as a loss." Huh, truly splendid. Your esteemed Ao family's most exceptional descendant is nothing remarkable after all. Mo Ong retorts you. It was you who intruded uninvited. What does Lin's lifelong affair have to do with you? Lin Fan, standing atop the platform, coldly gazes down at Mo Ong and inquires, "Are you unable to accept defeat?" Lin Ao bursts into laughter, remarking, "Just yesterday, you all agreed upon this, did you not? Besides, do you not know who I, Lin Ao am? Among great families, marriage alliances are commonplace. Since Miss Ao Lin is not betrothed, why not pursue this opportunity?" AOC High interjects, "Mo Ong, cease your words. Lin Ao, do not overstep your bounds. We are in the 23rd century. Matters of marriage are not dictated by our elders. Even if you emerge victorious, my daughter's consent is paramount." The little dragon maiden lifts her chin defiantly, asserting, "Indeed, there is no such thing as forceful marriage anymore. I harbor no interest in your brother whatsoever." Lin Ao glares, "Are you unable to accept your loss? To win and then renege? If I were in your shoes, how could I still claim to belong to a great family? How disgraceful. Do you think I, Lin Ao, am easy to toy with? If you do not adhere to the rules today..." Suddenly, a youthful voice interrupts, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Ao's words are cut short, as everyone turns toward the source of the voice. There stands a dashing young boy clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with a silver chain, confidently resting his hands in his pockets. All eyes turn to him, and AOC High, wide-eyed, slowly rises from his seat, exclaiming, "Is that Nezha?" Mo Ong feels a sudden jolt of apprehension. Lin Ao's eyes widen in recognition. It is him, the extraordinary youth from the rooftop, whom he presumed would not attend. The little dragon maiden gazes at Nezha with bright eyes. Nezha stands poised, hands in pockets, flashing a radiant smile that reveals his pearly white teeth. His smile is both sunny and captivating, as he slightly sways and bows his head, exuding a confidence that commands attention despite his tender age. The little dragon maiden, entranced by his luminous smile, feels as if time stands still, enveloped in an intoxicating sense of comfort. With him present, all troubles and dangers seem destined to dissipate. Lin Fan narrows his eyes, scrutinizing the youthful figure before him. Nezha approached the crowd step by step, bowing slightly before Ao as he said, "Uncle Ao, I apologize for my tardiness." Ao remained in a state of astonishment as he gazed at Nezha, overwhelmed by the realization that a millennium had passed, over 1,000 years of hope for his return. Had he been present, the tragic events that befell the Dragon Clan 1,000 years ago might never have occurred. Yet it was not his fault. He had ventured into the secret realm to undertake a significant mission, remaining utterly oblivious to the outside world. For millennia, the reputation of the third prince, Li Nezha, had spread throughout the three realms, and Ao was well aware of his exceptional abilities. He had returned. Imoong was merely a secondary option. When Nezha was around, he had safeguarded the four seas splendidly. It was astonishing that he was still here. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ao grasped Nezha's arm with trembling hands and, without uttering a word, embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "It is enough that you have returned." The little dragon maiden stood dumbfounded. "What is happening? Is this my father's long-lost son?" She approached the pair and quietly inquired, "What is going on? Do you two know each other? Father, could he truly be your son lost to time?" The two immediately released their embrace, and Ao responded, "What nonsense are you speaking? This is Nezha." Aware that the little dragon maiden had lost her memories, presumably for her own protection, interjected, "We were acquainted, old friends." The little dragon maiden, considering Nezha's age of over 3,000 years, understood and replied, "Father, it is good that you know each other. He is my student, Li Nezha." Ao exclaimed, "Oh, is that so?" The other dragon kings of the three seas were left utterly astonished. Imoong felt a wave of agitation. However, hearing the little dragon maiden refer to him merely as her student suggested that he remained unaware of the situation, affording Imoong a glimmer of hope. He slowly approached, saying, "Nezha, you have returned." Nezha smiled and replied, "Ah, Xiang Imoong, you are still here." Imoong forced a smile and nodded. Lin Outyen, with impatience, interjected, "All right. Enough of the family reunion. Have you finished? Lin Fan has emerged victorious. You have all been defeated. Hurry, sign the tablet. Miss Ao Lin is my brother's fiancée." Nezha, raising his chin defiantly, retorted, "Old scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you not seen that I am still here? Did those two eyes grow in vain?" Lin Outyen, incensed by Nezha's words, immediately stood up and shouted, "You little rascal." Lin Fan, however, calmly interjected, "Let him come up. Let us speak through strength." The little dragon maiden whispered to Nezha, "Nezha, he is quite formidable." Nezha raised an eyebrow, signaling that all was well. He then declared, "Very well. Today, I shall teach you a lesson about martial arts." Chapter 21, Playing Tricks with Me? I am made of lotus. Nezha removed his coat and tossed it to the little dragon maiden, saying, "Hold this for me. It is quite valuable." With that, he rolled up his sleeves. The little dragon maiden looked up at him, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Nezha grinned mischievously, hands in his pockets, sauntering onto the stage with an air of nonchalance. However, his shoes were rather uncomfortable, and as he ascended the stage, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Nezha swiftly steadied himself, adjusting his hair with an air of feigned coolness as he flashed a grin at everyone present. Lin Fan observed Nezha with great caution. Although he had not encountered Nezha since his ascension, he was well aware of the formidable nature of his opponent and knew he had to proceed with utmost care. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Hand ring." Imoong promptly removed the hand ring and tossed it towards Nezha. Nezha caught the ring and affixed it to his wrist. After a brief assessment of his surroundings, he found it satisfactory, having grown accustomed to suppressing his powers to battle. With a radiant smile, Nezha dusted off his little shoes, patted his chest, and extended his arms in a fighting stance, exclaiming, "Ha! Bring it on." His demeanor exuded confidence and playfulness. Lin Fan summoned his dual iron fist mech, cautiously pressed his shoes against the ground, and positioned his fists in a boxing stance, readying himself for combat. In unison, the two charged forward. Lin Fan unleashed a rapid iron fist attack, which Nezha deftly blocked with one arm. As Lin Fan's other fist approached, Nezha swiftly maneuvered his arm to intercept. Suddenly, Lin Fan's mech arm began to pound the air vigorously, akin to a pile driver. Nezha, with sharp eyes, observed Lin Fan's iron fists and skillfully transitioned his grip, wrapping his hands around Lin Fan's arm. With a swift kick, he aimed directly for Lin Fan's chin. Lin Fan widened his eyes and leaned back to evade. Feeling the immense strength in Neza's grasp, he realized that without releasing his mech, he would be unable to escape. Fortunately, as Neza executed his downward kick, Lin Fan managed to break free, narrowly avoiding the attack. Furrowing his brow, Lin Fan regarded Neza. Despite the protective mech, he noted that it had been deformed by Neza's grip. Had he not acted swiftly, he might have suffered a serious injury. What extraordinary strength! Meanwhile, the little dragon maiden sat anxiously, nervously wringing her hands. She quietly asked Aosi, "Father, do you think Neza can win?" Aosi, however, was exhilarated, his eyes gleaming as he watched Neza engage in battle. Lin, do not worry. You have no idea who Neza is. Aside from the Buddha of the West, who has departed this realm, there are no rivals for Neza among the Taoist deities. In the past, Sun Wukong was his only match, but he too has ascended as the victorious fighting Buddha and followed the Buddha to the west. I thought Neza had left as well, but to my surprise, he remains. Haha, splendid. What a magnificent display. Aosi exclaimed, eagerly watching as Neza retaliated with greater speed than Lin Fan. Lin Fan found himself struggling. He had not anticipated Neza's prowess, nor the multitude of techniques that nearly overwhelmed him. Neza's quick reflexes and agile maneuvers kept him from engaging in a fair fight. He summoned the universe ring and, turning, launched it towards Lin Fan like a fiery spear. Just as Lin Fan repelled the universe ring, the fiery spear and Neza lunged at him simultaneously. Lin Fan grasped the center of the spear and pulled back, but to his astonishment, Neza split the spear in two, rendering Lin Fan's effort futile. With a mischievous grin, Neza bent low, wielding the two short spears to target Lin Fan's upper and lower body. Lin Fan could only retreat continuously until he found himself cornered against the enclosure, ultimately taking flight to evade from above, while Neza stood, retracting his magical artifacts, casting a wicked smile in Lin Fan's direction. Lin Fan reacted swiftly. As soon as he landed, he turned and unleashed 6 magical attacks. Neza, noticing the incoming spells, dashed forward, performing parkour-like maneuvers with one hand supporting his weight as he executed several agile flips, perfectly evading Lin Fan's magical onslaught and arriving right in front of him. Lin Fan, with a determined stomp, soared into the air, racing wildly around the barrier, while Neza leaped up, extending his hand imperiously as the Hunyuan silk materialized from thin air. Running away? He declared. Space is limited. The Hunyuan silk quickly ensnared Lin Fan, wrapping around his form, as Neza seized one end, gripping it tightly. In an instant, Lin Fan was yanked back to the ground, straining against the force to prevent being pulled closer to Neza, with both hands tightly clutching the Hunyuan silk. Neza took 2 confident strides forward, followed by a backward somersault, using the momentum to tug Lin Fan violently towards him, sending him crashing to the ground. Neza's movements were always remarkably stylish. His legwork was even more agile than Lin Fan's, executing various flips and rolls with remarkable finesse, as if the ground beneath him was scalding hot. The speed was breathtaking. These maneuvers transpired in the blink of an eye, devoid of any hesitation. It was evident that no matter how many tricks Lin Fan possessed, he could not surpass Neza. Neza retracted his fire-tipped spear as Lin Fan gritted his teeth and rose, retrieving 2 short rods from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed 2 laser swords. Neza smirked, nodding in approval, and exclaimed, trying to show off, "Are we? I am the embodiment of the lotus." With that, Neza summoned his fire-tipped spear and engaged Lin Fan's dual laser swords in combat. Lin Fan wielded the swords with mesmerizing skill, his movements fluid and agile, as if they were extensions of water itself, twirling gracefully. While Neza's spear met the fluidity of the dual swords with equal finesse, the suppression of magical power was evident. Both relied heavily on their martial skills. Neza, seeking a more thrilling confrontation, refrained from utilizing spells. Knowing that any contact with Lin Fan's laser swords would result in immediate incineration of any struck limb, he deftly evaded, soaring back on the wind-fire wheels, as his spear split into 2, transforming into dual laser cannons, which he discharged rapidly into the air before rejoining them. Neza knelt on one knee, holding the transformed weapon aloft, raising an eyebrow at Lin Fan. Dare to move? The magic unleashed from the fire-tipped spear was no jest. Imbued with the essence of the true fire of Samadhi, Lin Fan, momentarily stunned, hesitated to approach with his laser swords. Neza unleashed the cannon, firing a brilliant golden beam. Lin Fan attempted to block with both swords, yet the force was overwhelming, sending him flying and causing his weapons to slip from his grasp. Neza returned the cannon to its spear form and charged towards Lin Fan, demanding, "Will you submit?" just as Lin Fan prepared to rise. The fire-tipped spear pressed firmly against his chest. Lin Fan, locking eyes with Nezha's relaxed demeanor, gritted his teeth and conceded, "I yield." Nezha, filled with confidence, smiled as he rested the spear on his shoulder, turning to behold the beaming Xiao Longnu. Suddenly, Xiao Longnu shouted, "Watch out." Nezha immediately furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance as he positioned the fire-tipped spear behind him, while Lin Fan gathered his magical energy to strike at Nezha's back. Nezha gritted his teeth, leaping into action as he turned and charged forward, delivering a powerful thrust of his spear into Lin Fan's chest. Upon landing, he forcefully shoved the fiery spear towards Lin Fan, locking him by the throat with his arm. Nezha tilted his head and whispered into Lin Fan's ear, "Have you ever seen a person breathe fire?" Lin Fan, through clenched teeth, retorted, "Let go of me. What do you want? My back is covered by the 8 great families." Nezha scoffed, pushing Lin Fan aside and seizing his neck from the front, facing him with disdain. "After losing, you still resort to ambush? How shameless. Allow me to assist you." Nezha opened his mouth, and Lin Fan's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed flames erupting forth towards him. Lin Outyin immediately shouted, "Stop. We concede. No more fighting." Yet, Nezha unleashed his true fire, scorching Lin Fan's face, leaving it reddened and blistered. Lin Fan's agonized screams echoed, and had it not been for his concentrated magical power, his head would have likely been singed away. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Suddenly, Nezha closed his mouth, burped, and playfully flicked his tongue with a swaggering motion, revealing a mischievous grin as he released Lin Fan. Lin Fan hunched over, clutching his face in agony. AOC High and the others erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Marvelous." Ha! The little dragon girl was utterly captivated by Nezha's impressive display in battle, astonished by his prowess. It seemed as though he was merely playing. Filled with excitement, she stood up, sharing a smile with Nezha on the stage, wishing she could rush over and embrace him if it weren't for the throngs of people around. Nezha gracefully donned a jacket as he strolled over to the little dragon girl, and the crowd erupted in cheers, while Lin Outyin and his entourage remained solemn, deep in thought. Chapter 22. Romance by the Sea. AOC High laughed heartily at Lin Outyin, saying, "Ah, Director Lin, it seems we are destined not to become in-laws. Your side simply does not measure up." Lin Outyin snorted dismissively. "You clearly stated that AOM along from your side would be paired with Lin Fan, yet upon losing, you sent someone else." The little dragon girl raised her chin, asserting, "How could that be? My father explicitly stated that anyone wishing to participate could come up on stage." Lin Outyin squinted, replying, "Humph. However, the ones you have injured are not those you can provoke lightly." Nezha, now dressed, laughed and quipped, "You old schemer. Did you come from Dunhuang? With so many murals, a loss is a loss. If you are unsatisfied, feel free to challenge me on stage. Let strength speak for itself." He pointed at Lin Fan, highlighting his earlier words. Lin Outyin regarded Nezha and said, "Your name is Li Nezha. I shall remember you." Nezha's smile faded as he stepped closer to Lin Outyin, stating, "I do not understand your relentless pursuit of AO Lin, but as long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on them." Lin Outyin met Nezha's gaze defiantly. "Do not be so arrogant. The 8 great families are not to be trifled with. And our Lin family is formidable as well." Nezha retorted, "Do not let me catch you with evidence of your misdeeds again. Otherwise, I shall end you. Exorcising demons is my profession, and I hold no regard for any family." Lin Outyin narrowed his eyes and snorted, instructing his men to escort Lin Fan away. Nezha turned to gaze at AOC High and the little dragon maiden, finally feeling a sense of companionship. It was not just him, Li Nezha, who longed for familial ties. He had discovered familiar faces in the little dragon maiden and his former father-in-law. This realization lifted his spirits, alleviating his loneliness. As they followed AOC High back to the villa, the little dragon maiden discreetly gave Nezha a thumbs up. Upon entering the study, Nezha inquired about the dragon clan's affairs, and AOC High recounted the tale of the dragon clan's devastation at the hands of Lin Outyin a millennium ago. With clenched fists and trembling lips, Nezha exclaimed, "Lin Outyin, I vow to bring ruin upon your Lin family. Uncle Dragon King, I have arrived too late." AOC High sighed and replied, "Nezha, times have changed. This world is no longer what it once was, and I am no longer the East Sea Dragon King of old, living in the 23rd century. I seek only to live a simple life with the remaining Dragon Kings, just like ordinary people." The little dragon maiden shares this desire. "Do you understand my meaning?" Nezha nodded, saying, "I comprehend. You have chosen not to share the past with the little dragon maiden, and I understand. After all, I have searched for you for millennia. What good would it do to burden her with sorrow?" The less she knows, the safer she is. As a father myself, I recognize your intentions, uncle. Rest assured, I shall not disclose anything to the little dragon maiden. I wish for her to live joyously. Aosi nodded in agreement. It is reassuring to know you understand. Alas, the younger generation of the dragon clan has taken human spouses, and our bloodline is nearly extinguished. It may not be long before dragons cease to exist altogether. Nezha sighed, lamenting the once mighty dragon clan that has now faded into obscurity. He grasped Aosi's arm and declared, Uncle, I was absent before, but I have returned now. I shall not allow anyone to harm you or the little dragon maiden. I am her father in this life, and will be forever. Aosi gazed at Nezha with fervor. He was no longer the East Sea Dragon King of yore. In his twilight years, witnessing Nezha rekindled his hope. Nezha's heart had remained unwavering. Once his proud son-in-law, he now embodied Aosi's greatest aspiration. They exchanged looks filled with the warmth of familial affection. As Aosi led Nezha out of the study, he suggested, Nezha, stay for dinner. You are now Linlin's student, and you all should return together after the meal. Nezha turned to Aosi and replied, Uncle, you know me well. Throughout the ages, my heart has belonged solely to the little dragon maiden. My feelings for her have never wavered, regardless of the passage of time. Although the world has changed and she has lost her memories, my affection remains steadfast. I wish to pursue her anew, and I hope you will grant your blessing. I desire to share eternity with her. Aosi's eyes sparkled as he regarded Nezha. Treasures of immeasurable worth are easily sought, but a devoted lover is rare. Nezha's lifelong struggles were all for his daughter, and he had never wavered in his love. Aosi admired Nezha greatly, having long accepted him as his son-in-law in his heart. Even amidst the tumultuous changes of the last millennium, he had believed Nezha lost, and thus had thought Moong to be the optimal choice, agreeing for the sake of family and business. Now that Nezha had returned, he would find a way to address the family affairs. The happiness of these two young souls was of utmost importance. Aosi nodded and said, I have complete faith in you regarding Linlin. I will address other matters. Just be gentle with her. She has lost her memories. Take your time. I believe in the bond between you two. She is my only precious daughter. Do you understand? Nezha, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, Yes, uncle. No, dad, I understand. You can rest assured. With a sweet smile, Nezha reassured him. Aosi chuckled. Shoo, it's a secret. Nezha raised an eyebrow in response, also shushing him. As they exited the study, the little dragon girl stood up from the sofa and linked her arm with Aosi's, inquiring, What were you two discussing for so long? Aosi smiled and replied, It's just an old acquaintance meeting. Naturally, we chatted a bit longer. The little dragon girl pouted and said, An old acquaintance. He is also my student. Li Nezha, since you know my father, I beg you to behave in class and not skip it so often. Nezha awkwardly laughed. Oh, I got it. The little dragon girl then said, Dad, let's eat. We have classes tomorrow, and after dinner, I'll take Li Nezha with me. Aosi nodded. All right, let us eat. Moong remained in a daze. After diligently protecting the little dragon girl for so long, Nezha's sudden appearance rendered him invisible. It seemed as though no one noticed him. He had been defeated before, but now, in this new era, he worked hard and excelled. He could not afford to lose to Nezha again. The fact that the little dragon girl had lost her memory was a chance granted by fate, and he was determined to seize it, to move her heart with sincerity. The little dragon girl had always been his beloved, a thought cherished for thousands of years. After dinner, Moong pulled the little dragon girl aside and said, Linlin, in a few days, I'll move in next to you, so I can take care of you and ensure your safety. The little dragon girl nodded happily. I know, Moong. You've been away for a year. We should have a good gathering when you return. Moong smiled and nodded in agreement. Nezha awaited at the villa entrance, and upon seeing his car, the little dragon girl felt as though he was waiting for her. She stole a glance at Nezha while lowering her head, then descended the steps to enter his vehicle. She had her own car, yet she preferred to ride with Nezha, planning to have Moong help her drive it later. After all this, the little dragon girl found herself utterly enamored with this extraordinary boy, handsome, warm, adorable, mischievous, humorous, remarkable, and providing a sense of security. Since meeting him, he was always the first to appear whenever she faced troubles. Although Moong had been exceptionally considerate, he never made her feel the same way. Indeed, previously, he had been perfect in her eyes, but with the emergence of this magical boy, he had become insignificant, almost forgotten. Love is truly a wondrous thing, irresistibly captivating. No matter how composed and rational one tries to be, the little dragon girl realized she had completely fallen. Forget about student-teacher boundaries. She simply longed for sweet moments with him. Reflecting on the Academy's prohibition against romantic relationships, especially as a teacher, she sighed, realizing that falling for her student could complicate matters ahead. Instead of driving home, Nezha took the little dragon girl directly to the seaside. Nezha parked the vehicle by the seaside, a familiar sensation washing over him. The once revered domain of the four seas and the Dragon King was now a distant memory. He stepped out of the car, leaning against the front. Inside, the little dragon maiden observed Nezha's silhouette, deciding to take off her high heels and stepping barefoot onto the sandy beach to join him. With a sultry glance, she inquired, "What brings you here?" Nezha gazed out at the ocean, gesturing towards the vast expanse. "You know," he began, "whenever I felt down or bored, I would come here to gaze at the sea." The little dragon maiden smiled softly, teasing, "I never thought even deities could feel low. What about now? Are you feeling down?" Nezha pondered for a moment before replying. "Of course. Tomorrow is Monday, and just thinking about it dampens my spirits. Oh, and I have something to tell you." "Yes?" she prompted. "The homework assigned in our group chat?" I haven't touched a single word, he chuckled. Rolling her eyes, the little dragon maiden playfully grasped his neck, saying, "I could strangle you. Tomorrow, I'll face complaints from the other teachers. Hurry back and finish your homework. You can't be daydreaming by the sea. Do you want to invite trouble?" Nezha laughed heartily, gripping her hand, and they stood face to face, their proximity electrifying. The playful banter ceased as Nezha gazed deeply into her eyes, whispering, "Luminous." Suddenly, the little dragon maiden wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. Nezha embraced her in return, and they shared a fervent kiss by the shoreline. As their passion intensified, she playfully pushed him onto the hood of the car, propping herself on the front, leaning down to kiss him seductively. Couples nearby watched the romantic display unfold. After their kiss, Nezha held her waist, beaming with joy. "I'm truly happy," he exclaimed. The little dragon maiden tossed her hair back, tilting her head to share in his delight. Chapter 23. Long Ji returns home one day. After a full day of classes at the academy, Nezha discovered that Master Ao's class had been replaced. He promptly took out his phone to message the little dragon maiden. She replied succinctly, "Meeting a friend." At the airport, the little dragon maiden checked her wristband, confirming the time. She scanned her surroundings when, suddenly, a striking woman with flowing hair and a holographic eye mask emerged, her gaze locking onto the little dragon maiden, a charming smile gracing her delicate features. As the woman approached, she effortlessly caught a rolling suitcase beside her, making her way directly to the little dragon maiden. With a flicker of excitement in her eyes, the little dragon maiden smiled brightly as the woman drew nearer. She opened her arms and ran towards her, exclaiming, "Ah, Long Ji, Long Ji." Exuding an air of confidence and allure, slightly tilted her head back, arms wide open, smiling gracefully. The little dragon maiden leapt into her embrace, clinging to her. Long Ji, undeterred, continued walking, effortlessly cradling the little dragon maiden as they exited the airport, drawing the attention of onlookers. What a commanding presence she possessed. The two women, possessing extraordinary beauty, drew the attention of numerous men as they walked by. Long Ji, maintaining her composure, strode forward, captivating those around her with every expression and gesture. While there were indeed many beautiful women, the exquisite presence of these two ladies rendered the airport a stunning spectacle. As Long Ji carried the petite figure of the little dragon girl out, she pressed a button by her ear, and in an instant, her attire transformed. Courtesy of advanced nanotechnology reserved for special departments, her alluring dress morphed into a sleek black ensemble. Her assistants tossed her a jacket which she deftly caught and flung over her shoulder. The nanotechnology adapted seamlessly, converting her outfit into utility trousers, striking red and black combat boots, and a stylishly loose leather jacket that accentuated her slender waist, revealing a tasteful glimpse of her midriff. Clad only in a black bandeau that modestly concealed her bosom, Long Ji placed the little dragon girl in the seat of the thunderstorm and, while brushing her hair back, remarked, "You've lost a couple of pounds. What's the matter? Not eating well, or just too tired?" The little dragon girl replied, "Is everything all right? Have you obtained the thunderstorm's aerial driving license?" Long Ji stepped into the vehicle and inquired, "Is it difficult? Have the accommodations been arranged?" The little dragon girl grinned and wrapped her arms around Long Ji's slender waist. "Of course, you'll be staying at my place." With a sly smile, Long Ji responded, "Hold on tight." And in a flash, the thunderstorm soared into the sky. Upon reaching their destination, Long Ji and the little dragon girl disembarked. Their stunning presence, complemented by the eye-catching thunderstorm, attracting the gaze of passers-by. Long Ji tapped her wrist device, and the thunderstorm took off on its own. As they entered the Imperial Thai building, Long Ji furrowed her brow and remarked, "I smell a man's scent." Have you been sneaking around behind my back? The little dragon girl playfully nudged Long G's arm. You're being ridiculous. I haven't tea. And what about you? Aren't those foreign boys quite charming? Long G's assistant arrived with their luggage, and upon opening her suitcase, Long G exclaimed, What on earth? There's nothing familiar here, not even a single outfit. She sighed. Well, it seems I've attracted unwanted attention. The little dragon girl chuckled. Hey, why not bring a few charming foreign boys over? Long G shot her a glance. Aren't you already with Mo Ong? Still thinking about those foreign boys? The little dragon girl frowned. What are you talking about? There's nothing between me and Mo Ong, don't be silly. Long G stood up with a gentle smile. Oh, how the tables have turned. I've always told you to take your time, yet you insisted Mo Ong was quite wonderful. I never saw what was so special about him. The little dragon girl protested. I said he was good because he truly is, but it has nothing to do with love. You know, as long as someone pursues me, whether it's Mo Ong or you driving them away, I end up single. With my qualities, if you both had any sense, I wouldn't be alone right now. Long G continued to rummage through her belongings. Really? I haven't been around you for months. Didn't you just go to a bar a few days ago? Didn't catch anyone to your liking? The little dragon girl, feeling as if she had been caught, stood up and exclaimed, Who told you that? It must have been Shun Jingjing. In a casual exchange, Long G entered the dressing room of the little dragon maiden, remarking, With your trivial matters. How could you possibly deceive me? If it weren't for my vigilance, you would have long been swindled of both wealth and affection. Allow me to lend you an outfit. The little dragon maiden nodded, replying, It's not as grave as you portray. At this rate, I might as well resign myself to a solitary existence. Alas, if I am to live in solitude, you shall not escape either. You must accompany me in this lonely fate. Long G found this notion agreeable, stating, Indeed? Excellent. Please reserve a luxurious single room for me in the nursing home. I am unaccustomed to sharing my living space. The little dragon maiden rolled her eyes in exasperation. You old crone, with your aloof demeanor, while a multitude of admirable men pursue you, you manage to chase them all away. One wonders what occupies your thoughts. You may embrace your solitude. As for me, I intend to relish in the joys of love. Ha ha. Long G retreated to the bathroom, quipping, Keep talking, and you may find yourself devoid of male company for the rest of your life. At the bathroom door, the little dragon maiden crossed her arms and admired Long G's physique as she remarked, Goodness, with a figure like that, were I a man, I would undoubtedly pursue you. Unfazed, Long G shed her garments and stepped under the warm cascade of water, beckoning with a finger, Care to join me? The little dragon maiden shivered, exclaiming, Oh, absolutely not. I shall fetch your preferred body wash. I know you are particular about brands and cannot abide others. I had to go to great lengths to procure it. Even more discerning than myself. With a toss, she carelessly threw the body wash toward the bathroom and exited. Long G merely glanced at it, as it floated midair before dispensing onto her body. After a while, once Long G had finished her bath, she emerged to find the little dragon maiden engrossed in a lively conversation with Nezha, giggling in a rather mischievous manner. Long G frowned, announcing, I must step out for a moment. The little dragon maiden immediately put down her phone, asking, Where can you possibly go after just returning? Long G replied, I must report back to the company in my homeland, of course. Be good while I am away. Pouting playfully, the little dragon maiden requested, Please bring me back a slice of tiramisu, the matcha flavor. Long G affectionately ruffled her hair, planting a kiss on her cheek before departing. In the Department of Supernatural Affairs, Long G entered a grand building by the sea and pressed the elevator button, which descended several floors. Upon reaching the clandestine realm of the Department of Supernatural Affairs, an enigmatic sector dedicated to addressing supernatural cases, she found it to be one of the nation's most secretive agencies, tasked not only with cosmic mysteries, but also with paranormal phenomena, established by high-ranking officials. Long G's arrival here was facilitated by an introduction from the upper echelons of the mysterious 8 families. As she entered, a device moved toward her, scanning her entire body with laser precision as she walked. A well-dressed foreign gentleman, sporting a name tag that read Charles, Department of Supernatural Affairs, extended his hand in greeting. Long G, it has been quite some time, he said. Long G, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly. Charles, indeed it has. What new discoveries have emerged? Charles stood before dozens of holographic screens alongside Long G, stating, This is footage of a car accident that occurred prior to the city incident. Observe closely. There were no occupants in either vehicle. Upon inspection, it was determined that the autonomous driving system of the cars malfunctioned. The individuals involved claimed to have been unaware of any issues, despite thorough investigation. We could find no surveillance footage showing anyone inside the vehicles at the time of the incident. On the surface, it appears to be a straightforward failure of the automated driving system, resulting in a collision with no casualties. Longji furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the clear recording of the accident, which indeed showed no one present, just the impact. He solemnly remarked, "No. There are moments in the footage where the image flickers. While the timestamp appears unchanged, there are discrepancies of several milliseconds. So what are you implying?" Charles smiled confidently at Longji, replying, "Your keen eye has indeed spotted the anomaly swiftly. Moreover, according to the findings from the accident scene, the number of glass shards is inconsistent. Several fragments are missing entirely. Isn't that peculiar?" Longji inquired, "Is the vehicle involved in the accident still accessible?" Charles responded, "The vehicle was deemed a total loss and sent to a salvage yard, but we managed to retrieve it, and it is now stored in the evidence room. However, Longji, since you have just returned today, there's no need to rush back into work. Take a couple of days to rest." Longji raised his head and said, "This situation bears further investigation. It seems to be of an unusual nature." "Very well. Contact me if there are developments." Charles nodded, understood. "Your identification has been prepared for you to collect from Jean." Longji took the documents and exited the operations department, receiving a message from the little dragon girl. "Longji, I've organized an event for you tonight, so do come back early." Longji smiled upon reading the message. Chapter 24. Encounter with Longji. Upon Longji's arrival, a jubilant cheer erupted as champagne was uncorked. "Oh, the magnificent Longji, welcome back to your homeland. At long last, our esteemed leader has returned. And oh, how many beautiful faces there are tonight." Longji walked straight through the crowd, but suddenly turned to point at Xiaobei, saying, "I am merely Lin's leader. Do not mistake that." Xiaobei chuckled. "Lin is our leader. You are Lin's leader, thus you are our leader too." Longji took a seat beside the little dragon girl, who leaned in and whispered, "So, how do you find the arrangements I made for you?" Longji frowned. "Do you not know that I prefer tranquility? Why is it so raucous?" The little dragon girl scoffed. "Sister, are you not bored? I see you're just not accustomed to being back home after playing around with foreign boys. How melodramatic." Longji shot a glance at her. "At least the quality here surpasses what I've encountered abroad." Just as the little dragon girl prepared to retort, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, smirking as she said, "I'll step outside to take this call." Once she left, a group of men and women surrounded Longji, offering to toast and inquiring what song she would like to hear. Longji waved her hand dismissively, knocking a row of shot glasses into a larger glass, declaring, "Don't make me drink. Let us have a depth charge with 70-degree vodka. We'll finish it and discuss further." The crowd instantly gulped. For who did not know that Longji was as impervious to alcohol as an alien? She could down 70-degree vodka as if it were mere water, seemingly immune to its effects, while an ordinary person would collapse after just a sip. Many had suffered at her hands in the past. Longji smiled gently, raising the lethal vodka to her lips and finishing it in one go, more invigorating than the famed peach blossom brew from 3,000 years ago. Outside, little dragon girl inquired, "Nezha, have you completed your homework?" Nezha, riding his cybernetic windfire wheel, retorted, "You didn't even show up at the academy today. What homework should I write?" Little dragon girl frowned. "Is my absence the reason for your failure to complete your assignments? Can you not think ahead? You skipped your weekend homework, and now, you refuse to write. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Nezha, growing frustrated, exclaimed, "How is that provoking you? Didn't Tiu ask me to inform you when your friend returned, and to come out to play?" Little dragon girl grimaced in annoyance and chastised, "If you haven't finished, you shouldn't be out playing. Go back." Nezha halted, questioning, "Why are you being like this? I see your insistence on homework as an excuse. You simply don't want me to disrupt your little rendezvous with that handsome fellow." Little dragon girl, exasperated, pressed her forehead and responded, "Fine, come along. But once we're done, I will personally oversee your homework. Moreover, let me warn you, the academy forbids romantic relationships, and ours is even more strictly prohibited. You must exercise discretion while in the academy and keep your mouth shut. If anyone finds out, you'll be out on your ear." The last two words were shouted emphatically. Nezha, impatient, retorted, "Got it. You keep saying the same thing. I know to keep our relationship confidential. It's so annoying. What about your friend? Can they know?" Little dragon girl gritted her teeth. "What do you think? Do you understand the meaning of confidentiality?" Nezha shouted back. "Then why did you ask me to come?" "Oh, are the teachers taking students out to sing?" Little dragon girl dismissed him with a wave of her phone, her eyes widening in exasperation. "Come if you wish." With that, she hung up. Fuming, little dragon girl returned to her private room, frustrated with Nezha's incessant disobedience. The academy strictly prohibited romantic relationships, especially those between teachers and students. After overcoming numerous mental barriers to be with him, the thought of him revealing their connection filled her with dread. She could lose her job. It was infuriating, utterly infuriating. No more of this. Meanwhile, Nezha drove to a private wine cellar, retrieved a bottle, and, after packaging it carefully, continued his journey. A few minutes later, he parked and, upon entering, bumped into Luan Yu. Dressed in a white suit, Luan Yu gazed at Nezha's trendy appearance with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Well, if it Iasin, Li Nezha. Aren't you supposed to be causing trouble at sea?" Nezha shot back, "Water in a teapot." Confused, Luan Yu asked, "What does that even mean?" Nezha replied with a dismissive glare, "Get lost." Luan Yu, irate, pointed at Nezha and said, "You. It seems you didn't learn your lesson last time. Just wait, I'll show you whose territory this is." He turned and walked away, while Nezha scoffed and headed toward Little Dragon Girl's private room. Luan Yu entered the manager's office, where the manager, upon seeing him, immediately bowed and said, "Young Master Luan, what brings you here? Not enjoying yourself?" Luan Yu gestured towards the manager and commanded, "Summon all the security and bodyguards in the venue immediately. Also, investigate the whereabouts of that imbecile, Li Nezha, and find out which private room he occupies." The manager promptly nodded and exited to carry out the task. Fuming, Luan Yu placed his hands on his hips and muttered, "Li Nezha, you worthless scoundrel. After I pummeled you last time, you still dare to provoke me today?" Shortly thereafter, the manager returned, stating, "He is in room 5048. The room of Ao Lin." Luan Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Ao Lin? Teacher Ao? How could he be singing with Teacher Ao? That fool is courting disaster. I warned him to keep his distance from Teacher Ao. Does he treat my words as mere wind? Today, I shall make him a laughingstock before Teacher Ao, so she can witness just how pathetic he is." The manager interjected, "Young master, they are quite a large entourage, around 7 or 8 people." Luan Yu nodded, inquiring, "Have they all been summoned? How many are there?" The manager replied, "Approximately 40 to 50 people." Luan Yu waved his hand dismissively, "That's sufficient. It will suffice for the show. By the way, fetch my privately cherished 1811 vintage botrytized sweet white wine." The manager hesitated, "Young master, do you truly wish to retrieve that bottle? It is a precious personal collection of the master." Luan Yu's eyes widened as he stared at the manager. "What? Is my authority no longer valid? Are my father's possessions not mine? Hurry and bring it." The manager, unable to contest, nodded and hurried off to fetch the wine. Nezha slowly pushed open the door to the private room, revealing a grand space. Long Ji sat with her arms crossed, sensually perched on one leg. Casting her gaze towards the newcomers, her brow slightly furrowed. Nezha was taken aback upon seeing Long Ji and Qing Ti, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a moment, the little dragon girl spoke, "What are you standing there for? Come over." Nezha nodded and stepped inside, contemplating how Long Ji and Qing Ti had always been by the little dragon girl's side. No wonder the little dragon girl, despite her dragon lineage, had no memories or magical powers. Supernatural beings are drawn to such pure essence, especially from a dragon. The little dragon girl's safe upbringing must be largely attributed to Long Ji, and Nezha felt a surge of gratitude towards her. Throughout history, Long Ji had saved both their lives countless times, and Nezha reflected on his own achievements, realizing that Long Ji was his greatest benefactor. It dawned on him that the friend the little dragon girl mentioned was indeed her. Nezha settled onto the sofa, and as the little dragon girl prepared to sit beside him, suddenly, Shun Jingjing swiftly squeezed in, occupying the space next to Nezha. "Wow. You are that domineering student from the other day? Lin Lin, you truly understand me." Nezha disdainfully brushed aside Shun Jingjing's arm, while the little dragon girl glanced at Shun Jingjing, hesitating to voice her thoughts. This couldn't be made public, so she merely said, "What are you talking about? I just happened to be passing by to hang out." He insisted on tagging along. "I warn you, this is my student. He is not suitable for you. So keep your thoughts to yourself." Nezha understood the little dragon girl's reluctance to disclose their relationship and bashfully nodded in agreement. Shun Jingjing teased, "Oh, all right, I understand. Since he is your cute little brother, we must treat him well. Brother, do you drink?" Nezha awkwardly glanced at the little dragon girl. She forced a smile and asked Nezha, "Do you drink?" Nezha hesitated, saying, "Then let us forego the drinks." Shun Jingjing, visibly irritated, glanced at the little dragon maiden and remarked, "Look at what you've done. You've frightened the child. Fear not, little brother. In the academy, she is your teacher. But once outside, you need not heed her. With your sister here, feel free to play." The little dragon maiden, utterly speechless, observed Shun Jingjing as she draped her arm around Nezha and suddenly exclaimed, "Remove your hand at once." Shun Jingjing, startled, immediately raised her hands in surrender, saying, "You startled me. Your rules are rather stringent. bringing in such a handsome fellow, yet he is only to be admired from afar? This is quite the torment. Longji couldn't help but chuckle, easily discerning the little dragon maiden's thoughts. Lin, take a seat, she said. The little dragon maiden, looking displeased, sat beside Longji, who tilted her head towards Shun Jingjing, signaling her to return to her original seat. Understanding the cue, Shun Jingjing departed from Nezha's side and approached the little dragon maiden, linking arms with her. Oh well, what a pity. Yet, there are plenty of handsome men in the world. If you are unhappy, I shall let him be. The little dragon maiden's expression brightened immediately. Now that is more agreeable. Shun Jingjing promptly pointed at her. Make sure to introduce me to a few later. The little dragon maiden extended her hand and replied, no problem. Just don't touch my student. Longji suddenly furrowed her brow, gazing intently at the entrance. Chapter 25. Luan Yu insults Nezha. Nezha likewise ceased his smiling and turned his gaze towards the door, locking eyes with Longji, who remained seated with her arms crossed and legs crossed in a nonchalant manner. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, revealing two mechanical assistants bowing at the entrance, and Luan Yu, clad in an imposing white suit, strode in confidently. He activated the sensor on the wall, illuminating the room and silencing the music, rendering the atmosphere eerily quiet. The little dragon maiden frowned at Luan Yu, questioning Luan Yu. What brings you here? Luan Yu, exuding confidence, approached with a broad smile, declaring, this establishment belongs to my family, so naturally, I can come here. Teacher Ao, you look stunning tonight. Nezha cast a disdainful glance at the throng of people filling the doorway. He estimated there were about 50 to 60 individuals, likely all brought by Luan Yu. Rising, Nezha boldly inquired, are you looking for trouble? Luan Yu, with a teasing smile, retorted, oh, aren't you the son of that so-called broken driver? Haven't seen you here before. Teacher Ao is quite generous to her students, bringing them here to experience life. The little dragon maiden, growing increasingly exasperated, interjected, do you have something to say? Or are you simply bored? Luan Yu, grinning at the little dragon maiden, replied, Teacher Ao, please don't be angry. I mean no harm. I'm merely looking out for my fellow classmates. He then turned his attention back to Nezha, saying, Li Nezha, I am aware that your family situation is rather modest. My father's company is in need of a driver. Since your father is a driver, why not come work for him? The salary would surely surpass what your father currently earns. What do you say? Perhaps you can discuss it with him? Longji frowned at Luan Yu, then glanced at Nezha, observing that he seemed quite confident in his family background, attempting to undermine Nezha with it. Nezha, suppressing his anger, retorted, you keep mentioning your father. Are you afraid others do not know you are just a spoiled brat? The crowd looked at Nezha in confusion, and the dragon girl turned to Longji beside her and asked, what does this mean? Longji replied in a low voice, a useless fool. The crowd stifled their laughter. Luan Yu, suppressing his amusement, addressed Nezha, saying, well, at least that's better than being a pauper like you. I wonder how Disney managed to admit you. No amount of insolence can alter your lowly status. The dragon girl rose, admonishing Luan Yu, watch your words, Luan Yu. Haven't you absorbed anything from your studies? I truly cannot fathom how you ended up like this. Shun Jingjing and the others stood up, with Shun Jingjing disdainfully regarding Luan Yu, saying, you look presentable, yet your words are so vulgar. Xiao Bei added, what is the big deal about having money? Wealth without refinement is simply detestable. Another student, Zhan Song, chimed in, exactly. If you have nothing better to do, just leave us be. Longji just returned today. Qing Ti remarked, what an unbearable fellow. Realizing he had misspoken while observing the serene beauty of Longji and the dragon girl, Luan Yu couldn't contain himself. He immediately sought to uphold his gentlemanly image, hoping to impress the lovely ladies while making Nezha appear foolish. With a smile, Luan Yu said, I apologize, ladies, for my earlier remarks. He then snapped his fingers, and the assistant brought forth a bottle of wine, which he presented with pride to Nezha, saying, this is an 1811 vintage sweet white wine, priced at 780,000 per bottle, merely a token of goodwill. Someone, bring me some glasses. A bodyguard approached with a tray of glasses. Luan Yu took 7 glasses, poured a little into each, and raised his glass, declaring, I spoke too harshly earlier, and I apologize to the ladies. Allow me to toast first. He downed his drink in one gulp. The dragon girl's companions glanced at the 6 remaining glasses on the table, noting that with Nezha included, there were 7 individuals present. It was clear they believed Nezha was unworthy of such an expensive wine. Not a single person reached for a glass. Luan Yu, having finished his drink, asked, why isn't anyone drinking? Xiao Bei shot him a glare. There are 7 of us here, yet you've only poured 6 glasses. Are you incapable of counting? Or do you look down upon someone? Luan Yu waved his hand dismissively. Who might you be? I harbor no contempt for anyone. Oh, I see you mean him. He pointed at Nezha and continued. With his background, he isn't suited to drink such wine, is he? A few dollar beer would be more appropriate for him. The dragon girl glared at Luan Yu, her frustration boiling within her. How could there be such a student? If he provoked Nezha further, she feared the consequences if Nezha decided to retaliate. She truly did not wish to intervene. Luan Yu quickly changed his tone. All right then. I'm not the type to bully others. I still have half a bottle left. Li Nezha, if you can drink this half bottle in front of all of us, I'll let you go today. What do you say? Nezha, unable to contain himself any longer, replied with a smile. No need for that. We are not drinking your wine because it is simply too inferior, unworthy of our consideration. Do you understand? Luan Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Oh, my wine is unworthy? This wine costs 780,000, which is equivalent to your tuition at Disney for a quarter. Do you comprehend? Nezha let out a sigh and produced a meticulously packaged bottle of wine, declaring, this is a 1869 To Lafite Rothschild, valued at $1.5 million. Your wine is simply not in the same league as mine. How dare you present it, thereby inviting ridicule? Here's the deal. You consume this bottle, and I shall allow you to leave. Luan Yu's eyes widened as he gazed at the wine in Nezha's hand. How could someone from his background possess such a priceless vintage? It must surely be a counterfeit. He beckoned, and a throng of individuals surged into the private room, encircling Nezha and his companions, rendering any escape impossible. This time, Luan Yu was thoroughly incensed, feeling humiliated and ready to confront Nezha head-on. He brandished his half-empty bottle of wine before Nezha, glaring menacingly as he articulated each word. I demand that you drink this bottle. Then, you shall kneel and apologize. Otherwise, no one leaves this place today. Nezha surveyed the crowd, relinquished his wine, and accepted Luan Yu's offering. Little dragon girl's eyes widened in alarm as she implored, Nezha, do not consume his wine. Nezha, holding Luan Yu's bottle, approached him, nodded, licked his lips, and suddenly raised the bottle, smashing it upon Luan Yu's head. Luan Yu yelped in agony, clutching his head. Ah? Li Nezha, are you seeking death? At this moment, Long Ji, having reached her limit, propped herself against the table, elegantly seized Nezha's bottle, and with a swift motion, leapt over the table to decisively crash it onto the opposite side of Luan Yu's head, exclaiming, you truly are a feather on a bat. The surrounding thugs immediately clenched their fists and advanced menacingly. Nezha quickly brandished the shattered bottle against Luan Yu's throat, asserting, what are you even worth? The two were evidently well acquainted with each other's taunts. Nezha raised his chin, addressing the encroaching thugs. Come on, dare to make a move? As he spoke, he applied pressure, causing the jagged edge of the bottle to slice Luan Yu's neck. Blood flowed, and Luan Yu howled in pain. Suddenly, a cadre of police officers burst in, shouting, everyone, cease your actions. Engaging in a brawl, are we? Someone reported that a fight is occurring here. Nezha promptly relinquished the broken bottle. The lead officer pointed at Luan Yu, commanding, these are your men, correct? Take them all away. Luan Yu gritted his teeth, clutching his bleeding head. Are you blind? Can't you see they shattered my skull? Do you even know who I am? The lead officer glanced at Long Ji and bellowed at Luan Yu. I don't care who you are. Anyone involved in fighting is going to jail. Nezha observed the exchange, comprehending that Long Ji had likely summoned the police, and the officer's demeanor suggested he harbored a certain fear of her. In an instant, all the officers apprehended Luan Yu and his entourage. Long Ji pulled Little Dragon Girl toward the exit, stating, this is pointless. Let us depart. Nezha frowned as he watched Little Dragon Girl being led away. She turned her head to glance back at him. Nezha and Little Dragon Girl's friends also followed suit, exiting the scene. Upon exiting, Nezha observed the police escorting Luan Yu away, an uncontainable fire igniting within him. For millennia, he had never endured such humiliation. He and his parents had concealed their identities in the mortal realm for centuries, maintaining a low profile. Yet, unexpectedly, this very discretion had led to Luan Yu's personal attack. Nezha had always exercised patience with mortals, but today, he found it intolerable. He could not let this affront go unpunished. Chapter 26. Long Ji informs the Little Dragon Maiden of her abilities once outside. Long Ji addressed the Little Dragon Maiden, requesting her to wait for a moment. She then approached Nezha, stating, come with me. Nezha nodded, and the two made their way to a nearby deserted alley. Leaning against the wall, Nezha looked at Long Ji, who crossed her arms and inquired, when did you return? Nezha replied, I recently searched for the Little Dragon Maiden for a millennium. Long Ji responded, I found Long Air a few years ago. Prior to that, I could not locate her because she had perished, and at that time, neither of us were present. Nezha continued, indeed, but the Little Dragon Maiden does not recall, and I am now her student. With tears welling in his eyes, he lamented, for 1,000 years, I have sought her. Throughout this duration, she has constantly occupied my thoughts. How many times has she appeared in my dreams? How many times have I contemplated ending my own existence? I am exhausted from this quest, so alone. I longed for merely a moment with her. I am not so strong. All I have ever desired is the little dragon maiden. I once vowed that to be with her across lifetimes, I would eliminate all demons and monsters in this world. Yet, in a time of peace, my beloved has vanished. Do you comprehend that feeling? I have survived on the hope of seeing her again. As he spoke, tears streamed down Nezha's face. A man of great strength, he found himself weeping before Long Ji, the one who bore witness to his love for the little dragon maiden. Perhaps only she could truly understand. Nezha sobbed like a child, his repressed emotions yearning for release. Long Ji furrowed her brow, her eyes shimmering with compassion. For she too had sacrificed her journey to another world alongside the Buddha of the West for the sake of the little dragon maiden. Without uttering a word, she suddenly felt a pang of pity for Nezha, stepped forward, and embraced him tightly, exhaling softly, I understand. If you wish to cry, then cry. Nezha, with a quivering smile, wept as he finally reunited with the little dragon maiden and Long Ji. He was no longer alone. He clung to Long Ji, releasing the emotions he could not share with the little dragon maiden. Long Ji gently stroked Nezha's back, reassuring him, it is all right, I understand. However, do not cry for too long, Long Air is waiting. In the distance, the little dragon maiden furrowed her brow, observing the two figures embraced in the alley, their shadows cast by the light. Moments later, Nezha straightened himself, wiped away his tears, and composed his thoughts, saying, Long Ji, thank you. Thank you for protecting the little dragon maiden for so long, and for allowing me to lean on your shoulder to release my burdens. Long Ji suddenly revealed a faint smile. Nezha, with his profound affection, had long been a source of admiration for her. Beyond him, she found it difficult to accept the notion of Long Air being with anyone else. It was only Nezha who had garnered her approval, for he would fiercely protect Long Air's well-being. Long Ji cherished not only the girl, but also appreciated Nezha's dedication. She remarked, in this lifetime, you two may be together. Do you understand my meaning? Nezha nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. With you by her side, I feel much more at ease. Let us talk more later. We shouldn't keep little fish waiting. Long Ji responded affirmatively. As the two emerged from the alley, the others had already departed, leaving only little dragon girl waiting for them. Long Ji took her hand and said, Linlin, have you been waiting long? We're heading back now. Nezha observed the two of them smiling happily. Suddenly, little dragon girl withdrew her hand from Long Ji's grasp, let out a huff, and walked away. Nezha furrowed his brow, puzzled by her departure, and glanced at Long Ji. Long Ji sighed and waved his hand, saying, You go ahead. I'll go comfort her. Nezha nodded. All right, message me when you get home. The three then returned to their respective abodes. Upon reaching home, little dragon girl stormed in, fuming, and plopped onto the sofa. Long Ji, watching her demeanor, chuckled softly, shook his head, and closed the door. Then, in front of little dragon girl, she called Nezha tenderly. Nezha, we're home now. What about you? She discreetly glanced at little dragon girl's expression. Little dragon girl, biting her lip in anger, shot a glance at Long Ji. Nezha replied, Yes, I just got here too. Can you please comfort little fish for me? I think she might be upset because of what she saw in the alley. Although she agreed to be with me, our relationship cannot yet be public. I can't let her lose her job, so she is likely angry but won't say anything. I truly cherish little fish. I appreciate your help. Long Ji smiled, feigning gentleness. I understand, don't worry. Make sure to rest early. Little dragon girl was on the verge of biting her teeth to pieces. Nezha replied, All right, you two take care as well. Long Ji hung up the phone, ignoring little dragon girl, deciding to endure a bit longer while tidying up her clothes. Unable to contain her fury any longer, little dragon girl shouted, Long Ji, Long Ji, Long Ji. Long Ji emerged from the room with a neutral expression, inquiring, What is it? Little dragon girl demanded, Tell me, what were you and Li Nezha doing in the alley? Long Ji pondered for a moment and replied, What does it have to do with you? Little dragon girl sprang up, insisting, How can it not concern me? I've said it before, he is my student and not suitable for you. Long Ji scoffed lightly, her white sheer blouse sensually exposing her shoulders. Dressed only in her underwear, the short, translucent garment clung to her form as she approached little dragon girl. Leaning down with one hand propped on the sofa, tilting her head to gaze at her, and provocatively asked, If he isn't suitable for us, does that mean he is suitable for you? Xia Longnu gazed at Long Ji, whose beauty and sensuality were striking, her aura undeniably powerful. Swallowing hard, she mustered the courage to assert, If I say it's inappropriate, then it is inappropriate. Why involve me? Spare me your antics. I tell you, I have seen everything. Longji, perceiving Xiaolongnu's stubbornness, rose with a hint of irritation. With her arms crossed, she looked at Xiaolongnu and inquired, "What exactly have you seen? Did you witness my embrace with Nezha in the alley? Are you truly concerned about a student's romantic entanglements? Am I not familiar with your demeanor? That expression of yours reeks of jealousy, does it not?" Xiaolongnu found herself at a loss for words, reluctant to concede. Yet her thoughts echoed the truth. Both were envious of one another. Longji was her dearest friend, a source of profound reliance. In the past, she had nearly swayed her affections, and her own fashion choices had, to some extent, been influenced by Longji. Yet, how could she compete with her for a man? Especially when she had finally encountered someone who made her heart flutter. What was even more infuriating was that Nezha, who professed his affection for her, had so swiftly embraced Longji. Indeed, Longji was stunning, but how could this happen so quickly? Despite her frustration, she could not bring herself to resent Longji. She even entertained the thought of relinquishing this man for her sake. The reality was, if Longji were to ask for him, she would indeed let him go. Noticing Xiaolongnu's silence, Longji's mood darkened. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, "It is not that I fancy Nezha. I can see that you do. My anger stems from your desire to conceal this from me." Xiaolongnu burst into tears, only to stifle herself almost immediately, appearing quite endearing. Longji, amused, leaned closer and affectionately observed, "Stop crying. You look rather unappealing when you do." Fuming, Xiaolongnu retorted, "What business is it of yours? Are you not simply trying to provoke me? Are you satisfied now?" Longji suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and instructed, "Turn around and face me." Xiaolongnu defiantly refused to comply. Without hesitation, Longji grasped her arm and pivoted her body. Xiaolongnu found herself helpless against Longji's strength. "Lin, Longji stated, "Nezha and I are kindred spirits. I am aware of all his affairs, just as he is of mine." Xiaolongnu widened her eyes in astonishment and asked, "What? You know him?" Longji nodded, conjuring a sphere of water with her magical prowess. As she shifted her gestures, a fireball materialized. With a swift motion, she returned her hands to Xiaolongnu's shoulders. And with a blink, the surroundings transformed to a seaside vista. Xiaolongnu gazed in disbelief at the new scenery. Longji blinked again, and they found themselves in a lush forest. Seated upon a sofa, accompanied by a bewildered bear. As the bear, realizing their presence, lunged forward with its jaws agape, Longji blinked once more. And they were submerged in the ocean, surrounded by swimming whales. Xiaolongnu felt a sudden constriction in her chest, but Longji quickly blinked again, transporting them to the apex of a pyramid in the desert. Xiaolongnu was utterly astonished. What kind of sorcery was this? Seated upon a sofa at the pinnacle of a pyramid, they engaged in conversation. Longji declared, "I, too, am a celestial being, akin to Nezha. I am well acquainted with him. He confided in me his affections for you. I offered him solace, and thus it is. Do you comprehend?" The little dragon maiden has become entirely dazed, her eyes wide as she nods before exclaiming, "Ah?" The sound is deafening. Longji turns her head, furrowing her brow, and closes her eyes against the cacophony. After a considerable interval, the little dragon maiden, having vented her emotions, exclaims, "What kind of company do I keep?" "So, does that imply you harbor no feelings for Nezha?" Longji shoots her a glance, replying, "None whatsoever. Only you would be enamored of him. I have not the slightest interest." The little dragon maiden breathes a sigh of relief, saying, "That is a relief. I feared you might vie with me for a man." Longji retorts, "Not in that manner. Are you planning to keep me in the dark as well?" The little dragon maiden, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responds, "Oh dear, I have informed you, haven't I? Besides, my relationship with Nezha must remain confidential. Otherwise, I risk losing my job, as do you. It must be kept from everyone." Longji replies, "I am hardly idle. Do you see me conversing with anyone other than you?" The little dragon maiden contemplates this, realizing the truth of it. She is indeed rather aloof. Suddenly, an idea strikes her, and she says, "Longji, I wish to behold the moon." Longji, placing a hand to her forehead, replies, "Why not ascend to the heavens? Riding the winds and soaring 90,000 miles. The little dragon maiden responds, "There you go again, questioning why I cannot reach the skies. I yearn to go. Take me with you." Longji rolls her eyes and snaps her fingers, and in an instant, they are back at home, while the little dragon maiden bathes. Having not seen Longji for quite some time, she shares a bed with her tonight. In a moment of boredom, Longji opens the drawer in the little dragon maiden's room and unexpectedly discovers an insurance recovery document. Upon seeing the details of a scrapped vehicle, Longji's expression darkens as she states, "Nezha is being targeted by the Department of Unnatural Actions." Chapter 27. The death of Luan Yu that night. Longji lies in bed. The little dragon maiden already asleep. Longji frowns at the ceiling, contemplating the implications of her involvement in the investigation. It must be classified as an unnatural event. Charles has undoubtedly uncovered something significant. Based on the owner's information and their network of connections, Nezha will certainly be identified. The technical department seeks to intercept their communications, a task easily accomplished. They must have already discerned Nezha's true identity. Thus, my return was not coincidental, but rather a deliberate summons with a singular purpose, to confront Nezha. Longji sighs, turning over. The fact that I have been recalled indicates that my father is aware of Nezha's existence. He surely does not wish for him to roam freely. Desiring to establish unified control and eliminate any uncontrollable divine powers from this realm. The 16 family branches beneath the 8 great families possess both righteous and nefarious elements. Regardless of the misdeeds of the malignant factions, the 8 great families refrain from employing overtly forceful measures to suppress them, all for the sake of mutual checks and balances. Their public facade of exorcising demons and punishing malevolent entities serves a dual purpose: to search for the divine beings that have strayed from their ranks, ensuring everything remains under their dominion. Nezha is determined to break free from any constraints, and if he refuses, I will surely be compelled to capture him myself. What course of action should I pursue? Longji was burdened with heavy thoughts, unable to find solace in sleep. Today, Luan Yu from the esteemed Luan family had already clashed with Nezha. Given Nezha's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. The downfall of the Luan family was imminent, while the Lin family was the one responsible for harming Long Air. They must be eradicated. The evil corpse sect, notorious for its malevolence and insatiable ambition, had covertly allied with the Wu family and the Dongmin family, revealing their sinister intentions. It was evident that the evil corpse sect would continue to entice more families to join their ranks, aiming to infiltrate the 8 great families. Consequently, one of these families would surely face annihilation. During this time, I ostensibly traveled abroad, yet in reality, I conducted a discreet investigation into the evil corpse sect, uncovering these alarming truths. However, due to my sensitive identity, I could not act impulsively. My father has consistently relied on the arrogance of the evil corpse sect to maintain a balance of power among the 16 families below him. Even if I were to speak out, no action would be taken. Nonetheless, they must be eliminated. Should the evil corpse sect gain entry into the 8 great families and influence the world's dynamics, it would surely unleash a torrent of bloodshed. I must await the opportune moment to eradicate these families altogether. Additionally, there are other families that operate discreetly, such as the Shin family, whose Shin Jingjing shares a close bond with Long Air and should not be dealt with. Compounding Long Ji's troubles was the discovery that the Ao family of the Dragon Clan had also come under scrutiny. The Ao family does not participate in the 16 families and has no desire to become a branch of the 8 great families. For years, I have been mediating to prevent any repercussions. According to Long Air, the Lin family has already made contact, and the 8 great families even sent Lin Fan, indicating they have taken action. Nezha injuring Lin Fan is a clear display of their stance. How can we keep the Ao family uninvolved? Alas, Nezha, if all else fails, I might have to eliminate those families along with the evil corpse sect, allowing the Ao family to integrate into the 8 great families for their safety. Lost in these thoughts, Long Ji found no resolution and decided to set them aside for the night. The next day, Nezha went to the academy as usual, but he felt a vehicle following him along the way. Nezha, being immensely powerful, chose to ignore it. Upon arriving at the academy, and just as he entered the classroom, a group of individuals stormed in, attacking him with punches and kicks. They were mere mortals, and among them were those who had assaulted him at the academy gates that day. Nezha recognized them as Luan Yu's henchmen. Within 2 minutes, 7 or 8 individuals were thrown out of the classroom, while Nezha remained composed, sitting at his desk, declaring, "Tell Luan Yu not to rush. I will naturally seek him out after school." At the Luan family, Luan Yu exclaimed, "Father, I was injured by that Li Nezha. You must help me." Luan's father replied, "How can you be so useless? With dozens of men, you still end up with a broken head and arrested. When you go out, don't dare to say you are my son. It's too embarrassing." Luan Yu, gritting his teeth, said, "Father, Li Nezha is incredibly skilled." Luan's father sneered, "Not only is he skilled, but I've investigated, and among those with him, some have connections to the police chief. If it weren't for the chief recognizing me and giving you face, you would have faced dire consequences." Luan Yu retorted, "How ridiculous. He is just a mere police chief. Our Luan family's influence is far greater than that of a chief." Luan's father responded, "Perhaps we are not afraid, but let me arrange for a few individuals to help you vent your frustrations." Just don't let it escalate to something fatal. Luan Yu exclaimed with excitement. Really, father? Will you allow me to use those skilled individuals? Luan's father nodded and said, to bully my son is to seek one's own demise. Those individuals are not ordinary. You ought to be aware of that. Proceed with caution. Luan Yu vigorously nodded in agreement, replying, Dad, I understand. Luan's father added, by the way, I've heard that you hold a fondness for that teacher Ao from your academy, correct? Luan Yu nodded. Yes, I do like her. What of it? Luan's father frowned and warned. In the future, limit your interactions with her. Those with the surname Ao are not to be trusted. Luan Yu, perplexed, inquired why? Luan's father retorted, do as I instruct without question. Why must you ask so many unnecessary things? Luan Yu nodded with a slight exclamation, feeling exhilarated at the thought of capturing Nezha. With excitement, Luan Yu left, contemplating that after school today, he would gather people to apprehend Nezha, ensuring his demise. Luan's father sat on the sofa and made a phone call, saying hello? Is it true that the Lin family is truly planning to take action against the Ao family? TSK, the Ao family has concealed themselves for so long, yet we, the 16 great families, have located them. How could the strength of the Ao family compare to ours? They are likely to meet their end. After conversing for a while, Luan's father hung up the phone. After school, just as Nezha was preparing to leave in his car, a classmate approached him and handed him a note. Nezha frowned and opened it, revealing the message. If you wish to save Hu Yuexin, come alone to Building A, first floor, at 7 p.m. Enraged, Nezha crumpled the note in his fist. Luan Yu. He quickly sent a message to the little dragon girl. I can't join you for dinner. I have some matters to attend to. Take care. The little dragon girl responded, all right, stay safe. After a considerable drive, Nezha arrived at the first floor of Building A, surveying his surroundings. This vacant building was situated slightly away from the city center, with scarcely anyone around. Upon entering, Nezha shouted, Luan Yu, come out. I've arrived. Release her immediately. He soon heard footsteps behind him, 6 individuals. Nezha slowly turned to see Luan Yu accompanied by 4 men clad in black suits. Their expressions stern, varying in height, emanating a palpable aura of spiritual energy. They were practitioners of the Tao. There was also an ordinary person holding Hu Yuexin captive. Upon seeing Nezha, Hu Yuexin cried out, Li, you must run. Call the police. Nezha, with a piercing gaze, addressed Luan Yu. Luan Yu, release her. Luan Yu, with a playful smirk, responded, no worries, my focus is on you. Since you've arrived, I shall naturally release her. With a wave of his hand, the captor released Hu Yuexin. Nezha urged her, quickly, leave this place. Yet, she refused to go, saying, Li, what about you? Nezha grinned and replied, with those few petty lackeys, they cannot harm me. Hurry, do not impede my pursuit of these scoundrels. Hu Yuexin insisted, wait for me. I will go call for help. With that, she dashed away. Luan Yu chuckled softly, call for help? As if the power of the Luan family would fear the police. Today, I intend to end Li Nezha. Luan Yu signaled, and the 4 men simultaneously charged at Nezha, who summoned his fiery spear. Luan Yu stood in stunned silence. Several hundred meters away, Charles stood atop a towering building, adorned with high-tech goggles, observing the fierce battle between Nezha and Luan Yu. A smile crept across his face as he remarked, indeed, they are not ordinary individuals. A subordinate beside him inquired, Minister, shall we intervene? Charles shook his head, replying no. Let us observe. Not far from the edifice, another figure quietly watched the confrontation between Nezha and Luan Yu. Although Luan Yu's 4 companions were cultivators, their strength paled in comparison to Nezha, who effortlessly dispatched them within moments, leaving them bloodied and incapacitated. In disbelief, Luan Yu pointed at Nezha and exclaimed, who are you? Nezha, grinning wickedly, advanced towards Luan Yu, stating, did I not tell you earlier? I am Li Nezha. Have you never heard of the mythological tales? Luan Yu shook his head in disbelief, stammering, do not come any closer. It cannot be. You cannot be a deity. In an instant, Nezha lunged forward and sent Luan Yu flying with a powerful kick. Meanwhile, the concealed man noticed Hu Yuexin arriving with the police and swiftly made his move. With remarkable speed, he struck Nezha with a palm, then brandished a short baton. As he passed Luan Yu, the baton emitted a laser sword, piercing through Luan Yu's chest, leaving a gaping, searing wound. Nezha reacted with lightning speed, using his wind and fire wheels to perform a backflip, evading the man's attack. By the time he steadied himself, Luan Yu lay on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief, a massive hole in his chest, while the assailant had vanished. Nezha prepared to pursue, but the police arrived just then. He immediately retracted his magical artifact and descended. As the officers surveyed the scene, they quickly drew their weapons, aiming them at Nezha. who furrowed his brow and shouted, "It was not me." Cursing under his breath at Luan Yu's corpse, he thought, "How despicable, to frame me." Several hundred meters away, Charles, still wearing his high-tech goggles, watched the unfolding drama with a grin, exclaiming, "How intriguing." Chapter 28. The various factions seek to recruit Nezha. Charles called out, "Long Ji, come to my office." Long Ji frowned, but followed Charles into the office. Charles displayed the entire sequence of Nezha's framing on the monitor. Long Ji exhaled softly, acknowledging, "His identity has been compromised." With a smile, Charles replied, "It was already revealed when he participated in the martial arts competition at the AO family." Pointing at the screen, he asked, "Can you guess who orchestrated this?" Long Ji, with a pen in hand, traced the table as he spoke. Aside from the Luan family, anyone could be involved: the 16 clans, or those 8 powerful families, and the action department. As he uttered the final 3 words, he lifted his gaze to meet Charles's. Charles raised an eyebrow and said, "Please, continue." Long Ji replied in a deep voice, "I trust you are all familiar with Nezha's powers. This residual divine force, once discovered, will incite fierce competition among the 16 families. Moreover, the operations department did not summon me back without reason. Through the information from the previous car accident, you must have already uncovered my connection with A.O. Lin, as well as my acquaintance with him. Therefore, you wish for me to deal with Nezha, am I correct?" Charles smiled and said, as expected of Long Ji, "However, there is one point where you are mistaken. We do not intend to confront Nezha. This time, he is unlikely to evade justice. The building in question is vacant, and no cameras captured the events that led to Nezha's entrapment. He was the only one present, and everyone has testified that he was the one who killed Luan Yu. With the Luan family's influence, they will spare no effort to see Nezha brought to justice." Long Ji scoffed and asked, "So why have you summoned me? What are your plans?" Charles, in a gentlemanly manner, replied, "Ji, having Nezha join our operations department would be the best choice. I trust he is currently in the detention room meeting with some individuals. I would like you to persuade him to join us. I can ensure his exoneration." Long Ji furrowed his brow and said, "He will not agree. From what I know of him, he prefers to act alone." Charles, with a confident smile, countered, "No, no, no, with you there, he will agree. If he resorts to using his extraordinary powers, he will spend his life in hiding, whereas I can absolve him of his crimes. You should visit the high police station tomorrow." Long Ji contemplated this and conceded, saying, "I will give it a try." As Long Ji exited the office, she reflected on her years of collaboration with Charles. Despite being a man of deep cunning, he was reliable and upright, which was why she chose to stay. If Nezha were to join the operations department, it would be preferable to imprisonment. Given Nezha's temperament, if pushed too hard, he might truly flee, and those with ulterior motives would not let him off easily. He was the beloved of Long Air, and right under my watchful eye, I could protect him. At the city's high-profile cases police station, the senior inspector was interrogating Nezha, who maintained his innocence regarding Luan Yu's death. The senior inspector said, "I have shown you considerable leniency. You were the only one present at the scene, and all the witnesses claim that you were responsible for the death. You assert it was not you. Where's your evidence?" Nezha, filled with indignation, retorted, "If I say it wasn't me, then it wasn't. If I had evidence, what need would I have for your police? Isn't it your duty to gather evidence and uncover the truth?" Just as the senior inspector was about to respond, a suited officer whispered something in his ear before exiting. The inspector then looked at Nezha and stated, "Someone wishes to see you." A few minutes later, Luan Yu's father entered the meeting room with his lawyer. He clenched his fists and glared at Nezha, saying, "Li Nezha, you killed my son. I promise to ensure that my legal team secures a life sentence for you. I am aware of your abilities. If you attempt to flee, I will make certain you live your life in darkness, never to rise again." Nezha coldly laughed and replied, "Do as you wish. But let me tell you, the one who killed your son is someone else entirely, and considering the kind of son you raised, he got what he deserved." Nezha pounded his fist on the table. Luan's father, his face ashen with rage, lunged forward, intent on throttling Nezha. Without hesitation, Nezha shouted towards the entrance, "Hey, this lunatic has gone mad." Several police officers rushed in, bowing their heads respectfully before Luan's father, saying, "Director Luan, this is the main police station. Please do not make our task difficult." Observing the officer's demeanor, Nezha muttered disdainfully, "Corruption." With a fierce glare directed at Nezha, Luan's father struggled to suppress his murderous impulse, straightened his suit, and stormed out of the meeting room. As Nezha prepared to return to his detention cell, the inspector entered, casting a glance at Nezha and stating, "There is someone here to see you." Nezha was at a loss for words. What kind of day was this that so many sought an audience with him? A tall, slender man entered, a stranger to Nezha, yet his severe dark circles caught Nezha's attention. From the moment the man stepped in, Nezha fixed his piercing gaze upon him, sensing a heavy aura of malevolence. The man seated himself across from Nezha and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Li Nezha." Nezha replied with an air of defiance. "I am Li Nezha." The man offered a slight, sinister smile and remarked, "I know you have been wronged." Nezha stared at him intently, saying, "Only the true culprit would know I have been wronged." The man continued with a deep, malevolent smile, "To be frank, I am from the evil corpse sect of the 16 prominent families. We have investigated your case, and we need someone of your caliber. If you join us, I can ensure the perpetrator confesses." Nezha regarded the man for a long moment before retorting, "In your dreams, I, Li Nezha, will not involve myself with your faction. You attempt to frame me and coerce me into submission. It is no surprise you belong to the evil corpse sect. Should I be released, I will be the first to eradicate you vile creatures." The man, remaining composed, replied, "I urge you to reconsider. While the Luan family wields great power, joining our evil corpse sect would not only secure your release, but elevate you to a position of authority. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such power? I hope you ponder this and refrain from jeopardizing your future out of impulse." Exasperated, Nezha found it intolerable that such fiends sought to meet him. He had always loathed these sinister factions, and the thought of being courted by them was absurd. He boldly declared, "Could you kindly leave? If you do not depart soon, I shall personally send you to hell." The man, realizing Nezha's obstinacy, rose in anger, saying, "You will regret not joining our evil corpse sect. Stubbornness will be your downfall." Nezha scoffed coldly as he watched the man exit. Throughout that night, Nezha encountered his parents and several other high-ranking members from various families, all of whom sought to find someone to take the blame for Nezha. Naturally, the condition was that Nezha would have to join them. Nezha rejected each proposition, resolute in his refusal to become a pawn in their shadowy dealings. Such dreams were utterly ludicrous. Once again, Nezha encountered the couple, Li Jing and his wife, who were in a state of utter desperation, scouring for connections and seeking legal counsel. However, due to the formidable influence of the Luan family, their efforts met with insurmountable obstacles. Nezha continually reassured his parents that he would be unharmed. Yet he himself was at a loss as to how to extricate himself from the predicament. In this age of advanced technology, should he attempt to flee, he would be condemned to a life in seclusion, forever evading the ordinary world, a reality Nezha could never bring himself to confront. Lacking evidence and facing the overwhelming power of the Luan family, which would undoubtedly leverage all its connections to ensure his downfall, he felt utterly helpless. At that moment, the little dragon maiden finished her work and glanced at her phone, where the headline read that Luan Yu, the son of the group's chairman, had been murdered, with a suspect named Li under investigation. Recognizing the blurred figure as Nezha, and recalling their previous altercation, she noted that Nezha had not attended class that day. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly drove to the high-ranking police station. Nezha, growing increasingly impatient, stormed into the meeting room, exclaiming, "Is this endless? I have already stated that I am not meeting anyone. What is the matter with you all?" Upon entering, he spotted the little dragon maiden and asked, "Lin, what brings you here?" Chapter 29. My involvement. The little dragon maiden anxiously grasped Nezha's arm and implored, "Nezha, what is going on? How did Luan Yu die?" Nezha, with a look of grievance, turned away and replied, "I did not kill him. Someone has framed me. How despicable." A police officer at the door interjected, "Sit down. No need to pull and tug at each other." The two took their seats, and the little dragon maiden asked, "What exactly happened?" Nezha recounted the events to her, and with a furrowed brow and biting her lip, the little dragon maiden said, "Nezha, rest assured, I will persuade my father to find a way to rescue you." Nezha sighed. "I fear even Uncle Ao may be powerless in this situation. I was the only one present at the scene, and all evidence points to me. Moreover, the deceased is the son of the chairman of the Luan family. My parents mentioned that they cannot even afford a lawyer, and I do not wish to implicate you. If you assist me, the Ao family will undoubtedly become a target for the 16 clans. Alas, Lin, you must not involve yourself in this matter." The little dragon maiden, incensed, retorted, "What are you saying? What is the background of Luan Yu's family? Do you expect me to stand by and watch you be imprisoned?" Suddenly, her eyes widened as she grasped Nezha's hand and urged, "You must escape. With your abilities, they cannot hold you." Nezha, resigned, replied, "In this era of high-tech information, where could I possibly flee? They could easily locate me through satellite networks unless I were to leave Earth altogether. Oh, please do not concern yourself. I will not perish." The little dragon maiden pouted defiantly, stating, "No, I must rescue you. You need not worry about a thing. Wait here for me while I return to seek my father's assistance." Nezha, unable to dissuade her, relented. Just then, a police officer entered, announcing, "Time is up. He is a critical suspect. You must leave." The little dragon maiden gazed longingly at her beloved as he was escorted away. Once outside the police station, she quickly drove back to the AO residence. As Nezha returned to the detention room, the door suddenly opened to reveal a woman in professional attire. Nezha's eyes widened as he called out, "Longji?" Longji cast a glance at Nezha before presenting a wallet with identification to the officer. The officer in the detention room nodded at Longji and exited. Nezha, puzzled, watched as Longji approached and seated himself across from him, inquiring, "Longji, are you a police officer?" Longji furrowed his brow and replied, "Sort of. What happened to you? How could you fall so easily into a trap? Are you not using your intellect in your endeavors?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Nezha turned his gaze aside and retorted, "If you have a way to get me out, do so. If not, return to your coffee and spare me your mockery." Longji chuckled lightly, glancing sideways before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "The Department of Supernatural Affairs. Are you interested?" Nezha eyed Longji warily, asking, "You're not trying to recruit me, are you?" Longji produced a disc and placed it before Nezha, stating, "This contains footage of a figure in black murdering Wanyu. It can exonerate you." Nezha examined the disc, and then Longji, asking, "How do you possess this? Is someone following me, investigating me?" Longji gestured dismissively at the detention room's surveillance camera, exiting to request that all cameras and recordings be turned off. Upon re-entering, he continued, "Since the accident involving the little dragon maiden, the Department of Supernatural Affairs has had its eye on you. It is precisely for this reason that we have this video to aid in your defense." Nezha inhaled deeply, responding, "So you are also involved? I never imagined the formidable Longji would become an agent of the state." Longji frowned, explaining, "The Department of Supernatural Affairs is a highly clandestine entity, distinct from your conventional police force. It is affiliated with the nation's most classified sectors, addressing extraterrestrial occurrences and combating malevolent entities in this world, as well as preventing crimes before they transpire. It wields the highest authority, issuing directives directly to top governmental officials and military generals." "Why do you think I joined?" Nezha nodded, acknowledging, "So such a department exists. However, I simply wish to roam freely, vanquishing demons and monsters, without becoming embroiled in conflicts." "Longji, you understand." Longji pointed to the table and continued, "I comprehend your sentiments, yet this is the only way to secure your freedom. Moreover, you can still combat evil and prevent crimes, with all your actions legitimized. You need not worry about where to confront malevolent beings. All your operations will follow orders." Nezha scoffed, "Follow orders? I'm afraid I cannot comply." Growing disinterested, Nezha stood and turned away, wishing to end the conversation with Longji. Longji, exasperated, admonished, "We are now in the 23rd century. This is not the time for personal heroics. Are you acting for yourself or for the greater good? Is it truly admirable to render your actions illegal merely out of pride? Yes, you have been vanquishing demons, but once your identity is revealed, how will the world perceive you? In the eyes of the public, this world possesses advanced technology and law enforcement, rendering your mysterious powers unnecessary. What then will you do? If someone exploits you, you could swiftly become a target of the masses." Longji sighed heavily and stated solemnly, "I do not wish for the day to come when I must apprehend you myself. Please, contemplate this matter." After concluding their conversation, Longji prepared to exit the confinement room. Nezha furrowed his brow and suddenly exclaimed, "Longji." Longji halted in her tracks and glanced back at Nezha. After a brief moment of hesitation, Nezha declared, "You make a valid point. The era of individual heroism has passed. I wish to be with the little dragon maiden and do not want to become a pariah in this world. I shall join." Thoughts of the little dragon maiden compelled Nezha to acquiesce to Longji's request. It was a formal organization. After all, one must follow orders. If he did not comply, the little dragon maiden would undoubtedly involve the AO family in her efforts to rescue him, leaving him with no other choice. Longji smiled and said, "Wait for me here. I will take care of some matters and should be able to depart by tomorrow." Nezha nodded, placing his trust in Longji. The following day, Nezha's review was approved, and he was released. All media coverage and public opinion had been managed, transforming Nezha from a suspect into an innocent high school student merely passing through. Observing the news, Nezha could not help but sigh in admiration at the effectiveness of the operation. However, he was finally free, and his spirits lifted. He was uncertain when he would officially commence his new role, as Longji had instructed him to keep his identity confidential. For the time being, he would maintain the FA of a student and need not visit frequently. It would be up to Longji to contact him regarding his employment, and he was unaware of where the headquarters were located. Regardless, the little dragon maiden must have received the news, he decided to call her. After finishing his thoughts, Nezha activated his holographic phone to dial the little dragon maiden, explaining that he was unsure how he had been released but had suddenly found himself free, possibly due to the police uncovering his wrongful accusation. The little dragon maiden, relieved that Nezha was safe, immediately drove home, eager to see him and welcome him back properly. At the Luan family residence, Chairman Luan furiously threw books around his study, shouting, "Xiaozhang! Xiaozhang!" Assistant Xiaozhang hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Chairman!" Chairman Luan commanded, "Investigate who is aiding Li Nezha." The assistant cautiously suggested, "Could it be the AO family? Last time, Li Nezha helped his teacher, AO Lin, win in combat. And while it wasn't explicitly stated, it is common knowledge that winning could lead to becoming a son-in-law of the AO family. But since Li Nezha is AO Lin's student, could it be them?" Chairman Luan squinted and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It cannot be the AO family. They lack the capability. Even the connections I have used are ineffective. The mayor personally issued the order, and they do not possess such power. There must be a more formidable force at play." The assistant inquired, "Could it be the 8 great families?" Chairman Luan, regaining his composure, replied, "If it is the 8 great families, then the situation becomes complicated. However, if they killed my son, I will ensure they suffer a dreadful fate. If Nezha cannot be eliminated, then I shall deal with that AO Lin first. Who dares to bully my son alongside Nezha? That wretched woman. Xiaozhang, keep a close watch on these two. I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate them." The assistant responded, "Yes, Chairman." Chapter 30. The city's hero Nezha and the little dragon maiden arrived at a hotel and checked into a room, engaging in passionate activities within. Suddenly, the little dragon maiden's phone buzzed. Disheveled and breathless, she picked up her phone, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Long Ji's call. She quickly hushed Nezha, whispering, "Shoo, it's Long Ji." Xiao Longnu answered the phone, and Long Ji's deep voice inquired, "Where are you? Why haven't you returned yet?" After pondering for a moment, Xiao Longnu replied, "Oh, I'm working overtime, darling. I'll be back shortly." Nezha playfully nudged her from behind, causing Xiao Longnu to frown and bite her lip, suppressing her annoyance. Long Ji sighed, "I called your academy. You finished work ages ago. Do you think you can deceive me? Nezha is beside you, right? Let him speak to me." Xiao Longnu was rendered speechless. Long Ji was behaving like a parent. She handed the phone to Nezha. Nezha responded, "Hello, what is the matter?" Long Ji's voice remained stern. "There will be a test before your onboarding tomorrow, arranged by Charles. You must pass." Nezha exclaimed, "No way, I have class tomorrow." Long Ji insisted, "You will attend class as usual, but you must pass the test. As for the nature of the test, you will find out in due course. It all depends on your abilities. Hand the phone back to Lin Lin." Nezha replied, "Oh," and returned the phone to Xiao Longnu. With a forced smile, Xiao Longnu took the call and impatiently said, "Spit it out." Long Ji's voice was frigid. "You have an email from Harvard in the United States. You might need to fly to America tomorrow night for your doctoral examination and several meetings. Don't stay out too late." Xiao Longnu promptly responded, "Got it," and abruptly hung up. The two resumed their previous activity. After a while, Xiao Longnu lay on Nezha, inhaling his pleasant scent, and said, "I have to fly to America tomorrow night and will return in a couple of days. Be good until I come back." Nezha kissed her forehead and replied, "Understood. Stay safe." Xiao Longnu smiled, glancing at the time on Nezha's wristband, suddenly alarmed. "Oh no, it's nearly 2 o'clock. I must return. Long Ji will be furious." Nezha pouted, "It shouldn't be that serious. Doesn't she know you're with me?" Xiao Longnu shot him a disapproving look and quickly began to dress, stating, "You don't understand. Long Ji is quite strict with me and forbids me from staying out overnight." Nezha chuckled behind his hand, "Teacher, you have someone to fear after all. But Long Ji does this for your own good. Take your time." After they dressed, they exited the hotel. The following day, Nezha, dressed in his school uniform and brimming with energy, arrived at the academy. He read a message from Xiao Longnu advising him not to fall asleep in class, to pay attention, and that she would check on his academic performance upon her return. If there were any complaints from other teachers, he would be in trouble. Nezha smiled joyfully as he replied to Xiao Longnu. Suddenly, Hu Yuexin approached him, tapping him on the shoulder with a holographic tablet. In high spirits, Nezha turned to Hu Yuexin, beaming, "Good morning." Hu Yuexin returned his smile with one of her own. "Good morning, Li. Believing that Luan Yu's incident might bring you trouble, both my father and I were deeply concerned." Nezha, shaking his head with a sense of pride, declared, "What is there to worry about? I am not the perpetrator. As the news stated, I am merely an innocent high school student passing by." Upon entering the classroom, Nezha fixated on his holographic pen and glanced at his wristband, anxiously awaiting the test he was about to face. As the clock struck 10, during the second class. An unexpected message arrived on Nezha's holographic pen. 271 highway car chase incident. Arrive at the scene within 1 minute to prevent the accident. Wear a mask. Do not disclose personal identity and avoid being recognized. Nezha widened his eyes, contemplating the implications. Am I to be exposed to the public? Am I to brazenly intervene in this incident? Within a minute. And I must not be recognized. Time was of the essence. Nezha immediately raised his hand and exclaimed, "Teacher, I have a stomachache." The teacher, with a look of disdain, replied, "Go on." Nezha dashed out of the classroom and into the boys' restroom. He flung open the window. And in an instant, his entire body was enveloped in dazzling gold and crimson armor. A holographic mask adorned his face, a golden circlet clasped his wrist, his hairstyle transformed, and a flowing celestial ribbon trailed behind him. His fiery wheels morphed into mechanical light wheels, and he grasped a fire spear, surrounded by the majestic 9-dragon fire shield. His ensemble, modified to perfection by Nezha, exuded an aura of coolness. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, soaring through the sky at an unimaginable speed. Nezha became a mere blur, resembling a streak of starlight faster than a meteor. Arriving at 271 highway, he quickly spotted the pursuing vehicles. With a swift gesture, he accelerated on his fiery wheels, catching up to them. He flashed a confident smile at the drivers through their windows, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Gazing ahead, Nezha noticed a red traffic light on 271 highway, where a group of elementary school students was forming a line to cross. His brow furrowed as he realized the impending collision between the two vehicles and the children. In a flash, Nezha vanished, positioning himself between the two cars just as they were about to collide. He brandished his fire spear, causing the vehicles to crash spectacularly, their front ends crumpling while the rear nearly flipped over. With a strikingly heroic stance, Nezha averted the disaster, leaving the teacher in sheer terror as she clutched her students. Utterly stunned by the scene, turning to the children, Nezha smiled and advised, "Be careful when crossing the road." The astonished drivers exited their cars, staring at the awe-inspiring armored Nezha, speechless as they stammered, You damaged my car." Just as Nezha was about to respond, a message chimed in his holographic mask. Pressing a button by his ear with 2 fingers, he heard Charles's voice through the earpiece. "Leave 271 highway and return to the academy." Charles glanced at the wristband, noting it had just been 1 minute, and chuckled. This kid could have gone even faster. Upon receiving the command, Nezha swiftly took off on his fiery wheels, disappearing in a flash. The children, exhilarated, pointed in the direction Nezha had vanished, exclaiming, "The armored superhero saved us." Nezha promptly returned to the restroom, and as he entered through the window, his magical gear dissolved. With composure, he exited the boys' restroom and returned to the classroom to continue his studies. During the afternoon class, the holographic pen sent out an urgent message regarding a bank robbery in the streets, where the assailants were armed with heavy-duty laser cannons. Immediate action was required to arrive at the scene, thwart the crime, ensure no casualties, and prevent exposure of identities. Nezha raised his hand, claiming a stomach ache, and dashed to the men's restroom. Once again, he transformed and soared out through the window. In an instant, Nezha appeared before the criminals, striding confidently towards them. The assailants, taken aback by the sight of this armored youth, hesitated momentarily before one of them shouted, "Don't come any closer." Upon noticing Nezha's unwavering approach, the assailant opened fire. But Nezha activated his 9-dragon fire shield, which radiated a brilliant golden light. The shot failed to harm him. Instead, he effortlessly disarmed the assailant, causing the laser cannon to crumble beneath his stomp. In the blink of an eye, several criminals lay defeated at Nezha's feet, after which he vanished, riding on his wind fire wheel. Charles and Long Ji observed the holographic display, with Long Ji furrowing his brow. "Shall we test his adaptability by allowing him to appear in the public eye?" he suggested. Charles shrugged nonchalantly. "What is the harm? His identity has already been uncovered by the 16 prominent families and will inevitably be revealed by those with ulterior motives. I intend to establish a public persona for him. Once he possesses a legitimate identity, we can utilize the media to portray him as the city's savior, affiliated with our department to prevent crime. This is not only beneficial for the citizens, but will also facilitate our future operations." Long Ji nodded in agreement. "Moreover, your superiors will undoubtedly commend your department for making a significant contribution to the world, correct?" With a raised eyebrow and hands on his hips, Charles replied, "Indeed, Ji. Rest assured, I am well aware of your concerns regarding his safety." Long Ji responded, "Let us hope so." Charles pointed to a staff member, instructing, "Jean, prepare Nezha's credentials. Ji, inform Nezha to report after school." With that, Charles entered his office. Chapter 31. The airplane crashed after school as Nezha mounted his wind-fire wheel, the Cyber Voyager. His phone pin vibrated. Pulling it out, he marveled at the intensity of the notification, a testament to advanced technology. Upon checking the message, he found an address. Nezha rode to a massive circular commercial building by the seaside, where his phone pin buzzed again with further instructions. Following the directives, he entered the elevator, descending several hundred meters underground. Upon exiting, Nezha surveyed his surroundings with a frown. Everyone was clad in formal attire, both men and women, a mix of locals and foreigners. They merely glanced at Nezha before returning to their busy tasks. An instrument slid over beside him, scanning Nezha as he moved, leaving him puzzled. The camera on the device playfully blinked at him. Long Ji, dressed in a black suit with his jacket unfastened and a work badge prominently displayed, approached Nezha with a suave demeanor. "Follow me," he instructed. Nezha nodded, trailing Long Ji while observing his surroundings. Upon entering, he sensed an ambience that was both clandestine and imbued with technological sophistication. Everyone was diligently engrossed in their respective duties, and at the front of the hall, a colossal wall was adorned with numerous holographic screens. Nezha pointed at the screens, exclaiming, "Global Satellite Network, how cool." Nezha followed Long Ji through a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at Minister Charles's office. As Nezha entered, Charles promptly rose from his seat, extending his hand in greeting. "Charles," he introduced himself. Nezha reciprocated, "Li Nezha." With a demeanor of calm seriousness, Charles turned, adjusted his suit, and approached his desk. He tapped the surface, causing various informational graphics to materialize. With a swift motion of his hand, the graphics transformed into a holographic projection that hovered in the air before Nezha, who was taken aback to find himself enveloped in this dazzling display. Glancing at Long Ji, he noticed she had already positioned herself to one side. Observing him with an expression of bemusement, Nezha hastily joined Long Ji. Charles approached the holographic representation of Earth, tapping it to enlarge the map. With another drag, it magnified further, revealing the circular edifice that Nezha had seen outside. The projection of the building slowly rotated, displaying a three-dimensional model. Charles proceeded to elucidate the workings of the Non-Natural Actions Department, detailing their primary operations, privileges, technological advancements, and equipment. Nezha, utterly captivated, managed to utter a single word after a prolonged silence. "Cool." Once Charles concluded his introduction, he stepped closer to Nezha, extending his hand once more. "Welcome aboard. You will be working alongside Ji from now on." Nezha beamed at Long Ji, who, with an air of nonchalance, smiled and nodded in affirmation. With Long Ji's approval, Nezha eagerly shook Charles's hand again. The high-tech marvels that eluded ordinary people fascinated him. Having spent 3 centuries learning in accordance with the times, he had modified his own magical artifacts. Naturally, as a young man, he held a keen interest in technology. Recognizing the sophistication of the techniques before him, he trusted Long Ji completely, convinced that as long as his contributions served society and benefited the populace, he would have no objections. This was far preferable to associating with the chaotic affairs of the 16 prominent families engaged in clandestine activities. Nezha ventured, "So, can I skip the academy? I have no desire to study." Charles, maintaining his serious demeanor, replied, "That is not an option. Your student identity serves as a FAAD, affording you better concealment. During your operations, you must wear a mask and armor to ensure that neither your personal information nor that of the Non-Natural Actions Department is revealed. Our public relations team will handle all aspects of your appearances and actions. You need only focus on executing your tasks. We will manage the rest." With a resigned sigh, Nezha acquiesced. "All right then." Long Ji glanced at the time and frowned. "Charles, I leave Nezha in your capable hands. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Charles nodded in acknowledgement as Long Ji exited the office. Charles continued to relay to Nezha the necessity of adhering strictly to orders. Even in the face of impending death, if commanded to cease all actions, one must comply without question. He sought to instill in Nezha the importance of this discipline, emphasizing the need for unwavering trust in his judgments and directives, while firmly rejecting any semblance of personal heroism. Suddenly, Long Ji hastily rode Thunderstorm to Ute. The little dragon girl was flying to America that night, and he needed to see her off. Upon returning home, he found her already prepared with her suitcase. Long Ji remarked, "I can't shake this feeling of unease." The little dragon girl shot him a glance and replied, "Oh, spare me. I hope for a smooth journey. Hurry, take me to the airport." That insufferable Nezha is nowhere to be found, unresponsive to messages and calls. Just as she prepared to summon Nezha through her communication ring, Long Ji swiftly grasped her hand, saying, "Nezha may be preoccupied with something important, perhaps immersed in his studies." After a moment of contemplation, The little dragon girl conceded, "You're right. It's better not to disturb him at this hour. Let us go, we're running out of time." Longji nodded, escorting her to the airport. Furrowing his brow, Longji watched as her plane took off, yet an ominous feeling intensified within him. Could it be? He quickly extended his hand to calculate the situation. And as he did, he suddenly noticed the aircraft she occupied was belching black smoke. Longji frowned, whispering, "Just as I feared." He observed the plane losing control, veering from its trajectory towards the city. Alarmed, Longji vanished, reappearing instantaneously in an empty alley as the aircraft hurtled towards the urban landscape. He attempted to call Nezha, but the action department's communications were jammed. Frustrated, he pocketed his phone. There was no time to waste. In a flash, Longji transformed into Nezha's likeness, soaring out to pursue the out-of-control plane. As the aircraft careened towards the city, Longji, now resembling Nezha, swiftly positioned himself beneath it, stabilizing the plane with his powers. Inside the aircraft, several men exchanged furtive glances, then hurried to the restroom, channeling their own magical energies to steer the plane into the city. Nezha, gazing upward, emitted a golden glow, piercing through the plane's underside to identify the men casting spells to control the aircraft. Just as Nezha managed to steady the plane, it became apparent that the wings were beginning to bend and fracture. Gritting his teeth, he bore the weight of the entire aircraft while also contending with the magical pressure exerted by the men. "Damn it," he muttered, as a surge of golden light radiated from him. The plane was rapidly approaching a massive bridge by the sea, if not halted promptly. Such a colossal aircraft crashing into the city would surely result in widespread destruction and innumerable casualties. Nezha accelerated to the plane's nose, pressing against it with all his might. As the wind and fire wheels spun with fervor, flames erupted, countering the plane's momentum. With a fierce cry, he bellowed, "Ah!" The metal nose of the aircraft crumpled under his force. Channeling an immense surge of magical power, the plane began to decelerate sharply. The little dragon girl, astonished, covered her mouth, witnessing that familiar burst of fire outside her window. She realized that Nezha had come to her rescue. A staff member from the Department of Non-Natural Actions knocked on Charles's office door and entered, saying, "Minister Charles, you must come and see this." Charles, accompanied by Nezha, exited the office and arrived at the grand hall where a massive holographic screen displayed the scene. All the staff stood anxiously, their eyes glued to the screen as the rescue aircraft captured footage of Nezha riding on his fiery wheel, confronting the airplane's nose and halting its imminent descent toward the city. Subsequently, Nezha flew beneath the aircraft, gently cradling the enormous plane as it descended slowly to the coastline. The entire office erupted in cheers. Yet, Charles and Nezha exchanged furrowed glances, with Charles, arms akimbo, angrily pounding his fist on the table and exclaiming, "That Longji." Nezha observed the screen, capturing himself emerging from the water, standing on his fiery wheel, and glancing back at the jubilant, astonished, and incredulous faces of the city's inhabitants. Soon after, Nezha vanished from the public's sight. He glanced at the staff's computer, discovering the information regarding the ill-fated aircraft, the very one occupied by the little dragon girl. Infuriating. Inside the plane, several men lay exhausted on the ground, but everyone had been rescued without injury. Chapter 32. Longji, the moment? Nezha took a wallet from his colleague Jean and said, "Charles, it's nothing urgent. I shall take my leave." Charles, still in his open suit, stood with arms crossed, visibly irritated, and gestured for Nezha to go. As Nezha entered the elevator, he examined the wallet, which contained a police badge, an ordinary badge featuring the national emblem and police station insignia, alongside a photograph of Nezha and his officer number. He scrutinized the wallet, finding nothing particularly special. How could it be claimed to be a meticulously crafted document by the technical department? Nezha traced the edges of the wallet and discovered an embedded sensor. Upon touching it with his fingerprint, the contents transformed instantaneously, shifting from a police badge to a driver's license. Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that a license for thunderstorm driving? But it lacked a stamp. He had not yet passed the test, of course not. He touched the sensor again, and the document changed once more, the national emblem morphing into a distinctive symbol. While his identity was updated to read, Special Operations Department Officer Li Nezha, alongside his number, position, and other details. How extraordinarily convenient. Nezha tucked the wallet away. Longji, having landed in an alley, reverted to her original form and was about to call Nezha when suddenly, Charles's call came through, demanding Longji return to the department immediately. Furrowing her brow, she walked while dialing Nezha, recounting the earlier events and instructing him to keep it from the little dragon girl. Nezha, dismissively, replied, "Are we to keep it from the little dragon girl as well?" Longji retorted, You have some professional ethics, don't you? What good would it do for the little dragon girl to know? Would she spend her days in worry for us? You have already been pushed out of the public eye. This matter is yours. Nezha conceded. All right, thank you for saving the little dragon girl. Long Ji frowned and said, she is not merely your dragon girl. Nezha grinned and replied, all right, she is yours as well. After their conversation concluded, Nezha hurried to the airport while Long Ji raced back to the department. Nezha arrived at the scene, and upon seeing him, the little dragon maiden rushed over to embrace his neck, exclaiming, Nezha, there was an accident with the plane earlier. It terrified me. Thankfully, you are here. Nezha gently set her down and asked, oh, is everything all right? Are you injured? Let me see. The little dragon maiden shook her head, smiling down at him. I am perfectly fine. With you around, how could anything happen to me? Despite the reassurance, Nezha felt a twinge of awkwardness as he replied with a sheepish grin. I will take you home. No, thank you, she replied. I've changed my flight. I will continue to the United States shortly. Wait for me. Nezha frowned. Do you really have to go? I worry about your safety. The little dragon maiden shook her head. It's nothing to worry about. Such low-probability events cannot possibly occur twice in one night. With you by my side, I feel secure. Nezha affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, silly girl. I promise I will always protect you from now on. The little dragon maiden nodded happily, and Nezha reluctantly watched her board the plane again. He summoned his powers, casting a keen gaze around the vicinity and the aircraft, ensuring there was nothing amiss. As she took off, he returned home. In the Department of Unnatural Actions, Charles said, do you realize the serious consequences your unauthorized actions could have? Long Ji sat in Charles' office, arms crossed and legs crossed, replying, that is merely a possibility. The fact is I saved the plane and the city, with no casualties. Charles sighed. Long Ji, I understand your capabilities, but in the future, please inform me immediately so that I can handle the situation. What if someone captures this on camera and exposes your identity? How can I explain this to my superiors? In this information age, anything is possible. As the head of the Department of Unnatural Actions, it is my duty to prevent such occurrences. I hope you can cooperate. With Nezha in the city, we do not need another superhero. Long Ji stood up, speaking firmly. Charles, it's not that I do not trust you. I know you wish to protect my identity, and I appreciate that. Also, there were cultivators on that plane. The incident was caused by a special force. Charles looked at Long Ji and asked, who do you suspect? Long Ji closed her beautiful eyes in thought before responding, the 16 great families. Anyone wishing to target the AO family and Nezha could be involved. Charles nodded. I will investigate this matter. Additionally, the city's Cultural Relics Bureau has discovered a massive underground tomb. Since it was opened, nearby towns have experienced a series of mysterious deaths. I have dispatched personnel to investigate, and I will inform you and Nezha of any findings. Long Ji nodded. Very well, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. Charles softened his tone, looking at Long Ji. I was too agitated earlier. I hope you understand the responsibilities of a superior. I know you are remarkable and care deeply for this world, and I truly admire you. Long Ji tilted her head and waved her hand dismissively. Thank you. But I am exhausted. After all, I just carried a plane and now smell strongly of oil. She exited the office and drove home. Long Ji returned home and was relieved that the little dragon maiden was not present today. Otherwise, he would have to explain the overwhelming stench of machine oil that clung to him. After a refreshing shower, he began to search the holographic tablet for information regarding the recently unearthed tomb. Frowning at the data, he recognized the address and location of the underground sepulchre. It was the tomb of the golden corpse from 3,800 years ago. Long Ji recalled the time he ventured into the tomb alongside Nezha and Shi Miaoyin, where the chilling aura of the corpses eroded their magical powers. Surrounded by thousands of zombies, Nezha valiantly defended the two of them, awakening the golden corpse to ensure their safe exit. The golden corpse should have departed from that tomb long ago, but it had not appeared for millennia. Without Nezha's blood essence, it lay in slumber, its whereabouts unknown. Could it have returned on its own? However, that was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was that in the center of the 4 massive stone chambers sealing the zombies, atop the altar column of the formation, there existed not only talismans, but also an abundance of pure essence. In their haste to dismantle the array, they had only torn a single talisman, leaving the others untouched. Once unearthed, the vast amounts of essence stored within the 4 stone chambers would undoubtedly be revealed, and it would be the most coveted treasure of the 16 great families. Given the significance of this discovery, the 16 families, with their global influence, would surely be aware of the situation and would take action to claim the essence meant to suppress the zombies. A bloody storm was imminent. Whoever acquires this substantial pure essence would see their power soar, potentially allowing them to ascend into the ranks of the 8 great families. Who wouldn't desire such an opportunity? Thus, the 16 families would stop at nothing to seize it. Wait, the younger cultivators of the 16 families, all their powers, converging in the underground tomb? Long Ji's eyes widened with realization. This was the perfect moment. The 16 families could infiltrate the tomb unnoticed, eliminating a few families along the way. The 8 great families would attribute the deaths to the zombies within the tomb, oblivious to his involvement. Closing the holographic tablet, Long Ji lay in bed, contemplating the need to investigate the actions of the 16 families tomorrow. He must seize this opportunity, and he would undoubtedly enlist Nezha's aid. It would be impossible to conceal his involvement without Nezha's help, who also harbored a desire to eliminate the Lin family. This time, he intended to deal with the evil corpse sect, the Wan family, and the secretly colluding Wu and Dongmin families. It was high time the 16 families faced a reduction in their ranks. Chapter 33. The Fiery Youth on Friday morning. The sun shone brightly as Nezha rode his wind-fire wheels, arriving at the academy with swift grace. Upon entering the academy, the grand screen at the entrance continuously showcased various scenes of the city's recent hero, capturing the courageous acts of a mysterious young lad. Bystanders, journalists, and aerial shots documented his daring rescues, leading the media to bestow upon him the moniker Fiery Youth. The footage, primarily taken from a distance, lacked clarity. Yet the most striking aspect was the radiant halo of flames emanating from the youth's feet, clad in remarkably stylish gear, exuding an undeniable sense of youthful exuberance. Nezha observed the looping display with a cheerful smile, amused by the unexpected charm of the young hero. It was astonishing how effectively the media had promoted him within just a few days, depicting him as the city's young champion, vanquishing evil and thwarting criminals. An exemplar for students. Nezha's exploits, from saving lives to combating wrongdoing, dominated the headlines, becoming the most talked-about subject in centuries. This enigmatic figure swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics on various platforms, causing server crashes due to overwhelming interest. Every commercial building along the route was adorned with images of the Fiery Youth. Moreover, enterprising individuals capitalized on the youth's fame, utilizing scant video footage to create action figures resembling Nezha, which garnered fervent admiration from numerous middle and primary school students. It was not uncommon to see children draped in red silk or brandishing toy flame spears, and even holographic eye masks akin to Nezha's had emerged on the market. Upon returning to the classroom, Nezha immersed himself in searching for topics related to himself on his holographic screen, chuckling at the attention he was receiving. It was a novel experience. Despite having battled demons for millennia, he had never garnered such widespread acclaim. The information age was indeed formidable. During recess, he overheard classmates discussing the Fiery Youth, with many girls speculating about his appearance, expressing how handsome they found him, and fantasizing about the possibility of dating him, even if just for a fleeting moment. The boys, on the other hand, debated whether the Fiery Youth was akin to the mythical Nezha, arguing over who was more formidable. Nezha leaned in to interject, asserting, "I believe Nezha is a bit more impressive." The moment he uttered these words, a wave of indignation rippled through several boys in the class. Lin Shuekai, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "Don't think that just because you bear the name Li Nezha, you can elevate him. He.s. a mythical figure. How can he be compared to the Fiery Youth?" Another classmate chimed in, "Exactly. Do you even understand? The equipment of the Fiery Youth is unparalleled. If you don't comprehend, keep quiet. The Fiery Youth is already my idol. People like you, who are languishing at the bottom of the academic rankings, should refrain from speaking and dare to defame him, and I'll take you down." Nezha was left speechless. Wasn't he the same person? They mocked him as the academy's worst student, looking down upon him, yet now they were enamored with his identity as the Fiery Youth. Amused rather than angered, he returned to his seat, stifling laughter. In class, Nezha occasionally disappeared for a few minutes under the pretense of using the restroom. Upon returning to the classroom, he caught the eye of the dragon girl, who, while lecturing, discreetly sent him a message. "Are you feeling unwell?" Nezha replied, "No, I adore you." Midway through her lecture, the dragon girl glanced at the holographic screen displaying the message, struggled to contain her bashful expression, and stole another glance at Nezha before resuming her teaching. In Principal Kyle's office, a man burst in unannounced. The principal's assistant said, "Principal Kyle, this parent has entered without an appointment." The spacious office housed a distinguished-looking foreign gentleman in his 60s, with a head of white hair and a full beard, exuding vitality in his impeccably tailored suit. He waved his hand dismissively at the assistant, indicating he would handle the situation. The irate parent confronted the principal loudly, "Principal Kyle, why did you expel my daughter?" It was that boy who bullied her, yet you chose to expel her instead. This is outrageous. Principal Kyle stood, straightening his suit, and asked, "Good day, how may I address you?" The father replied, "Mr. Wu." With a warm smile, Principal Kyle extended his hand. "Mr. Wu, please have a seat. I recall the student you mentioned, Wu Xiaohua, correct?" Mr. Wu, fuming, sank into the sofa. "Yes. Do you have any idea how many connections I leveraged and how much effort I exerted to enroll my daughter at Dysenius Academy? To expel her, without just cause, is utterly intolerable." Remaining composed, Principal Kyle responded, "Mr. Wu, please calm down. Our institution has thoroughly investigated the matter. It was indeed the boy who initiated the altercation, and he has a history of bullying Wu Xiaohua." Mr. Wu interrupted, "If you are aware of this, why expel my daughter? Are you being bribed? 800,000 per semester. Is that not enough for you? My daughter must attend Dysenius Academy." Principal Kyle raised his hand in a calming gesture. "Please, allow me to finish. While Wu Xiaohua was indeed bullied, she bit the male student in self-defense. Do you know that he returned home with a high fever, and the bite wound became infected, leading to a critical condition? He remains unconscious to this day." Mr. Wu retorted, "It was merely a bite. Is my daughter at fault? He brought this upon himself. Are you aware of the extent of bullying? My daughter has been tormented by them, and only now do I learn of it. I refuse to accept this. She has done nothing wrong, and you cannot expel her. I demand the expulsion notice be rescinded." Principal Kyle replied firmly, "I am sorry, Mr. Wu, but the school will not retract the expulsion notice. The boy's injuries have confirmed that the bite caused severe poisoning, endangering his life. Your daughter's unique condition renders her unsuitable for our academy. For the safety of other students, we must expel Wu Xiaohua. We have already refunded 80% of the tuition. Please, Mr. Wu, leave." Mr. Wu stood, glaring at Principal Kyle. "Stop right there. Principal Kyle, this is unacceptable. I will not allow you to bully us in this manner." The scene shifted as school let out. Nezha sent a message to the Dragon Girl. "Let us have dinner together later." The Dragon Girl replied, "All right, I'll finish preparing and message you." Nezha smiled as he stowed away his stylus and drove off. Upon entering, he found Charles engaged in conversation with Long Ji. As Nezha stepped in, his equipment materialized, inquiring, "What are you discussing?" Charles turned to appraise Nezha's appearance and remarked, "Well done these past few days. You must maintain this pace. And I believe you can accelerate even further." Nezha nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I shall strive to improve." Long Ji interjected, "Nezha, we have investigated the recent plane crash involving Lin Lin. The 4 cultivators who boarded were found to possess counterfeit passports, and they are linked to the Luan family. It is evident that they orchestrated this act as retribution against you and Lin Lin. Therefore, you must exercise caution when venturing out." Furrowing his brow, Nezha questioned, "If you are aware, why not apprehend them?" Charles, hands on hips, glanced at Long Ji and then back at Nezha, explaining, "The Luan family wields significant influence. These 4 deny any wrongdoing, and the police lack sufficient evidence. The Luan family can easily evade justice." Nezha sighed, recognizing that in this era, everything hinges on evidence. He understood. "I will be vigilant. Long Ji and I will take turns picking up Lin Lin after work." Charles waved his hand dismissively. "If there are no further matters, you may leave." Nezha and Long Ji departed together. Long Ji inquired, "Are you the one picking her up?" Nezha nodded. "Of course, it is I who shall go." Long Ji rolled her eyes, retorting, "Do not be so smug. The little dragon girl sleeps beside me every night." With that, Long Ji tapped her wristband, summoning Thunderstorm to her side. Enraged, Nezha pointed a finger at her, exclaiming, "You, bring a pizza on the way, and remember, the little dragon girl adores matcha-flavored tiramisu." Long Ji waved her hand and flew off. Nezha mounted his cyber speedster to fetch the little dragon girl after work. Chapter 34. The disappearance of Principal Kyle. The trio sat in the little dragon girl's home, lounging on the sofa as they indulged in the dinner Long Ji had procured, engaging in lively conversation. Nezha held a slice of pizza, chuckling, "Have you seen that news report? A little boy wielding a toy flame gun claimed he would punish wrongdoers and combat crime. How adorable." The little dragon girl took a small bite of her cake, affirming, "Yes, I saw that. And Nezha, next time you save someone, make sure to give the camera a close-up. Many are eager to see what the fiery youth looks like." Long Ji interjected, "No, we must keep it confidential to avoid unnecessary troubles." Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, come now, just a little glimpse next time. But do grant me some leniency in class." The little dragon girl nodded. "Just clarify things with me next time. I thought you were unwell, given your frequent trips to the restroom during class." Nezha burst into laughter. Long Ji sipped her coffee, raising an eyebrow at the sound of sirens outside. "It seems they are calling for you." Nezha set down his pizza, nodding, "Save me a slice." With that, he soared out of the little dragon girl's window. In recent days, Nezha has not only been engaged in handling supernatural occurrences, but has also been tasked with preventing crimes. Whenever an incident arises within the city, Nezha rushes to the scene, even during his daytime classes, leading a particularly busy yet fulfilling life. Armed with valuable intelligence, Nezha can operate with remarkable efficiency. Upon arriving at the scene, clad in resplendent golden-red armor with a holographic visor obscuring half his face, Nezha gazes at the raging inferno engulfing the skyscraper. He strides purposefully to the fire chief and inquires, "Chief, is there any assistance you require?" The chief, glancing at Nezha, responds, "Wind and fire boy?" A fire of unknown origin has erupted on the 76th floor. The internal fire suppression system has failed, rendering us unable to extinguish it independently, and the elevators are inoperative. The blaze remains uncontrollable, and the fire trucks can only reach up to the 70th floor. We urgently request aerial support. Yet the temperatures above are too high for helicopters to approach. Nezha nods thoughtfully and takes 2 determined steps forward, casting off his cloak as he mounts his wind-fire wheels and ascends into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he reaches the 76th floor, where flames consume several stories, radiating intense heat. Suddenly, Nezha hears piercing screams from within the building. Though nearly drowned out by the roaring flames, he can discern the cries. Furrowing his brow, Nezha vanishes in an instant, plunging into the inferno, following the sound to locate the victims. In a matter of moments, less than 2 minutes, he has rescued all those trapped, his speed astonishing. Subsequently, Nezha unfurls his magical cloud, which extends dramatically to envelop the skyscraper, rapidly cooling the environment. Then, he opens his mouth wide, attempting to inhale the vast flames. However, the intensity of the fire proves too overwhelming, and he quickly ceases this effort. Instead, he activates his keen eye to locate the building's water supply system and plunges into it, shattering the system with a powerful punch. Emerging from the depths, he seizes the hoses prepared by the fire trucks, one in each arm, and ascends once more. With a mighty spray, torrents of water erupt forth. While the fire trucks cannot reach the necessary height, Nezha deftly resolves the crisis, extinguishing the flames comprehensively. Within minutes, the fire subsides, and the cooling effect of his magical cloud successfully curtails the spread, resolving the disaster. The crowd gathered below erupts into cheers, and Nezha, smiling down at them, swiftly takes flight. Upon returning to the home of the little dragon girl, he dismisses his magical artifacts and plops onto the sofa, resuming his unfinished pizza. The little dragon girl gives him a thumbs up and flirts playfully, to which Nezha raises an eyebrow in response, while Long Ji rolls her eyes, remarking, "I see nothing at all." The following weekend, Nezha and Long Ji stand in the hall, gazing at dozens of screens adorning the walls, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Charles strides in energetically, clapping his hands and announcing, "We have a new case." All staff turn their attention to Charles, who taps on his holographic tablet, causing the multitude of screens to display surveillance footage from the Dysenius Academy. Everyone raised their heads to gaze at the screen. Charles announced, "President Kyle of Dysenius University went missing yesterday morning at 11 a.m. This is the school's surveillance system. According to the report from the president's assistant, around 11 a.m., a man claiming to be a parent of a student entered President Kyle's office and has not emerged since, along with President Kyle, who is still unaccounted for. The surveillance footage only shows the man entering. There is no recording of him leaving. The police investigation has yielded no results, so it has been handed over to us for further inquiry." Nezha furrowed his brow and said, "He is the president of my college." Charles nodded and continued, "The parent in question is Wu Ju, the father of Wu Xiaohua from Class 2 of the second year. I have investigated, and it appears that Wu Ju is not an ordinary individual." Long Ji inquired, "Have you looked into his family?" Charles replied, "Wu Ju's family claims he left yesterday morning and has not returned since, with no leads available." After understanding the reason Wu Ju sought the president, Long Ji remarked, "It seems he is indeed not an ordinary person. From my observations, he is a demon, and his daughter has inherited his traits." Nezha, perplexed, asked, "A demon? What kind of demon?" Long Ji crossed his arms, gazing thoughtfully at the large screen before stating, "A highly toxic centipede spirit." Nezha frowned. "If he becomes agitated and bites the president, wouldn't he that pose a danger?" Charles commanded, "Conduct a citywide satellite search, now." He then turned to Long Ji and asked, "Can you utilize your abilities to locate President Kyle?" Long Ji nodded. Her enchanting eyes closed as she radiated potent magical energy, swiftly searching the area. After a minute, she opened her eyes and said, "I see an abandoned factory marked with a Mercury symbol." Charles immediately pointed at the technical department staff and instructed, Search the entire city for abandoned factories containing mercury. Moments later, a staff member stood up and reported, Charles, at 127th Street. There is a metal smelting factory where Wu Ju once worked. The factory has since closed and is now abandoned. Charles and Long Ji turned their attention to Nezha. With determination, Nezha strode forward, shaking his head, causing magical artifacts to materialize around him. A crimson gold exosuit enveloped him, and a holographic visor appeared on his face. He took off decisively without uttering a word. Long Ji frowned. We must also mobilize, especially since it's a mercury chemical factory. Charles nodded and instructed. You lead the team and prepare the equipment. The scene shifted to Nezha arriving at the abandoned factory, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. He called out, Wu Ju, father of Wu Xiaohua, I know you are here. Come out. Impulsivity will not resolve this matter. In the distance, Wu Ju immediately took President Kyle hostage. Hiding behind a stone pillar, Nezha pressed 2 fingers together at his brow and activated his insight. After surveying the area, he spotted 2 figures behind a distant pillar, one person and a colossal centipede spirit. Nezha frowned and cautiously approached the pillar. Just as he took a few steps, Wu Ju suddenly shouted, Don't come any closer. If you do, I will kill him. Nezha halted his steps and remarked, I am aware of your daughter's predicament. Please remain composed. To take the life of the principal would leave no room for redemption. I understand your desire to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person, but consider the implications of your actions on your wife and on Wu Xiaohua. Wu Ju, in a state of panic, retorted, I do not care. They unjustly expelled my daughter. What wrong have we committed? I merely wish for the revocation of the expulsion notice. Observing Wu Ju's escalating agitation, Nezha quickly extended his hand in a gesture of calm, saying, Do not act rashly. A life is at stake. Please, do not lose your temper. Just as Nezha and Wu Ju reached an impasse, a sudden commotion arose behind Wu Ju. Bang! Long Ji, adorned with a holographic visor and clad in a sleek black suit, tilted his head with charisma and fired a shot at Wu Ju. Protected by his magical barrier, Wu Ju remained unscathed, yet the force of the bullet propelled him backward. Nezha widened his eyes and rushed forward to engage in the fray with Wu Ju. The remaining members, dressed in black shirts and donned with bulletproof vests, sunglasses, and hats, expertly brandished their weapons as they rushed in to escort Principal Kyle to safety. In the midst of the struggle, Wu Ju, filled with rage, watched as Kyle was whisked away. With a furious roar, he transformed back into his true form. A colossal centipede demon, launching an assault toward Nezha. The multitude of centipede legs appeared exceedingly menacing, and their strength was formidable, with toxic chemicals surrounding them. Nezha had to meticulously control his magic to avoid damaging the hazardous chemical apparatus nearby. Chapter 35. A blow to confidence. Feeling restrained, Nezha, seasoned from countless battles, quickly sent the centipede demon flying with a well-placed kick, causing it to crash heavily onto the ground. As Nezha prepared to charge forward on his windfire wheel, the centipede demon, with astonishing speed, scuttled around the derelict factory, evading capture. Nezha descended to the ground, only to find the centipede demon had escaped. Gritting his teeth, he pursued relentlessly. Before long, the centipede demon arrived at a massive chemical pipeline, rising menacingly and revealing its serrated teeth. Nezha gasped in horror, realizing the potential calamity. Was it enraged enough to sever the pipeline and unleash toxic gas? In a moment of urgency, he called out, Long Ji, the centipede demon has bitten through the pipeline connecting the entire chemical plant. What should we do? Just as Long Ji was escorting Kyle to the vehicle with his team, he responded, Understood. If these toxic chemicals are released, it would take centuries for the city to fully decompose. I am on my way. As his words fell, the centipede demon severed the pipeline, spewing forth a torrent of lethal chemicals. At that instant, Long Ji charged in, followed closely by Nezha, both ready to strike with all their might. Nezha swiftly subdued the centipede demon, piercing its body with the fire-tipped spear, as Wu Ju reverted to human form. Collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood, Long Ji concentrated his magical energy to mend the chemical pipeline, his piercing gaze fixed on the vast quantity of toxic gas threatening to spread. Extending his hand, he spun his fingers, controlling all the gas in midair. Furrowing his brow, he curved his fingers, causing all the gas to instantaneously flow back into his palm, inhaled into his very being. Charles retracted his weapon, instructing the team to escort Wu Ju into the vehicle. Wu Ju's hands were shackled by advanced technology handcuffs, rendering him powerless. Nezha frowned at the restraints. Charles, with a serious demeanor, addressed Nezha and Long Ji, expressing, We nearly transformed the city into a gas chamber. Assemble the team. Long Ji patted Nezha on the shoulder, assuring him, Mistakes are inevitable. You will gain more experience. Nezha nodded, his expression one of discontent. Upon returning home, Nezha sprawled across his bed, sighing. I still lack experience. He pondered. In this era of advanced technology, there are numerous constraints. I must not resort to reckless destruction, otherwise, I would not be a savior, but a harbinger of chaos. I must strive to be exceptional, handling matters with greater composure and rationality. Unfortunately, with great power comes great responsibility. Nezha's sensitive identity meant that any mismanagement could ensnare him in public scrutiny, hence his self-imposed high standards. In a vast city where significant events unfold daily, Nezha realized he could not attend to every detail, which was exhausting. The police department managed some cases, yet he still faced numerous responsibilities, balancing school and work while the city was constantly plagued by criminals and monsters. Initially brimming with confidence, Nezha believed he could manage it all. However, today, he nearly allowed the city to become a gas chamber. Had it not been for Long Ji, the consequences could have been dire, and his confidence took a hit. As Nezha turned on the television, he found the Luan Group's media broadcasting reports on the recently popular fiery youth, who were portrayed as both the city's savior and a potential menace. Nezha furrowed his brow at the news. A previous kidnapping incident had nearly unleashed a toxic gas during a confrontation between the fiery youth and criminals, putting the city at risk. Additionally, in an earlier robbery case, the fiery youth had shattered a laser cannon, unaware that its immense power stemmed from high-tech plasma energy, resulting in a radiation leak that forced residents to evacuate. The city would now be dealing with radiation for years to come. Would such incidents have occurred had the fiery youth not intervened? Could our technology and police have provided a better resolution? Did the city truly need him? Frustrated, Nezha switched off the television and stood up, pointing at the screen while exclaiming, I lack experience, but I am learning. Your words are infuriating. Why don't you try managing both studies and these responsibilities every day? The Luan Group's news travels too fast. I am doing my utmost. Must you be so harsh? Enraged and fuming, Nezha felt the weight of his exhaustion compounded by the media's criticism. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Irritated, he tossed aside the mobile pen and answered, Hello, Linlin. The little dragon girl replied, Nezha, have you been feeling tired lately? You haven't spent quality time with me in days. Will you accompany me to the Future World Amusement Park today? Nezha reflected on how little time he had devoted to her recently and nodded. All right, wait for me. This weekend, I will take you out for a fun day. The little dragon girl responded eagerly, Great, I'll be waiting. After hanging up the phone, the little dragon girl sighed as she gazed at the news on the television screen, pondering that Nezha must be feeling quite disheartened after watching these reports. She decided to take him out to lift his spirits. Nezha called Long Ji, expressing his desire for a weekend break, understanding that the lad must be feeling down. Long Ji replied, Sure, go ahead. I will handle any matters that arise. Nezha nodded, hung up, and changed his clothes before heading out. Half an hour later, Nezha arrived downstairs at the little dragon girl's residence to take her out for some fun. They ventured to the amusement park of the future, indulging in various attractions. Yet Nezha found little joy in them. The little dragon girl, linking her arm with his, tried to coax a smile from him, but Nezha merely forced a grin. His emotions were clearly written across his face. Spotting the haunted house, the little dragon girl's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Li, come on, accompany me into the haunted house. Nezha shot her a sideways glance, retorting, Do you really think someone like me would be frightened by a haunted house? It's pointless. The little dragon girl, pouting and playfully insisting, said, Oh, but I want to go. I'm not a deity. I find it thrilling. Nezha, feeling dejected, replied, I don't want to go. It's dull. Without hesitation, the little dragon girl shouted, If you don't go, I'll make you regret it. Now hurry up. Nezha, instantly yielding, nodded and followed her into the haunted house. The interior was pitch dark, with occasional actors startling the guests. The little dragon girl was understandably frightened. The ghoulish appearances were truly terrifying, causing her to grip Nezha's arm tightly. Meanwhile, Nezha wore a bored expression, his eyelids half closed, nearly dozing off while listening to the little dragon girl's shrieks. As the tension reached its peak, a bloodied apparition suddenly emerged around a corner, brandishing fake blood and reaching for the little dragon girl. In the dimness, upon seeing this, she screamed, squeezed her eyes shut, and flailed her arms and legs in panic. Nezha stood by, observing the commotion with indifference. In her frantic state, the little dragon girl inadvertently grasped the hand of a staff member, mistaking him for Nezha, and took off running. Nezha's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, you've got the wrong person. The staff member, bewildered, found himself being dragged along by her. Nezha chased after them, but the little dragon girl was remarkably swift, soon emerging from the haunted house, panting and clutching her chest. exclaiming, Nezha, that was terrifying. Those ghosts were so disgusting. Turning around, she realized that the person she was holding was not Nezha but the very staff member who had frightened her moments ago. In shock, she released his hand and stammered, Why, you're not Nezha. Where did you take him? The staff member, equally perplexed, replied, Miss, I'm just as confused. I was doing my job scaring people. And then you grabbed me and took off running. Feeling embarrassed, the little dragon girl apologized repeatedly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Just then, Nezha approached. Hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Ha! Teacher Ao, you're so silly. It's true. Some people just vanish while walking. Ha! The little dragon girl, pouting and crossing her arms, confronted Nezha. It's your fault. I was so scared, and you didn't protect me. You just watched while I grabbed the wrong person. Nezha clutched his stomach, nearly gasping for breath, exclaiming, Oh dear, you have me in stitches. You run so swiftly. How can I possibly keep pace with you? With a chuckle, Xiaolong glanced at Nezha and teased, At last, you've cracked a smile. I suppose my fright was not in vain. Straightening himself, Nezha gradually subdued his laughter and embraced Xiaolong, saying, Come, we promise to enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Xiaolong raised an eyebrow and replied, Let us go. The two reveled in merriment throughout the day, until dusk fell, embracing one another amidst the amusement park, gazing at the myriad of entertainment attractions. Nezha's spirits lifted considerably, indeed. It was only with her that he felt the utmost joy and happiness. They chatted and laughed all the way to the hotel, where they secured a room. Chapter 36. Imoong moves in. Returning home rather late the previous day, Xiaolong relished the rare opportunity to sleep in on a Sunday, only to be jolted awake by the raucous sounds of moving next door. Dressed in a light, gauzy nightgown, she opened the door to find her neighbors in the midst of moving. Goodness, didn't they say the soundproofing was good? Just as she contemplated closing the door to return to her slumber, Imoong emerged from the elevator, a broad smile on his face, greeting her with, Hi, Lin Lin. Realizing who it was, Xiaolong pointed towards the adjacent apartment, exclaiming, Oh, brother Imoong, you've moved next door? With a nod and a grin, Imoong replied, Indeed, Lin Lin. Did I not mention that we would be neighbors from now on? Xiaolong pondered for a moment and remarked, I recall someone else lived there before. What happened? Imoong promptly clarified, Oh, they no longer reside there and are selling the property. I purchased it. What? Does Lin Lin not welcome her brother Imoong next door? With a bright smile, Xiaolong reassured him, Of course not. Imoong inquired, still not awake. Xiaolong, now realizing the situation, urged, Brother Imoong, don't linger outside. Come in and chat. Imoong nodded and stepped into Xiaolong's home, thinking to himself that he had invested significantly more to reside beside her and was eager to seize the opportunity to see her daily, which filled him with delight. Noticing the time was 9 o'clock, Xiaolong dashed back to her room, picked up a pillow, and gently tapped Longji, whispering, Brother Imoong is here. Longji, don't oversleep. Longji, eyes closed and brow furrowed, mumbled, So diligent this early in the morning, it might become bothersome. As she changed her clothes, Xiaolong encouraged, Darling, get up. Brother Imoong is still waiting outside. Longji flipped over, suddenly opening her eyes, realizing that Imoong had moved in, and the proximity could complicate matters, especially with Nezha's return. Grabbing her phone, she messaged Nezha, Imoong has moved in, hurry. After sending the message, Longji resumed her sleep, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden presence of a man living next door, which could disrupt her and Long's world together. She hoped Nezha would handle the situation. Nezha stretched leisurely, picked up his phone, and upon seeing the message, his eyes widened in surprise as he sat up in bed. Oh. Without delay, Nezha dressed and freshened up, muttering to himself, This Imoong just one tea give up. He's vying for my wife. No way. Right now, Xiaolong has no memory. And with Imoong being so kind to her, what if she becomes fond of him? I must intervene. Nezha swiftly tidied himself up, grabbed his backpack, and announced, Mom and Dad, I've got something to attend to. With that, he dashed out the door and vanished. Half an hour later, Nezha arrived at Yutai, taking the elevator to the 11th floor. He fervently pressed the doorbell, interrupting the cheerful conversation between the dragon girl and Imoong, who were enjoying tea together. Startled by the incessant ringing, the dragon girl rose to open the door. Upon seeing Nezha, she frowned and asked, What brings you here so early? Nezha peered inside and replied, I missed you, so I thought I'd come by. The dragon girl inquired, What are you looking at? Nezha responded, Oh, I'm just thirsty. Let me grab a glass of water. He then brushed past her into the living room, where he found Imoong regarding him with a furrowed brow. Nezha confidently sat down on the sofa across from Imoong and remarked, Wow, up early are we? I heard you're moving in next door. The dragon girl poured a cup of tea for Nezha. Moong, with a gentlemanly smile, replied, indeed, but to be precise, I'm moving to the adjacent unit. Nezha exclaimed loudly, with so many houses in this city, why choose to live here? You must be doing it on purpose. Moong, still smiling, retorted, I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Where I reside has no bearing on you. Nezha, gritting his teeth in anger, insisted, you can live anywhere you wish, just not here. Moong scoffed dismissively, such unreasonable antics. The dragon girl, confused, looked at Nezha and said, all right, Nezha, what's wrong? This is your brother Moong, behave yourself. Moong raised an eyebrow at Nezha, smiling. Nezha's anger intensified, and he suddenly shouted, I want to move in too. The dragon girl widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? Moong, stroking his brow, remarked, unfortunately, there are no units available on this floor. Nezha countered, I refuse to believe that. How did you manage to get one then? Moong replied, I had good fortune. The dragon girl grasped Nezha's arm and said, enough with the unreasonable behavior. Brother Moong is quite nice, and he's merely moving next door. Don't overthink it. Moong observed the dragon girl affectionately holding Nezha's arm, and a pang of unease struck his heart. He asked you to? Nezha, with an air of confidence, draped his arm over the dragon girl's shoulder, pulling her close, signaling that they were together. The dragon girl looked at Nezha, blushing, unable to conceal her affection. Moong's expression soured, his heart aching as he struggled to accept this reality, feeling as though a cherished flower he had tended for years had been plucked by someone who had only recently appeared. The sting of betrayal surged, and Moong's eyes welled with tears, desperately holding them back. Watching Moong's expression, Xiaolong Nu felt a deep pang of guilt. For many years, Moong had showered her with tenderness and care, unmatched by anyone else's devotion. Although Nezha also treated her well, he could not compare to the years of companionship and protection that Moong had provided. After all, Nezha had only recently entered her life. Yet his charm ignited in her a sense of passion, romance, and excitement to which she found herself irresistibly drawn. Had Moong not traveled abroad this past year, she might have, for various reasons, genuinely considered accepting his proposal. She was not oblivious to Moong's feelings. The sacrifices he had made over the years weighed heavily on her heart, filling her with remorse. As she observed Moong's reddened eyes, she gently removed Nezha's hand from her shoulder and said, Brother Moong. Moong, unwilling to hear more, abruptly stood up, turning his head away to conceal the tears that fell from his eyes. I will check if the furniture has been moved in, he stammered. Preparing to leave, Xiaolong Nu, distressed, called out to him, Brother Moong, I am sorry. With his back to her, Moong halted, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, he turned and pointed at Nezha, exclaiming, Lin Lin, what does he have that I do not? I have protected you for so many years. Xiaolong Nu, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, knew that everyone regarded Moong as her fiancé. Though they were not formally engaged, his nurturing care had been evident to all, and the feeling was akin to infidelity. She felt deeply remorseful for the years of his devotion, yet her heart had irrevocably chosen Nezha. With Nezha, she felt more like a lover, while Moong felt more like a brother. Lowering her head, she murmured, I am sorry. It is not that you are inadequate. It is that I do not deserve you. Nezha rose, aware that Xiaolong Nu had always been destined to be his bride. It was during his absence that Moong had taken advantage of her affection. No matter how much Moong had given, it paled in comparison to the millennia Nezha had devoted to her. He was grasping at something that did not belong to him and pretending to be the injured party. Evoking guilt in Xiaolong Nu furiously, Nezha pointed at Moong and declared, Moong, enough. Lin Lin does not belong to you. You know that in your heart. Do not feign such deep feelings that will burden her with guilt for a lifetime. With tears in his eyes, Moong looked up and forced a smile, saying, Lin Lin, you have seen it. Yes, it is my folly, my fault for investing so many years. It is my fault, he shouted, losing control and pointing angrily at himself. Xiaolong Nu's guilt deepened as she grasped Moong's hand, insisting, Brother Moong, no, it is not that. It is my fault. But this is not Nezha's wrongdoing. It is my fault. I am sorry for your sacrifices. But I truly only wish to regard you as a brother. Please, do not act this way, for it makes me feel immensely guilty. Nezha pulled Xiaolong Nu back, saying, Lin Lin, you need not feel guilty. You owe him nothing. He brought this upon himself. No one compelled him to care for you. The little dragon maiden gazed at Nezha with tearful eyes, her voice trembling as she said, Nezha, how can you speak of Brother Moong in such a manner? I owe him an apology. Nezha, anxious and hands on his hips, thought thought to himself that he could not reveal that she was once his wife. Seeing the little dragon maiden's guilt, he felt utterly vexed. Emoang sighed and remarked, Lin Lin, one day you will realize that I am your best choice. The person who truly cares for you. Nezha, we are now in the 23rd century, and everything has begun anew. Although Lin Lin is with you now, I will not concede. I will strive for her. With that, Emoang turned to leave, glancing at Long Ji by the door as he passed. Long Ji, tilting her head, arms crossed over her chest, donned a seductive short skirt nightgown that accentuated her long, slender legs. She lazily leaned against the door, captivated by the unfolding emotional drama. Observing the little dragon maiden's distress, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Emoang had brought this upon himself, yet he also made Longer feel guilty. No one compelled him to treat her well. With me around, after all these years, what could Emoang's actions compare to the life and death bond shared with Nezha? Emoang truly left her with little admiration. Long Ji instinctively rubbed her temples in exasperation. Chapter 37. Nezha and Long Ji's plan. Nezha gently touched the little dragon maiden's arm, guiding her to sit on the sofa. Do not be upset. He is not worth it, truly not worth it. However, the little dragon maiden remained unconvinced. Emoang's years of dedication were indeed tangible. She remembered nothing of the past millennia, and thus could not fault herself. In a solemn tone, the little dragon maiden replied, Nezha, you do not understand. If you continue to speak this way, I believe we should take a moment to calm ourselves. Nezha responded, Lin Lin, you. Long Ji, unable to remain silent, approached and said, Lin Lin, what is the matter with you? Do you trust me? The little dragon maiden pouted, Of course I trust you. But Brother Emoang has indeed invested so much. Nezha simply cannot comprehend. I wish to resolve this myself. Otherwise, it would be unfair to both you and Brother Emoang. Long Ji let out a cold laugh. How do you intend to handle it? Wait until Emoang no longer loves you, and then accept Nezha? What have I always told you? Love is love, and indifference is indifference. His contributions were voluntary. No one forced him. I too have given much. Would I leverage my contributions against you? Moreover, that is how feelings work. You will inevitably hurt someone. I truly have little affection for Emoang. Compared to Nezha, he falls woefully short. Nezha silently gave Long Ji a thumbs up. The little dragon maiden, still inclined to heed Long Ji's advice, suddenly asked with curiosity, Long Ji, logically speaking, you have known Brother Emoang for quite some time. Even if you and Nezha were acquainted before, I am genuinely curious why you support Nezha so fervently. Long Ji retrieved a drink from the refrigerator and tossed a bottle to Nezha, saying, I can read people well. Do not let your emotions lead you to the brink of despair. I am truly annoyed by your indecisiveness. It is clear Emoang is exploiting your kindness to create a new emotional turmoil for you. My temper is short. If I see you shedding tears in front of me again, I will promptly investigate the costs for a year's worth of expenses, and I might just have to send him to the hospital. Do you believe me? Long Ji's agitation only grew as she spoke. Nezha raised his hand and declared, I will cover the expenses. Long Ji cast a sidelong glance at Nezha, signaling him to refrain from excessive chatter. The extent of Long Ji's wealth remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery, rendering his financial contribution unnecessary. It was merely a ploy to provoke the little dragon maiden, who was most fearful of her ire being ignited. Taking a deep breath, the little dragon maiden replied, I understand. She too had been affected by Emoang's earlier display of heartache, feeling remorseful for her previous actions, and struggled to comprehend the true intent behind Nezha's words, suspecting that he was merely envious and disparaging Emoang. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Nezha had already captured her heart. After all, she had entrusted both her body and soul to him, and it was not so simple to relinquish such ties. At that moment, Long Ji's phone chimed, and after glancing at the message, he set down his drink and announced, I have matters to attend to. Without delay, he swiftly prepared himself and departed. Nezha took the little dragon maiden's hand and said, All right, do not be disheartened. Where shall we go for fun today? I will accompany you. Pouting, the little dragon maiden looked at Nezha with a hint of grievance and said, Nezha, please do not be angry. I spoke out of impulse earlier. Nezha waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, It is nothing. How could I harbor any genuine anger? As long as you are not sad, I find joy. Seeing Nezha's sweet words, the little dragon maiden smiled and replied, You are truly wonderful. With that, she leaned against Nezha's shoulder. Nezha chuckled, Of course, I am wonderful. In the future, I shall marry you. The little dragon maiden playfully nudged Nezha and shyly retorted, Who would marry you? You cannot even excel in your studies. What if our children inherit your intellect? I would surely lose my mind. Nezha widened his eyes and exclaimed, What is wrong with inheriting from me? I am impressive. So dashing and charming. The little dragon maiden rolled her eyes at him. Department of Unnatural Actions. Long Ji arrived at headquarters and inquired, Charles, have there been any discoveries? Charles, hands on his hips, scrutinized the documents and replied, G, you need to assist Nezha in requesting leave from the Academy. The recently unearthed subterranean tomb indeed contains significant artifacts. Both you and Nezha must investigate. This matter is of great importance. The 16 prominent families you asked me to look into are also stirring. Several high-ranking individuals, quite formidable, have returned to the country in recent days, presumably for this tomb. Long Ji nodded in agreement and asked, do you have any estimates on how many individuals each family has gathered? Charles furrowed his brow and responded. The undercover agents report that there seem to be quite a few. Some families have a dozen members, while others have 20 or 30, totaling several hundred. And they are not ordinary people. G, you must ascertain the number of zombies within. Our colleagues sent in have already been killed before they could enter, with data indicating the cause of death as zombies. Investigate the circumstances of their demise. As for what the 16 families hope to acquire, gather information as thoroughly as possible and try to bring something back. Additionally, exercise caution around those families. Request support at any moment. Individual heroism is not permitted. Long Ji took a deep breath and nodded, saying, Charles, there is something I wish to share with you. Charles looked up at Long Ji. Long Ji continued, I am aware that the tomb contains over 10,000 zombies. Upon hearing this, dozens of colleagues in the hall were instantly taken aback, their eyes widening in shock as they turned to Long Ji. Charles slightly parted his lips, pondering for a moment before asking, Ji, are you certain? Long Ji gently closed her beautiful eyes and said, Are you certain? Charles took a deep breath, tilting his head and rubbing his forehead. 10,000 zombies. If mishandled, the repercussions would be terrifying. No matter how swiftly we act, many lives will be lost, and they carry a virus. With a resigned gesture, Charles declared, We must redeploy. Long Ji smiled softly and replied, Charles, I can handle this. Trust me. Charles pointed at Long Ji, stating, Believing in you is one thing. Ensuring there are no unforeseen consequences is another. Jean, instruct the technical department to create a shielding device for Long Ji. Jean from the technical department replied, Understood, Charles. Charles turned to Long Ji and inquired, I recall that the energies from the underground have an effect on you. Should I have the technical department craft a shielding device for Nezha as well? Long Ji nodded, saying, He doesn't require it. Thank you, Charles. Charles responded, Then call Nezha back. All holidays are cancelled. We will hold a meeting in 1 hour. With that, Charles unfastened his suit jacket and returned to his office. Nezha was out driving with the little dragon girl when suddenly, Long Ji called, instructing him to return for the meeting immediately. Nezha furrowed his brow as he hung up and looked at the little dragon girl. Upon hearing Nezha's phone conversation, the little dragon girl asked, Are you busy? Nezha nodded, saying, Lin, I'll take you home first. I have matters to attend to. Will you wait for my return? Unaware of the specifics regarding Nezha and Long Ji's duties, the little dragon girl only knew that Nezha was busy saving the world and that Long Ji was a police officer. She nodded and said, Well, there's no helping it. After all, you are the city's great hero now. Go on. You can't possibly compete with the entire city for a man. Nezha chuckled as he drove back, saying, Who would dare compete with you? No one is vying for me. When I have the time, I'll make it up to you. The little dragon girl nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as Mo Ong was tidying up his home, he suddenly received a message from Ao Sihai, requesting that he return to the Ao family promptly to discuss matters. Just after Nezha dropped the little dragon girl off, he too received a message from Ao Sihai, asking him to visit the Ao family when possible. Nezha frowned, pocketing his phone, and decided to attend the meeting first before heading to his father-in-law's residence. The scene shifted to Nezha seated in a conference room with the higher-ups. As Charles outlined the operation and prepared to allocate additional personnel, Long Ji disagreed, stating, This matter should be entrusted to Nezha and me. If we involve the Ao family's influence, it is best to keep our identities concealed and bring our own team. Otherwise, the 16 prominent families will surely oppose us, leading to unnecessary complications. Nezha nodded, adding, I also received a message from my father-in-law, or rather, from Ao Sihai. It seems I am to represent the Ao family at the underground mausoleum, which presents a valuable opportunity. Charles pondered for a moment and asked, Are you sure you can handle 10,000 zombies? Moreover, with the 16 prominent families involved, a fierce conflict is inevitable. Can you manage? Long Ji replied, It doesn't necessarily mean that Nezha and I must confront the 10,000 zombies and the 16 families head-on. Nezha looked at Long Ji and asked, What clever strategy do you have in mind? Long Ji chuckled lightly and remarked, Isn't this where the elite members of the 16 great families gather? Why not take advantage of the hundreds of free laborers? The zombies absolutely must be eradicated. This will also serve to weaken the strength of the 16 families. As for the treasures within the tombs, they shall belong to all. Nezha beamed with admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive. The weakening of the 16 families will facilitate our endeavors, and besides, what they desire cannot be seized from me and Long Ji." Charles nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Come for your equipment in a couple of days, and feel free to request support at any time." Meeting adjourned. Chapter 38. Venting emotions after class on Monday. Nezha pulled out his mobile phone, only to discover a message indicating that terrorists had taken hostages on a certain floor. With a sigh, he promptly made his way to the scene. As he walked, he spoke on the phone with Long Ji, expressing his disheartenment over the recent media portrayal of himself, saying, "Do I really need to continue? Could this have repercussions?" Long Ji, standing amidst a large screen displaying the scene with several terrorists, responded, "Do not let those negative reports affect you. Our media is dealing with it. Just focus on doing your job. After all, we are here for the citizens, not for ourselves." Nezha sighed again, glancing at his wristband. "Is there no fixed time for getting off work? It seems like there are tasks both day and night." Long Ji looked at his wristband and replied, "Normally, we finish at 5, but we often encounter many irregular situations." Nezha looked at the time and noted that there were merely 3 minutes left until the end of his shift. Upon arriving at the terrorist location, Nezha stealthily entered through a window in the corridor. Passing a pillar, he summoned his spear, resting it on his shoulder. Checking the time on his wristband, he approached the terrorists just as the clock struck 2 minutes until 5. Dejected, he was confronted by the 8 terrorists who brandished their weapons at him, demanding, "You, Fire and Wind Youth, how did you get in here?" Nezha tilted his head and replied, "The window outside was open, so I came in through there. I have a minute and a half until I clock out." The terrorists exchanged glances, and the leader suggested, "Why don't you finish your shift first?" Nezha raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying, "Shall I return tomorrow?" The terrorist leader immediately agreed. "All right, you truly adhere to the rules." Nezha extended his hand and said, "How about I gift you the earth? Do as you please." With that, he charged forward, determined to resolve the matter within a minute. As the clock struck 5, Nezha suddenly appeared before a group of police officers downstairs, a pile of Scar assault rifles in his arms, which he tossed onto the ground, declaring, "All done. I'm off work." The police rushed upstairs, and all the terrorists were soon subdued, their faces bruised and bound with tape. Nezha soared away on his fiery wheels. Having dinner with the little dragon girl later that evening, casually clocking out, Long Ji approached Nezha and observed, "Your demeanor seems off today. Are you still affected by the news?" Nezha sighed as he slumped onto a chair, his head hanging low. "Have you seen the media coverage from these past few days?" "Indeed, I find my confidence waning," remarked Nezha incredulously. I never imagined the ever-confidently Nezha could also experience such self-doubt. With a weary demeanor, Nezha lamented, "I am uncertain why I've felt this way lately. Perhaps it is the incessant barrage of news. I feel an overwhelming pressure, as though I cannot breathe. I find myself on the verge of anger, a fire igniting within me. You cannot fathom it. I almost quarreled with a classmate over a trivial matter today at the academy. If it weren't for the intervention of the little dragon girl, I would have truly lost my composure. I am at a loss as to what is happening to me." In response, Long Ji said, "We live in an age of information, and as a public figure, your every action is laid bare. The media is a double-edged sword. It can elevate you and embellish your image, yet it can just as easily tarnish your reputation. It is only natural to feel unsettled when thrust into the public eye for the first time and subjected to public scrutiny. This moment will test the strength of your inner resolve." Nezha pursed his lips. "I have not encountered such turmoil in millennia. With my studies, work, and identity, how am I to find balance?" Long Ji placed a reassuring hand on Nezha's shoulder. "You must find a way to vent your frustrations. Outside, you cannot afford to show anger. You must face the world with a smile, even when flames rage within. You need to release that energy. And I believe you are capable of doing so." Nezha nodded. "I hope so. I have arranged to dine with the little dragon girl. Would you care to join us?" Long Ji declined. "No, you should go ahead. I will handle matters for the next couple of days. Take some time to rest, and, by the day after tomorrow, restore your spirits before accompanying me to the AO family." Nezha smiled at Long Ji before taking his leave. He retracted his magical artifacts and drove to the academy to fetch the little dragon girl for their meal. Aware of the negative news surrounding Nezha, the little dragon girl understood that he must be feeling quite distressed. With the incessant stream of adverse reports from the Luan group aimed at undermining Nezha, only someone with immense inner strength could remain unaffected. Clearly, This was Nezha's first encounter with such adversity, and it was no surprise that his mood was less than cheerful. Upon arriving at a Western restaurant, the little dragon girl noticed Nezha's troubled expression as she perused the menu. She stood and whispered to the waiter. Nezha furrowed his brow. "What is it?" With a gentle smile, the little dragon girl replied, "Please wait for me." In an effort to lift Nezha's spirits, she decided to borrow the restaurant's kitchen to personally prepare a red wine and nut steak for him. She hoped that by enjoying her homemade dish, Nezha's mood would brighten. Though it had been some time since she last cooked, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the task. In the process, she accidentally cut her finger while selecting the beef and burned herself several times during cooking. After a considerable wait, Nezha glanced at his wristband, growing increasingly agitated. His hunger gnawed at him. He was uncertain of the little dragon girl's whereabouts. With their date turning into a prolonged absence, he fidgeted restlessly in his seat, casting glances at the time. At last, the little dragon girl emerged with a cart, her face beaming with joy as she approached Nezha, presenting the dish. Nezha eyed her with intrigue as she leaned against the table, awaiting his reaction. "Here it is, made with my own hands, red wine and nut steak. Please do taste it," she exclaimed with delight. Nezha glanced at the steak, then noticed the little dragon girl's hands were reddened from the heat. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "Is there no chef in this restaurant? Do you have to cook yourself?" The little dragon girl gently leaned down and replied, "Oh dear, are you feeling upset? I just wanted to prepare something for you." Nezha took hold of her injured hand, a surge of frustration igniting within him as he exclaimed, "So this is how you treat yourself? And I am supposed to feel touched while eating? Furthermore, I am not in a bad mood. Could you refrain from these unnecessary gestures?" The little dragon girl frowned and said, "Nezha, I do not intend to evoke your pity. I merely hope to bring you some joy. I thought this would warm your heart. If it displeases you, I shall refrain from doing so in the future." Nezha scoffed. "When did I ever say I was unhappy? Everyone keeps insisting I should be cheerful. Have I done something wrong? I do not seek your sympathy. I am perfectly fine. It is those blind to the truth who mistake the good for the bad. I have always strived diligently. Yet what of Moong? What do you think he has done? Do not assume I am unaware. Every night he visits your home, bringing you food and bidding you good night. He claims to know all your preferences, everything you love to eat." The little dragon girl pondered for a moment and asked, "How do you know this? Did Longji tell you?" Nezha stood up, hands on his hips in indignation. "I inquired with Longji." She responded, "That is inconsequential. Moong has indeed known me for many years, and knowing such things is not unusual. He merely brings some food, and I have told him not to. Yet he persists in visiting daily. I cannot change that. Please do not be angry. I will have a word with him." Nezha turned away, unwilling to engage in conversation, his heart ablaze with frustration. The little dragon girl grasped his arm, her demeanor unusually gentle as she sought to console him, suppressing her own discontent. "All right. Do not be upset. I will not accept anything he brings anymore. How does that sound? You have expressed such anger today. Look at the steak I prepared. You have not taken a single bite. What more do you desire?" Nezha turned to her, noticing the small, swollen blisters on her hands, his teeth gritting in exasperation as he felt overwhelmed by the pressures mounting upon him. He picked up his coat and took her hand, leading her out of the restaurant. "I will take you home. Give me some time. I need to understand what is going on with me." The little dragon girl pouted in grievance as she was pulled along by Nezha. Suddenly, Longji called her. Just as Nezha helped her into the car, she answered the phone. Lin, bring Nezha to the abandoned building," Longji instructed. The little dragon girl frowned and replied, "Longji, what is going on?" Longji continued, "Bring Nezha to vent his emotions. Hurry." She nodded to Nezha and said, "All right, wait for us." Following her lead, Nezha drove them to the abandoned building. They ascended to the third floor, entering a vast, empty concrete space. There, they found Longji dressed in a revealing white tank top, her hair tied back in a ponytail, stylishly wrapping a wristband around her hand. Upon seeing Nezha and the little dragon girl arrive, she bit down on the final loop of the wristband and exclaimed, "You're here." Nezha gazed perplexedly at the two cars and a sandbag suspended before him, the vehicles hanging limply like the bag. Longji strode confidently to the front of the cars, delivering a powerful punch that caused the entire front end to crumple, exclaiming, "Shall we give it a try?" Quite exhilarating. Nezha chuckled as he glanced at Longji and then at the little dragon girl, who raised an eyebrow and suggested, "Why not give it a go?" Nezha donned the boxing gloves and approached, inquiring, "How did you conceive this method?" Chapter 39. Return to Aojia. Longji, hands on hips, remarked, "You vent your anger at your classmates, lament the media, and express frustration towards Lin, yet these are not the true sources of your ire. There are others who truly provoke your anger. Reflect on it. You must find an outlet for your pent-up emotions. Lin, join us. The little dragon girl cast aside her bag, saying, all right, as she put on her gloves. Long Ji was the first to take a swing at the car, declaring, I despise being embroiled in disputes. Nezha followed suit, striking the car with a fierce punch, stating, I loathe how the Luan family's media distorts the truth. The little dragon girl then hit the sandbag, lamenting, I am so weary of receiving countless complaints from teachers about the students every day. Long Ji continued to unleash his frustration. I detest being commanded. I abhor the lack of autonomy. I despise seeing Lin unhappy. And the fact that she doesn't understand me. The little dragon girl shot him a glance and pounded the sandbag, expressing, I detest grading assignments daily, the never-ending preparation. Mediating between the principal and parents, Nezha's anger, his indifference towards me, the absence of his company. And I resent that Long Ji no longer cherishes me as he once did. I despise that he does not take me flying in the sky. And I detest how Brother Ong gazes at me with such longing. After a flurry of punches, she huffed, reveling in the realization that venting her negative emotions upon the bag was incredibly liberating. The astonished expressions on Nezha and Long Ji's faces revealed that the little dragon girl bore substantial pressure daily, yet she had remained silent about it. Indeed, as adults, who does not carry some burden, unable to find an outlet, only to suppress it within? With excitement, the little dragon girl urged, Nezha, you must try it. It's truly liberating. Long Ji raised an eyebrow and added, it's your turn, Nezha. Nezha fixed his gaze upon the suspended vehicles, clenched his fists, and began to strike with increasing fervor, exclaiming, I detest the heavens for their blindness, leaving me in solitude for millennia. I abhor the tumultuous nature of my emotions, my perpetual inadequacy, and the relentless criticism of public opinion. I despise Ong for vying for my beloved. As his fervor intensified, with one final shout, he punctured the engine block of the car. The little dragon girl stared in astonishment at Nezha. Long Ji removed his gloves, nodding, the root of your frustrations lies in Moang's competition for your beloved. Let us return home. Panting, Nezha exclaimed, goodness. So that is how it is. I feel much better now. Behind every emotion, there is often a singular underlying cause. The little dragon girl shyly glanced at Nezha, muttering, who is your beloved? Who is competing with you? Nonsense. Embarrassed, she followed Long Ji downstairs. Nezha, realizing the moment, reached out. Hey, wait for me. The following day, Long Ji, after explaining the situation to Nezha and little dragon girl, proceeded to the Ao family residence. In the villa, Ao Sihai looked at Nezha and Long Ji with delight, exclaiming, with your presence, our Ao family is certain to acquire the treasures from the tomb in the underworld. You cannot fathom how significant these artifacts are to us. With this abundant essence, the Ao family will no longer be underestimated or bullied by the 16 prominent families. At that moment, Moang, dressed impeccably, entered and said, Uncle, rest assured, this time I will secure the essence for our dragon lineage. As a member of the dragon clan, it is my duty to serve. Ao Sihai regarded Moang with admiration, responding, indeed, you are one of the most outstanding descendants of our dragon lineage. By the way, you live next door to Lin. How has she been lately? Is she under a lot of work pressure? Is anyone troubling her? Moang smiled and reassured, Uncle, you need not worry. With me around, Lin is well protected, and no one will dare to bully her. Should anyone attempt to, they will have to answer to me. As he spoke, Moang cast a glance at Nezha, who in turn shot a displeased look back at him. Long Ji, grasping Nezha's arm, remarked, this is not the crux of our visit. Nezha nodded, deciding against confronting Moang at that moment. Ao Sihai invited everyone to sit down and stated, in addition to the three of you, I have also appointed Moang's father, Ao Run, and 9 other exceptionally talented members of our dragon lineage to accompany us, totaling 13. Alas, we cannot compare to those prominent families. The dragon clan has only these elites to send forth. Just as Nezha was about to speak, Moang interjected, it's all right, Uncle. With me here, those descendants from the prominent families are nothing to worry about. Trust me. Long Ji smiled quietly, choosing not to comment. Ao Sihai nodded but turned to Nezha, asking, what are your thoughts on this operation, Nezha? Nezha glanced at Moang before replying to Ao Sihai. Let us keep a low profile. Fewer people would be preferable. The 16 prominent families will send numerous representatives. Yet Long Ji and I will certainly not allow them to seize the essence. However, it is likely that we may not be able to return the entirety of it to the Ao family. Ao Sihai inquired, oh, what do you mean? Nezha looked at Long Ji and explained, if we attempt to return everything to the Ao family, it will draw too much attention. Long Ji and I will discreetly reclaim all the essence and reserve a portion for the AO family, but this matter has already caught the attention of the state. Given that Long Ji is a police officer, uncle, you understand. We must present it as if the essence were completely destroyed to prevent the AO family from becoming a target for the 16 prominent families. Those we send may face peril, and that would be troublesome. AO Sihai nodded in agreement, acknowledging, you make a valid point. I am not a greedy man. Whether we acquire it or not is of little consequence. However, we must not allow the 16 families to gain it. Otherwise, their power will surge, and our AO family will undoubtedly be their first target for annihilation. Long Ji stated, then we must not delay. Have the flight tickets been arranged? We should set off tomorrow. AO Sihai affirmed, they are already booked. We can depart for the city tomorrow. Nezha contacted Little Dragon Girl, informing her that she would be staying at her father's house tonight, as they were to head to the city tomb the following day. Later that evening, just before 11 o'clock, Little Dragon Girl's car returned to the AO family villa. Nezha widened his eyes in astonishment. Was that not the vehicle of the Little Dragon Maiden? After their conversation, the thought of not seeing Nezha for nearly half a month weighed heavily on her heart, prompting her to drive back just to see him. The two returned to the room to chat with Long Ji and the others. At that moment, Imoang, having heard of Little Dragon Maiden's return, knocked on the door and entered her chamber. Little Dragon Maiden cordially remarked, Brother Imoang, tomorrow you, Nezha, and Long Ji are heading to the mausoleum. Please exercise caution and ensure your safety. Imoang smiled and nodded, assuring her, rest assured, with me around, they shall not encounter any mishaps. Nezha scoffed, retorting, hey, you should worry about yourself. I possess great powers and will not face any issues. Long Ji frowned and admonished, try to speak less and act minimally. Do not hinder my work. Imoang, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, Long Ji, how could that be? You are Lin Lin's dearest friend. Should anything arise, just inform me. Long Ji replied, no need, Nezha will handle it. We have collaborated frequently and are accustomed to it. Nezha chimed in, indeed. The influence of the 16 great families should not be underestimated. Do not be overly confident, just refrain from being a hindrance. Imoang, feeling slighted, took a deep breath and declared, I have consistently led the younger generation of the AO family in managing various matters. Each one is well trained under my guidance. My actions are undeniably reliable. Just ensure that you do not impede the AO family, for we are not here solely for them, but to fulfill our duties to the nation. I aim to secure what the AO family rightfully deserves. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Little Dragon Maiden, uninterested in the conversation, had returned solely to see Nezha. It was bothersome to engage in such discussions, especially at this late hour. It was already 11 o'clock, and it was wasting her time. Impatiently, she interjected, all right, enough of this talk. We all represent the AO family. What is the point? Brother Imoang, it's getting late. You should rest early. Long Ji continued to play with her holographic phone before rising to return to her room. However, Imoang remained, gazing at Nezha. Nezha, in turn, fixed his gaze upon Imoang. Both were thinking, why is he still lingering in Little Dragon Maiden's room so late? Is he hoping to take advantage of my absence? I shall not leave first. I will wait for him to depart. Little Dragon Maiden, perplexed by the tense standoff between the two, cleared her throat and said, ahem. It is quite late. You both should retire to your rooms. Nezha interjected, Imoang, did you hear that? It's late. Go to sleep. Imoang replied, Nezha, the same goes for you. It's late, so return to rest. Little Dragon Maiden, exasperated, exclaimed, both of you, return to your rooms this instant. Reluctantly, they both rose, being ushered out by Little Dragon Maiden. In the dead of night, once everyone else was asleep, Little Dragon Maiden stealthily slipped into Nezha's room, quietly crawling into his bed. Nezha turned on the light, his expression brightening at the sight of Little Dragon Maiden nestled under the covers with him. She snuggled into his embrace and whispered, Nezha, are you feeling sleepy? Nezha shifted slightly to the side, creating space for the Little Dragon Girl, saying, I was feeling somewhat drowsy, but your presence has invigorated me. The Little Dragon Girl responded with an adorable giggle, leaning close to Nezha's ear and whispering sweetly, Darling, I wish to steal a kiss. Nezha immediately embraced her tenderly, showering her with affection. The two secretly nestled under the covers, sharing laughter and playful moments, enjoying a blissful night together. The following morning, Imoang awoke early and watched as the Little Dragon Girl, disheveled, slipped out of Nezha's room and headed back to her own. His fists clenched in frustration as he admonished himself, calm down, remain composed. We will address this upon our return from the underground tomb. He reassured himself that her feelings were merely a fleeting infatuation, convinced that his goodwill had secured a place in her heart. After all, She had nearly agreed to marry him once. As everyone prepared to depart, they set off. Chapter 40. The Conspiracy of the 16 Families. Nezha, alongside Long Ji, Ao Run, and Imoong, arrived in the city with 9 elite members of the Ao family, then drove toward the vicinity of the underground tomb. Along the way, they noticed that the once desolate mountains were now bustling with luxury cars entering and exiting. After a day's journey, they finally arrived and disembarked, discovering a multitude of people setting up tents. It had transformed into a veritable tourist destination. As dusk approached, more families continued to arrive, all gathered around the underground tomb, establishing their camps, each family setting up tents for lodging. Some families kindled fires, gathering to share tea and converse, while others erected large tents to play cards, enjoy hot pot, or even gamble. Imoong instructed his people to begin erecting their own tent. Long Ji stood quietly on the periphery, observing the several hundred members of the 16 families, carefully noting who had arrived. Once the tent was ready, Imoong approached Long Ji and said, "Long Ji, it's all set up, please choose your spot." Despite his gentlemanly demeanor, Imoong was aware that Long Ji, regardless of her strength, was still a woman. Just as Nezha finished setting up his own tent and was about to enter, Long Ji glanced over, ignored Imoong, and directly pulled Nezha from the entrance, exclaiming, "You must set up another, I will stay here." Though Imoong felt somewhat slighted, he was accustomed to Long Ji's eccentricity. Nezha stifled a laugh and sighed, realizing he had no choice but to comply. Since Nezha and Long Ji's arrival, the upper echelons of the 16 families had been closely watching them. Li Yuan from the Evil Corpse sect whispered to an elder, vice leader, "That person is Li Nezha, the one directing the tent setup. Beside him is Imoong, the most prominent second-in-command of the Ao family, and that exceptionally graceful woman has an enigmatic background. No one has been able to uncover her details. Only that she is a police officer." The elder, with dark circles under his eyes, a hallmark of their sect, nodded in acknowledgement. The elder replied, "Understood. Li Nezha is formidable, and that woman seems to radiate no magical energy. Imoong is of little concern." Li Yuan suggested, "With the Ao family dispatching these 3, they seek to claim a share of the spoils. Should we eliminate them first?" The elder of the Evil Corpse sect stated, "Among the 16 prominent families, apart from our Evil Corpse sect, the Wu family, the Dongmen family, and the recently allied Do family, we hold dominion over all, albeit with a mere fraction of the essence divided among us. Additionally, we must address those who refuse to ally with our Evil Corpse sect. We can only observe the unfolding situation. Furthermore, our ambitions extend beyond merely acquiring that essence." Li Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" The elder cast a sidelong glance at him, replying, "Do not ask what you ought not to." Suddenly, a figure from the Wan family, Wan Feng, approached with cupped fists, exclaiming, "Li Cheng the old rascal, long time no see." Haha. The elder was indeed the notorious Li Cheng, as referred to by Wan Feng. Li Cheng scoffed. "You're still alive then?" Wan Feng chuckled. "Well, if you're alive, how could I possibly perish? And this must be your nephew Li Yuan? Quite impressive. His cultivation stands out among his peers." Li Cheng narrowed his eyes and retorted, "You crooked-eyed chatterbox, speak your mind." Wan Feng pulled Li Cheng aside and said, "Have you noticed the Ao family members over there? Our families have conferred. They are neither part of the 16 prominent families and yet wish to partake in our affairs. We have deliberated and intend to collectively eliminate them once we enter the underground palace. We seek your Evil Corpse sect's participation." Li Cheng pondered briefly and asked, "Which families are involved?" Luan Feng replied, "We, the Luan family, the Qin family, the Sikong family. The lesser Qin family, as the 8 prominent families include the greater Qin family, the lesser Su family, the Wang family, the Huangfu family, the Lin family, the Wei family, the El family, and the Bao family. Additionally, the Shun family has indicated their desire to participate minimally, opting out of the main endeavor. Alongside your Evil Corpse sect, the Wu family, the Dongmen family, and the Do family, we have a total of 15 families in agreement." Li Cheng widened his eyes in astonishment. "So many families? Your information is quite astute. You are aware that the Wu, Dongmen, and Do families have allied with us. The Shun family's influence is waning. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now." Luan Feng, puzzled, queried, "What? You do not agree? I find it hard to believe you do not wish to act against the Ao family. Do you harbor other plans?" Li Cheng contemplated, realizing that declining could lead to suspicion, then remarked, "Have you seen the members of the Ao family? Ao and Moang is inconsequential. But that Li Nezha and Long Ji are formidable. Those two are not to be trifled with. You suggest we simply eliminate them? Such ignorance. Even the combined might of several prominent families may not suffice against them. A group of fools. I shall not accompany you in this reckless endeavor. Li Cheng's perceptive nature allowed him to discern that Nezha and Long Ji were not ordinary adversaries, understanding that the inability to gauge their cultivation was the most alarming aspect. After all, those sent would not be mere commoners. Luan Feng furrowed his brow and contemplated. No, old fool, do not reject me just yet. Hear me out. I have received word that while the contents of the underground palace remain uncertain, it is rumored to house zombies. You know what zombies are, do you not? Moreover, there may be more than one, potentially a dozen. It is said that within lies. Li Cheng's eyes widened as he abruptly interrupted. Do not continue. Luan Feng ceased his discourse and asked, what is your stance then? Li Cheng glanced at Long Ji's tent and suggested, let us remain discreet for now. Tomorrow, we shall collectively propose the election of an alliance leader for this operation, and I believe we should nominate that female officer as our leader. Luan Feng asked, why is that? Li Cheng, with a cunning smile, remarked, only in this manner can we first push the AO family down. You are well aware of the perils that lie beneath, are you not? Once the AO family descends, they will undoubtedly be devoured until naught remains. I am equally curious to witness the capabilities of those two enigmatic individuals. We shall reap the rewards as bystanders. Luan Feng's eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, brilliant. Truly, you are a cunning old fox. Let it be so. With unwavering confidence, Luan Feng departed. Li Cheng, with a sinister grin, gazed at Luan Feng's retreating figure, muttering, you trust my machinations despite knowing my nature. Sooner or later, I shall leave you with naught but bones. That night, Nezha arrived at Long Ji's tent and inquired, Long Ji, what plans do we have for tomorrow? Long Ji, putting away her phone, contemplated and replied, among the 16 families, we are the outsiders. I fear we shall become thorns in their sides. They possess insufficient resources as it is. Who would desire another family to divide the spoils? Nezha nodded, acknowledging, then they will surely devise a way to eliminate us first. We must not play into their hands. Long Ji, however, appeared unconcerned as she examined the shielding bracelet crafted for her. This time, when she re-entered the underground palace, she would no longer be vulnerable to the miasma of the corpses. It is fine. We will use their own tactics against them. Their fears are their own concerns. They are merely a pack of weaklings. Let us proceed and gather what we can, waiting for them to enter. We will deal with each one as they come. Nezha's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Really, we will resolve them all. Long Ji sighed. There are too many zombies. We lack the time to deal with them all. We will leave some for them to handle. Our primary targets are the Luan family, the Lin family, the Evil Corpse sect, the Dongmin family, the Wu family, and the Dou family. As for the rest, we will lure them into the stone chamber and let the zombies entertain them. Once we have dealt with our primary targets, we will release them. Life and death are fated. Nezha nodded. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Does this bracelet truly shield you from the miasma, preventing it from eroding your cultivation? Long Ji frowned. Do you ever tire of asking? It is late, and we must prepare for the zombie battle tomorrow. You should rest early. Nezha acquiesced, leaving some snacks on the table. I've left you some food. Call me if you need anything. Ignoring him, Long Ji resumed her focus. Once Nezha exited, she popped a mint into her mouth, donned her headphones, and listened to music while contemplating the strategies for the morrow. Chapter 41. The nomination of the alliance leader. In the early morning, representatives from several families gathered outside Nezha and his companion's tent. Upon seeing Moong emerge, one remarked, this must be Ao Moong, the most distinguished second-in-command of the Ao family. Greetings. Moong frowned at the approaching group of individuals, asking, what brings you here? Just then, Nezha emerged, clad in work overalls, combat boots, and a black top with a zipper snugly pulled to his neck, pockets brimming with essentials. Sporting half-fingered black gloves and stylishly tousled short hair, he stepped out with an air of charisma, exclaiming, ah, you all are quite early. Have you summoned us for a meeting? Luan Feng, upon seeing his family's nemesis, Nezha, felt an immediate reluctance to speak. Li Feng stepped forward with a beaming smile and said, is this the illustrious young brother, Li Nezha, who is said to have vanquished Lin Fan? Truly a youthful hero. I have long admired your prowess. By the way, I believe there was a lady accompanying you yesterday. Might you send a few representatives to the main tent to discuss matters? Just as Moong was about to decline, Long Ji emerged from the tent, exclaiming, absolutely. At that moment, everyone could finally behold Long Ji's beauty, which surpassed the photographs they had gathered. Her features were delicate and fair, exquisitely refined, and her natural beauty needed no embellishment. She radiated a captivating aura, exuding an air of elegance and coolness. With a figure that was both curvaceous and statuesque, truly a breathtaking beauty of the ancient world. dressed similarly to Nezha, clad for their descent into the underworld. She sported a high ponytail and a black cap, with headphones adorning her ears, presenting a blend of aloofness and competence. Moong furrowed his brow and whispered, "What are we getting involved in? This mission is already perilous enough." Ignoring him, Nezha replied, "Let us go. You are also of the AO family." Li Cheng, with a smile, led the group into the largest tent. Inside, the assembly was predominantly male, with a few women present, representing the evil corpse sect, which was the most powerful among the 16 families. Li Cheng asserted, "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that we all share a common purpose here. Furthermore, we have a special family participating in this endeavor, the AO family. Though not one of the 16, their strength is commendable. Given the dangers ahead, it is prudent for us to discuss our strategies collectively to mitigate unnecessary casualties. Therefore, we propose to unify our efforts into a single alliance and elect a leader." Luan Feng chimed in, "Indeed. I concur. We must appoint a leader to coordinate our efforts and ensure we return with the treasures." At this juncture, a woman in her 30s from the Bao family, exuding a mature charm, spoke up, "Electing a leader? We must choose someone whose strength surpasses us all. Otherwise, how can we entrust our lives to such a leader?" Li Cheng nodded in agreement, stating, "Sister Bao raises a valid point. I trust everyone here is aware that our representative from the AO family, young brother Li Nezha, has triumphed over Lin Fan. How many among you can claim to be Lin Fan's equal? Perhaps counting on your fingers would suffice? Yet this young brother defeated him with apparent ease. I believe he is the unequivocal choice for our leader." Li Cheng pointed at Nezha, prompting disdainful scoffs from the Lin family members. Bao Senyang scrutinized Nezha, remarking, "He appears merely a lad of 17 or 18. Could he be too young for such a role?" Moong immediately interjected, "The AO family shall not partake in your alliance." Long Ji frowned, countering, "We must participate." Was Moong intent on positioning the AO family as a target for everyone? All eyes turned to Long Ji, as the principal party had finally spoken. Li Cheng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Officer Long, what are your thoughts?" Long Ji smiled slightly, shaking her head. "Let us not waste any time. I shall take the lead as the alliance leader, and I promise to do so." Li Cheng immediately responded, "Excellent. Ever since I met Officer Long, I sense that you possess the greatest strength among us. With your guidance, we all feel at ease." However, Bao Sanyang interjected, "But it seems she lacks any magical fluctuations within her. Could this decision be too hasty?" Unwilling to squander time, Long Ji raised her hand slightly, and instantly, everyone found themselves suspended in midair, unable to resist despite exerting all their magical prowess. How could she so effortlessly control all the high-ranking individuals present? This was simply inconceivable. Nezha, arms crossed, struggled to suppress a laugh. Li Cheng exclaimed, "Officer Long, that is sufficient. We acknowledge your strength. Please set us down." Long Ji withdrew her hand, allowing everyone to descend, and assertively took her seat at the head of the table. "Then I shall temporarily assume the role of the alliance leader for this operation." With Nezha as the vice leader, Moong felt a pang of anxiety. Was this not thrusting the AO family into peril? Li Cheng steadied himself, reflecting on Long Ji's unfathomable strength, and declared, "Let us first send individuals to explore the underground tomb. We must pave the way. Since Officer Long has become the alliance leader and Nezha the vice leader, should we not descend and scout the path for everyone? Naturally, each family will also send 2 representatives to accompany us." They indeed needed to send people to investigate the situation, while also placating Long Ji, lest she accuse the 16 families of deliberately withholding assistance, clearly sending them to their doom. Yet Long Ji replied solemnly, "That is unwise. There may be hundreds of zombies within the tomb." She deliberately specified a number, neither too few nor too many, intending to intimidate the 16 families into an action, while avoiding the mention of 1,000, thus ensuring that even if they did not await Long Ji and Nezha's return, they would not be deterred by the prospect of 1,000 zombies. Everyone was astonished. Hundreds of zombies? How difficult they would be to contend with. They understood well the peril, being cultivators themselves. After thousands of years, these zombies not only possessed bodies as hard as iron, but also moved with great speed. Confronting even one was a daunting challenge, let alone hundreds, compounded by the threat of corpse poison, truly terrifying. Seeing the fear in their eyes, Nezha reassured them, "Fear not. I will descend with Long Ji. You may wait outside. If we do not return, then, well..." Li Cheng and several family representatives stifled their excitement. The reason the evil corpse sect was named as such was due to their expertise in dealing with these creatures. They had a wealth of methods to combat zombies. Although numerous, as long as they knew the approach and possessed strength, there were ways to manage them. With a sigh, Li Cheng proposed. Then let our family send additional individuals to accompany you both. How does that sound? If necessary, let the alliance leader and vice leader guide us all down together, consolidating our strength. With Officer Long's remarkable cultivation leading the way, we shall have confidence. Everyone concurred, agreeing that this approach was feasible. Uniting their strength was indeed the way forward, allowing them to support one another. Long Ji raised her beautiful eyes suddenly, casting a sharp gaze ahead as she declared, "No. It shall be Nezha and I who venture down to pave the way for everyone. We will enter one family at a time, awaiting the signal, avoiding the main force of the zombies, dispersing them, and confronting them in formations, breaking them into smaller units while evading their strengths." With her head held high, Long Ji pronounced the final 4 words with conviction, "Strike while they roam." Her words radiated powerful authority, instilling an undeniable leadership that left no room for dissent. Though Nezha did not fully grasp her words, he understood her strategy and replied, "Then Long Ji and I shall descend first. Mo Long, you remain above to provide support. Remember, we must enter one household at a time. A large target will attract more zombies, risking total annihilation of our forces. All right, let us commence. Into the underground palace." Nezha pointed forward with determination. Mo Long, uncertain of the circumstances below and unaware of the intentions of Nezha and Long Ji, deemed it unwise to follow them. If he too descended, it could spell danger for the Ao family above. Thus, he resolved to heed Nezha's command and vigilantly guard the entrance. Before Nezha and Long Ji entered the abyss, Mo Long called out, "Stay safe. Material possessions are trivial. Return alive." Though Mo Long could be rather irksome at times, his loyalty in the face of great peril was commendable. Nezha nodded, affirming, "Guard the upper levels." With that, he leapt into the depths alongside Long Ji, plunging into the underground palace. Chapter 42. Entering the tomb of the underground palace, Nezha and Long Ji descended freely for at least half a minute before reaching the ground of the underground palace. Both activated their holographic visors to night mode, for the depths were shrouded in darkness, unlike millennia past when they relied solely on Nezha's magical artifacts to illuminate their path. Upon entering, they were met with a pungent odor of decaying zombies. Step by step, Nezha and Long Ji made their way toward the stone door at the heart of the cavern. Despite the passage of thousands of years, little had changed. The deeper they ventured, the more chilling the atmosphere became. Nezha pondered aloud, "I wonder what has become of the 10,000 zombies that once surged forth. Are they still rampaging within?" Long Ji replied as they walked, "They will not be. Without sustenance for an extended period and devoid of the scent of life, they would have entered a state of hibernation. Moreover, the golden corpse has returned here. I believe they are lying in their coffins." Nezha suddenly interjected, "Indeed. That little golden one. It's been thousands of years. I wonder where it has gone, and if it still resides within. I truly miss it." Long Ji tilted her head, suggesting, "Shall we not find out by entering?" After traversing for over half an hour, they finally arrived at the stone door. Above it were traces of a small hole. Despite the passage of millennia, the seal remained, showing signs of the golden corpse's awakening, which had caused a bead to spring forth from within. Long Ji and Nezha exchanged glances, simultaneously altering their gestures to cast a spell that opened the stone door. Inside lay an expansive stone chamber, still as vast as it was thousands of years prior, approximately 4 times the size of their academy's playing fields. At the center stood a massive ritual platform, though the once intricate seals had been reduced to a single mark, enshrouded in dust and barely discernible. As the two entered, they discovered that, aside from the dismembered remnants of the zombies that had been dismantled earlier, the hall was devoid of any undead presence. The 4 massive stone doors stood ajar, while the 5th door, which had once housed the golden corpse, remained firmly closed. Undoubtedly, the open chambers were still filled with coffins containing zombies, with over 3,000 in each room, totaling approximately 10,000 undead. The duo, breathing with vitality, understood that it would not be long before these zombies awakened. Long Ji smiled softly, donned his headphones, and declared, "Let us bring some excitement." Nezha, with a confident and flamboyant grin, affixed his headphones and proclaimed, "I am no longer the Nezha who entered here before." They swiftly gathered their vital essence and advanced into the innermost chamber. Long Ji nodded, and as the music played in their ears, they shot forth like golden arrows. Racing ahead, Nezha summoned his mechanized armor, wielding the fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, and the celestial silk, while the 9-dragon divine fire shield materialized around him. Long Ji, in contrast, conjured the Ying Ti sword, having not fought alongside it for what felt like an eternity. The music resonated, with heads held high and spirits soaring. We shall not be mere footnotes of fate. When the cold sword is drawn, who can stand in its way? The sharp edge glistens. A cold moon gazes upon frost upon snow, yearning for this fierce battle to last until dawn. The phoenix spreads its wings in flames, soaring together. The two, one golden and the other crimson, darted into the western and eastern chambers, respectively. At that moment, all the zombies simultaneously erupted from their coffins with a resounding crash. Nezha, undeterred by the emerging horde, remained focused solely on the music filling his ears. He soared onto the central pillar, his hands weaving intricate patterns, and pressed down on a mechanism atop the pillar, unleashing a cascade of golden light. The top of the massive stone pillar brimmed with vital essence, which Nezha decisively retracted, causing the ceiling glyph below to lose its radiance, inciting the zombies into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Long Ji elegantly ascended above the stone pillar, employing a similar gesture to activate the mechanism. As he retracted the abundant vital essence, a throng of zombies leapt into the air. Long Ji maintained a serene demeanor, his lips curling into a captivating smile, gracefully landing and taking off in a swift motion towards the entrance, while the airborne zombies collided with one another, missing their target. He nimbly pivoted to face the grand door, swiftly gesturing to close it as he and Nezha emerged from the chamber, sealing the entrance behind them. Though a handful of exceptionally swift zombies managed to follow, the two charged into the second chamber, where Nezha struck a zombie with a powerful palm, the force of his magic sending the undead flying into the row behind. With rapid precision, Nezha unleashed a barrage of gunfire, sending several zombies sprawling. However, the undead were not so easily vanquished. With a stylish flick of his cloak, Nezha spun around and hurled the universe ring, which expanded dramatically, clearing a path through the zombies before him. He then dashed forward with remarkable speed, a wicked grin on his face, as he leapt onto the second stone pillar, reclaiming a substantial amount of vital essence. In the realm of Longji, swords danced with lethal precision, cleaving through the heads of numerous zombies. With a deft evasion of an incoming attack, Longji elegantly unleashed the Yingti sword, which instantaneously multiplied into hundreds of blades. As Longji traversed upon his sword, the zombies were unable to approach him, swiftly dispatched by the surrounding array of swords. His movements were sharp, decisive, and strikingly graceful. After successfully extracting the essence, he soared out of the stone chamber, intentionally releasing a few before sealing the stone door. Nezha, too, unleashed hundreds of entities, reaching the center of the stone chamber concurrently with Longji. They exchanged a determined glance and charged forward towards the stone door with all their might. Upon arrival, Nezha nonchalantly turned back and shouted, "Return! Horse! Spear!" The fire-tipped spear swiftly left Nezha's hand, piercing through a horde of zombies that pursued them, embedding itself into the wall. Subsequently, he produced the Qianquan circle, sending each adversary flying without delivering a fatal blow. Longji hastily cast a spell behind Nezha, opening the stone chamber, and commanded, "Retreat." Nezha spread his arms wide, leaping back into the chamber while calling, "Fire-tipped spear, return." Just as they entered and the last sliver of the door closed, the fire-tipped spear rushed back. Nezha beamed, saying, "Oh yeah? Mission accomplished, now we wait for their entrance." Longji glanced at the central white jade coffin and patted Nezha's shoulder, raising an eyebrow to direct his attention towards it. Nezha turned to gaze at the coffin, his smile fading as he asked, "Do you think little gold is still inside?" Longji shook his head, replying, "A dormant entity cannot be sensed. Let us take a closer look." Nezha felt a wave of anxiety. After all, it had been thousands of years since he last saw little gold. Although their acquaintance was brief, every encounter had been a rescue, and he had promised to provide him with essence monthly, yet had only managed to do so for less than a year. After the peace was restored across the realms, little gold had not sought him out again. Was it intentional? Had he not been protecting Nezha for the sake of the essence? Reflecting on this, it seemed that the golden corpse had not acted with Nezha's interests at heart. Otherwise, he would not have vanished after tranquility was achieved. Furrowing his brow, Nezha cautiously approached the white jade coffin, pondering whether his old friend still resided within. The anticipation of reuniting after such a long absence tightened his chest. Suddenly, Longji, glancing at the instrument in his hand, exclaimed, "Wait." Chapter 43. Entering the tomb of the underground palace, Nezha, puzzled, looked at Longji and inquired, "What is it?" Longji, frowning as he held the instrument, replied, "The geology here is quite unique. Beneath lies an active fault line." Nezha's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean?" Longji knelt down, brushing the floor and closing his eyes to channel his power for sensing. After a moment, he opened his eyes and exhaled, declaring, "It is indeed an active fault line. This stone chamber acts as the fulcrum." Nezha gasped, "Are you implying that if this chamber collapses, the fault line will shift? Wouldn't that cause an earthquake?" How extensive is the fault? Longji responded solemnly. It may encompass the entire city. Nezha gasped in astonishment. Are you serious? Then we must be extraordinarily cautious in our battle. Longji pondered for a moment and remarked. It seems that the deity responsible for subduing these myriad zombies and golden corpses is likely fearful of them escaping. They have deliberately established a subterranean base at this fault line. Should an incident occur, or should a zombie break free, the stone chamber would collapse, the support would vanish, and the fault would shift, leading to a vast expanse of land crumbling into ruins, thereby ensuring these zombies cannot enter the world. Nezha interjected. I have always been curious about the identity of the one capable of repressing thousands of zombies and golden corpses. They must be extraordinarily powerful. Longji shook his head, stating, I do not know, but they must undoubtedly be a formidable celestial master. Let us not dwell on that. Let us observe the golden corpse. Nezha nodded in agreement, and together with Longji, they approached the jade-white coffin. Nezha initiated a spell to open the coffin, slowly moving the lid aside. Indeed, the golden corpse had returned here to slumber once more. Longji gazed at the intricate runes and seals adorning the golden corpse, furrowing his brow slightly. Nezha, perceiving Longji's expression, inquired, What troubles you? Is there something peculiar about the golden corpse? Longji pointed towards the runes and seals on the golden corpse. Nezha scrutinized them closely and remarked, There seems to be nothing unusual. Did you not paint these with Shimiaoyin long ago? What is strange about them? Longji shook his head and responded, These were painted thousands of years ago, and their colors have long faded. Observe the runes and seals on the golden corpse. Are their hues not vibrant? As he spoke, Longji reached out to touch them. Nezha immediately reacted, saying, Before our arrival, did someone else come here? Did they inscribe these runes and seals on the golden corpse? Who could it be, attempting to subdue the golden corpse? Longji brushed the dust from his hands and replied, Who else could it be but the evil corpse sect? As for why they did not directly subdue it and take it away, they likely feared being discovered and intended to take it later. Nezha clenched his fist, asserting, This is abhorrent. The golden corpse possesses immense power, and it must not fall into the hands of the evil corpse sect. Longji nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is no rush. We still need to feed it our essence. The Ta-Ching corpse suppressing talisman remains, so you shall provide the blood. Nezha contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, saying, No, I do not wish for the golden corpse to follow me. What purpose would it serve to accompany me in this era? Longji suggested, Then let it follow the evil corpse sect. They will surely find a suitable placement for it. Nezha vehemently disagreed. Absolutely not. How can we allow our little Jin to engage in nefarious deeds with them? Must we not eradicate the evil corpse sect? Longji explained, Prior to our arrival, we intended to annihilate the evil corpse sect. However, their elders are numerous. And this time only Li Cheng has come. It is unlikely we can eliminate them entirely. Thus, we shall release the golden corpse and allow it to accompany the evil corpse sect back. Nezha grasped the plan, saying, I understand now. You wish for it to serve as an undercover agent, facilitating our future endeavors to dismantle the evil corpse sect from within. Longji nodded, affirming that such schemes indeed followed one after another. He continued, We cannot be certain whether the golden corpse remembers you, so we shall refrain from awakening it for now. Once we have dealt with the other factions, we shall awaken it as we exit, allowing it to accompany the evil corpse sect. Nezha nodded in agreement. All right. The two remained in the stone chamber for a day and night. As hunger struck, Nezha retrieved some food from his pocket and offered it to Longji, also producing water, saying, Eat and drink a bit to maintain your strength. We shall need it for the battles ahead. Longji frowned and replied, I do not require your food. Nezha glanced over and remarked, Since it is rather dull, one might as well indulge. Longji sighed as she accepted the food, soaring gracefully onto the white jade coffin. After finishing her meal, she glanced at her holographic phone and mused, Why is there no signal? Disregarding it, she began to rest. Nezha observed, I had already noticed that the energy here is peculiar. It must be obstructing communications. Outside the crypt, the two had been inside for a day and a night without any sign of emergence, which left their families increasingly anxious. Emoang hesitated on whether to send someone to search for them when suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Long Mei, he promptly answered, Emoang Gij, have you entered the crypt? Why can't I reach Nezha and Longji? She inquired, her voice laced with concern. Emoang frowned, replying, I am uncertain. They are the only ones who ventured down, and after a day and a night, they still have not returned. The lack of communication is likely due to the crypt's magnetic field interfering with satellite signals. Long Mei gasped in alarm. What? Emoang Gij, how could you allow them to go alone? They have not returned for a day and a night. Why haven't you sent someone to find them? If you lack personnel, I can have Father send more. Imoong, equally anxious, responded, it was their insistence to go alone. I cautioned them. Having heard there are at least hundreds of zombies within. This matter is grave, and I am indeed worried, but if I were to go down, it would mean sending the elite of our family to their demise. At that moment, Li Cheng approached Imoong, his tone urgent. Imoong, they still have not emerged. It's been a day and a night without a single word. With hundreds of zombies, I fear the worst. Hearing this, Long Mei's heart sank further. Before Imoong could speak, she declared, no, I cannot remain idle. I will immediately have Father send more people. Without waiting for a response, she abruptly hung up. When Imoong attempted to call back, there was no answer, heightening his anxiety. He thought, what if Long Mei impulsively rushes here? It is far too dangerous. Irritated, he turned to Li Cheng. I do not know. Two crucial individuals have gone down and have yet to return. Do not question me. I am at a loss. Li Cheng let out a subtle, derisive laugh, dismissing Imoong's plight, and convened a meeting with the leaders of the other 16 families. As he gathered everyone, he stated, esteemed colleagues, our leader and deputy leader have been in the crypt for over a day and a night without returning, which suggests they may be in peril. I propose, as the leader suggested, that we descend in groups, splitting our forces to engage the threat. Who shall go first? The assembly exchanged uncertain glances. And as no one stepped forward, Li Cheng declared, very well, since everyone is apprehensive about the danger, I shall lead our evil corpse sect down first. Naturally, should there be treasures, we shall claim them as the early birds. With his head held high, he proclaimed this. At that moment, Bao Sanyang and the upper echelon of the Dongmen family spoke up. We will accompany you. Despite the evident peril, the evil corpse sect was the most powerful, and joining them represented the best opportunity, perhaps allowing them to partake in the spoils ahead of others. Li Cheng declared, very well, I shall descend with the three families, each taking only their share. We must avoid entangling ourselves with the zombies and refrain from greed. Once we have secured our portion, we shall return at full speed. Do not let avarice cost us our lives. The remaining families, whose strength paled in comparison to the evil corpse sect, could only observe for now, waiting for the others to emerge safely before testing the waters themselves. Once the plan was set, Li Cheng of the evil corpse sect led 30 disciples, along with the Bao and Dongmen families, totaling over 80 individuals, into the underground palace. Chapter 44. Entering the tomb of the underground palace. After a while, the three families arrived at the entrance of the stone gate of the underground palace, which stood ajar. Li Cheng sensed something amiss and concentrated his magical energy, commanding, stand ready. No sooner had he spoken than the group's yang energy was detected by the hundreds of zombies within, which then surged forth in a frenzy. From his sleeves, Li Cheng produced 2 stacks of talismans, rushing forward with swift resolve to affix the corpse-restraining talismans precisely onto the zombies' foreheads. The disciples of the evil corpse sect followed suit, but it was no easy task. Their cultivation and speed were far inferior to Li Cheng's, and they could scarcely keep up. The zombies, moving with astonishing speed, swiftly bit down on those who faltered, leading to their demise. The other families, witnessing the zombies' beastly ferocity, felt a chill of dread and disgust. Yet, there was no turning back. Having come this far, they steeled themselves and summoned their weapons, engaging the zombies with gunfire and various supernatural abilities. The zombies, however, proved nearly invincible. Their bodies were impervious to the bullets, which merely clanged against them like metal on metal, their flesh harder than iron. Hundreds of zombies overwhelmed the group, forcing them into retreat, with many unskilled individuals succumbing to bites. Those with superior cultivation and agility continued to fight valiantly. Bao Sanyang summoned her twin blades, skillfully battling the oncoming zombies, striving to push past them as she watched Li Cheng affix talismans deeper within the fray, anxiety gnawing at her as she feared losing sight of him. Li Cheng pressed forward, adhering talismans with reckless abandon, disregarding the safety of those behind him. Meanwhile, Nezha and Longji, alerted by the commotion outside, exchanged glances. Nezha exclaimed, they have arrived. Longji, his eyes gleaming with golden light, observed the entrance to the stone chamber and remarked, it is the evil corpse sect, the Bao family, and the Dongmen family. Nezha opened his wisdom eye to peer through the stone chamber, stating, Li Cheng has entered alone. Upon entering, Li Cheng extinguished his yang fire through magical means, causing the zombies to cease their attack, unable to detect his presence anymore. With a cold smile, Li Cheng turned back, showing disregard even for his own sect members. He dashed to a stone slab beside the main door, prompting a worried exchange between Nezha and Longji. He wouldn't dare enter, would he? Longji whispered, if he does, we shall kill him. As Li Cheng knocked on the slab, it opened instantly, revealing small chambers on either side of the main stone room. How had he never discovered these hidden rooms before? It became clear that the underground palace was diamond-shaped. Finding refuge in the dark chamber, Li Cheng muttered to himself, "Let you all contend among yourselves. Once you are all dead, I shall emerge to gather the essence and the golden corpses. By then, even the leader of the evil corpse sect shall belong to me." With that, Li Cheng concealed himself within the stone chamber. Nezha and Long Ji beheld the dire situation outside, where, apart from a few adept individuals, nearly all had perished. Yet the zombies had claimed but a handful of lives. Nezha remarked, "The evil corpse sect deserves annihilation. Should we aid the other two families?" Long Ji responded, "The Dongmen family has now succumbed to the evil corpse sect. We must act to rescue the Bao family." Nezha nodded in agreement, and the pair invoked their powers to unseal the stone door, swiftly dashing forth. With a flurry of strikes, they shattered the spines of the encroaching zombies in an instant. Once they secured the besieged Bao Senyang and her two injured subordinates, they hastily retreated to the stone chamber, sealing the door behind them. Having been cornered, the remaining members of the Dongmen family and the evil corpse sect, now diminished in strength, were on the verge of collapse. In a matter of moments, they were devoured by the zombies, their anguished cries gradually fading into silence. Nezha sighed, choosing not to listen further, feeling a pang of compassion. Bao Sanyang gazed at the two in astonishment and clasped her fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your salvation. If fortune allows me to survive, I shall repay your kindness." Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. Your life was spared simply because you did not deserve to perish." Long Ji, languidly reclining atop a white jade coffin, remarked, "Cherish this life, and refrain from mingling with that treacherous lot. They harbor no good intentions." Bao Sanyang felt a sense of guilt, reflecting on how she had previously heeded Li Cheng's words, leading the Ao family and herself into peril. Considering their lack of ties, with a sigh, she addressed Nezha, "Young brother, Officer Long, I regret my previous misdeeds. I beg your pardon, but how shall we escape?" Nezha gestured for patience. "There is no rush. We must wait a while longer." Feeling inferior in strength to the two, Bao Sanyang refrained from further inquiry and settled into silence. Soon after, her two injured subordinates suddenly convulsed and cried out, "Sanyang, Sanyang, save us." Bao Sanyang rushed to their side and knelt, asking, "Xiao Shisan, Xiao Shiba, what troubles you?" Nezha swiftly intervened, pulling her away, "Do not approach. It is the poison of the corpses." Bao Sanyang, in distress, implored Nezha and Long Ji, "I beseech you, save them. Please." Long Ji rose slowly, acknowledging her loyalty. "You possess more sentiment than Li Cheng, who disregards the lives of his own." "Very well." With that, Long Ji approached the two afflicted men, channeling his power to gradually dispel the corpse poison. Nezha also extended his hand, concentrating his energy to cleanse the poison from the other, as dark blood pooled on the ground. Minutes later, Bao Sanyang's subordinates succumbed to excessive blood loss, fainting. Nezha handed Bao Sanyang a bottle of water, instructing her to hydrate her subordinates. Gratefully, she accepted the water. Nezha sighed, contemplating the situation. Among the 16 prominent families, it was predominantly the second-in-commands and higher-ups who had arrived. Only Bao Sanyang, a woman and the head of her family, had come in person, indicating that her family was not devoid of capable leaders. Furthermore, these powerful families seldom cared for the lives of their subordinates, let alone seek assistance for them. It seemed Bao Sanyang possessed a sense of loyalty and righteousness, justifying their decision to save her. As time wore on, those waiting outside the subterranean palace could no longer endure the delay. The Luan family, the Lin family, the Wu family, and the Dou family, those with amicable relations, sought to join forces and venture into the depths of the palace in search of treasure. These ambitious clans, while perhaps fortunate to remain outside, are utterly ignorant of the true nature of the underground palace. Driven by greed, they recklessly ventured in, fearing they might miss out on a share of the spoils, becoming part of the second wave of intruders. It is easy to imagine that many perished in the process. Fortunately, the four clans possessed considerable skill, and the zombies, subdued by Li Cheng, remained motionless. Nezha and Longji managed to eliminate many, and combined with the previous efforts of the three clans, although nearly 100 remained, they were ultimately dealt with, leaving a mere 10 or so survivors in a dire state. Longji remarked, "These clans have indeed come at an opportune time. Let us leave one alive." Just as Nezha was about to charge forward, he paused and inquired, "Leave one? Why?" Longji explained, "My objective has been achieved. We will let one escape to spread the word. Those who are afraid will think twice about descending." When the elite descendants of these families perish without gaining anything, their influence will diminish significantly, unable to stir up any further trouble. Nezha nodded and rushed out, finding it a trivial task to deal with these desperate experts. Their malevolent intentions and the presence of a family he loathed led him to eliminate them all swiftly, sparing only one who had fainted. After casting a spell to awaken him, Nezha retreated back to the stone chamber. Upon awakening, the man beheld the gruesome scene of dismembered bodies and bloodshed. Over 100 had perished in a mere moment, and he was overwhelmed, frantically rushing outside, utterly deranged. What elite experts! They were so frightful they nearly lost control. Upon returning to the surface, he was encircled by a crowd, the first to emerge from the underground palace, nearly driven mad, muttering, "It's terrifying, it's terrifying. Over 100 dead, all dead. Ha ha ha, all gone, no treasures left, just a horde of zombies." The crowd exchanged glances, and Meng hurriedly approached, anxiously asking, "What about Nezha and Longji? They are immensely powerful, they cannot be dead." The man only continued to murmur, "All dead, all dead." Meng, in shock, exhaled deeply. "Impossible. It cannot be." Just as everyone hesitated about whether to proceed, helicopters appeared in the sky. All heads turned upward, and someone recognized, it's the AO family's helicopter. The helicopter landed on a grassy clearing near the underground palace. The little dragon maiden was the first to leap from the aircraft, rushing toward Meng, asking, "Nezha, Nezha, Longji, where are they?" Upon seeing the entrance to the underground palace, she prepared to dash inside. Meng, witnessing this, quickly seized her in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Lin, please calm down." A survivor just emerged from the palace claiming that all who entered have perished. "Lin, it's too dangerous inside. You cannot go in." The little dragon maiden, taken aback, widened her eyes at Meng and insisted, "Dead? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Nezha is a deity, and so is Longji. They promised they would return safely. I don't believe it. Let me go, I must go in." Meng held on tightly, declaring, "What can you achieve by going in? The atmosphere here is perilous. Why have you come? If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to my uncle?" With tears brimming in her eyes, the little dragon maiden struggled fiercely, crying out, "Release me. I must see them alive or their corpses. I cannot bear to believe they are gone. Do you not understand that they are the two most significant individuals in my life?" Emoang bellowed in fury, "Very well. If you insist on seeing them alive or dead, I shall descend. I will search for them. You remain here and do not move, all right?" The little dragon maiden shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, insisting, "No, I must go myself. You stay here, I will bring others down with me. If anything happens to me, please look after my father." Chapter 45. Annihilation of the Undead. At this moment, the remaining two elders of the evil corpse sect declared, "Our elderly has yet to return. We do not believe that someone of his cultivation would meet with disaster. We shall accompany Miss Ao down to investigate. If danger arises, we will retreat immediately." Many families had already prepared to depart, as the situation was too terrifying. Two groups had descended, nearly 200 individuals, and only one had returned, driven mad. Even the strongest families among the evil corpse sect had perished. It seemed this treasure was not meant to be claimed. At this juncture, Shin Xingyue, the head of the Shin family, approached, saying, "Miss Ao, you share a bond with my niece Shin Jingjing. We shall accompany you to investigate. It is too perilous for you to descend with these special forces." With tears resembling pear blossoms, the little dragon maiden nodded and replied, "Very well, thank you, Aunt Xingyue. Emoang, you stay outside, I will go with them. I cannot rest easy until I find Nezha and Longji." The captain of the AO family's special forces assured, "Young Master Emoang, we will ensure the safety of the young lady. As soon as we locate young Master Li and Miss Long, we will retreat immediately. You need not worry." Emoang contemplated, saying, "Since everyone is descending, I see no reason to remain here. Everyone, prepare yourselves, we shall descend together." Determined, they made their way down. In the third wave, the AO family, the Shin family, and the remaining members of the evil corpse sect resolved to enter the underground palace. The group soared downward, with Shin Xingyue and Emoang leading the little dragon maiden into the depths. The special forces lowered ropes and followed suit. The little dragon maiden thought to herself, armed with heavy firepower this time, if it comes to it, they must carve a bloody path to rescue Nezha and Longji. Even without a shred of cultivation, she was determined to press forward. After traversing for over half an hour, the air grew increasingly frigid. Upon reaching the entrance of the underground palace, they sensed the temperature had plummeted. Those of higher cultivation could endure, but the little dragon maiden struggled. Emoang removed his coat and draped it around her. with her lips chapped and blue from the cold. The little dragon maiden stared resolutely into the depths of the underground palace. Along the way, they encountered remnants frozen into frost, mangled limbs and disfigured bodies. The stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood making several among them retch violently. The little dragon maiden, her eyes tinged with anxiety, searched fervently, relieved to find no remains of her beloved among the macabre scene. As everyone entered the subterranean chamber, the hundreds of unleashed corpses had been utterly dismembered. She called out loudly into the corpse chamber. Nezha, Nezha, reclining against the farthest stone door, suddenly heard her voice, and, along with Longji, sprang to his feet, wide-eyed in astonishment. Lianlian, what brings you here? He exclaimed. Without hesitation, Nezha flung open the stone door and rushed out. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at the little dragon maiden. She, in turn, looked at Nezha and the emerging Longji, pouting her lips. On the verge of tears. You two scared me to death, she cried. Nezha immediately enveloped her in a comforting embrace, saying, Don't cry, don't cry. We're fine, Lianlian. How did you come here? It's far too dangerous. As she traversed the gruesome landscape of severed limbs and mangled flesh, she had suppressed her fear, inwardly tormented, dreading the discovery of Nezha and Longji's lifeless bodies. She was aware of their formidable prowess, but remained oblivious to the true extent of their might. Longji gently smiled, reassuringly stroking the little dragon maiden's arm. At that moment, hiding in a small stone chamber, Li Cheng was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, How are they still alive? Damn it, based on their conversation. It seems they're still hiding in the stone room with the golden corpse. I hope my golden corpse hasn't been fed blood, otherwise I will have to confront them. Li Cheng clenched his teeth, realizing that the golden corpse was more valuable than his own life. He had invested tremendous effort to secure it, believing that once in possession of the golden corpse, he would fear no one. With unwavering confidence, he felt capable of annihilating everyone present. He held his breath, remaining silent as he awaited the opportune moment. Nezha, while removing his outer garment to wrap around the little dragon maiden, turned to Imoang and said, Why didn't you stop her? The malevolent energy here is overwhelming. How can Lianlian endure it? As he spoke, Nezha tenderly held the little dragon maiden's hand, channeling his power into her. Instantly, she felt a wave of warmth envelop her, her eyes shimmering with happiness as she gazed at Nezha. Imoang, turning his head away, replied, I couldn't restrain her. Longji inquired, How many families remain outside? Preparing to descend? Imoang answered, Having heard of the situation in the subterranean chamber, most have packed up and left. Only we remain to seek you. Longji nodded, saying, All right, Bao Sanyao, take everyone and position yourselves behind Nezha and me. Bao Sanyao complied, directing the little dragon maiden, Shen Qingyue, and others to stand at the rear, a distance from the central stone door, while the more powerful individuals positioned themselves ahead of the little dragon maiden and the others for protection. The special forces, armed with heavy weaponry, formed the outermost perimeter. Nezha and Longji exchanged a resolute glance, taking their places at the forefront. It was time to confront the legion of undead. Together, they concentrated their powers, casting spells upon the 4 stone doors, which swung open. Taking deep breaths, their armor manifested around them, their powers surging, like 2 radiant war deities standing before the crowd. As the 4 stone doors opened, a terrifying sight unfolded. A horde of grotesque and fearsome zombies surged forth in a chaotic rush. Everyone was taken aback, utterly astonished, their tongues tied in fear. Unsure of what to say, it was madness. The sight before them was akin to an ocean of zombies. Countless undead creatures surged forth relentlessly, a truly horrifying spectacle. Nezha shouted, Ah, and wielded his fiery spear with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. A magnificent golden aura encircled him as he advanced, mercilessly annihilating the zombies as if possessed by a divine spirit. Longji, though, maintained a grace that surpassed Nezha's fervor, expressionless as she elegantly tore apart the zombies with her bare hands. After splitting one zombie in 2, she turned slightly, her gaze piercing and devoid of emotion, fixed on the approaching horde. With fingers poised, she pointed menacingly ahead, suddenly unleashing a barrage of swords that swiftly multiplied into thousands, slicing through the zombies' spines and throats, rendering them immobile as they collapsed to the ground. The special forces, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the zombies within the stone gate, shouted in desperation. Yet, despite the bullets' power, they could not penetrate the undead flesh. They merely slowed their advance, sparks flying upon impact. Observing Longji's formidable display, Nezha decided to unleash his own powers. He soared into the air, his arms trembling, and in an instant, he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. resembling a diminutive golden deity suspended in the air. Eyes closed, his armor shimmered, and a golden dragon encircled him as he opened his eyes sharply. The magical seal shot forth, emitting a powerful holy light that enveloped the entire stone chamber, momentarily paralyzing all zombies. With a mighty shout, Nezha proclaimed, "Ah! Bind the corpses!" The magical seal descended with overwhelming radiance, crushing the zombies that shrieked in agony, causing them to vanish instantly. Longji had also nearly finished her task. Nezha promptly retracted the magical seal, spinning around with an air of authority as his six-armed weaponry swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies on Longji's side. In truth, Longji smiled as she turned back. Her method was not slow, but rather, it was well known that her strikes led to widespread devastation. The underground palace could not afford destruction, for the consequences would be unimaginable. She could not unleash her full power. A gentle solution was necessary. As the two landed, Nezha placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, "Longji, I was faster this time, right?" "Ha." Longji rolled her eyes and replied, "I feared collapsing this place. It was foolishness." Turning back, they noticed everyone behind them was staring in disbelief, utterly stunned by the divine display of skill. Nezha scratched his head and whispered to Longji, "I forgot about these people. What should we do?" Longji dismissively replied, "So they saw us. What of it?" Nezha pondered this. Suddenly, Longji frowned, looking at the group and exclaimed, "Lin Lin." Nezha was taken aback, realizing that the stone door in the center had closed. The little dragon girl, Bao Sanyang, and Xin Qingwei were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 46. The collapse of the underground palace. As the group regained their senses, they realized that the last three individuals, Bao Sanyang, Xiaolong, and Xin Qingwei, had vanished, with the door to the adjacent stone chamber ajar. Nezha rushed forward, gritting his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh no! I completely forgot that old scoundrel Li Cheng. And Moang, what is wrong with you? Why didn't you keep an eye on Lin Lin? I'll deal with you later." Longji restrained Nezha, urging him to calm down. "I believe that during the confrontation with the zombies, Li Cheng seized the opportunity to capture Lin Lin and the others and bring them into the stone chamber," she explained. Moang sighed, his brow furrowed. "I failed to protect Lin Lin." He hastened to the stone door, striking it with a powerful palm as he shouted, "Li Cheng, you old rogue. Come out and release Sister Lin. If you have the guts, show yourself." Nezha seethed, cursing, "Li Cheng, you old wretch. If you don't come out, I swear I'll rush in and kill you." Unbeknownst to them, Li Cheng had cunningly utilized a paralyzing talisman to immobilize the three women from behind, pulling them into the stone chamber and sealing it with a spell, taking hostages to secure his advantage. Li Cheng chuckled darkly, taunting, "Come in and try. If you do, I will slay them on the spot." In a state of disarray, Nezha prepared to charge in, but Longji swiftly pulled him back, shaking her head. She then gestured for everyone to stand aside. The group complied, stepping back quietly, only to discover that the other two elders from the evil corpse sect were also missing. Infuriated, they realized that these three must have stealthily captured Xiaolong and the others. The true objective of the evil corpse sect had never been the essence crystals, but rather the golden corpse. Longji brought her fingers together, concentrating her magical power at her brow, her eyes flashing with golden light as she activated her divine sight to observe the situation within the stone chamber. Nezha did the same, peering through the chamber's interior. They beheld Li Cheng and his companions holding the three women with talismans, gradually approaching the white jade coffin. With sinister grins, they drew daggers, preparing to cut their palms to feed blood to the golden corpse. Nezha tightened his grip on his fiery spear, while Longji spread her fingers wide, channeling formidable magical energy. They had to stop him, just as Li Cheng bent down to offer his blood. Longji furrowed her elegant brows, shattering the stone door with a powerful strike. She then curled her fingers, drawing the debris into the air to minimize vibrations. Nezha spun around decisively, flinging the fiery spear toward Li Cheng's chest. In the blink of an eye, Li Cheng's eyes widened in terror as the spear pierced his chest at lightning speed. Longji's fingers curled once more, propelling the shattered stone fragments imbued with her magic toward the other two elders of the evil corpse sect. The two elders attempted to resist the onslaught with their magical energy, but were violently hurled backward, both kneeling as they glared sharply at the entrance. Gritting his teeth through the pain of his grievous injury, Li Cheng roared, "Stop them." He then dashed to the golden corpse, gathering his blood to drip into its mouth. Longji exclaimed, "We cannot allow him to feed it blood." Nezha dashed forward swiftly, as two elders from the evil corpse sect simultaneously gathered their magical powers to unleash a spell attack upon him. Nezha raised his hand to block the assault. His palm pierced through without a moment's hesitation. He advanced to the white jade coffin, pressing his wounded hand against the golden corpse's mouth, allowing his blood to mingle with that of Li Cheng. In an instant, Long Ji sent the two elders of the evil corpse sect flying, rushing to the side of the little dragon maiden, unbinding her from her constraints. With a wave of his hand, the bindings on Bao Sanyang and Shun Qingyue also fell away. The special forces and the Shin family surged in, seizing the two elders. All eyes turned to Nezha and Li Cheng. Nezha and Li Cheng retracted their hands, eyes wide as they beheld the golden corpse. The golden corpse slowly opened its eyes, revealing those commanding golden pupils, their gaze profoundly intense. Li Cheng, his face lighting up with joy, exclaimed, "Cough, cough. The golden corpse has awakened." The golden corpse gradually sat up, surveying its surroundings with an air of authority, glancing at its own body, its skin gleaming with a golden hue, exuding an overwhelming presence. Nezha gasped in astonishment. "Little Jean." Li Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood but, with a sinister grin, pointed at Nezha, commanding, "Golden corpse, eliminate them." The golden corpse's deep golden gaze fixed on Li Cheng. A powerful and thunderous voice echoed, "Old man, why should I listen to you?" Li Cheng, momentarily stunned, took 2 steps back in disbelief, stammering, Did you not drink my blood?" After a pause, the golden corpse pointed at Nezha, stating, "I received his essence. Your blood is far too unpleasant." Li Cheng's eyes widened in utter disbelief, unable to accept this outcome. Despite his meticulous planning to subjugate the golden corpse, it had inexplicably aligned with Li Nezha. Enraged, he shouted, I refuse to accept this result. I will not allow anyone to leave here alive." All present stared at Li Cheng in shock, as if he had lost his sanity. The little dragon maiden grasped Nezha's arm, saying, "Nezha, let us get out of here. I'm so scared." Nezha nodded, tightening his grip on her hand. "Ignore him. I'll take you away." Turning to the golden corpse, he asked, "Little Jean, do you remember me?" The golden corpse's gaze flickered, simply responding, "Essence." Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. We'll talk later." The golden corpse stood up directly from the coffin. Suddenly, Li Cheng quietly gathered all his magical power. Roaring with fury as he struck the ground with a trembling hand, "No one shall leave this city alive." Long Ji's eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. He has gone mad. But it was already too late. Who could have anticipated that this old man had prepared thoroughly, having studied the terrain? He knew this was a fault line, and once the underground palace collapsed, the loss of support would inevitably shift the entire subterranean plate. Long Ji furrowed his brow, exclaiming as he struck down the wretched Li Cheng, "Get out of here quickly." Nezha understood the dire consequences of the stone chamber's collapse. Wrapping one arm around the little dragon maiden's waist, he commanded, "Everyone, retreat at full speed." With a resounding crash, the stone chamber was struck by Li Cheng's palm, and fissures began to appear on the ground. The underground palace started to tremble, dust cascading down as it shook violently. Long Ji furrowed her brows, exhaling softly. "This is bad." Numerous special forces and ordinary cultivators were present. In the face of such an earthquake and impending collapse, they would likely struggle to escape unscathed. Long Ji, situated at the rear of the crowd, observed Nezha shielding the little dragon girl as they surged toward the exit. That would suffice. Long Ji concentrated her magical energy, casting a spell that enveloped everyone, propelling them swiftly toward the palace's exit. The speed was astonishing. A burst of golden light erupted from the entrance as Nezha emerged first, cradling the little dragon girl. Yet, upon landing, the ground trembled violently. Nezha steadied the little dragon girl before soaring into the air, gazing at the distant city. His mouth agape in shock, "It's over." He then descended, securing the little dragon girl, who exclaimed, "Nezha, what about Long Ji and the others?" Before she could finish, Long Ji's magical barrier swept a group of people from the collapsing palace in the final moments, propelling them outside. Once out, Long Ji retracted her power and returned to the ground, where everyone tumbled, disoriented by the earth's violent shaking that delayed their rise. Long Ji turned to the distance and urged, "We must leave this city. An earthquake is imminent." Panic ensued among those who had just regained their footing. It was over. Chapter 47, The City's Ruin. There was no time for contemplation. Each individual hastened to escape using their abilities. Long Ji called out to Nezha, "Take the little dragon girl and flee the city." "What about you?" the little dragon girl asked. Long Ji and Mo Ong replied in unison, "Don't worry about us. Just evacuate." Nezha nodded, clutching the little dragon girl's waist as they sped away. Surrounded by a modern city, the only way to escape was through its heart. Nezha propelled himself forward with the little dragon girl in tow, while Long Ji and Mo Ong followed closely behind. In less than 2 minutes, the four reached the city's edge, observing the ground tremble and crack at a terrifying pace, revealing massive chasms. Nezha halted, intending to take to the skies with the little dragon girl, but upon looking up, he realized the modern structures were towering, yet fragile. The sky was filled with skyscrapers, hundreds of stories high, collapsing one after another. Ahead, an expanse of crumbling floors rendered flight impossible. They could only navigate through the city on solid ground. Nezha turned to Long Ji and Moong. "We can't fly. We must traverse the land at full speed before the ground gives way. Lian, hold on tight," he instructed. The little dragon girl wrapped her arms around Nezha's waist and nodded. "Okay." Long Ji and Moong affirmed with a nod. The quartet dashed forward, with Long Ji and Moong clearing the path ahead. Nezha held the little dragon girl securely as they raced through, the sound of collapsing structures echoing behind them. Nezha shouted into the vastness of the crumbling landscape. "Ah!" The speed limit surged, and a cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility less than 10 meters. The dragon girl clutched Nezha tightly, her eyes firmly shut. Occasionally, she made an effort to open them, only to witness pedestrians flitting by like shadows. The velocity at which Nezha moved was overwhelming, leaving the citizens powerless to escape, resulting in countless casualties. Suddenly, a massive boulder plummeted from the sky. Nezha, with a steely gaze, gritted his teeth and fixed his eyes ahead, ignoring all distractions as he shielded the dragon girl in his embrace. The stone struck Nezha's head with a resounding thud. He bore the impact squarely, for he could not evade it, with the dragon girl nestled against his side. His only recourse was to absorb the blow with his own body. As the boulder crashed down, Nezha's holographic visor shattered, and jagged fragments of stone tore into his cheek, blood oozing forth. Yet, he continued to navigate through the chaos, exclaiming in anguish. Nezha sprinted with determination. Just then, the ground before him collapsed with a thunderous roar. Nezha immediately hit the brakes, his mouth agape alongside the dragon girl, as they beheld the subway entrance exposed by the ground's fracture just a few meters away. An out-of-control subway train hurtled toward them, derailed and on a collision course. In the distance, Long Ji and Moong were taken aback, halting in their tracks, glancing back to see Nezha and the dragon girl trapped by the rupture. Long Ji's mouth fell open in shock. With no time to ponder, Nezha summoned his magical energy and thrust the dragon girl toward Long Ji, who stood several meters away on the edge of the chasm. In that very instant, the colossal subway train crashed into Nezha, the speed so great that he barely managed to shield himself with his hand. Long Ji soared to catch the dragon girl, who, wide-eyed, watched Nezha being struck, reaching out in alarm. No, Nezha. Nezha was propelled backward by the subway's force, shouting, "Take her away." He conjured the wind-fire wheels beneath his feet, spinning rapidly on the ground, the wheels sparking against the debris. The train's tremendous momentum could not be halted instantly. He could only strive to reduce its speed with his magic. "Quickly go," Long Ji urged. "Nezha is made of lotus. He will not perish." Moong shouted anxiously. Lin, hurry. There is no time left." Long Ji forcibly embraced the dragon girl and turned to flee with astonishing speed. The ground collapsed at an alarming rate, while hundreds of towering structures continued to tumble from the sky. In that moment, it felt as though the world was coming to an end. The once magnificent modern city transformed into ruins. Nezha, with all his might, resisted the train, which ultimately crashed against the wall of debris behind him, where the remnants piled up to several meters high, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. At last, it came to a halt. Nezha's entire being was thrust into the rubble, yet his formidable physique ensured his survival. Trembling, he roared with all his strength, pushing against the colossal train. "Ah!" With one hand, he clutched at his painfully injured insides as he extricated himself, gazing at the surrounding citizens, who were nearly unable to escape and were succumbing to disaster. Nezha exhaled a sorrowful breath. The tectonic shifts and the cataclysmic earthquake that had ravaged the city were beyond his capacity to contain. Nezha, feeling overwhelmed, closed his eyes momentarily and continued to hasten towards Long Ji and the others, for if he lingered any longer, the ground would continue to collapse beneath them, with tremors relentlessly assailing the earth. Long Ji embraced the little dragon maiden as they navigated swiftly through the chaos. Moong, upon spotting a cluster of helpless children crouching and weeping beneath a building's corner, could not bear the sight. Despite his own formidable prowess as a dragon, he understood that the earthquake posed no threat to him, and thus he resolved to lend his strength to rescue them. As Moong dashed towards the children, just as a massive boulder was about to descend upon them, he suddenly appeared in front of them, shielding the young ones. The boulder crashed down with a thunderous roar. Moong bellowed up as he summoned all his magical energy to protect the children beneath him. In the next instant, the towering structure collapsed, burying Imoang and his companions in the rubble. Longji furrowed her brow, observing Imoang's selfless act of bravery. Yet, there was no time to linger. She must lead the little dragon maiden away. As they sprinted forward, the ground beneath them suddenly caved in. Fortunately, Longji's speed was remarkable, and she swiftly stabilized her form, soaring through the air as if she were solidly grounded. Yet, escaping the catastrophic earthquake was no simple feat. With no foothold beneath her and a colossal building looming above, she abruptly halted. "Ah!" Longji cried out, as she clutched the little dragon maiden with one arm, while channeling her magic overhead to counter the immense weight of the towering skyscraper pressing down upon them. With no stable ground beneath her, her formidable powers merely slowed the descent of the structure. The little dragon maiden, overwhelmed by the apocalyptic scene, felt a profound sorrow for Nezha and Longji, who were doing everything to shield her. Longji gritted her teeth, bending down to gaze at the little dragon maiden, then glanced at the ground where the earth had fractured, revealing sharp rebar protruding ominously. With the little dragon maiden beneath her, Longji noticed a lethal piece of rebar aimed directly at the young girl's back. If it pressed down further, it would spell disaster. Furrowing her brow, Longji exchanged a determined glance with the little dragon maiden, and as the imminent threat loomed closer, she hastily retracted her magical energy, pivoted, and switched positions with the little dragon maiden, wrapping her arms around her defensively. With her other hand, she once more concentrated her magic to resist the crushing weight of the building above. In that moment, her own back was pierced by the rebar, but she held the little dragon maiden tightly against her. The little dragon maiden, powerless to resist, opened her eyes wide in horror as she witnessed the rebar impale Longji. Her heart ached unbearably, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls on a broken string as she reached out to touch Longji's face, pleading, "Longji, do not concern yourself with me. With your abilities, you can surely escape this place. Leave me behind and flee." Longji, still frowning slightly, gently replied, "Do not speak such foolishness. By the way, where's your Nezha?" Just then, a torrent of crimson silk, immense in scale, enveloped the colossal structure, gradually stabilizing it. Longji exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of lightness wash over her. With renewed determination, she summoned her magic and propelled herself and the little dragon maiden into the air, escaping the peril and landing safely back onto the rubble-strewn ground. Upon witnessing the emergence of the two, Nezha retracted his magical scarf, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that caused the colossal structure to collapse instantaneously, disintegrating into fragments. As Nezha descended back to the ground, the trio embraced each other tightly in excitement. However, the earth soon began to tremble violently once more. Nezha widened his eyes and looked up, sensing a massive shadow looming over him. Disaster struck again as layers of debris began to plummet. "Alas, I am the only man left standing. I shall not perish," Nezha thought. As he gathered his magical energy, the 9-dragon fire shield swiftly responded to Nezha's command, enveloping the two in a swirling embrace. With his palms meeting Longji's gust of wind, he harnessed immense power to propel them to safety. Longji, familiar with Nezha's tactics, sought to join him. The powerful gust forcefully separated them, and just as the little dragon maiden glimpsed Nezha, she was thrust away. In this dire situation, there was little time for contemplation. Longji continued to hold the little dragon maiden as Nezha propelled them skyward. Just as they escaped, Nezha reached out to summon the fire-sharp spear, shielding his head as towering buildings came crashing down upon him in a cacophony of destruction, burying him beneath the rubble in the blink of an eye. The little dragon maiden, nearly in despair, watched as the collapsing floors entombed her beloved Nezha, ignoring the imminent collapse of the structures. The 9-dragon fire shield acted as a barrier, fiercely propelling the two of them through the chaos. Longji remained composed, always choosing the most effective course of action, unyielding even when faced with overwhelming odds. She could not abandon the little dragon maiden. Even in moments of dire choice, she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself. After escaping the city, Longji and the little dragon maiden soared above, gazing at the once magnificent city now reduced to ruins. The cataclysmic earthquake persisted for over 2 hours before finally subsiding. Chapter 48. Rescue. As night fell, helicopters filled the sky, and rescue medical teams alongside firefighters scoured the devastated city. In a temporary shelter, the little dragon maiden tended to Longji's wounds while medical personnel bustled about. Longji cast a sidelong glance at the workers and, seizing a moment of distraction, swiftly healed her injuries and donned a black coat, saying, "Lin, let us go find Nezha." The little dragon maiden, astonished by Longji's rapid recovery, brightened and responded, "Yes, Let us go at once. As they departed the makeshift shelter, the little dragon maiden anxiously inquired, Longji, do you think Nezha will be all right? Longji reassured her, he is Nezha, who cannot die. Do not worry, it is merely a few buildings, not several planets crashing down. Longji's words were spoken so lightly, yet the little dragon maiden rolled her eyes and retorted, but Nezha can still be hurt and feel pain. Longji frowned and replied, he won't die from a little suffering. Alas, we could not save the citizens of the city. The little dragon maiden gently placed her hand on Longji's arm, saying, I know you have done your utmost. That Li Chengtai is utterly detestable, showing no regard for the lives of others. As they walked toward an uninhabited area, Longji waved her hand, and they instantly appeared at the site where Nezha lay buried. The little dragon maiden rushed forward, frantically moving stones and calling out Nezha's name. Longji, understanding her desperation, did not wish to hinder her, instead bending down to sense Nezha's position amidst the ruins. In the night, the surroundings were illuminated by the rescue team's powerful searchlights. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a fist emerged from the rubble not far from the little dragon maiden, shattering the stones above. Longji immediately opened his eyes and exchanged astonished glances with the little dragon maiden. Recognizing the hand of Nezha, she exclaimed, It's Nezha! It's Nezha! Without hesitation, the little dragon maiden rushed over. Just as she was about to grasp Nezha's fist, it abruptly retracted, leaving her in confusion as she gazed at the hole created in the debris. Longji swiftly ran over and pulled the little dragon maiden away, urging, Move aside. Nezha is about to emerge. As the words left his lips, Nezha sprang forth from the ruins, brandishing a weapon and soaring through the air on his wind-fire wheels. Startling the little dragon maiden, shaking off the dust from his body, he landed gracefully upon realizing that it was the little dragon maiden and Longji below. And he enveloped the little dragon maiden in an excited embrace, exclaiming, Thank goodness you are unharmed. You scared me to death. The little dragon maiden pouted. You scare me to death, Nezha. Are you injured? Does it hurt? Let me see if you're hurt. Nezha, with a tender touch, caressed her cheek, despite his dusty hands leaving marks on her face, and replied, I am made of bronze and iron. While buried underground, I healed completely. How could I possibly be harmed? Longji cleared his throat, prompting Nezha to quickly respond. Thank you, Longji. Without you, the little dragon maiden would not have escaped safely. The little dragon maiden, holding Nezha with one hand and Longji with the other, sighed. At least the three of us are fine, though a magnificent city has been destroyed. They all sighed in unison, and the little dragon maiden then looked up and asked, What about brother Moong? Have you seen him? Nezha, puzzled, turned to Longji and said, I haven't seen him. Wasn't he with you? Longji replied, You take Lin Lin and leave first. I'll go find him. Nezha responded, All right, you go find him Moong, and I'll search for Jin Shi. I haven't had the chance to discuss the matter of the evil corpse sect with him. Longji nodded in agreement. Good. Then let us meet directly at the Ao family. Nezha led the little dragon maiden to the vicinity of the underground palace, where he and Jin Shi re-established their blood oath. Sensing that Jin Shi was still near the collapsed underground palace, he called out, Little Jin Jin. Little Jin Jin. Receiving no response, Nezha shouted again, Jin Shi, come out. Suddenly, Nezha felt the ground tremble, and in alarm, he held the little dragon maiden tightly, saying, Could it be another earthquake? With a resounding crash, a mound of golden substance erupted from below, startling both Nezha and the little dragon maiden. As Jin Shi emerged, he strode towards Nezha. Locking eyes with the little dragon maiden, Nezha excitedly exclaimed, Why are you still here? Aren't you afraid of such a massive earthquake? Jin Shi's booming voice replied, Why should I run? It cannot harm me. Little dragon girl chuckled softly and said, Surely, you do not intend to remain in the underground palace forever? Nezha sighed. Is that truly a possibility? If not for the safety of little dragon girl, I would certainly prefer to remain idle. He added, You are correct. When faced with challenges, one should not resort to deceit. There is nothing a good nap cannot resolve. Right? The golden corpse, still exhibiting a stoic demeanor, unexpectedly spoke. Every month, on the night of the full moon, I shall seek you out. With that, the golden corpse turned to depart. The challenge of taming such a malevolent entity is indeed a futile endeavor. Those unaware might assume he is the master, for he is excessively domineering. Nezha, understanding the rules, remarked, Very well, I can offer you my essence every month, and when we meet next, I can even provide you with additional supplies using a preservation device. The golden corpse halted, turning his head to reply, No need. It is evident that there are conditions attached. I have no desire for complications. Nezha, perplexed by his obstinacy, called out, Hey, little golden one, do not depart just yet. I merely wish for your assistance in remaining at the evil corpse sect. The golden corpse pivoted, questioning, You wish for me to assist you? Nezha nodded affirmatively, indeed. The individuals dispatched by the evil corpse sect have all perished in the underground palace. If you seek them, they will only assume it was their own who subdued you. Such arcane methods are likely known only to them, and with your formidable strength, they would undoubtedly welcome you as an esteemed guest. The golden corpse inquired, and then what? Nezha continued, You would aid me in locating the lair of the evil corpse sect, and keep me informed of their movements. Just inform me on the night of the full moon. Is that agreeable? The golden corpse scrutinized Nezha and little dragon girl before stating, Every month, 2 bowls of blood. Nezha's eyes widened. 2 bowls? You are raising the price? Observing Nezha's reluctance, the golden corpse immediately turned to leave. Nezha quickly called out, Little golden one, I agree. 2 bowls it shall be. Just remember to assist me. After the golden corpse nodded, he vanished in a flash, leaving Nezha momentarily stunned by the swiftness of his departure. Akin to a golden meteor streaking across the sky. Unlike Nezha and Longji, who are adept practitioners, the golden corpse possesses no extraordinary magical abilities. Rather, he is a pinnacle of physical cultivation, a sentient zombie, fiercely independent, relying solely on his own strength to traverse the world. Moving with a speed that even the most divine beings cannot match, careening about without a hint of weariness. Little dragon girl furrowed her brow, gazing at the spot where the golden corpse had vanished, and asked Nezha, Does little golden one truly know the lair of the evil corpse sect? Nezha scratched his head. Not even I am aware, and neither have Longji and the others managed to uncover the lair or the identity of its master, who remains shrouded in mystery. If they were known, such malevolence would surely attract trouble frequently. Little golden one must possess his own means. Having cultivated such wicked arcana, he undoubtedly understands the intricacies involved. I have faith in him. The little dragon maiden gazed at Nezha with eyes sparkling like stars, and said, You believe in him, and I believe in you. Nezha, taken aback by her sudden declaration, chuckled and replied, After a long day, allow me to escort you back to the AO family. The little dragon maiden nodded, acknowledging her fatigue. Indeed, I am quite exhausted. Today has been overwhelming. Nezha gently patted her head, saying, You are but a mortal, naturally susceptible to exhaustion. I shall carry you on my wind-fire wheels. Rest your head upon my back, and we shall arrive home shortly. Without hesitation, the little dragon maiden positioned herself behind Nezha, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, exclaiming, Magical creature, let us embark. Nezha smiled, finding her adorable. Their journey back to the AO family was swift, and within 2 hours, they arrived, thanks to the speed of the wind-fire wheels. Nezha sensed that the little dragon maiden had fallen asleep on his back. Indeed, without her powers for protection, she had endured too much that day, her emotions oscillating wildly. It was commendable of her to rush back from school, directly arriving by helicopter, despite knowing the peril of venturing into the tomb without any cultivation. Her mere presence was sufficient. Nezha quietly entered the AO residence, instructing those present to avoid disturbing the little dragon maiden, and gently placed her upon the bed. After ensuring she was sound asleep, he departed from her room to find a place to bathe and rest. Chapter 49. A new task a few days later. The little dragon maiden attended class as usual. When Nezha rushed into the classroom, flustered, and awkwardly apologized, I'm sorry, Teacher AO. I'm late due to some matters. My sincerest apologies. The little dragon maiden, stifling a laugh at Nezha's demeanor, regained her composure and said, Li, please return to your seat and try not to be tardy again. She then assigned exercises to the students. As she picked up her phone, she discreetly sent Nezha a message. Have you eaten yet? Check your drawer. Upon reading the message, Nezha quietly opened his drawer, discovering that the little dragon maiden had kindly prepared breakfast for him, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Noticing Nezha's joyful expression from the corner of her eye, the little dragon maiden couldn't suppress her own happiness. Several classmates observed Teacher AO smiling at her phone and speculated whether she was dating someone, their hearts aching with disbelief. Earlier that morning, as the little dragon maiden drove to school, she had seen the news and understood that Nezha must be out resolving issues and preventing crime, likely without time for breakfast. Thus, upon arriving at school, she took advantage of the quiet moment to purchase breakfast and place it in Nezha's drawer. After school, Nezha returned as usual. Longji, rubbing her temples in the hall, sighed as she sat in her office chair. Nezha approached, beaming, and asked, Longji, what troubles you? Why the long face? Speak up, and let me lighten your mood. Longji shot him a glance, and, grabbing a stack of folders from a nearby table, slammed them into Nezha's hands, saying, You weren't present in the action department during the day. Do you have any idea how much I had to write for the report on the tomb? Nezha's mouth fell open in shock. What? I have to write a report too? I haven't done a single thing. I have homework to complete. When would I find time to write a report? Long Ji let out a cold snort and said, as long as there is action, a report must be written, and it must be in manuscript form. Did you not read the orientation introduction? Nezha stammered. I did, but I simply don't know how to write it. It's too complicated. Long Ji raised an eyebrow at the stack of reports in Nezha's hand and remarked, I am well aware of your capabilities. I have already prepared it for you. It's confidential. Nezha immediately brightened and exclaimed, really? That's wonderful, Long Ji, you are too kind. I truly owe you so much. It's a pity I already have the little dragon girl, or I would certainly repay you with my life. Haha. Long Ji, with a deadpan expression, replied, oh, with all my assistance, why must you entertain thoughts of revenge against me? Nezha quickly concealed his smile and retorted, what? Offering my life in gratitude is revenge. How short-sighted you are. Long Ji stood up, speaking in a serious tone. Short-sighted? How can you say such a thing? Am I not standing before a pig? Just as Nezha was about to argue, Charles emerged with his hands on his hips, declaring, meeting time. Long Ji and Nezha joined the others in the conference room for the meeting. During the session, Charles leaned back in his chair, flipping through Long Ji's report. After several minutes of silence, he set the report down and said, I am aware of the matters concerning the mausoleum. Let us leave it at that. Nezha gasped. How can it be so simple? Wasn't it written above? It was the evil corpse sect that destroyed the mausoleum. Their insidious ambitions led to the ruin of an entire city, resulting in countless deaths. How can we just let this go? Shouldn't they face justice? Charles shrugged, nodding. Well then, how do you propose we enforce that justice? Nezha replied, of course, we must apprehend the evil corpse sect and reveal their sinister schemes. Moreover, Long Ji and I are witnesses. Our holographic visors recorded the entire incident, providing irrefutable evidence. Charles pointed at Nezha with his stylus, saying, indeed, you've made progress. You understand that we must have evidence to apprehend individuals. So, should we go to the police station and file a report stating that, the evil corpse sect, a group of practitioners of dark arts, tried to steal the corpses from the mausoleum, and in their rage, shattered it, causing a catastrophic earthquake throughout the city? Nezha responded dismissively, yes, don't you already know that? Long Ji shook his head and sighed, looking at Nezha as if he were a fool. Charles, with a serious demeanor, said to Nezha, I fear that before we can capture the evil corpse sect, we may find ourselves collectively confined to an asylum. We are a secret organization. It is the 23rd century. Do you think anyone would believe in such tales of cultivation and dark arts? Even if they did, do you know the consequences of inciting social panic? The police would never initiate an investigation. Nezha, filled with indignation, exclaimed, are we to simply let them go after so many lives were lost and an entire city was destroyed? Charles replied, of course not, but we must employ different methods. The evil corpse sect is formidable for a reason. We can find other avenues to bring them to justice. Nezha inquired, what methods? Charles concluded, all right, let us now commence with today's meeting agenda. Charles activated the holographic tablet, distributing information to everyone present. He began, the evil corpse sect, a mysterious and formidable organization, has employed unnatural methods to take countless lives in recent years. Our investigation commenced long ago, yet we have been unable to ascertain the identity of the sect's leader or the location of its headquarters. Numerous undercover agents we dispatched have met unfortunate fates, which is truly lamentable. However, recent developments have emerged. Due to the matter concerning the underground tomb, we intercepted satellite communications from several elders of the evil corpse sect, all linked to a singular individual. This person, however, possesses an exceptionally clean background and is a renowned technology entrepreneur, Deng Jiawei, known in English as Dempsey, age 34. The CEO of Dempsey Technology Company. His identity is quite formidable, with business assets exceeding $1 million, and he has made substantial contributions to national technology. Yet, our investigations suggest he may be connected to the leader of the evil corpse sect, or perhaps he is the leader himself. If we can uncover the link between him and the sect, we can confirm our suspicions and clarify the evidence of the sect's killings over the years, as well as the mastermind behind them. Nezha inquired, how do we investigate his connection to the evil corpse sect? Charles replied, tomorrow evening. Dempsey Technology Company will host a ball under the guise of honoring technology, and Dempsey will be in attendance. I propose we send an undercover agent to approach him, ideally to infiltrate his residence. The captain of the undercover division disagreed, stating, no, we have already sent many undercover agents over the years, and all have met tragic ends. They were either turned into corpses or have become too frightened to approach. Dempsey's methods are exceedingly sophisticated. Ordinary individuals cannot get close, let alone women. Charles nodded in understanding. I appreciate your concerns, which is why I seek everyone's input. Tomorrow's ball presents the best opportunity to approach our target, as all the elite and socialites will be present. Nezha suggested, should we install surveillance in his home? I could track him down. I could use magic to place the listening devices. Charles responded, no one has ever succeeded in tracing Dempsey's route home, and it has only recently come to light that he is connected to the evil corpse sect. Our previous surveillance systems placed in his tech company were detected and disabled within 2 minutes. To monitor Dempsey, we must infiltrate his home. Long Ji, who had been listening intently, furrowed her brow and said, I'll go. Nezha glanced at Long Ji and remarked, you? Are you capable of such a task? Long Ji retorted, or will you go? Yes, you could transform into a woman to approach the target. Nezha immediately shook his head, forget it. I doubt I could pique his interest enough to bring him home. Long Ji declared, then I shall undertake this task. Others may not succeed. It must be me. Charles contemplated Long Ji's determination for a moment before asking, have you made your decision? Long Ji nodded, calmly affirming, yes, I have made my decision. Charles replied, tomorrow's ball awaits your performance. Nezha, you will accompany Long Ji throughout, providing support and surveillance. Meeting adjourned. Upon returning home, Nezha spoke with the little dragon girl, learning that she too had received an invitation to the ball. The following day, at 7 in the evening, Taoist Technology Company hosted a grand ball, attracting a myriad of socialites and luminaries. As the enchanting Xialong stepped out of her luxurious vehicle alongside Longji, their mere presence captivated the attention of all attendees. The two ethereal goddesses, one adorned in a golden gown and the other in a pristine white evening dress, exuded an exquisite charm that left onlookers spellbound. Nezha, clad in a dapper black tuxedo, stood in a corner, one hand casually tucked in his pocket and the other holding a glass of wine. Utterly entranced by Xialong's breathtaking entrance, her golden gown radiated nobility and allure, complemented by her flowing black hair gracefully cascading over her shoulders. Her beauty was both striking and sweet, her figure impeccably sculpted, embodying confidence and sophistication. Beside her, Longji carried a delicate white clutch, her figure accentuated by a form-fitting white gown that transitioned into a sheer skirt below the hips. Today, Longji had made an exceptional effort, appearing both elegant and alluring. Her hair casually draped over one shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite profile and collarbone, exuding a mature charm that took one's breath away. Together, they confidently entered the ballroom, drawing the gaze of every individual present, even Nezha, who wore a dazed smile. With a flick of his fingers, he cast a spell that conjured a gust of wind, causing Xialong to delicately press her slender legs together to safeguard her gown, adding an element of sensuality to her poise. Meanwhile, Longji cast a sidelong glance at the mischievous Nezha as the breeze threatened to reveal more than intended. She elegantly angled her long legs, using her right hand to retrieve her skirt, inadvertently enhancing her allure, as if to deliberately capture the attention of her target. Chapter 50. The gala. Naturally, as the host of the soiree, Taoist immediately noticed the two stunning debutantes. Their entrance had commanded the attention of the entire gathering. While engaged in conversation with other dignitaries, a sudden breeze tousled his hair, and his gaze became entranced by the enchanting Xialong and Longji as they graced the venue. With a glass of champagne in hand, Taoist approached Xialong with a warm smile, saying, "You must be the esteemed Miss Ao, the heiress of the group. The photographs do not do justice to your beauty." He extended his hand toward her. Xialong smiled gracefully, nodding slightly as she reciprocated the gesture. "It is an honor to meet you. Thank you for the invitation." Taoist continued, "I have encountered countless beauties and socialites, yet none possess the remarkable combination of beauty and intelligence as you do, Miss Ao. It is a privilege to meet you." With a polite smile, Xialong responded, her beautiful eyes sparkling, "Mr. Deng, you are indeed a remarkable young man. The reputation of Taoist technology precedes you. I have long admired your work." Taoist, with a gentlemanly smile, then turned his attention to Longji, exclaiming, "Beauty is truly beyond compare. Miss Ao's friend is equally stunning. Tonight, you two are undoubtedly the focal points of this gala. Even I, the host, find myself overshadowed by your brilliance." His gaze lingered on Longji, who remained aloof, adjusting her hair as she surveyed the room. As she lifted her glass, preparing to depart, Taoist gently inclined his head and said, "Fair lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance the first waltz with me?" Longji slightly raised her head and tilted it to look at Deng Pusi. After a moment she spoke, "Very well. Deng Pusi placed his wine glass on the tray of a passing machine adaptation servant, politely bowed to Long Ji and extended his hand. The little dragon girl, surprised that Long Ji did not refuse, thought she had finally come to her senses, and with a smile, left to find her Nezha. In a corner of the crowd, beside a pillar, the little dragon girl spotted Nezha, who was holding a cup alone, looking rather bored. With a sweet smile, she approached him, only to be interrupted by a man who appeared before her, saying, "Miss Ao, I have long admired your name. I am Bao Wansong from Xuanfeng Real Estate. May I request the honor of the first dance?" Bao Wansong extended his hand, casting a confident glance at several young gentlemen nearby, signaling that he was certain to succeed. The little dragon girl, puzzled, asked, "From the Bao family?" Bao Wansong smiled and confirmed, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Nezha remained focused on his target. He had a mission tonight and was not in the mood for any ball. The little dragon girl glanced at Nezha, wondering why he remained indifferent even as she was being approached. She quickly turned her gaze back to Bao Wansong and replied, "All right." As she placed her hand on his, they began to dance. Nezha, fidgeting and kicking at the ground, suddenly noticed the little dragon girl being led away by another. His round eyes widening in surprise. He immediately scanned the vicinity and spotted Shen Jingjing preparing to approach the little dragon girl. Without hesitation, Nezha strode over and, in a rather straightforward manner, seized Shen Jingjing's wrist and pulled her toward the center of the ball. Shen Jingjing, caught off guard by Nezha's sudden action, found his demeanor amusing and adorable, quickly regaining her composure. As Nezha pulled her closer, he fixed his gaze on the man dancing with the little dragon girl, clenching his teeth. As they danced, Shen Jingjing asked, "Aren't you a student of Linlin? Why aren't you focusing on your homework and instead attending a ball?" She chuckled, unable to deny that he was quite handsome, though his mannerisms were distinctly Nezha. Nezha, not paying much attention to her words, casually replied, "I finished my homework." His eyes, however, remained glued to the little dragon girl. Shen Jingjing teased, "But Linlin doesn't allow us sisters to attract her students' attention. Just to be clear, it was you who dragged me into this dance. It has nothing to do with me. If Linlin gets upset later, it won't be my fault." Nezha, feeling a bit vexed, sighed. Shen Jingjing couldn't help but find it amusing. Suddenly, Nezha and Shen Jingjing danced their way to the little dragon girl's side, where Nezha exchanged a glance with her. The little dragon girl tilted her head and playfully huffed. Nezha widened his eyes and, as the little dragon girl spun around with one hand, he twirled Shen Jingjing in tandem, then suddenly released her, sending her toward Bao Wansong, exclaiming, "Go!" Shen Jingjing, not oblivious, realized Nezha's true intention was the little dragon girl, and she decided to assist him. She placed her hands on Bao Wansong's chest, blocking him. As the little dragon girl returned from her spin, Nezha promptly took her hand. The little dragon girl frowned slightly, while Nezha grinned, feeling victorious. As the two swayed gently, Nezha, consumed by jealousy, momentarily forgot his mission. However, the little dragon maiden remained fixated on the rather peculiar behavior of Long Ji today. Wasn't she supposed to be off-limits to men? Yet here she was, engaging in animated conversation with Dempsey, seemingly quite proactive. Had Long Ji perhaps taken leave of her senses? The little dragon maiden, with a comical expression, widened her eyes and scrutinized Dempsey, wondering who he was. Long Ji danced gracefully with Dempsey, her exquisite flexibility a sight to behold, complemented by her impeccable poise. Dempsey released Long Ji's hand, and she elegantly turned her back to him. With gentlemanly hands resting on her waist, Dempsey followed her movements, their dance a beautiful display. As Long Ji turned to face him, her cool demeanor and slightly raised chin accentuated her alluring red lips. Dempsey, captivated by her beauty, remarked, "I never anticipated that Officer Long would possess such a sensual side." Long Ji responded with a charming smile, her slender arms wrapping around Dempsey's neck as she swayed, saying, "No matter how beautiful I may appear, I am still a thief-catcher. You have yet to witness my fierce side, then you might not find me so enchanting." Dempsey smiled in return. To be apprehended by Officer Long would indeed be a stroke of luck. Long Ji playfully replied, "Perhaps you should consider committing a crime?" The two shared a joyful laugh, their camaraderie evident. The little dragon maiden attempted repeatedly to intervene, but Nezha restrained her, insisting, "Stay calm. It's all fine." Pouting, she replied, "Just look at her. I cannot allow this. Dempsey seems charming, but I sense he harbors ulterior motives. I fear Long Ji might be deceived." Nezha held the little dragon maiden tightly around the waist, urging, "Please, don't approach. Trust me, everything is all right." Long Ji then took a step back, facing Dempsey, extending a hand with delicate fingers that glided from his wrist to his palm, a gesture imbued with reluctance, yet she asserted with confidence, "Nothing is cooler than leaving early from Dempsey's soiree." With that, she elegantly turned and departed, her allure at its peak, leaving decisively. As Long Ji walked away, she cast a side glance, her thoughts determined to pursue him. A student, balancing a tray, accidentally collided with her shoulder, causing her to steady him while effortlessly catching the tray. Her hair swayed gracefully as she slightly turned her head, a scene that captured Dempsey's attention. Long Ji flashed a radiant smile at the student, then glanced at Dempsey before striding away. Dempsey found himself entranced by Long Ji's departure. An overwhelming urge to call out to her stirring within him. The fleeting encounter, marked by her every expression, etched itself indelibly in his memory. Meanwhile, the little dragon maiden, Nezha, and several others stood with mouths agape, captivated by Long Ji's enchanting smile as she glanced over her shoulder. Nezha immediately regained his composure, observing that the little dragon girl had long since lost her enthusiasm for dancing and appeared on the verge of an explosion. Witnessing Long Ji's smile, he recalled how she had once smiled at him in the same manner. Today, however, it felt utterly disconcerting, as though she had transformed into a lunatic. He felt a deep unease. What if that Dumpus was a villain? Among these socialites, few possessed genuine intentions, and they were undoubtedly captivated by Long Ji's beauty. No, he must pursue Long Ji, and he would not allow anyone to pass him first. After exiting the soiree, Long Ji deliberately slowed her pace, approaching the luxury vehicle. Chapter 51. The fish takes the bait. Sensing that Dumpus had disregarded the ball to chase after her, Long Ji smiled gently and pressed her wristband, causing the car door to slide open as she prepared to enter. Suddenly, Dumpus called out, "Officer Long." Puzzled, Long Ji turned to face him. Dumpus rushed over, tugging at his formal attire, and said, "Officer Long, I didn't have the opportunity to properly host you this evening. I have a fine bottle of wine at home. I wonder if you would care to accompany me to sample it?" Long Ji chuckled to herself, thinking, "Does your family sell beer? Thankfully, your surname isn't Ma. Or you might as well rename it to Ma's Beer, as if I would be sampling wine." With a playful tilt of her head, she replied, "Get in the car?" Dumpus awkwardly suggested, "Officer Long, why don't you take my car instead? It seems inappropriate for you to drive me. I'm not a criminal, am I?" Long Ji nodded, responding, "Fine, for the wine tasting?" Dumpus smiled and affirmed, "Yes, for the wine tasting." Long Ji exited the vehicle, and Dumpus's car arrived, allowing them both to embark on their journey. The little dragon girl and Nezha emerged from the gala, the little dragon girl comically stomping her feet in her high heels, exclaiming, "Damn it! Long Ji, come back here!" Nezha rubbed his forehead in frustration. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from within the soiree. Both Nezha and the little dragon girl turned in shock. Nezha pressed his fingers to his ears and said, "Long Ji and Dumpus have left. There's an emergency at the ball." In the command center, Charles responded, "We have dispatched personnel to follow Dumpus's vehicle. You need to address the terrorists inside the gala. Activate the holographic visor and relay information on the terrorists." Nezha replied, "Understood." He immediately rushed to the little dragon girl, urging, Lin, "It's dangerous inside. You should leave for a safe place. I will find you once I have resolved the situation." Before she could respond, Nezha vanished into thin air. Nezha burst into Dumpus's gala, where he spotted a man blending into the crowd. The man emanated a formidable aura of magic, holding a woman hostage and shouting, "Dumpus, come out. Damn it, my family has sacrificed for your company, and now my 2 brothers are dead. I am distraught. Due to a minor mistake at work, you seek to terminate me. What will happen to my ailing daughter without a job? I demand what is rightfully mine. Dumpus." Nezha emerged from the throng, brandishing his fiery spear. The man waved his hand, unleashing his magic to seal all the glass doors and windows of the gala, instilling further panic among the attendees, who believed he had seized control of all the event's equipment. Nezha observed the individual before him, adorned with high-tech equipment, likely a former technical employee of the Dumpos group, who had crafted this suit of armor himself to seek justice against the company, leveraging both his own abilities and the advanced technology at his disposal. As Nezha approached, the man regarded him and said, "Wind and Fire Youth?" Nezha replied, "If you seek justice from Dumpos, you may pursue legal avenues. There is no need for such a grand display. The people here are all distinguished individuals. Do not act impulsively." The man scoffed, "Legal avenues? You dare speak of law to the wealthy? I have no time for your idle chatter. I anticipated your arrival. I have studied you, and this armor is designed specifically to counter you. Do not think you can thwart me." With that, the man's energy device activated, and he unleashed a powerful blast towards a massive pillar at the gala, instantly shattering it and sending everyone into a frenzy of screams. Nezha's eyes widened, and he surged forward, but the man's energy apparatus discharged, propelling Nezha backward onto the ground. Clutching his chest, Nezha fixed a piercing gaze upon the man's energy device, exclaiming, "Charles, what exactly is that contraption?" Charles, observing intently, responded, "It's a reverse energy device, capable of interfering with a cultivator's internal magical energy. Dumpo's technology possesses such materials." Nezha rose to his feet and saw the great pillar had collapsed, trapping the suited man's leg. Without hesitation, Nezha dashed over to assist him. He threw the Qianquan circle, shattering the surrounding glass doors to expedite the evacuation of the guests. But to his surprise, the dragon girl rushed in. As Nezha dodged the man's relentless attacks, he made his way to the pillar, the man continuing his onslaught. Nezha plunged one hand, wielding a fiery spear, into the stone column, while using the other to deflect the energy blasts. Pain coursed through him, and he grimaced as he noticed his palm turning crimson, fissures appearing. The burning sensation unbearable. The dragon girl, witnessing Nezha's struggle to save those in peril while being attacked, called out to the man, "Hey, you villain. Your outfit is as ugly as you are. So extreme, no wonder Dumpo's expelled you." The man, furious, directed his ire towards the dragon girl, the energy device on his chest glowing ominously. Alarmed, she shouted, "Wardma, run," and took off. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha freed the trapped individual and immediately pursued the dragon girl. Hearing Charles' voice through his earpiece, urging, "Nezha, use lead against that energy device." Nezha began searching the venue for lead, activating his keen sight to scan the surroundings. He soon spotted a statue made of lead among the decorations. Rushing to it, he unleashed his three realms' true fire, melting a section of the statue. Glancing at his hand, he gritted his teeth and plunged it into the molten lead, allowing it to envelop his palm, which now appeared gray and swollen like a pig's trotter. With a determined smile, Nezha charged out to confront the man. Meanwhile, the dragon girl was running frantically, evading, as the man pursued her, firing lasers. As the little dragon maiden found herself cornered, eyes shut tight against the oncoming energy beam from the man, suddenly Nezha descended from the heavens. His lead-encased palm effectively intercepted the man's laser. Nezha flashed a confident grin, advancing step by step against the energy beam towards the man, who widened his eyes in astonishment. Why was he suddenly unafraid? The man intensified his efforts, but as Nezha approached him, he swiftly retracted his lead-covered hand and delivered a punch that pierced the man's armor, instantly tearing out the energy device nestled within his chest. The man, dumbfounded, gazed at Nezha before collapsing into unconsciousness. Nezha turned to the little dragon maiden and admonished, "How foolish of you. That was perilously dangerous. Had you failed to evade, you could have lost your life." The little dragon maiden, pleased with her role in aiding Nezha, replied cheerfully, "You were there to save him. I merely sought to distract him, and it seems I succeeded. Besides, I trust you to keep me safe." Nezha, in high spirits, smiled at the clever and bold little fish dried. Police vehicles arrived to escort the man away. The little dragon maiden suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Long Ji is still in the clutches of that unscrupulous scientist, Dempus." Nezha reassured her, "Long Ji is resilient. She should be fine. Come, let me escort you home." The little dragon maiden, filled with concern, kept glancing at her phone, noting that Long Ji had ended their call and even blocked her. How outrageous. Chapter 52. The pitiful Nezha. Dempus drove with Long Ji, occasionally stealing glances at her beauty, which was truly captivating. Although accustomed to the grandeur of life, Dempus maintained a respectful demeanor, refraining from staring too intently. Meanwhile, Long Ji observed discreetly, noticing that Dempus pressed a button at every intersection, causing the car's color and pattern to morph in the rearview mirror. If her deductions were accurate, the license plate and emblem likely transformed as well, cycling through various hues at each junction. No wonder they had previously struggled to track Dempus's residence. Given his tech company's cutting-edge innovations and his own prowess as a scientist, such technology was hardly surprising. Half an hour later, they arrived at Dempus's opulent abode. He unfastened the buttons of his tailored jacket and retrieved a bottle of wine from the lavish cabinet, pouring 2 glasses. Long Ji, arching an eyebrow with a smile, remarked, "Mr. Dempus, your taste in residence is exquisite." She then approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, adding, "This vantage point offers a breathtaking view of the city skyline." Dempus, admiring the nocturnal panorama, joined her, extending a glass towards her as he spoke. "Indeed, I find great pleasure in observing the cityscape from here. It gives me a sense of oversight, watching the skyscrapers, the bustling streets, and the people utilizing products from Dempus technology. It fills me with a profound sense of accomplishment, though I struggle to articulate it. I believe you grasp my sentiments." Long Ji took a sip of wine, shrugged her delicate shoulders, and remarked, "It is indeed rare to encounter someone as young and accomplished as you, a billionaire genius. However, I sincerely hope that Mr. Deng is not one of those wealthy individuals devoid of compassion. Deng Pusi immediately spread his hands and chuckled. Of course, I am already engaged in philanthropy. In the 23rd century, as technology advances rapidly, many high-tech criminals inevitably emerge. Every day, various events unfold in the city, and I strive to contribute by utilizing my technology to assist the citizens rather than relying on that enigmatic fire and wind boy to save them. He remains an uncertain variable, and I refuse to entrust my fate to such unpredictability. My destiny is mine to command. Long Ji smiled gently and inquired, "Do you trust the government?" Deng Pusi scoffed and shook his head, declaring, "I only believe in myself." Approaching the table, Long Ji set down her wine glass, turned, and leaned against the table, casually pressing a thin listening device with her back while playfully saying, "I didn't expect you to be quite so arrogant." Deng Pusi strolled over confidently, replying, "But I have the capital to be arrogant, don't I?" He leaned closer to Long Ji, resting his hands on the table beside her waist, both exchanging flirtatious glances. Long Ji, with her alluring red lips, murmured, "I need to use the restroom," and gently pushed Deng Pusi away, flashing a charming smile. Deng Pusi nodded with a grin and stepped back. As Long Ji walked toward the restroom, her demeanor shifted. She frowned upon entering, where she had also installed a listening device. Not trusting the government or us. I shall capture you myself. Deng Pusi adjusted his bow tie, recognizing that the sudden mention of the restroom was undoubtedly an opportunity for her. Delighted, he began to dance with small, jubilant steps, exclaiming, "I have a bottle of exquisite red wine. I shall fetch it for Officer Long." Hearing his words, Long Ji crossed her arms, closing her beautiful eyes momentarily. She opened the restroom door just as Deng Pusi went to the wine cellar, and she discreetly slipped out of his home. As she walked, she pressed her finger to her ear and said, "Nezha, how are things on your end? I heard there are terrorists taking hostages at the gala. Is Longer safe?" Just then, her ears caught the voice of the little dragon girl shouting, "I'm perfectly fine. You better come back immediately." Long Ji rubbed her forehead, casting an amused glance, and exhaled softly before continuing home. Upon her return, she found Nezha seated on the sofa in a little dress, smiling at her entrance, while the little dragon girl glared at her with puffed cheeks. Unfazed, Long Ji tossed her hair sensually and remarked, "I'm back and quite tired. I think I'll take a bath." The little dragon girl immediately yelled, "Stop! Come here. Nezha, scold her for me. Tell her I'm very angry." Nezha, stifling a laugh, grinned widely and playfully growled at Long Ji. The little dragon girl crossed her arms defiantly, stating, "Do you understand now? I'm very angry. The consequences will be severe." Long Ji observed the antics of the two individuals with a cold smirk, dismissively uttering a single word, "Childish." The little dragon maiden, incensed, began to pound her fists on the sofa and immediately stood up to confront Long Ji, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you today? You look as if you've never encountered a man before. And that smile of yours, it's utterly abnormal. You barely know anything about Dumpus, yet you dare to go home with him? You've lost your purity. I no longer want you." Long Ji, nearly bursting into laughter at the little dragon maiden's flustered expression, retorted, "What business is it of yours? You have your Nezha, and I merely crossed paths with a Dumpus. What of it? He seems quite admirable, indeed, young, accomplished, with a fortune in the billions, and he is exceptionally outstanding." The little dragon maiden pouted, insisting, "No. These are merely superficial observations. What if, just what if, he is some deranged killer or a twisted scientist? What will you do if you are deceived? Besides, he is 34 years old, far too old for you." Long Ji widened her eyes, pointing at herself. "He is too old at 34? I am 1,000 years old. Thank you very much." The little dragon maiden stammered, "Regardless, it simply won't do. Nezha, you must help me persuade her." Nezha, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "Long Ji, Lian only wishes you well. There are countless good men in this world, and Dumpus is notoriously shrewd. He is not suitable for you." Nezha stifled a laugh while observing Long Ji. Long Ji, exasperated yet amused, thought it comical that Nezha, fully aware she was on a mission, would still side with the little dragon maiden to vent her frustrations, deliberately so. The little dragon maiden nodded in agreement, her brow furrowed at Long Ji. Long Ji could not reveal that her actions were driven by a mission. Nezha was insufferable. Suddenly, with a tone of affection, she said to the little dragon maiden, "Fine, I will heed your counsel. I shall cease all interactions with Dumpus. Let us remain single companions until we grow old together. Shall we?" Embracing the aggrieved little dragon maiden, she exuded warmth and tenderness. The little dragon maiden, with a delighted pout, nodded enthusiastically yes. I knew Long Ji would treat me the best. Who needs those wretched men when I have my sister? The little dragon maiden was overjoyed as she hugged Long Ji, who playfully raised an eyebrow at Nezha. Nezha, standing abruptly, pointed at the two with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Hey, you two. What is wrong with men? Not all men are bad. No matter how close sisters are, they cannot live without men, can they?" Long Ji waved her hand dismissively, opening the door. "Farewell. Don't let it hit you on the way out." Nezha protested, "Wow, you too." Immediately, he clasped his hands in mock contrition, pleading with Long Ji. "I'm sorry. I want to joke with you again." This time, Long Ji, stifling her laughter, whispered, "Good to know. You cannot handle my jokes. Should you dare to speak ill of me again, I cannot guarantee that Long Air 1T unleash her wrath upon you." Nezha sulked as he passed by the two, turning back to pout at the little dragon maiden. Lien, come give me a farewell kiss." The little dragon maiden instantly rose, pointing towards the door with a stern voice. "Get lost." Nezha, dejected, retracted his lips and reluctantly departed from the little dragon maiden's residence. Long Ji and Xiao Long Nu exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Nezha, descending the stairs, also suddenly laughed, sincerely wishing that such love and friendship could endure for eternity. Chapter 53. An encounter with a glutton. One fine morning, Nezha rose early and made his way to a nearby park for his morning exercises. His daily life had become both fulfilling and intriguing, especially with Xiao Long Nu by his side, which brought him immense joy. The media had once again resumed broadcasting positive energy about Nezha, while the Wan family, having suffered a significant setback in the underground tomb incident, had seen its elite members nearly wiped out and had become considerably quieter. Chairman Wan was preoccupied with the plummeting stock market, overwhelmed and unable to seek revenge against Nezha. In the park, Nezha was skillfully wielding his fiery spear when he noticed a rather simple-looking man seated on a stone bench, watching him intently while munching on an oily youtiao. Nezha glanced over and continued to practice, thinking that since someone was watching, he would perform even better. His spear technique was exquisite, almost ethereal. Yet the earnest gaze of the man made him feel somewhat awkward. Nezha approached the man and inquired, "You've been staring for quite a while. What captures your attention?" The man, with a comical gulp, exaggeratedly swallowed the entire youtiao and replied, "Your performance is remarkable, but it's a pity." Nezha scrutinized the man closely, realizing that he possessed a rather unique physique, radiating intense yang energy, a pure yang body, a prodigy in cultivation, yet devoid of any magical fluctuations. He seemed utterly ordinary. Nezha chuckled, "If my performance is so good, what is there to regret?" The man, with a simple expression, sniffled and said, "No matter how well you wield that spear, it's not the type of skill I admire." Nezha, feeling slighted, retorted, "Oh really? What kind of skill do you prefer?" "I assure you, there is no technique I cannot master." The man, grinning foolishly, replied, "I desire the skill of an indestructible body. Such power is formidable. Blades and spears cannot harm you, rendering your techniques useless. An indestructible body is truly invincible." Nezha declared, "An indestructible body? I possess that. I am the embodiment of invincibility." The man, with a flat head and a hefty build, moved with a certain clumsiness that made it hard for Nezha to believe he was indeed a pure yang body. However, he understood that such talent did not discriminate. The man laughed, "Huh? You're just boasting. I cannot possibly believe you. Do you take me for someone who has emerged from a mental institution?" Nezha snickered coldly, "You don't believe me? Go ahead and stab me with my spear." The man was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not joking. Do it." The man, though simple-minded, picked up Nezha's fiery spear, saying, "You were the one who bragged. If you get hurt, it's not my responsibility." Nezha, growing impatient, urged, "I know, just hurry up." The man, clumsily gripping the spear, bore an earnest expression that made it hard for Nezha to look at him. Holding such a magnificent weapon, he still managed to exude a comical demeanor. How absurd. It wouldn't do to liken oneself to waste. Suddenly, the man shouted, "Ah," as he lunged forward with Nezha's spear. Nezha, brimming with pride, stood confidently with his hands on his hips and chest puffed out. The fiery spear pressed firmly against Nezha's chest, unmoving. The man widened his eyes in astonishment, feeling quite confident in his strength, yet amazed that he had not pierced even Nezha's clothing. With a look of earnestness, he poked at the spear a few times and felt its sharp tip, which was decidedly not a fake. Nezha chuckled and patted the man's shoulder, saying, "Now do you believe?" Suddenly, the man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Master, I beseech you, take me as your disciple. You are truly remarkable. I wish to learn the indestructible body from you." Nezha was taken aback, noticing others around them, and quickly urged the man to rise, saying, Please, don't do this. It's quite embarrassing. The man, with tears and snot, clung to Nezha's leg, pleading, Master, if you do not accept me, I shall remain here on my knees until I perish. Nezha was utterly speechless. He needed to calm him down first. With a look of disdain, Nezha instructed, all right, just get up. What kind of behavior is this? The man immediately wiped his tears and, with wide eyes, asked, Really? I shall bow to you, Master. Master, I bow to you. With that, he proceeded to knock his head 3 times on the ground. Nezha covered his face with his hand, observing the curious stares from onlookers as if they were witnessing madness. He quickly pulled the man up and asked, How did you come by such a name? Fantong, as in rice bucket. Fantong promptly explained, I am Fan, with the grass radical, not the rice one. Fantong. Nezha chuckled and replied, Is there really a distinction? It still sounds like rice bucket to me. Are you a hearty eater? Fantong nodded and then shook his head, saying, It's because when I was born, it was snowing heavily, yet I was warm as ever. No matter how cold it got, I feared nothing. So my father named me Fantong. Nezha rubbed his forehead, pondering how this fearlessness was related to his name. Fantong then asked, Master, what is your name? Nezha replied, My surname is Li. My mother carried me for 3 years and 6 months before giving birth, so I am named Li Nezha. Indeed, their conversation was rather disjointed. Fantong nodded thoughtfully and said, Oh, Master, could you teach me a few techniques first? I am eager to learn. Nezha glanced at his watch and replied, Today is Saturday, and I have no classes. All right, I will teach you the fiery spear. Fantong shook his head in disdain, saying no. I want to learn the indestructible skill. Nezha widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, you're picky? You wish to learn the indestructible technique, do you? He dashed to the roadside, picked up a brick, and turned back, saying, You can practice with this brick every day, and eventually, you will master it. I will return tomorrow. I hope you change your mind. Fantong joyfully accepted the brick, nodding earnestly. All right, Master, I will heed your words. As long as I can learn the indestructible skill. Nezha rolled his eyes, thinking, What a lunatic. I have other matters to attend to. Practice on your own. He mused that if one were to hit themselves with a brick a few times, surely no sane person would continue to pursue such a path. Dreaming of becoming my disciple, how foolish. Nezha departed from the park after his morning exercise, only to encounter such an eccentric character named Rice Bucket, who, astonishingly, was a pure young body. How peculiar this world is. After a brief moment, Nezha composed himself and made his way to the residence of the little dragon maiden to escort her for a meal. Upon arriving at the restaurant, which was a buffet, Nezha inquired, I was just about to ask, isn't Long Ji joining us for lunch today, since it is Saturday? The little dragon maiden glanced at her holographic phone and replied, Oh, Long Ji returned to the bureau this morning. I sent her the location. She'll be here shortly. Nezha nodded. Oh, then let us wait for her. The little dragon maiden stood up and said, Nezha, I'm going to the restroom. All right, go ahead, Nezha responded. Just as she left, he spotted Shen Jingjing and Xiao Bei also arriving for their meal. Shen Jingjing waved at Nezha, who returned the gesture, saying, Are you here to eat? Come join us. Linlin just went to the restroom and will be back soon. Shen Jingjing immediately pulled Xiao Bei over, exclaiming, Hey Nezha, we already know. Nezha took a sip of water and asked, What do you know? With a mischievous grin, Shen Jingjing replied, We know you and Linlin are together. Nezha, feeling bashful, said, Oh, is it that obvious? Haha, please don't spread rumors. Linlin doesn't want me to tell anyone. A smile he could not suppress spread across Nezha's face. Shen Jingjing continued, By the way, I happened to notice that you were quite close to Long Ji as well. I thought you two might become a couple. After that dance party, I was convinced you and Long Air were together. Nezha shook his head. How could you think that about me and Long Ji? Linlin is so much better than her. Linlin is prettier, gentler, cuter, more passionate, and more thoughtful than Long Ji. As Nezha spoke, Long Ji had already approached from behind, her arms crossed over her chest, listening to his praise. Shen Jingjing and Xiao Bei exchanged knowing glances. Nezha, realizing the predicament, burst into laughter and suddenly exclaimed, Ah, ha ha, Long Ji, you're so watery. I mean, you're so charming. No, wait. That is not what I meant. Long Ji, with a cold smirk, sat down opposite him and replied flatly, It's fine. I am not concerned about how you perceive me. To alleviate the awkwardness, Nezha, aware that Long Ji would surely retaliate, continued, Actually, Long Ji is great too. For instance, she is more sophisticated than Linlin, more mature, sexier, and more charismatic. Her work ethic is also more impressive. As Nezha extolled Long Ji, the little dragon maiden stood behind him, her fists clenched in frustration. Shen Jingjing covered her eyes, unable to watch any longer, while Long Ji smiled slyly at Neza's predicament. Neza flashed a grin at Long Ji, turning to see the little dragon maiden raising her hand in exasperation. Terrified, Neza immediately stood up and grasped the little dragon maiden's hand, exclaiming, "Ah, ha ha ha, Linlin, you're back." The little dragon maiden, both amused and irked, retorted, "Oh, do you not want me to return? If I hadn't I wouldn't have heard your heartfelt words." Neza promptly explained, "Lian, allow me to clarify. That was not my intention. Just now she, and you, and I, well, I find myself at a loss for words." The little dragon maiden sat in her seat, visibly fuming, taking deep breaths to maintain her composure. "This is a public setting. I must uphold my image. Remain calm. Remain calm." After a minute, she forced a smile through gritted teeth and declared, "All appointments for next week are cancelled." Neza gasped in astonishment. Ah. Chapter 54. Candlelight dinner. After their meal, Neza and the little dragon maiden strolled through the streets and watched a movie, spending the entire day coaxing her back to a good mood. Alas, he lamented his misfortune, unable to restrain his own loquaciousness. That night, Neza had arranged a candlelight dinner. As the candles flickered to life, the two gazed affectionately at one another when suddenly, Neza's watch emitted a sound. Upon glancing at it, he learned that a girl had been kidnapped by an extraordinary being who had vanished in an instant. Furrowing his brows, Neza turned to the little dragon maiden and said, "Lian, please wait for me. I shan't be long." Understanding the gravity of the situation, she nodded. "Neza, I shall wait for you." For the occasion of their date, Neza had donned a sleek black suit, with a golden chain substituting for a tie, looking quite dashing. He approached the window and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared, propelled by his wind and fire wheels towards the scene of the incident. Upon arriving at the alley where the crime had occurred, he activated his clairvoyance, detecting a heavy aura of malevolence, evidence that a dark cultivator had been present. The thought of the evil corpse sect crossed his mind. However, with the perpetrator having vanished without a trace, he had no choice but to employ unconventional methods. Neza brought his fingers together at his brow, activating his divine sight to survey the surroundings. He spotted wandering spirits nearby, and, locking his gaze on an old ghost, he assertively grasped it, demanding, "Did you witness the girl who was taken just now?" The old ghost, trembling in fear, replied, You can see me?" Neza tilted his head, exhaling coolly. "What do you think?" The ghost stammered, "Please, don't squeeze me any harder, or my soul will scatter. I saw him. He is quite formidable. I have encountered him several times. He seems to frequently abduct girls with heavy energy to practice his nefarious arts." Neza pressed further. "Do you know where he might be?" The old ghost hesitated. "He appears and disappears like a wisp of smoke. I only heard from other spirits that he seems to be associated with the Dysenius Academy. I once saw him entering and exiting there. Beyond that, I know nothing. Please, release me." Neza released the old ghost, deep in thought. "My academy? But how am I unaware of such a person?" Contemplating this, he vanished once more, riding his wind and fire wheels, and in the blink of an eye, returned to the academy. After scanning the surroundings, he found no signs of anything amiss. Had he not returned to the academy? He searched around, but found nothing. "Ah, the little dragon maiden is still waiting for me," he mused. "If not tonight, I shall return tomorrow during the day." Neza swiftly flew back to their private dining room. As he landed, the magical artifacts on his body dissipated. Neza gazed at the flickering candlelight, where the little dragon girl cast him a flirtatious glance with her enchanting, watery eyes, welcoming back her great hero. At that moment, the little dragon girl had already shed her outer coat, donning a sensual off-shoulder dress specifically for her date with Neza. She watched him descend, his tailored jacket casually open. His handsome face tilted as he raised an eyebrow in her direction. In response, the little dragon girl playfully shrugged her shoulders and cast a coy glance at Neza. With her delicate fingers tracing her collarbone, she beckoned him closer with a subtle curl of her finger. Neza revealed a wicked grin, one hand tucked into his pocket while the other adjusted his collar, gently shaking his head as he sauntered towards her, occasionally raising an eyebrow and licking his lips, exuding a nonchalant charm as he approached her. The dim lighting accentuated the atmosphere, creating an exceedingly intimate ambience. The little dragon girl rose to embrace Neza's neck, and they immediately began to kiss. Moments later, they parted lips, and she gazed dreamily into his eyes, declaring, "Neza, I don't care what happens. Your heart must belong to me alone. No matter how wonderful others may be, I will not allow you to waver." Neza chuckled and replied, "That is only natural. I have remained steadfast for thousands of years, with only you in my heart." The little dragon girl bit her lip and smiled, then suddenly sank her teeth into Neza's neck. Understanding her intentions, he chose to indulge her, tightening his embrace and allowing her to claim him as her own. After their blissful entanglement, the next morning, Nezha arrived at the park as usual, intending to practice with his fiery spear. The park was bustling in the morning, filled with numerous elderly folks, some practicing martial arts, others skipping rope, and various performances happening all around. Upon entering, Nezha immediately spotted the glutton he had encountered the previous day, who had indeed returned. Nezha's eyes widened as he observed the glutton's perplexing antics. The glutton had fashioned a rope to suspend a brick from the very same brick Nezha had given him the day before. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, "All right, a man must be tough on himself. If I can't conquer this challenge, how can I learn the indestructible skills from my master?" Nezha watched in shock as the glutton positioned the dangling brick beneath his waist and began to swing it. Nezha covered his mouth, thinking to himself, what is he doing? Surely he isn't attempting to. Unable to bear the sight, he found the glutton's actions utterly distasteful. Swinging the brick beneath his pants in an exceedingly vulgar manner. Clenching his teeth, the glutton inhaled deeply just as two women passed by, regarding him with expressions of disbelief. The glutton, noticing their gazes, suddenly felt emboldened, holding his breath. Yes. With a forceful motion, he swung the brick towards himself, and Nezha erupted into laughter. Clutching his stomach, ha! As the brick struck, the glutton's eyes widened in shock. The pain he experienced was unimaginable. It was clear that he was questioning his very existence, and soon after, a shrill cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed as he discarded the brick in agony. Nezha wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, and, with two fingers pressed together, prepared to cast a spell, realizing that if he didn't assist the glutton soon, he might truly be rendered useless. As the rice bucket kicked its legs twice against the ground, it suddenly realized the pain had subsided. Gradually, it rose and jumped again, exclaiming, "Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore? Ha, my master was indeed correct. I must be making progress." Nezha, clutching his belly from laughing too hard, approached the rice bucket and said, "Ha, oh dear, you're going to be the death of me. You truly are a talent." Determined to follow Nezha, the rice bucket insisted on staying by his side, resolutely eager to learn something from him. Nezha was at a loss for words. Observing the rice bucket's pitiful expression, he couldn't bear to dampen his spirits. Admittedly, though somewhat foolish and rather unattractive, the rice bucket was genuinely an honest soul. Nezha held no prejudice against individuals, especially considering the rice bucket's pure yang constitution. It would indeed be a waste if he did not cultivate it. Nezha looked up at the rice bucket and said, "I have some matters to attend to today. Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" The rice bucket nodded vigorously, declaring, Yes, I absolutely want to learn from you. I can tell at a glance that you are not an ordinary person." Nezha raised his voice, The rice bucket quickly clarified, "No, I can see that you are not an average person." Nezha shot him a glance and said, "Let me make this clear. The matters I deal with are not meant for ordinary individuals. Do not ask questions that are not to be asked, nor speak of things that should remain unspoken. Moreover, you must do exactly as I say. Do you understand?" The rice bucket, with his simple-mindedness, nodded earnestly. "All right, you can rest assured. I am known for being tight-lipped. I won't go around blabbering about this good fortune." Nezha, somewhat skeptical, regarded the rice bucket and said, "Very well, then follow me." Chapter 55. The laboratory. Half an hour later, Nezha brought the rice bucket to the entrance of his academy, but the rice bucket remained transfixed, staring at an empty spot along the path. Nezha furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "What are you looking at?" The rice bucket replied, "Look at that child. His grandfather has been following him, wanting to play, but the child is ignoring him." Nezha glanced in the direction the rice bucket was pointing and saw a child, but there was no old man playing with him as described. Nezha pressed his fingers together and opened his third eye, shocked to see the ghost of an elderly man trailing behind the child. It seemed he had passed away but was unwilling to part from his grandson, thus lingering nearby without causing harm. Nezha gazed intently at the rice bucket, astonished that he not only possessed a pure yang physique, but also had the ability to see spirits. It appeared this was fate. Nezha patted the rice bucket and said, "Stop staring. Let us enter my academy." The rice bucket nodded, but upon spotting the academy's security guard, he quickly hid. Nezha, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing?" The rice bucket explained, "There's a security guard. Such a lavish academy is not for ordinary people. Master, let us hide, and when the guard isn't looking, we'll sneak in." Nezha rubbed his forehead and exclaimed, "Take a good look at me. I'm dressed in designer brands. Do you honestly believe I am an ordinary person who cannot enter this academy?" The glutton glanced at Nezha and remarked, "What on earth are you wearing? So ostentatious. A shirt should either be tucked into your trousers or left out. Half-tucked looks ridiculous. And those trousers of yours are far too tight, utterly impractical for a quick getaway." And they're torn too. Master, you are truly impoverished to wear such tattered pants. Nezha widened his eyes and retorted, this is fashion. Do you even understand trends? I can't be bothered to explain. I have a school badge. Let me enter with dignity. The glutton's eyes sparkled as he stared at the transparent crystal badge in Nezha's hand. With a press, information about Dysenius Academy appeared, prompting the glutton to exclaim, so cool. It truly is an elite academy. Even the school badge is so high-tech. Nezha looked up and exclaimed, heavens, are you from Mars? You resemble an alien. It was then that Nezha scrutinized the glutton's attire, which indeed appeared very cheap and not particularly clean. The fashion was reminiscent of 2 centuries ago, and he didn't even wear a wristband. Nezha recalled the glutton pulling out an old model smartphone that looked quite worn out. Sighing at the glutton's shabby appearance, Nezha resolved to buy him a decent phone, thinking him a pitiable soul. As they entered the academy, the glutton, as if stepping into a city for the first time, gaped and gazed upwards, pointing at the large screen broadcasting news about the Windfire Youth. Look, the Windfire Youth. They're famous. Idols. Nezha tugged at the glutton, saying, calm down. Can you not act like someone who has never seen the world? I really don't want others to know we are acquainted. The glutton chuckled and replied, all right. I haven't seen much. This place is typically for the affluent, and I'm 25, having only completed junior high. I couldn't continue my studies. I've always dreamed of entering such a prestigious institution. Though I've never been here before, just being able to see it today fulfills a dream. Nezha looked at the glutton with some sympathy and asked, glutton, is your family situation difficult? What do your parents do? The glutton pointed to the sky and said, haha, my parents passed away long ago. A group of friends raised me. It's not that I lacked money. I just ventured out into the world. Nezha sighed, all right. You are rather unfortunate. I am quite wealthy, so if you ever find yourself in need of money, come to me. The glutton rolled his eyes and scoffed, please. What could a student like you possibly have? Save it. Nezha, uninterested in further explanation, let it go. Suddenly, the glutton pointed at a distant building and asked, hey, doesn't your academy have weekends off? There are so many people here. Confused, Nezha replied, not at all. Even the teachers have weekends off. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something and quickly formed a gesture to activate his insight, glancing towards the direction the glutton indicated. Indeed, it appeared that the academy harbored malevolent practitioners and numerous wandering souls, hidden within an unvisited laboratory. Nezha gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze on the distant laboratory building, pulling the glutton along as he said seriously, those people you see are not ordinary individuals. They are not living. The glutton immediately covered his mouth, stifling a laugh, and replied, Master, you truly have a knack for humor. If they aren't living, then what are they? With a stern expression, Nezha simply glared at the clumsy figure before him. It was only then that the figure, realizing the gravity of the situation, trembled and pointed at the group of specters. Stammering, why you mean they're all ghosts? Nezha nodded affirmatively. The figure, now visibly terrified, stuttered, Master, I need to urinate. Nezha, exasperated, replied, hold it in. Your abundant yang energy will attract those spirits quickly. I have observed that they are all cultivated by malevolent practitioners, deliberately placed to guard that door. I need to go through it to rescue someone, and you must divert their attention so I can proceed without alarming them. Overwhelmed, the figure plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, what? You want me to lure those ghosts? I can't. I'm scared. Nezha scrutinized him, saying, look at your cowardly demeanor. You claim you wish to learn from me, yet you tremble at the sight of these minor spirits. Perhaps you should return home and sleep instead. Taking a deep breath, the figure contemplated and finally conceded, fine, I'll go. I'm not going back. I must learn the craft. Nezha, maintaining his composure, nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Very well, I believe in you. However, after taking just 2 steps, the figure felt his legs weaken upon counting the 30 or so spirits surrounding him. Turning back, trembling with fear, he pleaded with Nezha, I'm scared. Nezha clenched his fists and assured him, you'll be fine, quickly now. Gathering what little courage he had, the figure, despite his naivete, placed his trust in Nezha. He feigned calmness, scanning his surroundings, and approached the tightly shut laboratory door. Observing the specters, he came face to face with a middle-aged ghost, grimacing at its hideousness. Moving on, he encountered a female ghost, who was somewhat more tolerable. As the throng of over 30 spirits encircled him, they curiously regarded him, unaware that he could perceive them, thinking he was merely an unwitting passerby. These spirits, exuding a chilling aura, sought to drive him away. Startled by the sudden drop in temperature, the figure shivered and asked the female ghost, excuse me, what time is it? I don't have a watch, haha. No sooner had he spoken than a male ghost shouted, everyone, let us kill him. He can see us. Upon hearing this, the figure chuckled nervously and immediately took flight, dashing through the hallways of the teaching building, pursued relentlessly by a throng of spirits. Nezha observed with a smile, whispering, "Well done." With all the ghosts diverted, Nezha swiftly entered the laboratory, summoning his magical artifacts. With a precise gesture, he unlocked the laboratory door and, wielding the fire-tipped spear, he cautiously surveyed the dimly lit interior. As he stepped inside, he noted the heavy curtains blocking out any light, casting an ominous shadow within. Vigilantly, Nezha searched the space, finding numerous containers, many containing human organs preserved in formaldehyde. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a potent malevolence, undoubtedly the lair of those wicked practitioners. Nezha discovered a presence behind the curtain, revealing a pair of shoes, those of a girl. Gripping the fiery spear tightly, he suddenly thrust it forward, pulling aside the curtain to reveal a girl bound hand and foot, her face marred by deep dark circles, exuding an aura of extreme weakness. As if her very essence were being drained, Nezha immediately leaned down, calling out, "Classmate, classmate, are you all right?" At that moment, he sensed an impending attack from behind. Swiftly turning, he deflected the assault with his fiery spear, finally catching sight of the assailant, a man with equally pronounced dark circles, bearing the sinister insignia of the evil corpse sect. The man brandished a weapon resembling a bamboo staff, adorned with white strips of cloth. Though the weapon appeared bamboo-like, it was crafted from metal. Nezha recognized it as the soul-hitting pick wielded by the Yin and Yang officials. Fixing a sharp gaze upon the middle-aged man, Nezha demanded, "Who are you truly?" Chapter 56. The glutton beaten by a ghost. The middle-aged man squinted, brandishing the over 1 meter long soul-hitting pick at Nezha, declaring, "Wan Ho-chun, I know you. Do not interfere with my affairs." Nezha, with a devilish grin, retorted, "I'm afraid that's not possible. I take it upon myself to rectify injustices. Why do you capture these individuals? How many lives have you extinguished?" Wan Ho-chun scoffed, leaping agilely, unleashing a magical assault with the soul-hitting pick, exclaiming, "Go ask King Yen." Nezha narrowly evaded with a sweeping motion of his fiery spear, only to be confronted by a noxious miasma as Wan Ho-chun opened his mouth, releasing a thick, acrid fog that stung the eyes. Nezha raised his hand in defense, but when he turned back, Wan Ho-chun had vanished. Rushing out of the laboratory, Nezha pondered the formidable strength of this adversary. It was alarming to consider how many lives he must have claimed to attain such prowess. Infuriated by the man's swift disappearance, Nezha returned to the laboratory, channeling his energy into the female classmate to awaken her and free her from her bonds. "Classmate, I am here to rescue you. We must leave this place." The girl, recognizing the fiery youth, looked at him with gratitude, exclaiming, "Fiery youth, thank you. I thought I would never see my family again." Nezha, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "This place is far too dangerous. We must hurry." The girl nodded, acknowledging the peril, and promptly left the laboratory to return home. Nezha, placing 2 fingers to his ear, reported, "The missing person case has been resolved. The classmate is home safely. The perpetrator is Wan Ho-chun of the evil corpse sect." After concluding his task, Nezha suddenly recalled the glutton and set off to find him. Meanwhile, the glutton had run out of options. Retreating to the last laboratory at the end of a corridor, hoping against hope as he attempted to open the door. Anxiously twisting the lock, he found it unyielding, prompting over 30 ghosts behind him to intervene, collectively casting a spell to force the door open. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the glutton turned to express his gratitude. "Thank you." As he dashed into the spacious laboratory and prepared to close the door, a surge of powerful negative energy from dozens of ghosts blew the door wide open. A multitude of specters surged forward, encircling the rice bucket, their visages contorted with malevolence. "You cannot escape. Your abundant yang energy is ripe for us to drain, and we shall offer you to our master." The rice bucket, trembling in a precarious stance, exclaimed, "Do not approach. I am trained in combat. If you advance, I shall strike." It then assumed a series of clumsy postures, first mimicking the mantis style, then the monkey style, and finally the snake style, each movement imbued with a charming foolishness. The phantoms, weary of his antics, charged at him en masse. The rice bucket widened its eyes and instinctively withdrew into a protective crouch, cradling its head. The horde of apparitions pummeled it with fists and feet, eliciting cries of pain as the rice bucket could do naught but shield its head, enduring the assault for what felt like an eternity. Yet, this obstinately robust physique refused to succumb to unconsciousness, a torment indeed. Nezha, alerted by the rice bucket's anguished cries, rushed forth. "Rice bucket!" he exclaimed. The rice bucket, battered and bruised, lamented, "Oh, woe is me! They have nearly killed me." Please, no more strikes to my face. I rely on my visage for sustenance. Enraged, Nezha charged in, swiftly dispatching the malevolent spirits with finesse, scattering their souls in disarray. He pointed at the last remaining specter, proclaiming, "Your vile complicity ends today." With a terrified shriek, the wicked spirit was vanquished by Nezha's might. Nezha then knelt beside the rice bucket, urgently inquiring, "Are you all right?" The rice bucket, shoving aside Nezha's hand, pleaded, "Enough, enough." Nezha, raising his voice, assured, "It is I, Nezha." Realization dawned upon the rice bucket, and it removed its hands from its head. Gazing at Nezha with elation, "Master, you have saved me." Nezha furrowed his brow, observing the rice bucket's disfigured countenance, swollen like a pig's head, and expressed his regret. "I am sorry for my tardiness. How do you fare?" The rice bucket, trembling as it rose, gingerly touched its swollen face, its teeth chattering in discomfort. "Oh, whoa. What agony." It then retrieved 2 chocolate bars from its pocket, stuffing one into its mouth, while stammering, "Dove, enjoy the smoothness." "Master, would you care for a piece?" Nezha sighed. "No, keep it for yourself." As if it were not enough to enjoy the smoothness that melts in the mouth, not in the hand. The rice bucket chuckled awkwardly. Nezha assisted the rice bucket to its feet, saying, "Come, I shall accompany you to procure a wristband and a stylus for your phone. You must contact me whenever necessary." The rice bucket, wide-eyed, shook its head. "My old knockoff phone suffices. It's too much trouble, and those gadgets are far too pricey." Nezha, undeterred, led the rice bucket to a mobile store, purchasing for it a wristband and a stylus, both of the latest models. The rice bucket gleefully admired and fondled its new acquisitions. Nezha, witnessing its delight, could only smile wryly. It was a pitiable soul, lacking even a shred of cultivation. Yet it had endured such tribulation to assist him. Nezha yearned to make amends for its suffering. At this moment, Nezha's phone chimed with a message from the little dragon girl. In a playful and somewhat petulant tone, she said, "Darling, I'm hungry and want to eat." Upon hearing her affectionately call him, Nezha felt his heart melt instantly, and with a bashful smile, he replied, "All right, my dear, I'll come pick you up for a meal." "What about Longji?" the little dragon girl called out. "Sweetheart," she continued, "Nezha has invited us to dinner. Are you coming?" Longji's stern voice echoed, "Tell him to scram. I don't want to see him lately." Glancing at the phone, the little dragon girl said, "Nezha, Longji refuses to join." Suddenly, Longji reconsidered and said, "Bring me something." The little dragon girl chuckled, "I thought you weren't eating." Nezha smiled, "No problem. I'll be there to pick you up shortly." Afterward, Nezha turned to the hefty figure of the food bucket. The food bucket, noticing Nezha's flushed face, teased, "Master, are you in love?" Nezha replied, "You wouldn't understand." With a grin, he added, "After a busy morning, you're hungry, right? Let's go treat you to something delicious." The food bucket nodded earnestly, following Nezha. "All right." Nezha summoned the wind-fire wheel, the cyber-swift traveler, and they soared through the air. The food bucket, larger than Nezha, along with the slender little dragon girl, made the ride feel rather cramped. Excitedly, the food bucket squirmed in delight, having never experienced the cyber-swift traveler before. Nezha cautioned, "Try not to act so naive. My girlfriend, who is also my teacher, is joining us for dinner, so keep your composure." The food bucket assured him, "Oh, don't worry. I now possess a wristband and a phone pin. I've seen the world and won't embarrass you. But wow, you're so young and already have a girlfriend. Impressive. I haven't even held a girl's hand." Nezha confidently declared, "Of course. Who do you think I am? Charming and dashing." The food bucket looked at him disdainfully. "You're not a dinosaur, are you? But if a girl likes me, even if I'm a dinosaur, I could accept that." Nezha turned around and playfully smacked the food bucket on his pudgy head, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. You'll see when we arrive. My girlfriend is breathtaking." The food bucket, skeptical, covered his head and shivered in pain. Chapter 57. The Psychiatric Hospital. Upon arriving at the Utai building, Nezha waited for a few minutes until the little dragon girl joyfully descended the stairs, asking, "Magical companion, what are we having today?" Suddenly, she skidded to a halt, gazing curiously at the food bucket beside Nezha. "Who is this?" Nezha chuckled, "This is the food bucket." The little dragon girl slightly parted her lips. "Food bucket? Do you think my appetite is insufficient, bringing along a food bucket?" Just as Nezha was about to explain, the food bucket, now fully attentive to the beauty before him, exclaimed, "No, no, no, divine goddess. I'm fan tong, with the radical fan, not for eating." Nezha nodded in agreement. The little dragon girl, finding his foolish demeanor amusing, said nothing further and took Nezha's hand. "Let us get in my car." Nezha, pulling the food bucket along, said, "Off to my girlfriend's vehicle. Just moments ago, I had promised Nezha not to appear as someone naive to the world. Now, the glutton stood in the underground garage, mouth agape. nearly drooling on the little dragon girl's vehicle, stroking it from front to back and exclaiming, "Wow, this is my first time touching such a luxury car. It looks so peculiar. It must cost at least 30 to 50,000. Nezha sighed, while the little dragon girl nodded in astonishment, nearly bursting at the seams, saying, "Well, more or less. Except you should change the 1,000 to billion." The glutton immediately shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, "I think you are exaggerating. 30 to 50 billion? There wasn't even one of these in my village when I was a child. It must be useless." Nezha pinched the glutton, urging, "Get in the car already. You talk too much." As soon as the glutton settled into the vehicle, he burst into laughter, declaring, "I told you this car is useless. It doesn't even have a steering wheel. 30 to 50 billion? Master, you've made a poor investment." The little dragon girl glanced at Nezha through the rearview mirror and asked, "Nezha, where did you find this antique? Do cars even come with steering wheels anymore?" Nezha, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "I found it at the park. The owner was quite nice and rather straightforward." The little dragon girl touched the oval-shaped control beside her, and the car roared to life. Nezha nudged the glutton, saying, "Did you see? Modern cars no longer have steering wheels. They use sensor control." Moments later, the trio arrived at the restaurant and ordered 3 portions of Wellington steak. Nezha meticulously cut the steak into perfectly sized pieces before exchanging plates with the little dragon girl, who looked at him with delight and said, "Thank you." Nezha, with a tender smile, replied, "I hope it hasn't gone cold. Aren't you hungry? Please, do try some." The two dined gracefully, while the glutton, on the other hand, was cutting nothing. He simply grabbed a chunk of meat and opened his mouth wide to devour it, causing his swollen cheeks to tremble in pain as he did so. Nezha sighed, grinding his teeth as he admonished the glutton, "Who eats like that? Put it down." The glutton, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "Why so many rules about eating? When I'm hungry, I eat how I please. You two are making it too complicated. It's all about savoring the food itself. The meat is so tender. Hey, master, could you bring me another piece later? I could eat several of these." The little dragon girl waved her hand, saying, "Go ahead, eat as much as you want." Nezha, feeling somewhat embarrassed, suggested, Lin, let me pay the bill later. This glutton eats too much." However, the little dragon girl chuckled and said to Nezha, "It's fine if he can eat a lot. It doesn't concern me. You and I are no different. You're a student now, so don't spend recklessly. Understand?" Nezha smiled sweetly, replying, Lin, you are truly wonderful, but it's all right. I'm not short on money." The glutton, devouring a Wellington steak in a single gulp, requested the waiter to bring 3 more portions. The waiter, taken aback, thought, such a large steak, and he wants 3? Impressive. Then he turned to Nezha, saying, "Master, you're quite the pretty boy. I'll take care of the bill." The glutton added, "Master, you can't do that. A man shouldn't spend a woman's money." Nezha scoffed, "I'm not spending a woman's money. I have my own. Besides, how much do you even have? I'll pay the bill." The little dragon girl expressed her discontent, stating, "It is my money, and I shall choose to whom I wish to bestow it. My generosity towards Nezha is not to be scrutinized so harshly." However, the glutton was unwilling to indulge in the beauty's hospitality without contributing, especially since he had quite the appetite and insisted on settling the bill himself. Moments later, the glutton returned with the bill in hand, seated himself in contemplation, questioning the very fabric of his existence. Nezha and the little dragon girl, puzzled, inquired, "What troubles you?" With tears streaming down his face, the glutton lamented, "I merely consumed a few morsels of meat, which amounted to 580 for a single serving, totaling 3,480, plus a 200 service charge, and an additional special drink for the teacher's wife, culminating in 4,000, which they even claimed to have rounded down for me." The little dragon girl, unfazed, replied, "I shall transfer the amount to you shortly. Let us depart." She took Nezha's hand, preparing to rise. At that moment, the restaurant manager approached, addressing her, "Greetings, Miss Ao. Is this gentleman your friend?" The manager gestured toward the glutton, who immediately shielded his face in embarrassment. The little dragon girl glanced at him and then at Nezha, replying, "Indeed, what is the matter?" The manager, with a smile, responded, "Miss Ao is a valued guest here. Treating you to a meal is not an issue. I merely came to confirm." Upon hearing this, the little dragon girl called out to the manager, "Wait a moment. Are you treating me to a meal? Did we not settle the payment?" The manager, puzzled, looked at the trio and said, No, your friend mentioned he did not have enough money." Nezha, feeling embarrassed, covered his face, realizing he had underestimated the glutton's financial situation, mistakenly believing he was aware of the establishment's pricing, and had rushed to pay the bill without due consideration, causing the little dragon girl to feel awkward. The little dragon girl nodded, saying, "Understood, I shall take care of the bill." Nezha promptly interjected, Lin, allow me to handle it. The glutton then frantically rummaged through his pockets, producing over 80 coins, exclaiming, Nezha, please take this. It is all I possess. Nezha, pointing at the glutton, shouted, sit down this instant. He stood up to settle the bill. Shortly thereafter, Nezha and the little dragon girl stifled their laughter. The glutton, wiping his tears, remarked, this meal has been the most exorbitant of my life. I truly did not anticipate that a few pieces of meat would cost thousands. It is outrageous. Nezha and the little dragon girl exchanged glances, their eyes filled with sympathy as they reassured the glutton, in the future, when dining out. You need not worry about footing the bill. The little dragon girl then asked, Nezha, where shall we go next? Nezha pondered for a moment before asking the glutton, where is your home? We shall escort you back. The glutton hesitated, stammering, I reside near the city psychiatric hospital. Nezha nodded, instructing, Lin, let us return the glutton home. After several minutes, the little dragon girl parked the car near the psychiatric hospital. The glutton alighted and bid farewell to Nezha and the little dragon girl. Suddenly, a security guard at the hospital recognized the glutton and rushed over, seizing him, saying, you rascal, after several days of wandering, you still know to return. The director has been searching for you. Nezha and the little dragon girl exited the vehicle, with Nezha immediately reprimanding, what is the meaning of this? Release him. The little dragon girl furrowed her brow, adding, indeed, why bully him? Two security guards observed Nezha and the dragon girl, as well as the luxury car behind them. Recognizing their extraordinary status, one of the guards remarked, young masters and miss, we are not bullying him. He is indeed a patient from our mental health facility. Having been admitted at the tender age of 10, it can be said that he has grown up here. The other guard retrieved a mental health certificate from the man they were escorting, showing it to Nezha and the dragon girl, saying, I am not deceiving you, am I? Nezha and the dragon girl exchanged glances, gazing at the restrained man, uncertain of what to say. The man, with red-rimmed eyes, looked up at Nezha with a pleading expression and softly declared, I am not insane, master, I am not. Nezha slightly parted his lips. The look in the man's eyes stirred his compassion, but with the mental health certificate in hand, he felt it would be inappropriate to intervene and stop the guards from taking him away. Nezha watched as the man was led into the facility. The dragon girl grasped Nezha's hand and said, let us depart. Nezha, he is at least safe here. Understanding Nezha's inherently kind heart, a quality that she admired deeply, the dragon girl recognized his sense of justice. Nezha nodded and got into her car, taking a moment before he spoke. Lin, I believe he is not insane. He possesses a pure yang constitution and the ability to see spirits, perceiving what ordinary people cannot. Perhaps this is why he has been regarded as mad since childhood, as no one believes him. Chapter 58. Encountering the man again during this period, Nezha attended school daily, combating crime and preventing offenses with increasing ease. However, his academic performance remained questionable. Although he took fewer leave days than before, his studies were merely a guise. When examinations arrived, his true colors were revealed. The dragon girl sat in her office, massaging her temples in frustration, as Nezha's grades were abysmal, with his exam responses being completely off topic. Gritting her teeth, she stared at his scores displayed on the holographic tablet. 2 minutes later, Nezha entered the dragon girl's office, brimming with enthusiasm, and exclaimed, Teacher Ao, you were looking for me. The dragon girl shot him an exasperated glance and handed him the tablet, saying, take a look at your own results. Nezha cheerfully accepted the tablet, flipping through the pages with excitement, exclaiming, no way. I was completely baffled and still managed to score 20 points. And this? I received 9 points in literature. I just wrote whatever came to mind. I truly am a genius. The dragon girl was at her wit's end. As both his teacher and girlfriend, she felt utterly embarrassed by his single-digit score. Enraged, she began rummaging through her desk and finally found a classroom ruler. Giving Nezha a swift swat on the backside, saying, you take pride in a single-digit score, do you? After all the tutoring I provide, and you still manage to score so low? Nezha immediately raised his arms in surrender, exclaiming, Teacher Ao, how can you punish your students like this? I have tried my best. The dragon girl, in a fit of anger, pointed at him and commanded, stop right there. Upon hearing the alarm from his wristband, Nezha quickly interjected, wait. Let us pause this. I have work to attend to. With that, he dashed out. Xiao Longnu, exasperated, pressed her fingers against her upper lip, fearing she might succumb to frustration. Moments later, Nezha arrived, inquiring, Longji, Charles, what summons me? Longji, gazing at the grand screen in the hall, replied, Nezha, at Mount Taihang, a demon tomb has emerged, and an entire archaeological team has perished. I surmise that it harbors not only formidable demons, but also vengeful spirits. Nezha scrutinized the photographs transmitted back, confirming, indeed, they fell victim to demons and ghosts. However, this demon tomb at Mount Taiyang is too distant from us. My investigation may take several days. Charles, adjusting his collar and placing his hands on his hips, asserted, Longji. Assist him in requesting leave. This matter necessitates investigation. Furthermore, an explosion has occurred near the port. You must address it promptly before the flames spread to the ship. Otherwise, the detonation of over 100 tons of fuel aboard the vessel will result in countless fatalities. Nezha nodded and summoned his 5 magical treasures to embark on his mission. Longji, furrowing her brow, remarked, Charles, the demon tomb at Mount Taiyang is quite intricate. I believe I must pay a visit. Charles nodded in agreement. Go ahead. I shall dispatch reinforcements as well. We cannot allow a repeat of the previous incident in the underground tomb. With a sigh, Longji set off to fulfill her duties. Nezha arrived at the port, inquiring with the fire chief about the necessary actions. The fire chief responded, Wind Fire Youth. The explosion is escalating, particularly affecting the fuel lines connecting the vessels. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion erupted. Nezha braced himself against the shockwave, declaring, Understood, leave it to me. He soared into the air, channeling his power through his palms to withstand the blast. The Miantian Ling unfurled, transforming into a vast silk cloth that stirred the ocean waves, which cascaded toward the source of the explosion. The flames were brought under control, yet embers still flickered dangerously near a colossal ship. Nezha promptly darted to the bow of the vessel, preparing to leverage his strength to shift it. The ship was overwhelmingly massive, and Nezha, positioned at the bow, gritted his teeth and shouted, Ah, as he exerted himself to move the vessel. The ship began to budge, and the onlookers cheered, Go, Wind Fire Youth. You can do it. Nezha intensified his efforts, pushing the ship further. Suddenly, the bow of the ship, unable to bear the strain, began to fissure near Nezha's hands. He was taken aback. The firefighters, clutching their heads in disbelief, watched as cracks formed on the ship's bow, realizing the impending disaster. Nezha immediately ceased his attempts, for from the fissures, oil gushed forth uncontrollably. This colossal vessel contained at least 100 tons of oil. Should it spill into these waters, it would take centuries to cleanse the sea. Nezha quickly concentrated his magical energy to seal the cracks, exerting considerable effort to mend the damage. Fortunately, the leak was minimal, averting irreversible calamity. Nezha, with a sense of trepidation, clutched his chest. After resolving his matters, he returned to school to continue his studies, contemplating the necessity for self-improvement and a more composed demeanor. In this era of advanced technology, brute force is insufficient. Moreover, he would soon need to take leave for the Taixing Mountain Demon Tomb, but following last week's dismal exam results, the little dragon maiden was already displeased with him. With another long leave on the horizon, he sighed, pondering how to appease her. After school, Nezha emerged from the academy with a drooping head. At that moment, Fat Bucket waved at him from the entrance. Nezha widened his eyes and exclaimed, What are you doing out here again? Fat Bucket grinned confidently. I just missed my master. How could those 2 little minions possibly stop me? Nezha chuckled helplessly. All right, since you're out, stay with me for a while. I'll wait for Teacher Ao to finish work so we can dine together. By the way, there's another beautiful lady joining us today. Fat Bucket's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Master, another beauty? Can you introduce me? Look at you, so young with a girlfriend, and she's a teacher. Meanwhile, here I am still single. He gazed at Nezha with an expression of bashful longing. Nezha regarded Fat Bucket with disdain, thinking, what a character. He then turned away, recalling Long G's icy visage. Did this fool truly want him to introduce her? Surely, Fat Bucket would not survive until morning. Nezha dismissed the notion. Long G was far too formidable to toy with. He immediately waved his hand. You better listen. The lady we're dining with isn't someone to be trifled with. She is my girlfriend's closest friend, and even I fear her. Fat Bucket, incredulous, stared at Nezha. There's a woman that even you fear, master? I can't believe it. I must see this woman who intimidates you. After all, isn't she just a woman? Nezha pointed at Fat Bucket. I've warned you. If you don't know your limits and offend her, don't blame me if you end up in trouble. Fat Bucket scoffed at Nezha's exaggerated claims. Moments later, the little dragon maiden emerged from the school, her white professional attire and short skirt exuding vitality. She first frowned at Nezha. You little rascal, with such poor exam results, just wait until I deal with you. Then, noticing Fat Bucket, she offered a polite smile, maintaining her composure for Nezha's sake. Fat Bucket, you've come out again. Nezha, let us eat together. Nezha nodded enthusiastically and beckoned Fat Bucket. Let us go. Time for dinner. The 3 of them got into the car. with the little dragon maiden putting on headphones and starting the engine, dialing Long Ji to inquire about her departure. Long Ji, seemingly also driving, replied, "I'll be there shortly, at the usual place." The trio arrived at the restaurant's private room, awaiting Long Ji. A few minutes later, she arrived briskly, casting a slight frown at the three. She then sat down and remarked, "Pure yang constitution, yin yang eyes, where did you find him?" Neza's mouth fell open in astonishment. "You recognized it at a glance. Impressive." The glutton gazed at the enchanting Long Ji, utterly mesmerized. His eyes were fixed upon her, and Long Ji, sensing his unwavering stare, defiantly tilted her head and glared back. "Do not presume that just because you are staring at me, the awkwardness lies with me as long as you remain unfazed. I have never lost in the realm of intimidation." The glutton was momentarily awakened from his stupor by Long Ji's captivating gaze, wiping his drool as he exclaimed, "What pure sheep? Roasted whole lamb? Count me in." Neza looked on, awkwardly observing the foolish demeanor of the glutton. Long Ji and the little dragon maiden, encountering such a simpleton for the first time, could hardly contain their amusement. Chapter 59. Aptitude. Long Ji's lips twitched as she turned to Neza and remarked, "I see your friend is indeed cut from the same cloth as you." Neza's face flushed. Every appearance of the glutton seemed to strip him of all dignity. After ordering, Neza signaled to Long Ji, who furrowed her brow in confusion. Neza whispered, "About taking leave." Long Ji responded, "Can't you just say it yourself?" The little dragon maiden overheard and spoke in a deep tone, "You want to take leave again, don't you? Go on, what is it this time?" Neza chuckled. "Tying Mountain, an ancient tomb, an entire archaeological team perished. I need to investigate." The little dragon maiden pondered for a moment and replied, "Tying Mountain? That is quite far. You plan to go alone?" "Absolutely not. It's too dangerous." Long Ji interjected, "Our police department will also dispatch personnel." Lin, do not worry. It's just Neza's leave request that requires your approval." The little dragon maiden sighed reluctantly. "How long will it be this time?" Long Ji considered and said, "Based on Neza's and my pace, about a week." The little dragon maiden sulked. "I hope this ancient tomb doesn't harbor zombies again. Sigh, I really want to accompany you. A week without you is unbearable." Neza comforted her, "It's too perilous. You must stay here and wait for us patiently. Remember, if anything arises, call me. I promise that no matter the distance, I will rush back to you." The little dragon maiden pondered, "When did you ever say such things to me?" Neza realized he had slipped, recalling a promise made thousands of years ago, which the little dragon maiden, now without her memories, was unaware of. Nevertheless, she felt touched. Women do need to be soothed, and a few kind words could lift her spirits. Despite Neza's frequent leave requests, he was never met with difficulties from above, likely due to the connections he held. Long Ji spoke again, "Neza, for this expedition to the ancient tomb to vanquish demons, the higher-ups have allowed you to choose your companions. Do you have anyone in mind?" Neza had once been confident and arrogant, believing in his strength and deeming additional assistance unnecessary, as weaker allies could be a hindrance. However, after enduring so much in this 23rd century, he recognized his own lack of experience in many areas. Suddenly, the glutton shouted exuberantly, "How cool! Zombies? Demon slaying? Master, I knew you were extraordinary. I always believed there were ghosts in this world. Master, can you take me along? I wish to witness it." Long Ji furrowed his brow as he gazed at the glutton, who possessed not an ounce of cultivation, merely a pure yang physique. To send him forth would be akin to courting death. Nonetheless, Long Ji maintained his politeness, recognizing that the decision lay in Neza's hands. Neza looked at the glutton in confusion and suddenly conjured a stack of yellow talismans and a brush dipped in vermilion, stating, "If you wish to go, you must learn to draw talismans. Pay close attention." Neza began earnestly sketching the simplest yin and yang talismans on the yellow paper. The yin talisman, once ignited, encircled the shoulders of the human to extinguish the active yang fire, thereby allowing one to perceive spirits. This was the most effective means for mortals to witness ghosts. However, the yang fire must not be extinguished for too long, lest one truly become a corpse. The yang talisman, on the other hand, concentrated yang energy to attract souls, igniting the yang fire on a person's shoulder, and could also restore mutated corpses to their original state. In this age, unlike in ancient times, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was no longer available for absorption. Contemporary practitioners of Taoism could only slowly hone their skills through arduous practice and experience. The glutton, being of pure yang constitution and having encountered Neza, was indeed fortunate. He was innately predisposed to cultivation. Neza, in turn, decided to impart some knowledge to him, taking him along for training. Little Dragon Girl and the glutton watched in awe as Neza crafted the talismans. Moments later, A flash of light emanated from the yellow talisman in Nezha's hand, signifying success. With a confident smile, he presented it to the glutton, proclaiming, "Did you see? These two talismans, the yin and yang, are fundamental. I shall teach you the incantation. Practice diligently at home. Do not underestimate these talismans. When I was at Kunlun Immortal Academy, it took me considerable effort to master these symbols. If you can succeed, even once in a few days, it indicates you possess great talent." The glutton scoffed. "Isn't it just drawing a talisman? How hard can it be? I'll show you." He seized the brush from Nezha's hand and began to draw on the yellow talisman. Remarkably, his strokes were even worse than Nezha's initial attempts, crooked and uneven. As Nezha observed him completing the final stroke of the yang talisman, a golden light flashed forth. Nezha was left utterly astonished, exclaiming, "This is unbelievable. To succeed on the first attempt like this? How is that even possible?" Long Ji chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Nezha. "Ah, this is fate." Nezha found it hard to believe. Several millennia ago, he had been considered a being of celestial root, and it took him an entire week to succeed in drawing a single talisman. Yet, this glutton managed it on his first try. Little dragon girl, intrigued, chimed in, "Nezha, I want to try too." Nezha promptly conjured another brush and handed it to her. Little dragon girl began to draw with great flair. Long Ji tilted his head slightly, observing her work with a faint smile. Lian also possesses considerable talent. As she completed her talisman, a golden light similarly flashed, prompting little dragon girl to exclaim, "This is quite easy." Nezha was left speechless, realizing that among them, he possessed the least talent. Such talismans could not be drawn at will. The more advanced the talisman, the greater the obstacles encountered in its creation. There existed an inexplicable resistance that thwarted precision in strokes, leading to repeated failures, necessitating relentless practice. Nezha grasped the talisman with both fingers, murmuring an incantation, and the yellow talisman ignited spontaneously with a resounding pop. "Did you see that? This is the application of the talisman, ignited by one's own yang fire." The rice bucket emitted a couple of approving sounds before sketching another talisman. Remarkably, despite its crude appearance, it was 100% successful. Nezha imparted the incantation. The medicine is sealed and secured to be swiftly transported throughout the cosmos. It ascends after being infused with yang fire at the hour of the rat, and halts at the hour of the self. Next came the incantation for the yin talisman. At noon, the yin talisman recedes, ceasing at the hour of the pig. The rice bucket struggled for half a day before commencing, mimicking Nezha's actions. With fingers pinching the yang talisman, reciting the spell, suddenly, bang, the yang talisman ignited. The rice bucket was taken aback, hastily discarding the flaming paper. The little dragon girl also created a talisman to try her hand at it. Unsurprisingly, her innate talent shone through. Lacking the rice bucket's pure yang constitution, she nonetheless ignited the yang talisman instantaneously. Nezha was momentarily disheartened by the prowess of these two. The little dragon girl gleefully asked, "Nezha, look, I can succeed too. Does this mean I can cultivate the path as well?" Nezha, rendered speechless, rubbed his face in exasperation. Long Ji chuckled softly, saying, Lin, if you are interested, I can teach you gradually, no worries." The little dragon girl nodded happily. Nezha turned to the rice bucket, instructing, "Practice diligently over the next few days. Fill that yellow paper with talismans. When you run out of yellow paper, head to the antique market and find a shop called Zijin Yanghua, mentioning my name. They will sell you the materials for crafting talismans. You must be diligent and hardworking. If you wish to accompany me to the ancient tomb, you must be prepared." Having navigated the complexities of this world for centuries, Nezha had his ways. The rice bucket nodded earnestly, asking, "Understood, master. How much is this paper per sheet? How many should I buy?" Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "This is merely a low-grade yellow talisman, 20 yuan each. Prepare a few thousand sheets." The rice bucket immediately began to calculate on his fingers, suddenly springing up. "What? 20 yuan a sheet, and thousands of sheets? That would cost tens of thousands. Is this something only the wealthy can pursue?" Long Ji explained, "Indeed. This is the pursuit of the affluent. Consider this. For those of ordinary talent, expending thousands of sheets may yield only a single success. Not to mention the subsequent complex talismans, purple talismans, silver talismans, golden talismans. All are valuable yet scarce. The great families cultivate talent by throwing money at it. Ordinary individuals need not consider such endeavors." The little dragon girl nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see." Chapter 60. The antique market. Nezha transferred 500,000 to the rice bucket, providing a list of items for him to procure. As these materials were particularly expensive and not affordable for the average person, since the rice bucket possessed a pure yang constitution and had formed a connection with him. Nezha found it inconsequential to invest a fraction of his millennia of wealth in nurturing someone. After their meal, Nezha, aware of the rice bucket's reluctance to return to the psychiatric hospital, encouraged him to rent a place of his own and focus on his cultivation. In the following days, Nezha and the little dragon girl often lingered after school, enjoying each other's company until late into the night. On that night, Nezha took the little dragon maiden to the rooftop, where they stood at the edge, overlooking the towering skyscrapers. The cool night breeze whispered through the air, and the bright starry sky enveloped them. Nezha, with a tender embrace around the little dragon maiden's waist, remarked, "I shall embark on my journey to the demon tomb in the Taiyang Mountains tomorrow. Await my return." The little dragon maiden, closing her eyes, turned her face to rest against Nezha's cheek, saying, "Be cautious and do not let harm befall you. It would pain my heart." Nezha gazed lovingly at her and reassured, "Rest assured, I shall be careful. You too, remember to call me every day." The little dragon maiden, with equal affection, replied, "Indeed, you too must call me daily." As she gazed down at the bustling pedestrians and vehicles below, the vibrant streets alive with neon lights, she continued, "Nezha, do you recall that time we fell from the building together?" Nezha chuckled softly. "Of course, I remember." The little dragon maiden added, "It was from that moment that I felt a stir in my heart. I cannot explain why, but it seems as though we have known each other for ages. Your presence grants me an unparalleled sense of security." Nezha affirmed, "Indeed, perhaps in a past life, or in countless lifetimes, we were destined lovers. My heart, my gaze, and all that I behold is you. I am grateful to have encountered you in the 23rd century. We shall never part again." They both turned slightly to admire the night sky, the gentle breeze tousling their hair and garments as they beheld the beauty of this world, feeling that in this lifetime, they had found eternity. The following morning, Nezha attended a meeting to gather supplies in preparation for his departure. Charles addressed the assembly. "Nezha, have you selected your team? Our surveillance on Dempsey reveals his connections with the cult of the evil corpse. If my analysis is correct, the expedition to Taiyang Mountain will not be particularly smooth, as the cult will also be making moves. However, the specifics remain undiscovered. You will accompany Long Ji and choose the remainder of your team. Determine what equipment and weapons you require, and do not let a repeat of the incident in the city occur." Nezha glanced at Long Ji and replied, "Understood. I will leave the city affairs to my colleagues for the next few days. I have a candidate in mind, a friend named Fan Tong, who possesses a pure yang constitution and the ability to see yin and yang. I wish to take him along for some practical experience." Charles responded, "Just ensure you maintain a proper balance. I will provide funds for the personnel you arrange to assist." Nezha mused to himself, surprised that bringing Fan Tong along could also yield financial gain. It seemed Fan Tong would have an opportunity for income, and he resolved to mentor him, ensuring his unique talents were not squandered. Nodding in agreement, Nezha set off with Long Ji to select their gear. Nezha, still unfamiliar with the nuances of modern technology, lacked the steadiness that Long Ji possessed. As Nezha's direct superior, Long Ji was naturally the best partner to accompany him in leading such a large-scale operation. Together, they exited and drove to pick up Fan Tong. Nezha called to inquire about Fan Tong's whereabouts. With a sincere tone, Fan Tong replied, "Master, I have finished inscribing the talismans and am currently at the antique shop you mentioned, purchasing the talismans." Nezha responded, "Wait for us. We will be there shortly." After a brief interlude, Long Ji drove to the antique market, following Nezha to a quaint antique shop. She inquired, "How did you discover these places?" Nezha chuckled lightly, replying, "In the past, my efforts were solely devoted to discreetly investigating demons and malevolent spirits. Thus, I have become quite familiar with these locales, which not only harbor whispers of supernatural events, but also abound with intriguing artifacts. Quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree?" As Long Ji surveyed the bustling antique market, she noted the myriad stalls, each showcasing items of varying quality. A cursory glance revealed that the majority were mere fakes. Selecting treasures here required a discerning eye, for the prices were steep, and the uninformed could easily fall prey to deception. With her exceptional skills, Long Ji found little utility in the wares offered. Occasionally, they passed fortune tellers, who, upon spotting the elegantly attired Nezha and Long Ji, recognized them as affluent individuals and eagerly surrounded them, vying for their attention. Feeling increasingly exasperated by the throng, Long Ji's beautiful eyes suddenly sharpened, a glint of gold flickering within them as she challenged a fortune teller. "What do you perceive my fate to be?" Her piercing gaze swept across the assembled diviners. Being a practitioner of the mystical arts, she was acutely aware of their true nature, merely a gathering of charlatans. Any with genuine insight would have kept their distance. Recognizing that these two were not to be trifled with, the fortune tellers, intimidated by Long Ji's fierce demeanor, fell into a hushed silence. Nezha, sensing the awkwardness, gently pulled Long Ji aside, saying, "Please, do not frighten them. They are merely common folk trying to make a living." Long Ji scoffed, "They are nothing but deceivers, capable of work, yet opting to con others instead." Nezha quickly interjected, "Long Ji, we need to catch our flight this afternoon. Let us find Fan Tong without delay." A few moments later, amidst the throng of the antique market, they finally arrived at the shop, only to witness Fan Tong in a heated altercation with the shopkeeper. Nezha rushed forward, grasping Fan Tong by the arm, exclaiming, "What is happening here? I sent you to purchase what you need, not to quarrel with the proprietor." Fan Tong, visibly agitated, retorted, "Master, Officer Long, you have arrived. This establishment is nothing short of a scam." The shopkeeper, with a furious glare, pointed at Fan Tong, declaring, "You ignorant fool. I only sold you these items out of respect for young Master Li, and you dare accuse my shop of being a scam." Fan Tong shot back, "You old swindler, this is outrageous. This worthless wooden sword is priced at 80,000. Why not just rob a bank instead? If it were made of iron, I might have considered it. Master, I presented the list you gave me to this old crook, and he handed me this pile of junk, demanding a total of 400,000, even after a discount. Absolute nonsense." Nezha sighed, rubbing his forehead, and addressed the shopkeeper, "Old Shui, please do not take offense. He is simply uninformed. Do not hold it against him. If it is 400,000, then so be it." Turning to Fan Tong, he urged, "Quickly settle the bill. Do not embarrass yourself. It is merely 400,000. Long Ji examined the items Fan Tong intended to purchase, picking up the wooden sword and shaking her head. "This sword is unsatisfactory. Let us exchange it for another." Nezha frowned and queried, "Which one shall we replace it with?" Long Ji scanned the surroundings before suddenly entering the inner shop, followed closely by the three companions. She pointed at a wooden chest and declared, "Use the wooden sword inside." Lao Shui immediately waved his hand, exclaiming, "This cannot be sold. It is my treasured possession, the only one of its kind in the entire antique market." Nezha chuckled and turned to Lao Shui, saying, "Come now, old friend, given our rapport, can I at least take a look?" After a long moment of hesitation, remembering how Nezha had previously helped him out of a predicament, Lao Shui reluctantly agreed and opened the wooden chest. Inside lay a finely crafted peachwood sword, dark and intricately carved. However, for Nezha and Long Ji, such a weapon was hardly of use, as their magical artifacts far surpassed it in power. Yet, for Fan Tong, a novice preparing to embark on the path of cultivation, it was indeed a valuable item. Nezha picked up the peachwood sword, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Long Ji, I fail to see what makes this special." Long Ji let out a light laugh, taking the sword from Nezha's hands, and explained, "This is a peachwood sword made from lightning-struck wood." Nezha and Fan Tong exclaimed in unison, "Lightning-struck wood?" Chapter 61, The Forest of Taiying Mountain. Long Ji, with an impassive expression, elaborated, "Lightning-struck wood comes from trees that have been struck by lightning yet continue to thrive. The wood is then harvested from the living trunk to craft lightning-struck peach wood swords and brushes for talisman drawing, both of exceptional quality. Name your price. Your friend will surely find it useful." Fan Tong's eyes immediately sparkled as he exclaimed, "Officer Long, you are truly remarkable, able to uncover such treasures even outside. You old rascal, why not bring forth such wonderful items? Sell me that worn-out wooden sword." Nezha swiftly interrupted, "Let us speak civilly." Fan Tong retorted, "I am merely leveraging my presence to negotiate. Master, this ordinary wooden sword is priced at 80,000. This lightning-struck wood sword must surely fetch upwards of 100,000. Nezha sighed and turned to Lao Shui, "Old Shui, it serves no purpose for this sword to remain here. As a favor, could you name a price? I assure you, I will not haggle." Lao Shui, known for his honest merchandise, felt uneasy being labeled a swindler for the first time and scolded, yet he owed Nezha a favor. After much deliberation, he finally said, "Young Master Li, I can part with the lightning-struck wood sword, but you must apologize to me." Fan Tong immediately chimed in, "I'm sorry. Can I buy the sword now?" Nezha chuckled at his quick turnaround, pondering why Long Ji's words always held an air of authoritative validation. If she deemed it a good item, it must indeed be so, instilling an unquestionable confidence. Lao Shui sighed, "Then it shall be sold for 800,000. Fan Tong's mouth dropped open, ready to protest, but Nezha quickly covered his mouth, saying, "All right, 800,000 it is." Lao Shui shot a glance at Fan Tong, adding, "This sword was never intended for sale. Even if sold to another, it would be priced above 1 million. A knowledgeable buyer would never negotiate." Humph. Nezha, with a beaming smile, responded, I understand. Thank you, Lao Shui. Nezha took out his holographic pen and scanned Lao Shui's device, completing the payment before departing. To Nezha, this was merely a trivial expense. Once in the car, Long Ji remarked, you have certainly amassed quite a fortune over these millennia. Nezha raised his head and remarked, it's merely a trifle. Money was far more valuable in the past. Today's currency holds little worth. He glanced at his wristband, noting that there was still time before their afternoon flight. Turning to look at Fat Bucket, he mused, this outfit is quite unflattering, completely at odds with the images of Long Ji and myself. Fat Bucket, didn't I transfer money to you? Why are you still dressed like this? Our venture this time is rather cool. Is this really all you could manage? Long Ji instantly grasped Nezha's implication, since they were embarking on this journey together. She too did not wish for Fat Bucket's appearance to diminish their collective standing. Without hesitation, she drove them to a store, instructing Nezha to help Fat Bucket choose a few outfits while she leaned against the car, engaging in a lengthy conversation with Little Dragon Girl. After a while, Nezha emerged with Fat Bucket in tow. Long Ji's mouth fell slightly agape as she beheld Fat Bucket's ensemble, her lips twitching. What a sight! Clad entirely in black. Despite the coolness of the leather attire, it made him appear rather unsophisticated. It was evident that looks, physique, and charisma were of utmost importance. Nezha had even equipped him with a holographic eye mask, and here he was, strutting down the street, convinced of his own allure. Nezha, slinging a small leather bag over his shoulder, had also acquired one, but the two stood together in stark contrast. Nezha, with his youthful charm, was a far more pleasing sight compared to Fat Bucket, who, despite being in his 20s, resembled Nezha's father. Truly, the absence of comparison shields one from harm. The disparity was vast, making Nezha all the more appealing. Long Ji reined in her quivering lips and opened the car door, stating, time is of the essence. Let us head to the airport. I just spoke with Lin. Remember to message her upon your arrival, and don't forget to think of her. Nezha beamed with joy, replying, all right, I understand. Fat Bucket inquired, should I also send a message to Mistress to assure her of my safety? The two exchanged an exasperated glance, choosing to disregard him. The following day, the trio arrived at the outskirts of the Taiying Mountains. Nezha was intently scrolling through his phone, examining the map. The periphery of the Taiying Mountains was cloaked in a vast tropical forest, and it appeared that to reach the mountains, they would have to traverse this dense thicket. Long Ji furrowed her brow as she gazed at the forest. Alas, the remnants of the ancient Tianhuang forest from millennia ago had vanished, potentially leaving behind surviving monsters. Over the centuries, the once magnificent forest had dwindled without guardianship and was nearly lost to time. Additionally, the monstrous beasts that had inhabited the Tianhuang forest had gradually been hunted down, leading to its ultimate demise. One could only wonder if the monster tomb within the Taiying Mountains still bore traces of these creatures. Long Ji addressed Nezha. This mission is unlike any other. Charles has informed me that various families may have sent representatives as well. There is surely something they desire within this monster tomb. The archaeological team has perished, and the tomb has once again vanished without a trace. We must search methodically. Nezha replied, very well, it seems we have no other choice. If we encounter the evil corpse sect during this endeavor, we must deal with them decisively. Their malevolence knows no bounds. Long Ji nodded in agreement, saying, let us proceed. 3 individuals ventured into the forest, with Long Ji and Nezha embarking lightly equipped, each merely carrying a small pack. After all, their formidable powers allowed them to store their belongings effortlessly within the confines of their own celestial realms. In stark contrast stood Fan Tong, burdened with numerous packages. Yet, his robust physique and somewhat naive demeanor enabled him to keep pace behind the duo. As they traversed the forest, the day stretched on, with Nezha and Long Ji displaying seemingly boundless energy, continuing their journey even as darkness descended. However, Fan Tong, despite his commendable stamina, was merely a mortal and began to falter. Breathless, he leaned against a tree, exclaiming, Master, Officer Long, the night has fallen. Let us find a place to rest. I truly cannot go on. Long Ji turned back with a frown, stating, we have only taken a week's leave with Lin. If we do not hasten, we may find ourselves wandering these woods for several days. Nezha, with a hint of compassion, interjected, Long Ji, he is but a mortal, his endurance will wane. It would be wise to rest for the night. With a sigh, Long Ji fell silent, gazing into the open expanse ahead before walking over and sitting down to engage with her phone. Observing Fan Tong shiver slightly, Nezha asked, aren't you afraid of the cold? Why do you tremble? With chattering teeth, Fan Tong replied, Master, the Taiying Mountains are not like the city. While it is spring there, here it feels like winter. The temperature drops even lower at night, and I am only clad in a short-sleeved shirt and a thin jacket. After walking all day, I am fine. But once I stop, the chill sets in. Nezha pondered this. His and Long Ji's cultivation rendered them immune to the cold, but Fan Tong remained vulnerable as a mortal. Nezha then brought his fingers together, casting a spell that summoned dry twigs from the surroundings, which he ignited with a breath of fire. The three gathered around the warmth of the fire, and Fan Tong instantly felt much more comfortable. Nezha then conjured a small tent, prompting Fan Tong to chuckle. Master, you truly possess extraordinary powers. I shall not hold back. Nezha, smirking, pulled Fan Tong back, saying, have you not noticed the presence of a lady? Shouldn't you know that ladies come first? Long Ji, accustomed to such dynamics as Lin Lin's close friend and Nezha's benefactor, smiled and replied, thank you, but I can manage. With that, she waved her hand, conjuring a charming little tent of her own, saying, use this one. Good night, and retreated inside to rest. Nezha regarded Fan Tong, who was gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Unable to bear it, Nezha gritted his teeth and said, why do I always feel an impulse to knock some sense into you? Go to sleep. I will keep watch. Fan Tong, with a goofy grin, sniffled and replied, hee hee. Master, you are truly kind. I shall sleep now. Nezha waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 62. Encounter with the Evil Corpse Sect in the Dead of Night. Nezha stirred the campfire with a branch, lost in thoughts of the little dragon maiden. How swiftly the millennia had passed. In days long gone, he and the little dragon maiden had braved the wilds of the Jingman forest, enduring hardships together. The present circumstances mirrored those bygone days, yet the world had changed profoundly. Thousands of years had elapsed since then. Nezha had spent centuries combating evil and vanquishing demons in these very woods, often alone. In the stillness of the night, memories of her would flood his mind. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he found a message from the little dragon maiden, who was still awake at 2 in the morning. Little dragon girl, Nezha, I miss you. How are you and Long Ji? Have you gone to sleep yet? It seems that even after thousands of years apart, they still share a deep connection. Nezha misses her too, and she is thinking of him as well. Nezha replies, why are you still awake at 2 in the morning? Lin, you are being naughty. Little dragon girl, you're not asleep either. So you're being naughty too. Nezha, today we ventured into the Taiying Mountain Forest, where wild beasts roam, and several prominent families have sent people as well. I have to keep watch. Little dragon girl, you've worked hard. Make sure to find time to rest. When you return, I will make it up to you. Nezha smiles as he replies, all right, but you must also take good care of yourself and not worry. I love you. Little dragon girl smiles back and sends a heart, drifting off to sleep. At that moment, Nezha suddenly senses a disturbance. Long Ji in the tent also opens her eyes. Nezha rises and opens his discerning eye, scanning the surroundings, and discovers 2 figures in the distance. Observing the snoring, grinding, and flatulent figure in the tent, Nezha realizes that if those 2 come any closer, they might uncover their presence. Nezha decides to conceal himself and investigate. In an instant, he vanishes and approaches the 2 individuals. Indeed, they are practitioners of the dark arts, specifically members of the Evil Corpse sect. Nezha focuses his gaze and recognizes them, none other than Li Ziyuan and Wan Hochun from the Evil Corpse sect. Nezha wonders what these 2 are doing here and continues to eavesdrop. Wan Hochun says, we VE split into teams this time. We must find the demon beast's demon core. It is said that there are quite a few in this demon tomb. The more we seize, the more we can share. Not only will our status rise, but the demon cores will also enhance our cultivation. Li Ziyuan retorts, don't be overly optimistic. Young Master Tang Yushu has brought the golden corpse along, and you know its strength. With him by her side, it will be difficult for us to obtain the demon cores, and we certainly cannot outdo Tang Yushu. Wan Hochun scoffs that Tang Yushu, relying solely on her position as young master, has taken the golden corpse as her personal bodyguard. She gets the best of everything, and her cultivation surpasses ours. It's simply unfair. Li Ziyuan dismisses him. Why are you comparing yourself to a young girl? You are over 50, and she is merely 15, the adopted daughter of the master. If not her, who else should he care for? Let us hurry and search. We can't return empty-handed, even if we can't compete with the golden corpse. Other families have sent their people, and the competition is fierce. So the master has urged everyone to strive to find the most demon cores. The one who finds the most can be promoted to elder. Wan Hochun sighs. If it weren't for that fiery boy last time, that little rascal ruined my chances. I had prepared for this operation for a long time. Li Ziyuan replies, that fiery boy indeed possesses formidable strength. Bear with it. Once our cultivation improves, we can settle the score with him later. Nezha snorts coldly. Teach me a lesson? Perhaps in the next life. It would be impossible in this one. It turns out that these families have come here seeking the demon elixir to aid in their cultivation. They truly are persistent spirits, seizing every opportunity. However, little Jin Jing has also arrived. With his ability to sense my presence, he should easily locate me or at least be aware of my arrival. He will undoubtedly seek an opportune moment to find me and glean information regarding the evil corpse sect. Nezha, finding these two individuals utterly insufferable, wished to teach them a lesson without alarming them. He decided to don a mask, transforming his appearance. As Li Ziyuan and Wan Hochun walked along, Nezha suddenly appeared before them, wearing a mask and wielding a large blade, his tattered cloak billowing around him. With exaggerated flair, he proclaimed, "This tree I have planted. This road I have opened. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll." At that moment, Long Ji had gracefully flown up into a tree to observe the scene. Unable to contain her laughter at Nezha's comical demeanor, Li Ziyuan and Wan Hochun were left speechless, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this eccentric character. Wan Hochun pointed at Nezha and demanded, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? Get lost immediately, or you won't even know how you met your end." Nezha, with one hand on his hip and shoulders raised, laughed heartily. Such arrogance. In this frigid weather, if you two were to strip off your clothing for me, I might let you pass. Li Ziyuan scoffed, "Madman. I don't have any clothes to spare, but how about a slap instead?" With that, he gathered his magical energy and launched an attack at Nezha. Nezha swiftly executed a horizontal twist in midair to evade the strike, brandishing his blade and declaring, "Ah, you two are truly ungrateful. Since you are so oblivious, I shall personally assist you in removing your garments." He swung his blade towards them. Immediately, Li Ziyuan and Wan Hochun joined forces to confront Nezha. Although Nezha's knife play appeared whimsical, his agility was remarkable, and the two were unable to gain any advantage, continuously retreating under his relentless assault. Rather than engaging in a direct confrontation, Nezha deftly evaded their attacks, showcasing his battle-hardened experience as he toyed with them effortlessly. The sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed as Nezha mimicked the sound of steel, his hands a blur as he wielded the knife. The two adversaries struggled to keep up, their eyes darting in every direction as Nezha's speed and dexterity overwhelmed them. After half a minute of this relentless display, Nezha rolled backward, rising with a mischievous grin. Exchanging glances, Li Ziyuan and Wan Hochun suddenly realized their clothing was in tatters, the remnants gradually slipping away, leaving them clad only in their undergarments amidst the biting cold. Their eyes widened as they looked down in horror, hastily covering themselves and shouting, "Ah, pervert." The commotion caught the attention of Fat Bucket, who rushed over. Recognizing Nezha's distinctive boots and hairstyle, he charged towards the two, picking up a branch as he shouted, "Ah, bullying my master, I will fight you." Nezha stroked his forehead, exclaiming, "How did this fellow manage to break through?" Long Ji perched gracefully atop a distant tree, observing the unfolding spectacle with her enchanting eyes momentarily closed, unable to bear the sight. Such a notion could only have been conceived by Nezha. As the glutton charged forward, he was deftly sidestepped by Wan Hochun, who retaliated with a powerful strike. The glutton not only failed to advance, but was also sent flying by the force of the blow. Realizing they were no match for this mountain bandit, Wan Hochun and Li Ziyuan hastily retreated, swiping the glutton's trousers and jacket in their escape. Their speed was astonishing, and the glutton's heart-wrenching cries echoed, "Ah, my new clothes and trousers. Return them to me." Nezha erupted into laughter, slapping his thigh. "Ha ha, fool. You've instantly become a fish out of water." The glutton, rising, was left with merely a pair of floral underpants and a few tufts of chest hair, an utterly ridiculous sight. Upon returning to their tent, the glutton, feeling wronged, squatted beside the fire, vulnerable and exposed. Long Ji struggled to suppress her laughter, turning her head to point at the glutton, saying, "Nezha, do him a favor. It's too much for the eyes." Almost choking with laughter, Nezha conjured a set of his own clothing for the glutton, which, though the most generous fit, clung tightly to his frame like a second skin, ill-fitting but unavoidable. Chapter 63. The Jungle Battle. The following dawn, the trio continued their journey deeper into the Taiying Mountains. Along the way, the glutton was either hungry or in need of relief, such is the plight of accompanying a mortal. Nezha understood, fearing only that Long Ji might grow impatient. However, his concern was unwarranted, for Long Ji, being of a different realm, possessed a cool demeanor, not an ill temper. While the glutton attended to his needs, Long Ji merely activated her holographic tablet to survey the terrain. Once done, they resumed their trek. Suddenly, the trio caught wind of commotion ahead and halted to observe quietly. It was the formidable Bao Sinyang accompanied by a group of women, approximately 7 or 8, who practiced the art of swordsmanship. each wielding a sword as they sprinted with remarkable speed. Long Ji furrowed her brow, gazing into the distance. Indeed, there are demonic beasts. Nezha widened his eyes in astonishment. There truly are demonic beasts. Are they capable of overcoming them? Long Ji replied, watch. As Nezha and the glutton watched attentively, Bao Xinyang and her elite family members suddenly leaped into the air, soaring over a considerable distance, pursued by a monstrous, fearsome python. At that moment, Bao Xinyang swung her sword, severing a strategically placed rope, and the ground they had just traversed erupted with sharp blades, perfectly timed for the python's arrival. The skin of the demonic beast was incredibly tough, and these creatures had grown increasingly feral, likely due to millennia of human hunting, harboring a natural enmity towards humans, ready to kill at the sight of them. Those who ventured here sought the demon cores from these beasts, thus leading to their demise. Nezha remarked. That demonic beast might possess a millennium of cultivation, having endured tribulations and gained formidable abilities. They are simply unfortunate to have encountered such a beast, foolishly attempting to capture it. Long Ji, should we lend our assistance? Long Ji's enchanting gaze flickered, sensing the presence of others nearby. Not yet. Let us observe for a while. Nezha nodded in agreement. The rice bucket gazed at the group of women, each possessing remarkable strength and agility, all having cultivated a sense of qi, capable of unleashing magical energies. At the forefront was the formidable Bao Xinyang, who, although 30, appeared merely in her 20s, strikingly beautiful and exuding femininity with her alluring curves. The rice bucket remarked, Master, that beast looks quite formidable. Those women might not stand a chance. Shouldn't we assist them? Nezha frowned and replied, just observe. You seem rather tender-hearted, but you must assess your own capabilities. You are utterly inept. Charging in would only serve to deliver a meal to the beast. The rice bucket pouted, silenced, and continued to watch. The beast roared ferociously, baring its bloody fangs. And in a fit of rage, it unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp spikes from the ground, sweeping its tail and sending them flying like deadly darts toward Bao Xinyang and her companions. The women swiftly took to the air, evading the onslaught, and engaged in a fierce battle with the serpentine creature. The serpent was alarmingly swift, easily handling 7 or 8 opponents. Seeing her comrades on the verge of exhaustion, Bao Xinyang shouted, form the Wuxiang sword array. The women immediately obeyed, arranging themselves to strike. Suddenly, the serpent lashed its massive tail again. Bao Xinyang cried out, Jade Maiden. Flip. In unison, the women leapt gracefully into the air, executing a stylish somersault over the serpent's sweeping tail. As the serpent lunged to bite at them, Bao Xinyang widened her eyes and commanded, Fairy scatters flowers. The women spread out, wielding their swords, causing the serpent to miss its mark. Enraged, the serpent activated its powers, and its head appeared to shimmer, not merely an illusion, but a division. The serpent's head multiplied from 1 to 2, 3, 4, and finally to 9. Everyone gasped in shock, swiftly wielding their swords and launching themselves into the fray, attacking in waves, only to be repelled and then charging in again. Bao Xinyang led her 8 elite disciples through the air, skillfully maneuvering against the 9-headed serpent. It was evident that the serpent's 9 heads had doubled their speed, and the 9 women quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. The women, with limited stamina, could not sustain the fight for long, gradually succumbing as the serpent hurled them away, causing them to crash against trees and cough up blood. Bao Xinyang, heartbroken at the sight of her disciples, cried out, Ah! And charged toward the serpent. As the serpent opened its maw, Bao Xinyang unleashed a surge of magical power, then soared upward, twisting downwards to strike at the serpent, but its teeth were too formidable. One by one, Bao Xinyang's disciples fell, while the serpent grew increasingly fierce. In the end, only Bao Xinyang remained. She realized escape was futile and resolved to fight with all her might. Gathering her magical energy, she aimed at several of the serpent's heads, forcing them back. Seizing the opportunity, she slid down the serpent's head to its body, stabilizing herself, raised her sword, concentrated her power, and shouted, Ya! As she thrust down with all her might. With a sudden thrust, the sword pierced through the serpent's body, a feat not easily accomplished. The python writhed in agony, its strength overwhelming. Bao Xinyang could barely withstand the force and was flung away, crashing into a sturdy tree and collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. With great effort, she rose, her gaze fixed intently on the serpent. At that moment, the 2 elders of the evil corpse sect, Li Ziwan and Wan Hochun, appeared, their laughter echoing as they moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind fleeting shadows. They harnessed their formidable magical energy, wielding their artifacts to strike. In a swift motion, They severed 8 of the serpent's heads, though the main brain remained unscathed due to its impenetrable hardness. The serpent, now gravely injured and weakened by Bao Sanyang's earlier attack, was vulnerable. Recognizing its plight, the 2 elders concentrated their powers into their artifacts and leaped towards the serpent's heads, one from the left and one from the right, delivering a decisive blow. The colossal serpent's head was finally severed, and its massive upper body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Li Ziyuan and Wan Hochun laughed heartily, exclaiming their surprise at the ease of their victory. Who would have thought it would be so effortless? Come, let us claim the demon core. Bao Sanyang shouted in protest. Stop. This beast was discovered by us, and we exerted great effort to lure it out. You cannot take the demon core. Li Ziyuan turned with a cold sneer, retorting, Bao Sanyang, you and your companions are already gravely injured. Instead of coveting the demon core, you should consider whether you will leave here alive. Bao Sanyang gritted her teeth in fury. Despicable. Wan Hochun threatened, gaze at us a moment longer, and I shall be the first to end your life. Coughing and clutching her chest, Bao Sanyang watched as the 2 approached the severed head to extract the demon core nestled in its forehead. At that moment, Nezha and Longji exchanged knowing glances. Now was their chance. Just as Wan Hochun retrieved the demon core, pleased with its quality, a flash of white light appeared, and the core vanished from his grasp. Longji emerged, turning gracefully, her striking visage calm and composed, as she held the demon core aloft. Before the elders could comprehend the situation, they were suddenly hurled away by an unseen force. A figure adorned in a dazzling golden-red mech, complete with a holographic visor. Fiery wheels beneath his feet, a spear in hand, and a celestial ring around his chest materialized before them. As the 2 elders rose, clutching their chests, they glared menacingly at Nezha and Longji, exclaiming, Wind and Fire Youth, you have returned. Nezha, with a confident and exuberant smile, replied, Indeed, it is I. What of it? Oh, I see you have donned new attire. Pray tell, from whom did you pilfer it? Wan Hochun seethed with hatred towards Nezha, narrowing his eyes and gritting his teeth. What do you intend to do? At that moment, a bumbling figure approached, exclaiming, Master, I believe that tall one's clothing would fit me perfectly. Yours is far too snug. Strip it off him for me. Nezha, with his youthful and resonant voice, replied, Very well. Just as he prepared to charge forward, Li Ziyuan raised his hand and shouted, Stop. Nezha skidded to a halt midair, pointing his spear at the 2 elders. Do you have any final words to share? Longji tossed the demon core towards Bao Sanyang, who promptly caught it, her expression a blend of confusion and gratitude as she gazed at Nezha and Longji. Li Ziyuan exclaimed, We no longer desire the demon core. Would you be so kind as to release us? Nezha scoffed, You have committed numerous evils. Do you truly believe I would let you go? Wan Hochun immediately pointed at Nezha, shouting, Do not go too far. Longji replied sternly, Enough of this nonsense. We must resolve this quickly and proceed with our mission. Without further ado, Nezha brandished his fire spear and engaged the 2 in combat. Wan Hochun, with his cunning nature, channeled his entire magical energy and shouted, Ziyuan, let us fight with all our might. Gritting his teeth, Li Ziyuan responded, Very well. He then charged forward wielding a light sword, while Wan Hochun gathered his energy and, with a loud bang, unleashed a thick cloud of black mist before making a hasty retreat. Nezha swiftly dispatched Li Ziyuan with a few strikes of his spear, but the crafty Wan Hochun had already vanished without a trace. Longji, unfazed, bent down and cast a healing spell that instantly mended Bao Sanyang's wounds. The clumsy comrade rushed over, stripping Li Ziyuan of his garments and adorning himself, saying with innocence, Oh, fortunately, I was quick. He is not quite dead yet, and the clothes are still warm. Turning to Bao Sanyang, Longji advised, This place is perilous. You are all injured, so it would be wise to leave. However, Bao Sanyang, having witnessed the prowess of the 2, felt reassured that with their presence, all troubles would be resolved. She shook her head, saying, My senior brother is also searching for the demon core with a group. We cannot leave just yet. I would be content with this one, but I must find my brother. The evil corpse sect is ruthlessly cruel. If he encounters them, I fear for his safety. Nezha furrowed his brow and suggested, Longji, perhaps we should search for the demon tomb together while escorting them. Since Wan Hochun has fled, he will surely report back. If they encounter the evil corpse sect again in their current state, their demise is inevitable. Longji nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, you may accompany me and Nezha. Once we locate your brother, we shall depart immediately. Bao Sanyang clasped her fists in gratitude, declaring, Thank you both. I shall repay you in the future. Longji coolly replied, There is no need. Simply refrain from wrongdoing. Nezha retracted his magical artifact and instructed the clumsy comrade to assist the female disciples in resting before they set off once more. Chapter 64. Encounter with the red-haired zombie. Bao Sanyang made a call to her brother, providing their coordinates. Nezha glanced over and noted the target location was not far. They could reach it in approximately half a day. The group proceeded towards her brother, Bao Lei. Along the way, Bao Sanyang inquired, "Nezha, are you and Officer Long partners?" Nezha nodded, replying, "Indeed." Long Ji immediately countered, "It is a superior-subordinate relationship. I am his liaison." Nezha rolled his eyes, saying, "Is that not a partnership?" With a smile, Bao Sanyang remarked, "Nezha, you and Officer Long are so young yet possess such remarkable skills. How have you achieved this?" Nezha chuckled, remaining silent, as he deemed it unwise to divulge too much, given their limited acquaintance. Bao Sanyang was well aware that Nezha was reluctant to speak. Yet the prowess displayed by these two individuals was astonishing, far from that of ordinary folk. Their commitment to justice, vanquishing evil, subduing demons, and exorcising the undead, made one wonder if they were indeed divine emissaries. After a moment's contemplation, Bao Sanyang declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, I am immensely grateful to you for saving my life on 2 occasions. Should there arise a situation where my assistance is required, I, Bao Sanyang, shall offer my unwavering support." Nezha smirked and replied, "There's little I require from you. However, given the deep ties between the Ao family and myself, I advise you not to align with the evil corpse sect against the Ao family. They harbor no ill intentions nor ambitions. In the matter of the demon elixir, they were not involved." With a pained smile, Bao Sanyang responded, "Alas, we are not so different. We merely wish for peace. Yet we find ourselves persistently courted by the evil corpse sect, to which we have consistently declined. I am eager to bolster my family's strength for self-preservation. Otherwise, we will inevitably be consumed by the evil corpse sect. This is an unavoidable reality. We shall certainly not target the Ao family and will assist whenever possible." Nezha nodded in agreement. "That is well. Should the evil corpse sect truly trouble you in the future, feel free to seek my aid. I am willing to help." "Your kindness is truly appreciated," Bao Sanyang said with a smile. "Such an exceptional individual, with admirable character, is deserving of great respect." Having conversed for a while, the group continued on their path when suddenly, Long Ji halted, exclaiming, "Wait, there is a surge of magical energy ahead." Nezha, alert, observed the direction intently. "It seems there are quite a few people." Bao Sanyang glanced at the shared location and gasped, "It's my senior brother. Something has happened to them." Furrowing his brow, Nezha dashed forward alongside Long Ji. They soon beheld Bao Lei, accompanied by several male disciples, engaged in a fierce battle against the evil corpse sect. The ground was strewn with the carcass of a demon beast, indicating a conflict over the demon elixir. Despite Bao Lei's imposing stature, his disciples were gravely injured, and even Bao Lei himself was bloodied, yet valiantly resisting. At that moment, a brilliant golden light surged from afar, accompanied by a silvery gleam. The disciples of the evil corpse sect, caught off guard, were swiftly pierced by the fire spike spear and the Yingti sword, resulting in over 20 of them sustaining serious injuries in an instant. Bao Lei widened his eyes, bewildered by the sudden downfall of the evil corpse sect members. Still trying to grasp the situation, the 2 beams of light revealed themselves to be a golden firearm and a silvery sword, which elegantly spiraled through the air, landing in the hands of Nezha and Long Ji not far away. Dongmen Huanhai, the leader of the evil corpse sect, called out, "Who goes there?" Nezha tightened his grip on the fire spike spear and charged forward, declaring, "It is I, your young master." Dongmen Huanhai immediately retreated, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Nezha's advance. As he evaded, he shouted, "Zombie formation." In an instant, all the disciples of the evil corpse sect rose. Their fingers aligned in unison on their chests, and with a resounding boom, over 20 coffins erupted from the ground as the malevolent practitioners concentrated their magical energies. The disciples of the evil corpse sect uniformly seized the coffins and tossed them behind their backs, subsequently retrieving copper bells from their waists, shaking them incessantly. Instantly, the coffins behind them erupted with a cacophony, and over 20 red-haired corpses emerged. Nezha furrowed his brow at the sight of these numerous red-haired zombies. Millennia ago, in the netherworld, Ingo had summoned 8 red-haired corpses, overpowering him and the 4 beast kings without a chance to retaliate. It was astonishing that they had cultivated so many. Bao Lei and Bao Sanyang were taken aback. Bao Sanyang assisted Bao Lei, inquiring, "Brother, are you all right? These 2 have come to aid us." Bao Lei exclaimed, "Good heavens, red-haired corpses. We may perish here today." Fat Bucket promptly retrieved a stack of talismans and a lightning strike wooden sword from his bag, scurrying to Neza's side, asking, "Master, can you contend with these red-haired creatures?" Neza sneered, casting a sharp gaze at the group of red-haired corpses, remaining silent. It was truly breathtaking, with these red-haired corpses. The evil corpse sect could dominate the current era. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Fat Bucket grew anxious, realizing the formidable nature of the zombies. Neza turned his head and instructed, "Fat Bucket, take Bao Sanyang and the others to retreat. These creatures are beyond your capabilities. Dragon Ji and I will suffice." Before Neza could finish his sentence, Dongmin Hui commanded, "Kill them all and seize the demon cores." As his words echoed, all disciples vigorously shook their copper bells, and the red-haired corpses immediately obeyed, rampaging towards Neza and his companions. Fat Bucket, who had just been eager to stand shoulder to shoulder with Neza, was now overwhelmed by terror at the sight of the zombies, abandoning his sword and fleeing while shouting, "Everyone, take cover." Neza sighed, and alongside Dragon Ji, they charged forth with remarkable agility. Dragon Ji maintained an air of nonchalance, raising his hand to dispatch the Ying Ti sword, which split into hundreds of blades that swiftly danced through the air. The sword formation was exceedingly impressive. With a slight tilt of his head, Dragon Ji advanced, narrowly evading a sweeping attack from a zombie, and retaliated with a fierce palm strike aimed at the neck of a red-haired corpse. The sound was akin to thick steel snapping, illustrating the ferocity of Dragon Ji's blow, which reverberated through the air. Neza also propelled himself forward, rapidly thrusting his fire-tipped spear against the spine of a red-haired corpse, producing a resounding impact. Despite the forceful strike, the red-haired corpse remained unfazed, indicating that the fire-tipped spear could not penetrate its body. Furthermore, these zombies moved with remarkable speed, with several already charging madly towards Bao Senyang, Bao Lei, and Fat Bucket. Without time to ponder, Neza unleashed the misting silk, ensnaring the zombies that were about to pounce on Bao Senyang and Bao Lei, while vigorously wielding the fire-tipped spear to fend off the surrounding zombies. Unfortunately, Bao Senyang was hindered, supporting the severely injured Bao Lei and moving sluggishly. As he glanced at the glutton, his predicament appeared even more dire. With a heavy aura surrounding him, several zombies pursued him relentlessly. In a moment of desperation, the glutton dashed towards a large tree, engaging the zombies in a game of hide and seek, darting back and forth with a playful taunt. "Come closer, and I shall retreat, retreat, and I shall advance." Neza and Longji, however, navigated the chaos with ease. Neza was mindful of the Bao family, and, noticing the glutton seemed to be enjoying himself, decided to intervene only when his cries for help became urgent. The glutton circled the tree in the opposite direction, but suddenly, another red-haired zombie appeared to have an epiphany, altering its course to pursue him from a different angle. Just as the glutton reveled in his ability to outmaneuver the zombies, he turned around and collided with yet another red-haired zombie. "My apologies, good sir. Might I pass?" he exclaimed, but before he could finish, the zombie lunged at him with its long, sharp claws aimed at his neck. The glutton, startled, crouched down instinctively. His sudden movement caused the zombie to miss, instead striking the one charging from behind. In a flash, the glutton retrieved a stack of talismans from his bag, resembling a small yellow brick. He raised the talismans high and hurled them at the zombie's head, proclaiming, "Behold the glutton's yin-yang brick." Neza, amidst the fray, nearly stumbled at the sight of the glutton's audacious maneuver. Such valuable talismans, used as if they were mere bricks. And what was this glutton's yin-yang brick? Surely, this was an invention he would seek to patent in the future. Chapter 65. Encountering the Golden Corpse despite Neza and Longji's efforts in controlling numerous red-haired zombies. A few still pursued the fleeing individuals. The red-haired zombies were exceptionally challenging foes. The group desperately sought refuge in the woods, but still fell victim to misfortune, with several sustaining severe injuries. Neza gritted his teeth, realizing that his 6 arms were preoccupied with the struggle against the formidable force, leaving him unable to extricate himself. He turned his gaze towards Longji. Longji, fiercely battling the zombies, advanced towards the malevolent priests controlling them. These priests vigorously shook their copper bells, attempting to fend off Longji's assault on the red-haired zombies. In a swift motion, 2 zombies simultaneously reached for Longji's neck, creating a gust of wind that echoed around them. Yet, Longji remained resolute, leaning back as another zombie lunged for her throat. With remarkable speed and decisiveness, she arched backward, pressing her back against the approaching zombie, bending its form with her slight stature. Following this, she executed a rapid kick, sending 2 red-haired zombies flying with a graceful yet powerful motion. Then, with one leg raised high, she delivered a crushing blow to the shoulder of a zombie poised to bite her. The impact from her kick reverberated, shattering the zombie's skull. With a glint in her beautiful eyes, she repelled the surrounding red-haired zombies. Nezha shouted with urgency, Longji. Longji responded firmly, understood. Wait for me. She recognized that Nezha was surrounded by a multitude of red-haired zombies. Their formidable resilience made it exceedingly difficult for him to escape. Nezha cried out in frustration, Longji furrowed her brow and charged directly towards the group of Taoists, her actions decisive as she swiftly seized the copper bells from the hands of two individuals. Executing a spinning kick in midair, she sent a member of the evil corpse sect flying. With a cold demeanor, she shook the copper bell in her hand, emanating formidable magical power that amplified its potency, thereby asserting control over the red-haired zombies present. Under Long Ji's influence, the red-haired zombies trembled in confusion. Meanwhile, another group of Taoists from the evil corpse sect immediately began to vigorously shake their copper bells, challenging Long Ji. Nezha, catch! Long Ji called out, tossing a copper bell toward him. Nezha's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, I have no hands. Gritting his teeth, he leapt slightly as the bell approached, clamping it between his teeth. With a swift toss of his head, he elegantly shook the bell, momentarily stunning the zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha leapt into action, using his 6 arms and legs to repel the surrounding red-haired zombies, shouting, Ha! A dozen zombies were simultaneously blasted away. Having learned his lesson, Nezha quickly darted to snatch the copper bells from the evil corpse sect's Taoists, expertly striking one with his fiery spear and claiming several bells. Turning his gaze to Fan Tong, he lamented the sight. Dragged by the zombies, his pants were half torn away. Fan Tong clung to a tree root, tears streaming down his face as he cried, Master, this zombie is relentless. It has torn my pants. Just then, the zombie bared its teeth and viciously bit down on Fan Tong's backside, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah wow, I'm not clean anymore. Nezha's lips twitched as he shouted to Fan Tong, catch. Nezha tossed a copper bell, and Fan Tong, desperately gripping the tree root, picked up the bell that had fallen at his feet. Nezha then threw a few more bells to Bao Sanyang, distributing them among the others. The Taoists of the evil corpse sect, who had lost their bells, quickly got back on their feet. Fingers pressed together in front of their chests as they fervently recited incantations to regain control. Long Ji, disinterested in further entanglements, called out, Nezha, the demon suppression monument, quickly. With that, she soared into the air, closing her beautiful eyes and elegantly twirling her hands before delivering a powerful strike downwards. In an instant, all the red-haired zombies were forcefully pinned to the ground, immobilized, allowing the injured members of Bao Sanyang's sect to finally catch their breath. Nezha wasted no time. With Long Ji having established control over the zombies, he summoned the demon suppression monument from within himself, enlarging it as it circled around him. What a majestic sight the monument was. Dongmin Huanghai watched in astonishment, marveling at such a sacred artifact. Nezha pressed his fingers together and incanted loudly, suppress. Corpses. The demon suppression monument crashed down, causing all members of the evil corpse sect to collectively spit blood, overwhelmed by its might as they scattered helplessly to the ground. Nezha and Long Ji retracted their gestures and charged towards Dongmin Huanghai, who was left dumbfounded, collapsing to his knees. Nezha scoffed, having yet to engage in combat. And already he was begging for mercy. Upon witnessing the extraordinary abilities of Nezha and Long Ji, Dongmin Huanghai felt utterly powerless. Realizing that even the fierce red-haired zombie could be subdued so swiftly, he immediately implored, Great deities, spare us. I am but a member of the Dongmin family, coerced by the evil corpse sect to act against my will. Please, let me go. Nezha responded with a malevolent grin. No wonder you allied with the evil corpse sect. Your character is appalling. Such a duplicitous individual, a fair-weather friend, deserves no mercy. Just as Nezha prepared to strike, a youthful voice echoed from the distance, Elder Dongmin. How disappointing. When faced with adversity, you seek to absolve yourself. Nezha furrowed his brow and shouted, Who dares to speak? Longji, her enchanting eyes scanning the surroundings, identified the source. It is from the evil corpse sect, and also, Jinshi. Nezha's eyes widened. Little Jinjing has arrived? Meanwhile, a figure named Fat Bucket cried out, Oh dear. Master. Nezha turned to see Fat Bucket, who pitifully clutched his rear. Nezha approached him, noticing that he was bleeding from a bite wound, and reassured him, Do not worry. I shall tend to your injuries shortly. Fat Bucket lamented, Master, I risked my life this time. My rear is torn to shreds. But for you it is worth it. However, if you truly feel for me, just give me that beautiful plaque you transformed earlier. Nezha, puzzled, replied, Plaque? Fat Bucket, still in pain, said yes. That large white jade plaque, adorned with jade dragons. It is magnificent. Nezha rolled his eyes. That is the demon suppression steel. I cannot part with it. I will create something else for you in the future, which you may find more useful. Fat Bucket requested. May I at least have a glance? It sounds so cool. Nezha, uninterested, thought Fat Bucket was being ridiculous. At that moment, a girl emerged from the direction of the young voice. Nezha observed the girl. She was an adorable and sweet little girl, and more importantly, she was accompanied by Jin Shi. Longji spoke. You are Tang Yushu, the deputy head of the Evil Corpse sect? The little girl assessed Longji and playfully responded. Yes, you are Officer Long. You are truly beautiful. And who is that handsome young man? She pointed at Nezha, who resembled a charming puppy amidst the crowd. Nezha, smoothing his hairstyle, declared, Indeed, as handsome as I am Li Nezha. The little girl giggled. Fat Bucket, one hand pressed against his rear and the other mimicking Nezha's gesture, proclaimed, Yes, as dashing as I am Fat Bucket. The girl stared at him wide-eyed, her lips twitching in disbelief. Longji glanced at the master and disciple duo, realizing there was no saving them, and solemnly stated, Dongmin Huanghai must not be spared. He has harmed so many of us. If you are here to protect him, it will not be tolerated. Chapter 66. The Appearance of Tang Yushu. Tang Yushu, puzzled, inquired, Would it not suffice to relinquish the demon core he possesses? Nezha, hands on his hips, retorted, Surely you jest. He just distanced himself from you to save his life, and you still wish to defend him? The glutton exclaimed, Indeed, what a disgrace. I am even inferior to him. My rear has been bitten by those lecherous zombies. Bao Sanyang, supporting the severely injured Bao Lei, declared, We cannot let him go. He has led others to kill so many of our fellow disciples and has grievously wounded my senior brother. We must not allow him to escape. Tang Yushu gazed at Bao Sanyang and remarked, This contest for the demon elixir is inherently a fight to the death. If one lacks strength, what more can be said? There are no rules dictating that whoever encounters the demon beast claims it as their own. Bao Lei, coughing in indignation, retorted, You sharp-tongued little girl. It is evident that Dongmin Huanghai took advantage of our injuries, aiming to seize our demon elixir. Even after taking it, he is relentless, seeking to kill us all. I know your evil corpse sect desires to recruit us, and since we refuse, you intend to use this opportunity to eliminate us. Dongmin Huanghai clutched Tang Yushu's leg, pleading, Little master, save me. It was the Grand Elder who conspired with us during the meeting. Upon encountering the Bao family, the order was to eliminate us. Tang Yushu frowned, stating, I am not concerned with such matters. All I know is that I am also here to seize the demon elixir. However, I have not heard that killing is a necessity. Perhaps those uncles and elders made that decision. Long Jixiang interjected, Precisely. You take your demon elixir while we deal with our enemies. Tang Yushu pouted and contemplated, saying, No, this Dongmin Huanghai joined us when the Dongmin family pledged allegiance. He represents the Dongmen. It would not be right to kill him so easily. Nezha waved his hand dismissively, whether you care or not. It is of no concern to us. Dongmin Huanghai must die. Tang Yushu looked at Nezha and smiled. If my dear brother insists on killing, then let it be so. Nezha and the glutton widened their eyes in astonishment. What? Tang Yushu laughed. Those who are handsome can do no wrong. The glutton exclaimed, What in the world? Is that how it works? Master, are you also relying on your looks? Nezha disdainfully regarded the glutton, retorting, Who would walk alongside you? Tang Yushu then asked, Can we have those zombies returned? They are invaluable and must not be lost. Nezha turned his gaze towards the golden corpse. Tang Yushu continued, If that is not possible, I will have Jin seize them back for us. Long Jixiang pondered, These zombies are dangerous to leave in this world. However, a trade of 2 lives in exchange is acceptable, but you must guarantee that no indiscriminate killings occur here. Tang Yushu, who was never interested in killing, understood that these red-haired zombies were of great significance to her family, far more valuable than anyone's life. She promptly agreed, saying, Very well. Aside from Dongmin Huanghai, who else? Long Jixiang's sharp voice replied, Wan Hochun. Tang Yushu considered for a moment and said, But at this moment, I do not know where he is. Jin, do you know? The golden corpse, with its profound golden eyes, looked at Tang Yushu and replied, I do. Tang Yushu, with her hands clasped in excitement, exclaimed, Jin. Go and bring him here for me, in exchange for those zombies. No sooner had she spoken than the golden corpse shot off like a meteor, its speed stirring a gust of wind that tousled Tang Yushu's hair. In a hushed tone, Nezha inquired of Longji, Is this truly a bargain? After all, it involves more than 20 red-haired corpses that I have already subdued, and yet they want me to release them. Longji replied telepathically, Indeed, it is a bargain. They mentioned returning them, but did not specify that they must be returned in pristine condition. Do you grasp my meaning? Nezha immediately placed his hands on his hips and grinned mischievously, fully understanding Longji's insinuation. Her cunning surpassed even his own. Tang Yushu, puzzled by Nezha's antics, asked, "What are you laughing at?" Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing, nothing." Suddenly, the clumsy one, Fat Bucket, exclaimed, "Master, master. Why has the flesh on my backside become so firm?" Nezha, wielding his fiery spear, poked Fat Bucket's rear, asking, "Do you feel anything?" With tears streaming down his face. Fat Bucket replied, "Huh? No, master. Could it be that the zombie hasn't brushed its teeth? I feel poisoned." Nezha explained, "It's the poison of the dead. Come, allow me to remove the hardened flesh." He brandished his spear, ready to slice into Fat Bucket. Fat Bucket quickly dodged, exclaiming, "What? You mean to carve away my flesh?" "Absolutely not. I have worked hard to cultivate this flesh. If you take it away, my backside will be left bare." Nezha nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall arrange a burial plot for you. Who would have thought our master-disciple bond was so fleeting that you would depart so soon?" Fat Bucket protested. "Surely it's not that severe. Can one die from a mere bite?" Tang Yushu, her eyes sparkling with amusement, remarked, "Young master, you might need to reserve several burial plots. Look at them. Their corpse poison is manifesting." Nezha promptly turned his gaze to the individuals from the Bao family, each trembling with darkening wounds. Longji interjected, "Enough of this nonsense. We must first dispel the corpse poison." Nezha nodded, and together they cast their spells, emitting a radiant holy light that purified all present, banishing the toxic remnants. Tang Yushu observed, wide-eyed, as the duo executed their detoxification process. After a brief moment, the corpse poison dissipated, but the hardened flesh remained, necessitating removal. Fat Bucket, still apprehensive about the pain, requested Nezha to assist them first. Longji approached Bao Sanyang and Bao Lei, assuring them, "This will be swift." They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "Let us proceed." Longji conjured a short dagger, swiftly and deftly excising the hardened flesh from their wounds before casting a healing spell. Her hands moved with such speed that the pain was scarcely perceptible. At that moment, one of Bao Sanyang's fellow disciples, a charming yet robust girl reminiscent of a Barbie figure, looked at Nezha, who was poised to strike with his fiery spear, and, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "Sanyang, I am frightened." Bao Sanyang approached, grasping her sister disciple's hand. "Qianqian, do not fear. Everything will be fine." Fat Bucket rushed over. "Since you all share the surname Bao, does that mean your name is Bao Qian?" "Ha ha." Bao Qian shot an incredulous glare at Fat Bucket, while Nezha smacked the back of his head, admonishing, "Silence." He then transformed his fiery spear into a smaller version, addressing Bao Qian, "Esteemed sister, have you ever seen the art of pin spinning?" Bao Qian, confused, responded, "Huh?" Nezha, with a confident smile, declared, "Observe the fiery spear in my hand." As Nezha skillfully twirled the diminutive fire-tip spear between his fingers, he dazzled Bao Qian, who exclaimed, "Your mastery over that spear is truly remarkable." With a playful grin, Nezha replied, "Indeed, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Just watch." As he continued to spin the spear, he noticed Bao Qian's gaze fixated on his dexterous movements. Meanwhile, with his other hand, he conjured a dagger and swiftly severed the necrotic flesh from her wound. Retrieving the fire-tip spear, Nezha declared, "All right, next." It was only then that Bao Qian regained her senses, and Fan Tong remarked, "Master, I am in awe of your skills." Nezha's display elicited a mixture of shyness and delight from the observing girls, while Tang Yushu found Nezha to be exceedingly entertaining. When it was Fan Tong's turn, he nervously proclaimed, "Master, I'm no longer afraid. Please be gentle with me. This is my first time." Nezha nearly stumbled in surprise. With a playful gesture, he delivered a firm smack to Fan Tong's posterior, prompting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Long Ji rubbed her forehead, unable to watch any longer, while Tang Yushu, Bao Sanyang, and Bao Lei stifled their laughter. At that moment, the golden corpse appeared, holding the Wan Ho Chuan. He discarded the Wan Ho Chuan like a rag and returned to Tang Yushu's side. Chapter 67. Arrival at the Demon Tomb. Wan Ho Chuan, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, had merely been going about his business when he was abruptly seized by a golden figure and transported to this location. Spotting Tang Yushu and the golden corpse, along with Nezha and Long Ji, he quickly stood and scurried behind Tang Yushu, saying, "Little master, these two are formidable opponents." Tang Yushu looked at Wan Ho Chuan with confusion, replying, "I am aware, which is precisely why I do not intend to confront them. They want you, and I plan to offer you in exchange for the zombie." Wan Ho Chuan protested, "Ah, little master, you can't do this." With a sigh, Tang Yushu remarked, "There is no alternative. Your misdeeds outside have left me no choice. Off you go. With a glare at Nezha and his companions. Wan Ho Chuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine, you force my hand." Secretly summoning the soul-restraining pick, he prepared to take Tang Yushu hostage, resolute in his determination to do whatever was necessary to save himself. Just as Wan Ho Chuan made his move, the golden corpse swiftly grasped his neck with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Emotionless, the golden corpse effortlessly lifted Wan Ho Chuan and, with a decisive snap, broke his neck. Tang Yushu patted the golden corpse's arm, saying, "Thank you, Jin Jin." The golden corpse remained silent. Meanwhile, Nezha pierced Dongmin Huaihai's dantian with his spear, and Long Ji cast a spell, declaring, "Surrender, or die if you attempt to flee." Dongmin Huaihai collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his cultivation shattered, destined to spend a lifetime in confinement. Nezha addressed Bao Sanyang and Bao Lei. "You have reunited and are safe now. The East Gate's Haishan possesses 2 demon cores. Combined with the one you carry, 3 in total is sufficient. You may return." Bao Sanyang and Bao Lei exchanged glances, and Bao Lei remarked, "Brotherly, Officer Long. You have bestowed upon us great kindness, and we shall not seek more demon cores. However, I have sensed that the vicinity of the demon tomb is rife with members of the evil corpse sect, not to mention formidable experts. We wish to accompany you to lend our assistance. Departing without us would leave my junior sister and me in unease." Nezha chuckled, "Fear not. No harm shall befall me and Long Ji." Fat Bucket interjected, "Master, allow these ladies to accompany us. A larger company would surely enliven our journey." Tang Yushu scoffed, "As if we from the evil corpse sect are mere murderers. Come along, I assure you, you shall remain unharmed." Nezha glanced at Long Ji, who sighed. "Then let us proceed together, but should any trouble arise, each shall bear their own responsibility." Bao Lei smiled. "Of course, we shall only attend to the horses." Meanwhile, Fat Bucket was making exaggerated flirtations towards Bao Qian, who regarded him with disdain, yet turned her gaze to Nezha, her eyes sparkling. The other female disciples mirrored her admiration. Bao Lei and his male counterparts gazed in awe at the stunningly beautiful Long Ji. Nezha pulled Fat Bucket aside. "What are you doing? Are your eyes cramping?" Fat Bucket replied, "Master, I feel that love is approaching." Nezha rolled his eyes. "Do not make a fool of yourself. Rein it in. Can't you see you are annoying everyone?" Subsequently, Nezha cast a spell to summon the Demon Suppression Monument. Inside, all the red-haired corpses had long been rendered incapacitated, writhing on the ground, unable to move. Tang Yushu gasped. "What has happened to them?" Nezha stifled a laugh. "I do not know. My artifact typically suppresses these vile entities and has never released them. Perhaps it was damaged during the process of confinement. There is no remedy but this." Tang Yushu bit her lip and frowned. "Take them back. See if they can be repaired." The members of the evil corpse sect promptly loaded the red-haired corpses into coffins and carried them away. Nezha, Long Ji, and Fat Bucket prepared to depart when Tang Yushu called out, "Hey, do not leave. It's only a short distance to the demon tomb. Do you not wish to go?" Long Ji scowled. "Our paths do not align." Tang Yushu insisted, "Oh, we are all heading to the same place. Let us journey together." Nezha, wishing for an opportunity to converse privately with the golden corpse, said to Long Ji, "Let us go. After all, we share a destination." Tang Yushu nodded. "Indeed. Our uncles and several other families should have already arrived, and the area around the demon tomb is teeming with campers. Your presence would be no different." Long Ji glanced at the golden corpse, remaining silent, understanding Nezha's intentions, and continued forward. Throughout the journey, Tang Yushu consistently sought opportunities to converse with Nezha, who found himself at a loss for words. He remarked, "I implore you, could you not embody the essence of the dark sect so overtly? Observe your uncles and brothers. Each one of them exudes a blatant aura of malevolence. Why do you appear so unprofessional?" The clumsy one interjected, "Indeed, master. I have noticed that those individuals all bear heavy dark circles under their eyes, whereas she does not." Nezha replied, "Isn't it so? You've noticed as well." Tang Yushu playfully made a face at Nezha and declared, "I am naturally beautiful. I simply do not possess dark circles. Besides, why should I emulate them? I cannot be like them." Nezha shook his head in resignation, chuckling, "You are indeed unique. I never expected such an adorable girl to be part of the Dark Corpse sect." Tang Yushu, flattered by Nezha's compliment, excitedly linked her arm with his and exclaimed, "Right? You think I'm cute too? Humph, Jin, did you see that? They all find me adorable, while you merely say I am a lump of flesh. How unfair." Jin Corpse remained silent. The clumsy one burst into laughter. "Ha, a lump of flesh, ha." Nezha also laughed. but then noticed Long Ji recording him with a holographic stylus and immediately withdrew his arm from Tang Yushu's grasp, exclaiming, "Long Ji, what are you doing?" Long Ji, with an impassive expression, replied, "Oh, nothing. Linlin wanted to know how you are, so I thought I would record it for her to see how exceedingly cheerful you are." Upon finishing, Long Ji quickly retracted the stylus. Nezha shouted in alarm, "Long Ji, you must delete that. Linlin will be upset." Tang Yushu watched the two chase each other with a smile, commenting, "It's much more enjoyable outside. Those in the sect are far too dull. Nezha is truly entertaining." After a while, the group arrived near the demon tomb. Bao Lei led a troop of disciples to set up camp. Long Ji surveyed the surroundings, noting that over half of the numerous tents belonged to the Dark Corpse sect, with only a few families represented. It was astonishing to witness the formidable strength of the Dark Corpse sect, especially after the devastating losses they had suffered in the last underground tomb expedition. This indicated that their dominance over these families was well-founded, and perhaps this time, they could resolve some matters once and for all. At that moment, a remarkably young man from the Dark Corpse sect caught the attention of Nezha and Long Ji. Tang Yushu, spotting the young man, joyfully rushed over, calling out, "Grandmaster." The clumsy one widened his eyes in disbelief. "Grandmaster? He looks no older than 20. Is the hierarchy in your Dark Corpse sect so chaotic?" Tang Yushu shot a glare at him, saying, "What do you know? My grandmaster possesses incredible skills. Are you not aware of the secrets of maintaining youth?" The clumsy one innocently replied, "You don't mean to say you're like the Tianshan old girl, do you?" Tang Yushu retorted, "Pa? You are the one." She added, "I am only 15 this year." The young man smiled warmly at Nezha and Long Ji, saying, "I presume you are Li Nezha and Officer Long. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Nezha scoffed, "Ah, flattery. If there's nothing else, we will go set up our tents." The man immediately interjected, "Gentlemen, please do not be in haste to depart. I have heard of the events that transpired on your journey. Our subordinates have displayed a lamentable lack of decorum, tarnishing the reputation of our evil corpse sect. Young brother Li, a hero in his youth, and Officer Long, a fierce and skilled policewoman. I hold both of you in high regard." Long Ji responded coldly, "Thank you," after which she took Nezha by the arm and turned to leave without further ado. The foolish one imitated Liu Beiwei's demeanor and gravely remarked, "Until we meet again." He then scurried after Nezha. Liu Beiwei continued to smile as he watched the trio depart. Tang Yushu pouted, observing Nezha and the others leave. Liu Beiwei, noticing her expression, quipped, "Does Yushu perhaps have a fondness for that Li Nezha?" Tang Yushu retorted immediately, "Grandmaster, what nonsense are you uttering? Yushu is but 15 years old. I won't entertain your folly any longer." With that, she bashfully ran towards the tent. Though Liu Beiwei appeared exceedingly youthful, his manner of speaking and demeanor were remarkably mature, creating an odd juxtaposition. Chapter 68. I am fond of you after setting up camp. Nezha found himself in Long Ji's tent, where they engaged in discussion. Nezha inquired, "Do you find that Liu Beiwei seems somewhat peculiar?" Long Ji replied in a low tone, "Reborn." Both Nezha and the foolish one gaped in astonishment, asking in unison, "Reborn? What does that mean?" Long Ji explained, "He is a reborn individual from the corpse extinction rebirth array. Have you noticed the peculiarities in Liu Beiwei's eyes? His pupils are unlike those of ordinary humans. They are a deep gray. While others may overlook it, it does not escape my keen perception." Nezha questioned, "I still don't quite comprehend. Is it a form of array?" Long Ji nodded. "Indeed, the corpse extinction rebirth array can resurrect the deceased, utilizing demon cores as its catalyst. It is an exceedingly bizarre formation. However, those who are revived exhibit deep gray pupils. The location of the array has long since vanished, and I can't help but wonder if it is connected to this demon tomb. We must ascertain how the archaeological team met their demise." Nezha remarked, "So Liu Beiwei is a reborn individual, yet his cultivation is truly formidable. Does this rebirth also preserve one's abilities?" Long Ji affirmed, "Yes. That is precisely what makes the array formidable. As long as the skeletal remains of the deceased are intact, they can be revived with flesh and muscle, retaining their cultivation and selecting their age. However, it requires a considerable amount of demon cores, which likely explains the lengths to which the evil corpse sect will go to procure them." Nezha clenched his teeth, declaring, "This array is too dangerous. If I were to discover it, I must ensure that it does not fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions." After a moment of contemplation, the foolish one finally spoke, "I once had a dog, and its remains are buried in my hometown from my childhood. Could I possibly excavate it?" Before he could finish, Long Ji raised her hand and cast a spell, leaving the foolish one stammering incoherently. It was evident what he intended, and one could only marvel at his peculiar thought process, such precious demon cores, to resurrect a mere dog. At that moment, Bao Sanyang and Bao Qian arrived at the tent, beckoning Nezha and his companions to join them for a meal. Nezha chuckled and remarked, I appreciate your efforts. Setting up camp and preparing meals is quite the endeavor. Bao Sanyang humbly replied, It is no trouble at all. Compared to the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon us, this is but a trifling matter. Bao Qian, with a sweet smile, chimed in, Come, taste the food and see if it pleases your palate. We didn't bring any fine ingredients, but we made do with what we had, and Sanyang herself cooked. Fan Tong, grinning, said, I've been famished for ages. Let us commence our feast. Nezha shook his head with a smile. The trio made their way to the grand tent, where they gathered around the table in anticipation of their meal. Suddenly, Tang Yushu burst in, exclaiming, Ah, you've started eating. I'm starving too. Fan Tong immediately retorted, There's no food for you. I can scarcely make do as it is. Is there no fire lit at your place? Tang Yushu, irked, shot back, What business is it of yours? I simply find this food delectable. With that, she squeezed a chair between Nezha and Long Ji. Nezha, feeling crowded, irritably elbowed her, saying, There's hardly any room left for me. How can you, such a petite figure, occupy so much space? Tang Yushu, gritting her teeth, shot back. What space am I taking? You're just being petty. What is wrong with me having a meal? Move over a bit. Bao Sanyang instructed Bao Lei to eat at another table, saying, Don't crowd, there's still space. The others shifted slightly, preventing a squabble over seating. Just as Nezha prepared to fetch his bowl and chopsticks, Tang Yushu promptly snatched the utensils from before him, declaring, If you go to get your own, I'll have nothing. Nezha, exasperated, retorted, Hey you, return that to me. I won't indulge you any longer. They began to tussle over the chopsticks. Tang Yushu insisted, Let go, that's mine. Nezha countered, Why should I give it to you? Your princess antics won't work on me. Tang Yushu exclaimed, The chopsticks are mine. Unable to prevail, she fumed while Bao Sanyang, worried for the pair, quickly retrieved another set of utensils, saying, You two, stop the ruckus and eat. With a resigned smile, she thought, They are just children. Did one think their skirmish would cease there? Certainly not. Both Nezha and Tang Yushu simultaneously eyed a piece of chicken, reaching for it at the same time. Tang Yushu, in a combative stance, declared, I spotted it first. Nezha asserted, That piece of chicken is mine. Tang Yushu countered, I'm claiming it too. Seizing the moment, Fan Tong snatched the chicken away and began to eat with a grin, prompting Tang Yushu to grab a handful of rice and toss it into Fan Tong's mouth. Fan Tong was bewildered as rice splattered across his face. Nezha, infuriated, exclaimed, Tang Yushu, are you deliberately causing trouble today? Tang Yushu, her temper flaring, retorted, I merely wanted to enjoy a meal, yet you seem to be antagonizing me at every turn. Others have always been accommodating towards me. How can you treat a girl this way? Nezha rolled his eyes and replied, Others may indulge you, but I will not. As the two simultaneously grasped their chopsticks, they fiercely contested the dishes laid out on the table. Tang Yushu, fuming, declared, I won't eat anymore. You won't let me have anything, Li Nezha. You dare to finish your meal and not meet me in the grove? If you don't come, you are indeed cowardly. With that, Tang Yushu stormed out in a huff. Nezha scoffed, If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be Li Nezha. He dismissed the commotion, urging everyone to eat. Turning back, he noticed the others, who were staring in astonishment at the two, and he smirked. Long Ji, however, continued to eat quietly, having no part in the drama. Setting down his utensils, he said, I'm finished. Excuse me. With that, he exited the tent. Nezha awkwardly waved his chopsticks and urged, Let us eat, let us eat. The glutton chimed in, Master. Based on my years of experience, that feisty little girl is likely interested in you and is trying to gain your attention. Nezha, irritated, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you really think she could be interested in me and challenging me to a duel? How ridiculous. You all better come along to support me. What is there to fear from her evil faction? Bao Lei chuckled heartily, No problem. We'll all stand by you, brother. Bao Sanyang sighed, realizing the girl clearly had a crush on Nezha. Do you not understand the concept of a romantic adversary? Never mind, I can't be bothered. After the meal, Long Ji took a brief respite. Nezha, along with the glutton, Bao Lei, and a group of 7 or 8 others, each wielding a stick, marched boldly to the grove to confront Tang Yushu. Nezha, brandishing his fiery spear, strode confidently towards the grove, flanked by his entourage. In the grove, Tang Yushu stood with her hands behind her back, occasionally breaking into a sweet smile, pondering whether he would indeed show up. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. Not wanting to turn around, she kept her head down and said, Nezha, you're here. Actually, I asked you out because I wanted to tell you that I really like you. Ever since I first saw you, I was quite fond of you. Though we've only known each other for less than a day, us women of the 23rd century know what we want and who we like. That's why I invited you here, to let you know." Everyone was taken aback, and Nezha nearly stumbled in shock. They had anticipated a duel, but it had turned into a confession instead, leaving them unsure of how to react. Not hearing a response from Nezha, Tang Yushu frowned and turned around, only to see Nezha's group, all holding sticks. Tang Yushu furrowed her brow and asked, "Nezha, what are they here for?" The glutton, quick on his feet, promptly planted his stick in the ground and exclaimed, "We're here to create a romantic atmosphere for you." He then began to twirl around the stick in an absurd manner, a sight both ridiculous and eye-catching. The others, helplessly following suit, chimed in, "Oh yes, yes," as they all planted their sticks in the ground and began to perform a clumsy dance. Nezha cast a glance back at the spectacle, which was indeed a sight to behold. Chapter 69. The Little Dragon Girl Under Attack. The little dragon girl answered her phone. "Hello? Emoong, Lin. I have taken care of the affairs concerning the elite members of the family who sacrificed themselves in the underground tomb last time. When are you free for a meal together? It has been quite a while since I last saw you." Little Dragon Girl, "Sure, brother Emoong. Thank you for your hard work." Moong smiled and said, "How about I pick you up after work tonight?" Little Dragon Girl replied, "Tonight might not work. I have dinner plans with Shun Jingjing and the others. Longji and Nezha are on a business trip again, so I made plans with Shun Jingjing. Let us reschedule." Brother Emoong pondered for a moment and said, "All right, shall I reserve dinner with you for tomorrow?" Little Dragon Girl responded, "Sounds good, brother Emoong. I won't keep you any longer. My class is starting." Emoong, "All right, Lin. At the Taihang Mountain Demon Tomb." Nezha disdainfully observed a row of men awkwardly dancing behind him and remarked, Enough. It's quite an eyesore. What is wrong with you? Though I am exceptionally handsome, I am already taken, so spare me your advances." Tang Yushu scoffed. "Have you even gotten married?" Nezha retorted, "Whether I am married or not is none of your business. Aren't you just a little brat with nothing to do? If you're so idle, why not find a job?" Tang Yushu shot him a glare and said, "I won tea. After all, you're not married yet, so I still have a chance. You're so amusing. I like you and want to give up. Just wait for me to join your family." Nezha burst into laughter. "You're out of your mind. I can't be bothered with you. Just enjoy yourself." Tang Yushu stomped her foot in frustration. "Li Nezha, stop right there. Are you really that oblivious? Am I so unlikable? You're like this, and so is Jinji." Nezha suddenly turned his head and asked, "Jinji? What do you mean? You don't actually like Jinji, do you?" Tang Yushu shot a furious glance at Jinji, who was watching her from a distance. "Do you think I truly like you? Stupid Jinji. You don't understand a girl's feelings at all. I've been teasing him all this way, and he hasn't reacted at all. Why are today's boys so hard to flirt with?" Nezha also glanced at Jinji in the distance and remarked, "Jinji is a corpse, although he possesses intelligence. Can he truly feel love? It's simply unimaginable." Tang Yushu contemplated for a moment and said, "I don't know, but I genuinely like Jinji. I refuse to believe he has no feelings for me." "Oh, Nezha, you must help me." Nezha chuckled. "Forget it. Why not let Fantong assist you? I think he would be quite willing." Fantong sighed. "Alas, but I am not a frivolous person." Tang Yushu looked at Fantong's demeanor and reluctantly replied, "Him? Let us just skip that. Jinji isn't foolish. How could he believe I would like an idiot?" Fantong retorted, "Little sister, that is a bit excessive. I'm quite clever, and you call me an idiot? Let me tell you, based on my years of experience, the distance between a man pursuing a woman is like a mountain, while the distance between a woman pursuing a man is like a veil. If all else fails, you can always resort to underhanded tactics. Make it a done deal." Nezha could no longer listen and said, "Enough already. Can you teach her something worthwhile? The young girl is merely 15. Do not impose upon her your misguided notions." Before Nezha could finish his thoughts, Tang Yushu seemed to be struck by inspiration as she exclaimed, "Indeed, how did I not think of that? Cooking rice. Please continue. How do we cook it?" The crowd gaped in astonishment, and thus, Tang Yushu squatted among a group of older men in the woods, deliberating on how to turn raw rice into cooked meals. Bao Lei questioned, "Nezha, do you think this is feasible? Could it be too extreme?" Nezha hesitated for a moment, genuinely intrigued. The glutton spoke up, "Everyone, listen to me. As the saying goes, if you love something, use poison. If you cannot attain it, destroy it. Therefore, the quickest and simplest solution is to resort to poison." Nezha's lips twitched as he retorted, "Spare me that notion. With a golden corpse's constitution, ordinary poison would be ineffective, unless it were something extraordinarily potent." Tang Yushu widened her eyes and inquired, "What is extraordinarily potent?" Realizing his blunder, Nezha stammered an explanation, I was merely jesting. In any case, glutton, your suggestion is unworkable. No form of medicine affects a golden corpse. If you truly harbor feelings for him, you must win his heart through sincerity. In my experience, there is nothing in this world that love cannot transform. With a sigh, Tang Yushu declared, very well, I shall persist and use my genuine heart to move Jin. She struck a righteous pose. Nezha rose and said, all right then, let us disperse. You should return now. As Tang Yushu stood to leave, Nezha also urged the others to depart. Once they were far away, Nezha swiftly made his way into the depths of the mountains. Moments later, Nezha arrived at an uninhabited spot where the golden corpse appeared. Nezha turned and said, you have come. The golden corpse gazed intently at Nezha and remarked, you need not take Tang Yushu's words to heart. Nezha chuckled and replied, be it an evil cult or a righteous sect, there exist both virtuous and malevolent individuals. I can see that although Tang Yushu is part of the evil corpse sect and is a young mistress, her cultivation methods are indeed righteous. It is evident that the sect leader dotes on her, and although she may be willful, she remains innocent and charming. The pairing of a lowly with an older gentleman is rather conventional, and I would not oppose your romantic pursuits. I only hope you remember your promise to me. The golden corpse remained silent for a considerable time before saying, you overthink. I am devoid of emotions, merely staying by her side for the sake of the mission. Nezha waved his hand dismissively. That is your freedom. By the way, what exactly is the evil corpse sect's objective? Do you have any knowledge? The golden corpse turned toward a nearby stream and stated, indeed, Lu Beiyue, a reincarnated individual who perished centuries ago, was recently resurrected using the corpse severance rebirth array, which stirred the beasts in the tomb. To revive him, the evil corpse sect has exhausted its supply of demon cores. They have also discovered the secrets of the corpse severance rebirth array and wish to claim it for themselves, collecting a vast number of demon cores to reactivate the array and resurrect their founding ancestor, Lu Beiyue's master, Lu Zhantian. Nezha inquired, what is the significance of Lu Beiyue and Lu Zhantian? The golden corpse replied, they are the progenitors of the evil corpse cultivation method, possessing considerable strength. Nezha pressed on with his question, how do they compare to you? The golden corpse remained silent for a moment before stating, against those two, I fear I would be no match. Their techniques are enigmatic and counter my own. Nezha furrowed his brows, contemplating the gravity of the situation. If even you cannot prevail, this matter is indeed of great consequence. We must not allow them to succeed. The golden corpse replied, this is all I know. I must take my leave to avoid suspicion. Nezha nodded, conjuring a preservation jar and saying, here, I have prepared this for you. The golden corpse accepted the thermos, inhaling its contents with satisfaction before vanishing in an instant, his speed remarkable. Nezha too disappeared without a trace. Later that night, Nezha returned to his tent when suddenly, the sound of his communication ring on his little finger echoed. Nezha, the shrill cry of the little dragon girl startled him. Lin, what is the matter? He exclaimed. A chaotic din erupted from her end, accompanied by gunfire. Nezha stood frozen, muttering, is that gunfire? The little dragon girl, in a panic, cried out, Nezha, save me. He rushed out of his tent, asking, where are you? She shouted, I'm in the restaurant on the 97th floor. Nezha, there are many people trying to kill me. With a mighty roar, Nezha's body radiated golden light as he entered full combat mode, his magical artifacts and mecha materializing around him. Lin, are there any windows nearby? He inquired sharply. Yes, she replied. Nezha's gaze sharpened as he commanded, in 10 seconds, jump. The little dragon girl gasped, jump? But you're far away in the Taiying Mountains. Nezha soared into the air, shouting, trust me. Taking refuge behind a stone pillar in the restaurant, she observed the approaching assassins brandishing their firearms. Gritting her teeth, she glanced at the shattered window nearby and muttered, then I shall jump. Taking a deep breath, she charged toward the window. With determination, she leapt out. Chapter 70. Into the Demon Tomb. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Upon reaching the city, Nezha sparked against the air, gritting his teeth and shouting, Lin. Yeah. Traveling at the speed of light, he circled the earth in approximately 1,333 seconds, his full power exceeding light's speed by over 8 times. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I must reach her. A beam of golden light surged forth. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. Just as the little dragon girl screamed, plummeting toward the ground, Nezha arrived, his eyes wide as he beheld her descent. She closed her eyes tightly, and as she neared the ground, time seemed to freeze. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw her youth standing before her. Nezha caught the little dragon girl, his hair billowing as he turned his head to regard her with a frown. Breathless, Nezha spoke. Lin, I have come. The little dragon girl, her eyes filled with emotion, looked at him with a sense of grievance, saying, Darling, help me beat them up. Nezha's piercing gaze turned to the upper floor, affirming, Understood. Just then, the police arrived, and the captain exclaimed, The wind and fire youth. Nezha took a few swift strides, leaping onto his wind and fire wheels, soaring up to the 97th floor. Moments later, he descended, clutching a pile of firearms and tossing them to the ground. Done. Let's go apprehend them. Little dragon girl rushed over and embraced Nezha, exclaiming, Wonderful. Nezha, I knew you would come to rescue me. Did you hurry all the way from Taoist Mountain? Nezha smiled and nodded. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers erupted in cheers, shouting and whistling. Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. Both Nezha and Little Dragon Girl felt a tinge of shyness amidst the throng. Just then, Emoong arrived, standing in the midst of the crowd, quickly recognizing the fiery youth as Nezha, lamenting that he had arrived too late. Little Dragon Girl shyly gazed at Nezha, who, feeling the eyes of the crowd, shyly chuckled. However, with such fervent calls, it would be disappointing not to kiss her. Nezha flicked his cape, and the mystical fabric embraced their cheeks. Tilting his head, he pulled Little Dragon Girl closer and kissed her. The crowd erupted in cheers, and one could tell from Little Dragon Girl's bashful yet alluring demeanor that the kiss was passionate. After a brief moment, they parted lips, and Nezha softly said to Little Dragon Girl, I must leave. My mission at Taoist Mountain is yet unfinished. Understanding his dedication, Little Dragon Girl felt deeply moved. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, I will wait for your return. Nezha beamed a charming smile, waved once more, and vanished into the air with the dispersal of his cape. As the crowd dispersed, Emoong approached slowly, asking, Lin, are you all right? I arrived too late. Little Dragon Girl thought to herself, fortunate that he had come late. Otherwise, she would not have been able to see her Nezha. Still enveloped in the warmth of his kiss, she looked down and replied with a smile. Oh, I'm fine, see? I'm perfectly well. Emoong, feeling slightly dejected, nodded and said, Then let me escort you home. Little Dragon Girl replied cheerfully, Wait a moment, I need to speak with my friends. She found Shin Jingjing and Xiao Bei to be unscathed, realizing that the assassin's target had been her all along. Relieved, she thought it best to return home. The night had been incredibly thrilling. Emoong escorted Little Dragon Girl to her doorstep, and as she prepared to enter, Emoong suddenly spoke, Lin. Startled, Little Dragon Girl turned and looked at him quizzically. After a moment of hesitation, Emoong forced a smile and said, It's nothing, just get some rest. Good night. Little Dragon Girl pointed towards Emoong's house next door and replied, Brother Emoong, you should rest early too. Good night. With that, she entered her home, offering a polite smile before closing the door. Emoong stood there, lost in thought at Little Dragon Girl's doorstep. Before Nezha's return, his relationship with her had flourished. Though it was not romantic, it was undeniably close. However, since Nezha's return, it felt as though Little Dragon Girl had become oblivious to him, growing increasingly distant. Emoong sighed, feeling disheartened as he returned home. What did it matter that he had moved next door, if their hearts were not aligned? Even proximity felt like an insurmountable distance between him and Little Dragon Girl. Leaning painfully against the sofa, his affection for her, which had endured for millennia, left him unwilling to concede. Nezha returned to the Taoist Mountains and, upon entering the tent, sent a message to the Little Dragon Maiden. At that moment, Longji walked in and inquired, How is Long Air? With confidence, Nezha lay down beside the bed and replied, With me around, who could possibly harm the little fish? Longji nodded, saying, That is good. Do you know who is responsible? After a moment of contemplation, Nezha responded, I do not know. I forgot to investigate. Longji took a deep breath and nodded. Well, considering who might have attempted to harm Long Air in our absence, it should be easy to find out. Rest early. We need to prepare for the demon tomb tomorrow. Nezha agreed. Indeed, you too, rest well. The following morning, as Nezha stepped out of the tent, he noticed the glutton dragging Ballet deeper into the woods, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion and mutter, What is that fellow up to now? Half an hour later, the glutton emerged, cradling a pile of fruits in his clothing, exclaiming, Master, Officer Long, you're out too. Look what I've found. Nezha glanced at the fruits and remarked, Aren't those just some fruits? Ballet added, These are fruits from the forest. I've never seen them before, but they are quite sweet. The glutton has discovered something good this time. Do try some. Longji frowned and asked, Have you two eaten them? The glutton picked one up, took a big bite, and exclaimed, So sweet. I don't think these fruits are sold in the market. Master, I want to lease this orchard. Oh, imagine the fortune I'll make. Ballet, would you like to join me? Ballet shook his head with a smile. No, I'm not cut out for business. The glutton, filled with excitement, declared, "That's splendid. Then this orchard will be solely mine. I've even thought of a name, Fantasy Orchard. What do you think? Trendy enough, right?" Long G's lips twitched as she nodded. "Fantasy is more fitting. These fruits are poisonous. You'll find out soon enough. Keep your distance." With that, Long G returned to the camp to prepare equipment. The glutton was instantly stunned. The fruit in his mouth lost its flavor, and the ones cradled in his arms fell to the ground as he exclaimed, "Oh no, poisonous? Why didn't anyone tell me? I've eaten so many." Nezha suppressed his laughter and urged, "You better take care of that quickly. We must head to the demon tomb soon." Indeed, shortly after, both the glutton and Bao Lei felt their stomachs churning violently and rushed into the woods clutching tissues. By mid-morning, their legs felt weak. Bao Lei, having eaten less, had already settled down, but the glutton, having consumed more, felt utterly drained, lamenting, "Cursed be it. I shall return and chop down those fruit trees that have caused my demise." Bao Lei brought some anti-diarrheal medicine from Sanyang and advised, "Quickly take this. If you continue like this, you might truly perish. We still need to descend into the tomb." The glutton swallowed the medicine, and while he was no longer rushing to the restroom, he was now releasing toxic gas, prompting Nezha and Long Ji to keep their distance. Aware of his current state, the glutton felt embarrassed to approach Nezha's side and instead sauntered over to the evil corpse sect, chuckling to himself, "Today, I shall unleash my toxic gas upon this group. Let them harbor no ill intentions." Nezha observed the group of over a dozen members from the evil corpse sect preparing to enter the tomb and turned to Long Ji, asking, "How shall we handle this?" Long Ji remarked, "This tomb is quite extraordinary. I sensed its vastness yesterday. We shall discuss it further later. Just follow my lead to avoid losing your way." Nezha nodded in acknowledgement, understood. As everyone prepared to descend into the tomb, Nezha and Long Ji proceeded together, with the glutton trailing closely behind. Maintaining proximity to the 10 or so members of the evil corpse sect, Bao Sanyang and Bao Lei opted to remain above, guarding the entrance. Chapter 71. The burying of the celestial wilderness forest. The entrance to the demon's tomb had already been unearthed by its discoverers. Among the 20 or so individuals present was Liu Beiyue, who Nezha occasionally glanced back at, sensing an inexplicable aura about him despite his ever-gentle smile. The noxious gas emitted by the glutton had rendered the members of the evil corpse sect nearly unable to open their eyes. After entering the tunnel, it wasn't long before the glutton unleashed a series of thunderous flatulence, prompting the sect members to distance themselves from him. Suddenly, one of the sect members could no longer endure it and shouted, "Hey, bald fellow, could you possibly hold it in? My eyes are watering from the stench. You've been farting all the way down." The glutton chuckled innocently and replied, "My good fellow, flatulence is merely the release of excess air from the belly. It is only natural to let it out. This gas roams about within me and must eventually escape. Everyone does it. I merely happen to have a bit more today. If you cannot tolerate it, well, you are free to ascend." With that, the glutton felt the urge again, raising his backside for another noxious release. Nezha stifled a laugh, remaining silent as he walked ahead. At that moment, another member of the evil corpse sect could no longer bear it and produced a toilet plunger from his bag, exclaiming, "If you continue like this, I shall have no choice but to retaliate. This is the only item I have brought. Do not push me." Nezha quickly pulled back the glutton, covering his nose, and said, "Enough, glutton. Let us focus on the task at hand." The glutton looked at Nezha with a sense of grievance. "But master, I cannot help it." Nezha, with fingers poised in a gesture of incantation, instructed, "All right, let's move on." The glutton instantly felt as though the urge had subsided, though the relief was not entirely satisfying, and with a sigh, he continued forward. After several minutes, the light grew dim, nearly extinguished, indicating they had reached the depths of the demon's tomb. Nezha and Longji activated their holographic visor's night vision mode. The group looked up to behold a colossal mausoleum, reminiscent of a grand palace. Nezha furrowed his brow in recognition, suddenly recalling, "Is this not the palace of the celestial wilderness forest?" He turned to Longji, who replied with a slight frown, "It appears to be a later one replica of the tomb." Nezha gazed at the mausoleum with excitement. It had been millennia since he had last visited the celestial wilderness forest after Sister Shur ascended to the heavens. Now a general in the heavenly court, he reflected on the many whimsical events that had transpired there. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he realized how swiftly time had flown. 3,800 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. The acquaintances of yesteryears have long since vanished, and the world has undergone a profound transformation. The greatest revelation of immortality lies in witnessing the relentless changes of the world. Observing the gradual disappearance of once familiar faces, leaving no trace of their existence. One can only imagine the tumult of emotions that surged within Nezha as he beheld the scene before him. Fortunately, his parents, his beloved, and his closest friends remain by his side. Nezha, though, is content with this singular blessing and vows to cherish it dearly. Let us proceed, Dragon G intoned solemnly. A glimmer of moisture filled Nezha's eyes as he followed her inside. Upon entering the grand hall, they were met with a vast altar, and Nezha and his companions surveyed their surroundings. It was then that Nezha discerned the presence of 4 colossal sculptures, those of the Tiger King, the Serpent King Chinti, the Monkey King, and the Eagle King. With reddened eyes, Nezha gazed upon these statues, feeling a deep connection to their essence. As he shifted his gaze upward, he was struck by the sight of an astonishingly large floating sculpture of a crane, an embodiment of Sister Shur. Nezha looked up, exhaling softly as he whispered, "Sister Shur." The 4 Beast King statues lifted their heads in reverence toward the magnificent crane above, a gesture of respect. The sculptures were remarkably lifelike, and Nezha murmured, "Where have you all gone? Why are there only statues? The Tianhuang forest has vanished. I truly miss you." As he wandered slowly through the hall, he approached the wall adorned with reliefs depicting the history of Tianhuang Forest. Nezha caressed the intricate carvings, a myriad of emotions flooding his heart. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a relief portraying a youthful figure standing upon a wind-fire wheel, wielding a fiery spear. With the mystic silk flowing behind him and the universe ring hanging from his chest, the boy, brimming with vigor, raced across the ocean, accompanied by a small dragon, presumably the little dragon girl. Upon closer inspection, Nezha's eyes brimmed with tears as he perceived a crane, a remarkably crafted figure, gently resting its head upon his shoulder, shedding its sharp edges and following the boy with docility, while the boy remained enraptured by the small dragon that circled him. Dragon G observed the relief and remarked, "You cannot be realizing this now, can you?" Nezha turned to her and asked, "Realizing what?" She raised an eyebrow and said, "Miaoying has secretly harbored feelings for you." Nezha fell silent, for in his heart and mind, he had always seen only the little dragon girl, never anyone else. Sister Shur had never expressed such feelings. How could she? Upon reflection, it was clear, an unfeeling, ruthless sovereign, a coldly beautiful and proud enchantress, would not accompany him through trials and tribulations, shedding her sharpness for him, without regret. Though it was said that Nezha and the little dragon girl were the ones who altered the fate of Tianhuang Forest, Nezha felt he had done nothing extraordinary, merely unveiling the truth as he journeyed forth. A tear escaped him as he murmured, "Sister Shur was once my dearest friend." Dragon G replied, "That is all in the past. Collect yourself and attend to the matters at hand." Nezha nodded, wiped away his tears, glanced once more at the floating crane sculpture above, sighed, and continued his search for the mechanism. At this moment, someone discovered a mechanism at the altar in the center of the grand hall. Nezha, Long Ji, the glutton, and Liu Beiwei from the Evil Corpse sect approached to observe. The shape of the groove at the altar was peculiar, resembling a token or something similar. One disciple from the Evil Corpse sect remarked, "This must be the mechanism to access the inner palace. It likely requires this object to be embedded." Nezha gazed thoughtfully at the groove, summoning the 9-dragon divine fire from his hand. All eyes were drawn to Nezha's artifact, and upon closer inspection, it indeed mirrored the shape of the groove. While others may not recognize it, Nezha knew it well. It was the form of the treasure that had accompanied him for millennia, the 9-dragon divine fire. Nezha soon comprehended why the mechanism to open the inner palace was designed in this fashion. In the Blood Demon's subterranean palace, Nezha had once thrown the 9-dragon divine fire to save Shur Miaoying, sacrificing it to rescue her, which led him to plunge into the sea of flames. Why had Shur Miaoying chosen this as the key to open the palace? Suddenly, Nezha realized it was because, at that moment, Shur Miaoying's heart had been unlocked by him. She sat on the ground, tightly clutching the 9-dragon divine fire, her eyes glistening with tears. However, Nezha had never known that the key to the grand hall, or rather, the key to unlock Shur Miaoying's heart, was indeed his 9-dragon divine fire. Nezha embedded the 9-dragon divine fire into the groove, and suddenly, the altar began to move. While Nezha, Long Ji, and the disciples of the Evil Corpse sect pondered what would transpire, the stone slabs beneath them unexpectedly activated. And without time to prepare, everyone plummeted downwards. Nezha and Long Ji were ready. The wind-fire wheels appeared beneath Nezha's feet as he grasped the glutton, while Long Ji floated gracefully downwards. As they fell, a vision suddenly surfaced in Nezha's mind, the final scene of a relief, depicting a sacred female bodhisattva who had returned to the desolate Tianhuang forest. The 4 great beast kings had undergone tremendous changes, sacrificing themselves to protect the forest. The Miaoying Bodhisattva had attained enlightenment and returned to the Tianhuang forest, guiding all the demon beasts eligible for ascension back to the heavenly realm. She then levitated, casting her spell, burying the entire Tianhuang forest beneath the earth. Thus, the forest vanished, and the strife between humans and demon beasts dissolved. From that moment on, the world bore no trace of the Tianhuang forest, and what was buried included not only the forest, but also the past of Shi Miaoying. Chapter 72. The Millennial Ghost King. After Nezha and the others fell into the tomb below, they found themselves surrounded by encircling stone walls. Venturing further in, they discovered a proper stone chamber, resembling an authentic burial site. Rumors spoke of formidable demons and demon beasts residing here, though their truth remained uncertain. Moreover, where exactly was Liu Beiyue's resurrection mechanism located, and how had he emerged? Nezha walked in confusion. However, Liu Beiyue appeared to be unfamiliar with this place, his expression one of curious wonder, leaving Nezha perplexed. Long Ji whispered to Nezha, from Liu Beiyue's demeanor, it seems he has never been here before. Without your 9-dragon divine fire, he cannot unlock the true underground palace. Nezha nodded in agreement. Indeed, that must be the case. Nezha emanated his divine consciousness, sensing the underground palace, only to discover that the walls seemed impervious to his awareness. What could be the reason for this? He could not perceive what lay within. Long Ji remarked, each stone chamber is equipped with a barrier. Subsequently, the group arrived at the entrance of the first stone chamber, where Nezha and Liu Beiyue simultaneously cast their spells to unlock the door. As they entered, a chill enveloped them. Nezha surveyed the surroundings. This chamber contained several coffins, while the rest were mere decorations of an ordinary tomb, lacking anything extraordinary. Long Ji furrowed her brow, and suddenly, the stone door behind them slammed shut. With a wave of her hand, she attempted to cast a spell, but was cautious not to exert too much force, fearing the collapse of the underground palace. Yet, the stone door remained unyielding, leaving everyone exchanging startled glances. Liu Beiyue stated, this stone door must be a one-time mechanism. It is a dead door that cannot be reopened once it has closed. Look, there is another stone door ahead. We must proceed further to find an exit. Nezha examined the coffins, finding nothing but the remains of ordinary people, devoid of anything remarkable, yet the chill in the chamber intensified. Meanwhile, Fan Tong and the disciples of the evil corpse sect were mesmerized by the treasures surrounding the coffins. One man exclaimed, wow, nearly all ancient tombs have been excavated in the past 3 centuries, yet we discover such an abundance of gold and silver here. Let us take them with us. Fan Tong, having never encountered such valuable treasures, nodded eagerly. We should take them while we can. He began stuffing his backpack. Long Ji extended her hand, casting a spell with 2 fingers, and a flame appeared at her fingertips. With piercing eyes, she admonished, do not touch those items. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and everyone witnessed the flame's color shift. They all understood this indicated the presence of malevolent spirits nearby, as the flame transformed into ghostly fire, a fundamental principle. Instantly, everyone ceased their actions. Fan Tong, bewildered, felt an icy chill that made him shudder. Nezha observed Fan Tong, who by then was adorned with gold and silver jewelry, draped across his body. Fan Tong, quickly set those down. They are unclean, Nezha urged. However, Fan Tong, drawn to the warmth of Long Ji's flame, implored, oh dear, it's getting colder. Officer Long, this flame is too small to provide warmth. Could you make it larger? Long Ji's lips twitched in annoyance. Do you not see that this is ghost fire? It has no warmth. Fan Tong gaped, huh? No warmth? It's freezing. He then squatted down, opened his backpack, and retrieved a stack of talisman paper. Nezha inquired, Fan Tong, what are you planning to do? Shivering, Fan Tong replied, to keep warm. He then pulled out a lighter, igniting a talisman to warm himself. Goodness, he was igniting a yang talisman. Was he really trying to attract spirits even more? Long Ji, exasperated, remarked, there are several coffins here, ample enough for you to rest in after your demise. Nezha was speechless and promptly extinguished Fan Tong's talisman, saying, can't you see the ghosts nearby? The rice bucket shook its head and said, no, not at all. Just as those words left its lips, it suddenly widened its eyes and stared at the closed stone door, becoming utterly transfixed. Nezha and Longji immediately brought their fingers together at their brows, activating their discerning vision. Indeed, dense strands of black hair began to crawl in from around the stone door, gradually enveloping it entirely. The rice bucket covered its mouth, trembling in fear as its legs quaked, exclaiming, Master, that. The members of the evil corpse sect swiftly produced dark talismans in their hands, igniting them and encircling their shoulders, extinguishing the yang flames upon them. Everyone witnessed the hair thickening and advancing towards the stone door. Longji's gaze was sharp as she observed the hair creeping downwards, growing in number and length. She cast a sidelong glance at Liu Beiyue but refrained from intervening, allowing the evil corpse sect to handle the situation. If they were incapable of dealing with such entities, what was the point of their entry? Neither she nor Nezha were there to safeguard these individuals. Liu Beiyue, however, remained composed, instructing, "Everyone, take a step back." The crowd retreated, watching as the hair gradually filled the entire stone chamber, spreading across the ceiling and walls, almost reaching their feet, effectively encircling them all. Liu Beiyue pulled out a talisman, igniting it in midair, and directed it towards the encroaching hair, sharply flicking it away. "You little ghost, cease your tricks and reveal yourself at once." Liu Beiyue channeled his power into the talisman, resulting in a tremendous burst of flames. Suddenly, everyone covered their ears as a piercing scream echoed, a wail from a female ghost. In that moment, a ghost with hair cascading to the ground emerged, her visage obscured by the tresses, exuding an aura of terror and malevolence. Nezha glanced at those beside him and, to his astonishment, saw the rice bucket trembling as it pulled out a pair of large scissors from its bag. Snipping twice, it exclaimed, "Beautiful lady, your hair is far too long. How about a trim? Just $5 for gentlemen and 20 for ladies. Same price." The crowd stumbled, nearly losing their balance. What on earth was this fellow thinking? Even at such a time, he was focused on business, targeting the ghost. The female ghost slowly lifted her head, her eyes snapping open, viciously extending her fingers as her hair surged behind her like blades, a multitude of strands launching towards everyone. Longji and Nezha immediately watched as the rice bucket retreated at great speed. The ghost's hair moved too swiftly. Several disciples of the evil corpse sect were instantly pierced through the head and neck by the hair, meeting their demise on the spot, unable to react in time. Liu Beiyue pulled a nearby disciple back as they both leapt away, summoning a sword to strike at the ghost. Longji whispered, "That's the Millennium Ghost King, ranked 22nd among malevolent entities, quite formidable." Nezha nodded, saying, "I want to see Liu Beiyue's prowess." As the Ghost King clashed with Liu Beiyue, it became evident that this Millennium Ghost King was indeed ruthless. Not only did it manifest in a spirit form at blinding speed, making it elusive, but wherever it passed, disciples of the evil corpse sect fell lifeless, with ordinary people unable to comprehend how the deaths occurred. Suddenly, Nezha raised his fire spear in front of the rice bucket, and the sound of clashing weapons resonated from the spear. As the Ghost King unleashed its attacks, the bewildered Fan Tong remained unaware of the unfolding chaos. Had it not been for Nezha's swift intervention in deflecting the deadly strands, Fan Tong would have met his demise on the spot. Trembling, he swallowed hard and stood behind Nezha, too frightened to move. Liu Beiyue raised his sword and commanded, "Form the formation." The remaining 7 or 8 disciples of the evil corpse sect promptly produced an array of diverse magical artifacts and set about casting spells to establish a formation. In the center of the stone chamber, a soul-locking array materialized. The millennium-old Ghost King abruptly ceased its assault, hovering ominously in the air, its dark, imposing robe billowing as it surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, Liu Beiyue leapt into action, brandishing his sword while reciting incantations. The formation erupted in brilliant light, ensnaring the Ghost King within its confines. The creature, clawing and thrashing in a futile attempt to escape, unleashed waves of dark energy to no avail. With a cold smirk, Liu Beiyue taunted, "Still wish to break free? Huh, taste my heavenly thunder talisman." He produced another talisman, casting it into the heart of the array, instantly igniting. It enveloped the formation in a golden shield, crackling with electricity. Moments later, a barrage of lightning strikes rained down upon the Ghost King, intensifying in both frequency and ferocity. The Ghost King, realizing the effectiveness of the assault, raised its hands in a desperate defense, emitting piercing cries as it attempted to break free but found itself thwarted. Suddenly, it lifted its gaze, revealing its entire visage. Nezha furrowed his brow at the sight of the female ghost, exclaiming, "Sister Shirshir?" Long Ji also frowned, observing the spectral figure. "This is not Miaoying. It is the soul-catching ghost we once released." Chapter 73. Exploration of the Stone Chamber. Nezha interjected, "The soul-catching ghost? Did you not send her to the cycle of reincarnation? How has she returned, now as a millennium-old Ghost King?" Long Ji shook her head, replying, "The world is fraught with unforeseen changes. I know not why she has become the guardian spirit of this underground palace. Yet, possessing Miaoying's visage, she must have been placed here by Miaoying to watch over it." Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha charged forward. If she was indeed Sister Shirshir, Then this Ghost King did not deserve death, especially as it was this group that had intruded upon the tomb. He dashed into the formation, observing the Ghost King writhing in agony beneath the lightning strikes, and pulled her close, shielding her from the onslaught with his own body. Liu Beiyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Saving a millennium-old Ghost King? Through gritted teeth, Nezha pulled the Ghost King towards the exit. The Ghost King, astonished, gazed at this individual who dared to shield her from the lightning and assist her in fleeing. Despite her ghastly pallor, her features bore a haunting beauty reminiscent of Shir, and in her unthreatening state, she appeared more tragic than terrifying. After escaping, Nezha clenched his fist and unleashed a spell, striking the ground with a resounding bang that shattered the formation. The Ghost King hesitated momentarily before once again succumbing to a fierce transformation, her expression turning menacing. Long Ji swiftly invoked a spell, chanting, "Merge." The Ghost King convulsed briefly before regaining composure. Nezha turned to her and asked, "Did Sister Shir task you with guarding the tomb? Were you once the soul-catching ghost?" The Ghost King, now calm, regarded Nezha and the others with a puzzled expression. Shir meowing? Subsequently, the Ghost King fell silent for a considerable time, lost in contemplation, and remarked, "Her tragic fate over 10 lifetimes did not cease even when Long Ji granted her the chance for reincarnation. This world is fraught with suffering. The soul-collecting ghost, upon reincarnation, met an untimely demise yet again. With lingering resentment, her spirit drifted, inadvertently encountering the widely celebrated teachings of the wonderful, sound Bodhisattva. She learned to view the world with detachment, seeking the Bodhisattva's guidance, expressing her desire to escape the cycle of reincarnation, preferring instead to exist eternally as a ghost, isolated from the world. In order to fulfill her wish, the wonderful sound Bodhisattva allowed her to become a guardian spirit of this tomb, a role she would embrace for all eternity. The soul-collecting ghost felt immense gratitude, remaining within the tomb, never once treading upon the mortal realm. Here, she lingered for several millennia, ultimately cultivating herself into a 1,000-year Ghost King, pledging to the wonderful sound that she would safeguard this burial site, permitting no one to enter. Those who dared would meet their demise. Nezha sighed, saying, "Your fate is indeed tragic. Nevertheless, we have no intention of disturbing the treasures within this tomb. We are merely here to investigate certain matters. Since you are a disciple of Sister Shir, we shall not harm you. Please do not impede our progress, if you would be so kind." The 1,000-year Ghost King gazed at Nezha, suddenly furrowing her brow in recognition, saying, "You are the one depicted in the mural. I know you, a former acquaintance of the wonderful sound Bodhisattva." The Ghost King pointed at Long Ji and continued, "You once rescued me from the depths of despair, and I shall not make things difficult for you. However, these individuals." The Ghost King then turned her gaze toward Liu Beiyue, stating, "They must not trespass. Otherwise, I shall fight to the death to eliminate them." Liu Beiyue produced another heavenly thunder talisman, still smiling, and declared, "That is not for you to decide." Just as the 1,000-year Ghost King was about to unleash her fury, Long Ji interjected, "Do not make unnecessary sacrifices. With us here, they will not act recklessly. You should remain as the guardian spirit." With that, Long Ji channeled a surge of power, healing the Ghost King's diminished spirit. She then raised her head to face Liu Beiyue and the others. The Ghost King felt her powers restored and, after a moment's hesitation, acquiesced. Subsequently, the 1,000-year Ghost King gathered her formidable dark energy and activated the mechanism of the second stone door, stating, "I am merely the guardian spirit of this stone chamber. Beyond lies something far more powerful. I can assist you only up to this point." Long Ji nodded in affirmation. "That is sufficient." Upon the door's opening, the remaining living beings, along with Nezha and his companions, totaled merely 12 as they entered the second stone chamber. This chamber was exceedingly vast, and as Nezha stepped inside, he beheld numerous slumbering beasts, prompting gasps of astonishment from all. Just as they prepared to retreat, the stone door immediately sealed shut, becoming an impenetrable barrier. Entry was permitted, but exit was not. Regret began to seep into their hearts. The immense chamber housed over 100 dormant beasts, cloaked in dust, indicating they had been in slumber for an indeterminate duration. Should they awaken simultaneously, the consequences would be dire, as Nezha was acutely aware of the beast's formidable strengths. Long Ji, with a mocking smile, regarded the retreating members of the Evil Corpse sect and said, "Were you not here in search of the demon pills? There are hundreds of them here." Liu Beiyue took a deep breath and replied, "But I never imagined we would have to contend with so many at once. If they awaken together, I fear none of us shall escape unscathed, will we?" The gluttonous one rolled his eyes and remarked, "Why must we awaken them? Are you all foolish? Can't we simply sneak past them?" Liu Beiwa pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well, there is no other choice but to proceed. We have yet to ascertain what other malevolent beings we may encounter ahead." Long Ji immediately furrowed her brow, questioning whether his motives extended beyond merely seeking the demon core. Was there something else he desired? Nezha, too, was perplexed, unsure of Liu Beiwa's true intentions. They could only follow for now. If these demonic beasts were awakened and turned against them, Nezha would find it difficult to strike them down. All moved cautiously, step by step, through the expansive stone chamber, which required considerable time to traverse. Silence enveloped them, each fearing to make the slightest sound. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoed, startling everyone. They turned towards the source, which was Fat Bucket. A large pair of scissors had fallen from his backpack. He hastily retrieved them, while Liu Beiwa scanned the surroundings for any sign of the beasts. Everyone halted, holding their breath, and after 2 tense minutes without incident, they exhaled in relief and continued onward. After approximately 10 minutes of careful navigation, they finally reached the entrance to the opposite stone chamber. Liu Beiwa and Nezha once again employed their magic to open the stone door. Upon entering the third chamber, they found it significantly smaller and rather unremarkable, devoid of any notable features. As soon as they stepped inside, the door sealed shut behind them. Long Ji raised her gaze to the ceiling, prompting Nezha to follow her line of sight. There, suspended above, was a colossal beast resembling an eagle, seemingly in slumber, not stirring as they advanced. As they reached the center of the chamber, Long Ji suddenly turned back, startling Nezha, who caught only a fleeting shadow. In an instant, the enormous eagle vanished from the ceiling. Immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble, and from all directions of the stone chamber, numerous doors emerged, spinning rapidly before unleashing a barrage of poison darts. Nezha widened his eyes and exclaimed, "They're all concealed weapons. Be cautious." Instinctively, he pulled Fat Bucket and Long Ji behind him, shouting, "Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Shield." The shield radiated a golden light, coalescing into a protective barrier that enveloped the three of them. Long Ji observed the relentless onslaught of poison darts emanating from the stone doors, an overwhelming barrage with no refuge in sight. However, with Nezha's 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield, they remained unharmed. Unfortunately, Liu Beiwa's disciples were not so fortunate. Despite their considerable skills, they were unable to withstand the sheer volume of attacks. One by one, they succumbed to the poison, collapsing within mere minutes, their bodies rapidly dissolving into putrid sludge, a truly virulent toxin. These individuals possessed some degree of cultivation, managing to endure for about 10 minutes. But the incessant rain of darts proved insurmountable. Liu Beiwa fought desperately, witnessing his disciples perish one after another, transforming into vile goo, while Nezha and his companions remained unscathed, indifferent to his plight. In a moment of anguish, Liu Beiwa shouted, "Ah!" Glaring at one of the stone doors, he braced himself, charging forward to discover what lay beyond. As Liu Beiwa entered, within less than a minute, the mechanisms suddenly ceased, and the multitude of stone doors closed instantaneously, leaving Liu Beiwa trapped within. Nezha and his companions exchanged glances, perplexed. Upon noticing the cessation of the mechanisms, Long Ji remarked, "Let us proceed to the next chamber." Subsequently, the two effortlessly opened the stone door and stepped into the next room. Upon entry, Nezha beheld a small brown beast, a diminutive fox demon. Though even the smallest of demons stood half a human's height, Nezha widened his eyes at the sight of the little demon, noticing beside it the lifeless form of a massive fox demon. As soon as the little demon caught sight of the newcomers, it instinctively sought refuge behind the carcass of the larger demon. Nezha approached and inquired, "Are you the offspring of this demon?" Although the little demon trembled with fear, witnessing Nezha and his companions advance towards the body of the larger demon, it gritted its teeth and suddenly dashed in front of the carcass, baring its teeth in a warning gesture, as if to say, "Do not come any closer."